Complete Martial Arts Attributes Chapter 1453 to Chapter 1478. It smells so good. The rich pill fragrance wafted in the air, causing everyone's spirits to tremble. Even Marin and the others, who were far away, could smell the soothing pill fragrance. They all looked at the pill in the queen's hand in shock. The surrounding people could not help but swallow their saliva when they smelled the fragrance. It was not that they had never seen pills before, but it was very rare. Most of them were obtained from the Outer Sky tribe. Even so, the pills they obtained could not be compared to the pill Wang Ting gave them. The pill that Wang Ting took out was a Grandmaster level pill. A Grandmaster level pill, even outside of the corrosive poison world, was a treasure that many experts would scramble for. After all, sometimes, a pill was a life. A Grandmaster level recovery pill like this was the key to saving a life. If Wang Ting was not a Grandmaster level alchemist, it would be difficult for him to be so rich. When little Qing'er saw the pill, she could not help but think of the time when Wang Ting pretended to be her father. At that time, the pill that he refined was much better than before. She thought that her father's attainment had improved, but in the end, now that she thought about it, could it be that this big brother Wang Ting was a noble alchemist? She looked at the pill curiously. Her nose twitched slightly, and she was even more surprised when she smelled the pill fragrance. Is this a pill? It is indeed better than ordinary pills. The spirit herbs in it are so complicated. I can't smell them. Little Qing'er was even more shocked. She had been learning about herbs from Zeller for many years. Although she was young, she knew more than ordinary people. However, she could not smell the spirit herbs in the pill. The smell of the spirit herbs seemed to be mixed together. Ordinary people would not be able to smell them. However, she could feel the mystery of this pill. It was definitely many times better than the pills that her father refined. This pill is too precious. The queen of the Serpentine tribe looked at Wang Ting and said hesitantly. With her eyesight, she could naturally tell that this medicinal pill was absolutely not an ordinary medicinal pill. Don't worry, I still have a lot of such pills here, Wang Ting said lightly. The queen of the Naga race stared into his eyes without blinking. She really wanted to know if this person was just acting cool. He actually had a lot of such precious elixirs. Do you think this is cabbage? Marlin and the others also looked at Wang Ting in a daze. In their hearts, Wang Ting's image suddenly became rich and overbearing. Wang Ting, stop acting tough. Yuan Gun ridiculed. Isn't that the truth? Wang Ting asked in his heart. Yuan Gun was speechless. Very good, a Grandmaster alchemist is really amazing. Eat it. The situation is special, so don't be pretentious, Wang Ting said. If he did not know that this large-scale poison wave could last for 3 to 5 days, he might not be willing to give a Grandmaster elixir to the queen of the Serpentine tribe. If you really feel bad, after the poison wave passes, you can help me collect some herbs as compensation, Wang Ting added. The queen of the Serpentine tribe was silent for a moment. When she heard Wang Ting's words, she heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Okay, after the poison wave passes, I will order people to collect the herbs. Wang Ting was slightly delighted. There were many useful or special elixirs on the Scorpion King. Some of them were his mission requirements. If he were to collect them alone, he did not know how long it would take. However, if he mobilized the entire Serpentine tribe, it would be much more convenient. A single pill in exchange for so much free labor was a very good deal for him. The queen of the Serpentine tribe did not hesitate and swallowed the elixir. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation of force erupted from her body. Her expression changed slightly. She did not expect the elixir to be so powerful. Immediately, she sat cross-legged in the air and closed her eyes to absorb the elixir. Marlin and the others did not leave. They were guarding her silently. Wang Ting ignored them. The queen of the Serpentine tribe would not be able to absorb the elixir in a short time. Waiting was a waste of time. He looked up, and in a flash, he rushed toward the light screen of the formation. Soon, he stopped beside the light screen. Looking at the black mass of poison wave outside, his eyes flickered slightly. He wanted to go out and hunt the poison-type star beasts in the poison wave. However, when he saw the scene at close range, his scalp went numb. Your Excellency Wang Ting, what are you doing? Marlin caught up and asked hurriedly. I plan to go out and have a look, Wang Ting said calmly. Go out? Marlin was shocked. He thought he had misheard and asked, You really want to go out? Can't I? Wang Ting asked in reply. Marlin was stumped by the question. This was not a question of whether he could go out or not. The poison wave outside was so horrifying that others could not avoid it. However, the Tianyu tribesmen wanted to go out. This did not seem right. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Wang Ting knew what Marlin was thinking and said with a faint smile. Marlin looked at Wang Ting deeply. If he did not know that the Tianyu tribesman before him was extremely powerful and had extraordinary means, he would definitely think that Wang Ting was overestimating himself. However, it was different for someone who was powerful. At most, he would think that Wang Ting was a lunatic. If you want to go out, you need to bring the array token. I have an extra one here. You can use it first, Marlin said as he took out a dark green jade token and handed it to Wang Ting. Wang Ting took it and looked at it. There were many runes engraved on it. He had mastered the great poisonous azure python array. When he saw the runes on the jade token, he immediately saw the connection between the two. Thank you. Wang Ting clasped his fist at Marlin and rushed out of the array light screen. Boom, the moment he appeared outside the array, Wang Ting heard a loud explosion in his ears. He felt as though there were countless air currents flowing around his ears at high speed. The air currents carried a poisonous mist with them. The strong gust of wind blew fiercely at him. If the body was not strong enough, the strong wind would be enough to break the skin. Then, the poison in the fog would enter the body through the blood, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Wang Ting activated the ancient god body. With a boom, the blood in his body surged. A strange and mysterious golden pattern appeared between his eyebrows. The powerful physical strength swept out, and the surrounding fog and strong wind could not hurt him at all. Little ones, it's time to work. Wang Ting waved his hand and summoned Little White, the ironclad scorpion, and Elizabeth. As a result, as soon as it appeared, the ironclad scorpion was blown away by the strong wind around it. The scorpion was flipped upside down and almost could not turn over. Wah, wah, wah. The ironclad scorpion cried out. If it were not for its hard shell, it would not have had a good time. Of course, this was because Wang Ting trusted them. Whether it was Little White or the ironclad scorpion, both of them had extremely hard shells. This little bit of wind could not hurt them. As for Elizabeth, needless to say, she was a peerless emperor-level existence. She would not be hurt by the strong wind. Master, why are you outside? The ironclad scorpion turned over with Little White's help. It waved its pincers and drove away the star beasts around it. Cut the crap. Kill the star beasts, Wang Ting said softly. Jie. Little White raised its head and let out a cry. It rushed toward the poisonous star beasts around it and began to hunt. If there was anyone who listened to Wang Ting the most, it would probably be Little White. It did not hesitate at all. Kill. 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 The ironclad scorpion did not waste any time. It roared and rushed out, killing the star beasts around it. Elizabeth smiled and nodded at Wang Ting. She also began to hunt. Wang Ting looked at the black mamba python. He had already branded this upper-level emperor-level star beast with a soul imprint. It submitted to the bloodline of the ancient deep-sea python. At this moment, when it saw Wang Ting looking at it, it slowly lowered its head. It seemed to be very docile. Wang Ting reached out and placed his hand on its head. He felt a cold sensation. He opened his mouth and said, Go. Roar. The black mamba python suddenly raised its head and roared. Its huge body swayed and rushed into the fog. The star beasts in the fog were stunned. Brother, whose side are you on? Star beasts above the emperor level were not stupid. They originally thought that no matter how ferocious the black mamba python was, it would not kill its own kind for no reason. They did not expect it to suddenly turn on them and attack them. They felt that something was not right. For a moment, the fog churned violently. The star beasts screamed in agony. Their bodies exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist. The already stinky fog was suddenly filled with the smell of blood. Well done. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He did not stay idle. Rays of golden light suddenly shot out from his body. Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow Plume. This was the first time Wang Ting had used this strange spiritual weapon after obtaining it. At this moment, he could use this poison wave to test its power. According to the records of the Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow secret technique, when one's spiritual power reached the universe level, they could control 3333 Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow Plume. Wang Ting wanted to try and see how many Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow Plume he could use at the universe level. Before, the Domain Lord Spirit Reader had made 9999 Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow Plume, reaching the limit of the Domain Lord level spirit power. However, he had only used 4999, because his power had not reached the pinnacle of the Domain Lord level. He could not use the 9999 Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow Plume. And Wang Ting could not use that much at the moment. At least before his spiritual power reached the Domain Lord level, he could not use it. At this moment, Wang Ting directly used 666 Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow Plume. Rays of golden light drew a mysterious path around him. The gold domain was contained within this mysterious path. Wang Ting executed the Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow Mystic Skill according to the Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow Mystic Skill. Every attack was unpredictable. Faintly, the golden paths seemed to connect together, forming a golden mystical sparrow. It spread its wings and soared in the mist. Everywhere it passed, it crazily reaped the lives of poison-type star beasts. When Wang Ting left the formation, Marin did not leave. Instead, he watched Wang Ting's every move from within the formation. No matter what, Wang Ting was the benefactor and guest of the Snake Man race. He did not want to see anything happen to him. Especially since it happened right under his nose, Her Majesty the Queen would definitely blame him. However, what happened next shocked him to the core. Summoning the 3 spirit pets was fine. After all, he had seen them before. However, seeing them killing outside the formation, he felt that he was too naive. Of the 3 spirit pets, the Crow spirit pet and the Scorpion spirit pet were much stronger than normal universe-level fighters. Even he might not be able to defeat them easily. As for the 3rd strange spirit pet, it was extremely powerful. It had reached the peak of the Emperor level. He admitted that he was no match for it. Then there was the Black Mamba Python. It actually obeyed the orders of the outsider race. He finally believed what His Majesty had said. It was really this outsider human who made the Black Mamba Python submit and saved all of them. He was not the only one who saw this. The other snake men also saw this scene. At this moment, their respect for Wang Ting was even more sincere. This outsider was indeed very powerful. Moreover, it was not only the strength of the spirit pets. Wang Ting's own strength was even more shocking. The golden light flashed in the mist, taking the lives of star beasts one by one. It even formed a vacuum around him. The speed at which he reaped lives was simply mind-numbing. They could not imagine if they could withstand such an attack if they were in his place. Marin stared closely at Wang Ting's attack. His expression gradually became solemn and his heart was greatly shaken. This outsider race was really too powerful. He was a Domain Lord level fighter, yet he could not find any way to defeat this opponent. This made him depressed and discouraged. Outside the array, Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a strange light. In the short period of time that he had used the Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow Plume, he was already very familiar with it. Not enough. His eyes flashed. He felt that he could still control more Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow Plume. The reason why he used 666 Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow Plume was because his spiritual energy was equivalent to the 2nd level of the universe level. However, it seemed that he could still control more. Xiao xiao xiao, golden light flashed from his body again and merged into the golden track around him. It made the golden track more complex and mysterious. It was also more dangerous. Within a radius of 10 meters around Wang Ting, it had completely become a forbidden area. Not a single star beast could get close. Actual combat is indeed the best way to improve. As he used it, Wang Ting's comprehension of the Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow technique grew deeper and deeper. In terms of stats, it had increased by quite a bit. His gold-type talent had also leveled up. His comprehension had reached Sector Lord level. Hence, comprehending the Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow technique at the universe level wasn't a problem. At this time, he had already used 1,333 Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow plume, yet he felt that he still had quite a bit of energy left. 1,333 Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow plume was equivalent to the fourth level of the universe level spirit energy limit. On the surface, his spirit energy seemed to be at the second level of the universe level. However, as the upper limit was too high, his second level was equivalent to the fourth level. However, he didn't expect that after using the fourth level of the universe level spirit energy limit, he still had energy left. Wang Ting's eyes flashed once more. Another 333 Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow plume rushed out. The track around him became more complex and hard to find. Its power increased greatly. Hell, some of the stronger star beasts within the mist seemed to be enraged. A middle-level Emperor-level poison-type star beast pounced towards Wang Ting. Preposterous! The ironclad scorpion shouted loudly. It wanted to rush over and show off. Go away! Wang Ting shouted softly. The Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow plume all gathered together, forming a mystical golden sparrow. In an instant, it became a beam of golden light, rushing out at a terrifying speed. Clang clang, a clear bird cry resounded in the skies. As it entered one's ears, it shook one's spirit. The middle-level Emperor-level star beast froze in mid-air for a moment. Its eyes were filled with confusion. In the next moment, the mystical golden sparrow passed through its body. Rumble, with a loud explosion, the entire star beast exploded. Countless pieces of flesh and blood splattered in all directions. When the armored flame scorpion saw this, it shuddered in fear. Master is so cruel. Luckily it didn't pass, escaped. Escaped, the ironclad scorpion distanced itself from Wang Ting. It felt that Wang Ting didn't need its protection at all. A middle-level Emperor-level star beast had been killed so easily. His strength was too abnormal. Inside the formation, Marlin's face was stiff. He stared blankly at Wang Ting outside. Then, he silently turned around and left. He wasn't needed here at all. Instead of worrying about others, it was better to worry about himself. It was no wonder that Her Majesty valued this outsider so much. She even broke the rules and treated him as a distinguished guest. Their inherent values couldn't be changed by simple kindness. This Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow secret technique is really powerful. After I used 1666 Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow plume, I actually killed a middle-level Emperor-level star beast in seconds. Wang Ting was also very surprised. Of course, if he encountered a spirit reader of the same level, it wouldn't be so easy. It could only be said that to a certain extent, the Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow secret technique was extremely powerful. If his opponent's spirit cultivation method was not as good as his, he would definitely lose. However, Wang Ting found that at this time, the number of Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow plume he could use had reached its limit. He couldn't use more. He didn't hesitate and used 1666 Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow plume to continue hunting. Moreover, he was no longer limited to his current position. Instead, he rushed into the depths of the fog. He wanted to see how thick the fog was. With the Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow plume leading the way, Wang Ting was very safe under its protection. Eh? While flying, Wang Ting was slightly stunned. He seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes revealed a look of surprise. This fog can help me comprehend the power of the domain. He stopped and stood in place. He closed his eyes and sensed for a while. Rays of golden light surrounded Wang Ting. The poison-type star beasts around him kept attacking, but they were all killed. They couldn't get close to Wang Ting. He closed his eyes and sensed for a while. Then, he slowly opened them. There seems to be a special domain formed in here. It's related to the poison-type domain. Wang Ting's eyes lit up when he sensed the indistinct domain power. He was very surprised. He didn't expect that there would be such a strange domain power in the fog. Demon Lotus Poison Body, activate. In the next moment, Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He activated the Demon Lotus Poison Body, and a black lotus pattern appeared between his eyebrows. At this time, there was already the golden pattern of the ancient god body between Wang Ting's eyebrows. Therefore, the black lotus appeared below the golden pattern. Between the two, it was as if the black lotus was holding up the golden pattern. There was no conflict. Fortunately, the two patterns weren't big and could coexist. Wang Ting didn't think too much. He activated the demon lotus poison body to comprehend the domain power in it. At the same time, his god-level poison talent was also operating crazily to comprehend the domain around him. This god-level poison talent originally existed in his body. Therefore, he was able to sense the special domain power in the fog so sharply. Otherwise, if it was someone else, even if they went deep into the fog, they might not be able to sense it immediately. Wang Ting was a little excited. While he was sensing the domain power, he also scanned his surroundings to see if there were any attribute bubbles dropping. If there were, it would save him a lot of effort and time. The star beasts around him were killed. There were quite a number of attribute bubbles dropped. Wang Ting just picked them up directly and didn't count them carefully. Now, he looked at the attribute panel and realized that in just a short while, his poison-type star force was actually about to reach the pinnacle of universe level 6. He wasn't far from breaking through. Suddenly, Wang Ting noticed a few attribute bubbles with a special color that appeared in the fog. Got it. He was overjoyed. He immediately used his spiritual force and picked them up. Although there were only a few attribute bubbles, it was enough for Wang Ting to feel the goodwill of the poison wave. Look, it came just like that. The poison wave was quite understanding. Poison wave domain *420 poison wave domain *300 poison wave domain *360. A few attribute bubbles instantly entered Wang Ting's mind and turned into comprehension. An image suddenly appeared in Wang Ting's mind. The endless black fog that contained the power of poison swept out. Everywhere it passed, it was like an unstoppable torrent. There were even various kinds of poisonous beasts that appeared in the torrent. They could be illusory, but they could also be real. When they pounced, they would explode with an extremely powerful attack. Whether it was their fangs or claws, they all contained poison. One would die upon contact. Those poisonous beasts would even explode with domain power. Once a large group of poisonous beasts explode at the same time, it would be extremely terrifying. Such a domain would be extremely powerful. Within a short period of time, Wang Ting had completely absorbed these realizations. He had already comprehended the poison-tide territory. More importantly, this domain was not a simple one. It had reached the realm of reality. The realm of reality was condensed and did not dissipate. It had undergone some sort of transformation and could switch between illusory and real. It was unknown how much stronger it was than ordinary domains. Poison-tide domain, 802000, second-order reality. Wang Ting did not expect that the domain he comprehended here would be of the realm of reality. It was a pleasant surprise. However, the name was a little sloppy. It was directly called the poison wave domain. The poison wave domain that he had just picked up had a total of 1080 points. It was just enough for Wang Ting's comprehension to reach rank 2. Reality. This was the benefit of picking up attributes. If Wang Ting had to comprehend it himself, even with his god-level poison talent and demonic lotus poison body, he would need to spend a lot of time to reach the entry level. After all, the realm of reality was not that easy to comprehend. However, if he picked up the attributes, he could immediately reach the entry level and even reach rank 2. Next, it would be much easier for Wang Ting to rely on himself to comprehend it. The master led the way, but the cultivation depended on the individual. Picking up the attributes was like leading him through the door, although sometimes it might be leading him all the way to the end. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Wang Ting could become stronger faster than others. But then again, in terms of poison domain, Wang Ting had already reached rank 5. However, that was an ordinary poison domain and could not be compared to the rank 2 poison wave domain. Wang Ting even felt that the rank 2 reality, poison wave domain, was almost comparable to the rank 5 ordinary, poison wave domain. According to what he had just comprehended, the poison wave domain was indeed very strong. In fact, just by looking at the poison wave, one would know that the poison wave domain was very similar. Its power was naturally very strong. After tasting the sweetness, Wang Ting worked even harder to find attribute bubbles. At the same time, he tried his best to comprehend the domain power in the poison wave in order to strengthen his poison wave domain. However, he soon discovered that it was impossible for two attribute bubbles to appear in the same area within a short period of time. Moreover, the comprehensions in the same area would overlap. For example, if Wang Ting continued to comprehend in the area where he had just obtained an attribute bubble, the comprehensions he would obtain would be the same. It would be meaningless. Therefore, Wang Ting could only continue to go deeper. This was undoubtedly very dangerous. No one knew what was in there. However, Wang Ting was skilled and daring. With his demonic lotus poison body and divine level poison talent, he was not afraid of most poisons. Therefore, he directly rushed in. The truth was just as he had expected. The poison in the depths of the poison wave could not harm him. Instead, the probability of poison wave domain attribute bubbles appearing increased. More and more poison wave domain attribute bubbles appeared and were picked up by Wang Ting. His poison wave domain was also rapidly improving. Soon, his poison wave domain broke through rank 2 and reached rank 3 reality. Poison wave domain 1203000, rank 3 reality. This kind of improvement was really too fast. It was like riding a train. Wang Ting had completely activated bug mode. At rank 3 reality, Wang Ting felt that his poison wave domain could already compete with an ordinary rank 5 poison wave domain. The joy in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. He yearned for the depths of the fog even more. He felt that there must be more treasures waiting for him to unearth. Wang Ting's speed exploded. He turned into an arrow and continued to rush upward. He discovered that the fog in the poison wave was really thick. It was so thick that it was unimaginable. If he continued to fly upward, he would almost reach planet Scorpion's atmosphere. Of course, this was just Wang Ting's feeling. He did not know whether it was true or not. The poison wave formed a special domain. It was as if it had formed a space of its own. Therefore, the depth inside might not be the same as the outside world. Bang! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the fog. The thick fog instantly rolled. Then, a black shadow broke through the fog and violently flung itself at Wang Ting. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. He snorted coldly and pointed forward. The phoenix dance's golden sparrow plume transformed into a golden divine sparrow and rushed forward. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The golden divine sparrow collided with the black shadow. A violent origin power shockwave erupted and spread in all directions. The fog churned. However, to Wang Ting's surprise, the other party was not dead. Hiss! With a hiss, the black shadow suddenly flashed and disappeared into the fog. An upper-level Emperor rank star beast. Wang Ting was quite surprised. After the black mamba python, he finally encountered another upper-level Emperor rank star beast in the poison wave. An upper-level Emperor was equivalent to an area master. It was naturally not something a middle-level Emperor rank star beast could compare to. It looks like a giant centipede? Wang Ting frowned. The black shadow was too fast to see clearly. Bang! The sound of something breaking through the air came again. In the fog on his left, the black shadow appeared again. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. Instead of retreating, he rushed forward. He did not use the phoenix dance's golden sparrow plume. Instead, he relied on his physical strength to meet the attack. Boom! He threw a punch and turned it into a fist print. At this time, he had activated his ancient god body. His physical strength was so strong that he was not afraid of the powerful body of the star beast at all. Bang! Wang Ting's punch seemed to have landed on an extremely hard metal. A dull thud was heard, and a huge recoil swept towards him, causing him to fly a few hundred meters away. It's so hard. Wang Ting's eyes were full of surprise. A 3-star ancient god body was absolutely invincible among the universe ranks. It could even compete with ordinary area masters. However, at this moment, it seemed to be much weaker than this upper-level Emperor rank star beast. It seems that my ancient god body needs to be improved. It's not enough now. Wang Ting shook his head and shook his fist. He said in his heart, real dragon body. Boom! The green jade-glazed flame swept out and then quickly retracted, condensing into lifelike dragon scales on the surface of his body. A scorching heat swept out and filled the fog, causing it to roll violently as if it had met its nemesis. It kept making sizzling sounds. Phew! Wang Ting exhaled softly. The scorching aura caused the air to distort. Again. With a loud shout, Wang Ting's body turned into a lingering shadow as he dashed out. Hiss, the black shadow seemed to be a little proud because it had gained the upper hand in the collision just now. At this moment, its huge body flashed in the fog. It did not take a roundabout way to fight. Instead, it directly faced Su Ping. It was indeed a huge centipede with a green head and a black back. There were countless feet under its abdomen. It looked extremely ferocious. When it moved, the thousands of feet moved at the same time. Its speed was extremely fast. Boom! Wang Ting's figure flashed and appeared in front of the huge centipede. He punched its head. The power of the flame condensed into a green fist print and slammed down. Hiss, the giant centipede didn't expect Wang Ting's physical strength to suddenly become so terrifying. It took his punch head-on and let out a hiss in pain. Its huge body was smashed into the fog by the fist print. Wang Ting turned into a shadow and chased after it, punching it again and again. The huge centipede could not react in time and was constantly beaten. The fist prints fell all over its body, causing it to hiss constantly. It twisted its body, trying to break free from Wang Ting's pursuit. One man and one beast chased each other and rushed into the depths of the fog. Wang Ting fought for a long time and found that the centipede's shell was extremely hard. Even if he activated the real Dragon War body, he could not completely kill it with his physical strength. So, he decided to use a big move on it. Hiss! 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 But at this moment, there was a burst of hissing in the fog. It reverberated and spread, making people's hearts palpitate. Wang Ting's face changed greatly, and he suddenly retreated. Boom! A mass of black liquid suddenly fell and smashed into the place where Wang Ting had been. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Under the influence of the black liquid, the surrounding fog actually made a corroding sound. It was really incredible. The fog was highly poisonous, but it was still corroded by the black liquid. How poisonous was this black liquid? Wang Ting looked at this scene with a solemn face, and then he looked at the centipede. Next to the centipede, huge black shadows emerged from the fog. They were all upper-level emperor-level giant centipede star beasts. These centipedes looked similar. They had green heads and black backs and countless legs. Obviously, they were of the same species. There was more than one centipede here. The appearance of so many star beasts at the upper royal realm was really shocking. Wang Ting's face was extremely grave. He counted carefully and found that there were more than a dozen centipedes. One centipede was already terrifying. With so many centipedes gathered together, the densely packed legs made people's scalp tingle. Hiss! 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 Those centipedes obviously did not welcome Wang Ting. They kept hissing at him, as if warning him not to come closer. Wang Ting was stunned when he saw this. He was puzzled. What was wrong with these centipedes? He suddenly thought of something. He activated the eyes of truth and looked at the fog behind them. The next moment, his eyes suddenly burst into a ball of extreme light. Buildings! In the depths of the fog, he saw a large number of ancient buildings. Buildings! There were actually buildings in the depths of the poison tide, and it was not just one building, but a cluster of buildings. They were very old and had obviously been there for a long time. When Wang Ting saw the reaction of those centipede star beasts, he felt that there might be something strange behind the poison tide. That was why he used the eye of truth to take a look. He did not expect to see such a shocking scene. The ancient buildings were very large and stretched for many kilometers. They seemed to be floating above the fog and kept moving forward with the poison tide. It seemed that if the poison tide disappeared, the buildings would disappear with it. Wang Ting's eyes were strange, and his heart trembled. Those buildings were too old and had the vicissitudes of time. Even through the fog, Wang Ting felt that ancient feeling. He thought of many things. A large-scale poison tide would appear almost every 1,200 years. Could it be related to these ancient buildings? Was it an inheritance, or something else? If this large-scale poison tide disappeared, would the ancient buildings disappear with it and return to some unknown place, waiting for the next large-scale poison tide? Hiss. 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 The hissing around pulled Wang Ting back from his thoughts. He took a deep breath and looked away. He looked at the centipede star beasts in front of him with a grave expression. More than a dozen upper-level emperor star beasts were guarding in front of the buildings. When he looked into the fog just now, he found that there seemed to be something in the buildings that made him feel uncomfortable. That feeling would not appear for no reason. Although his eye of truth did not see any substantial danger, he was sure that there were some undiscovered dangers inside. This ancient building had unimaginable dangers. It was very scary. Wang Ting's eyes flickered a few times. In the end, he chose to retreat. It would be difficult for him to deal with it alone. He had to take Elizabeth, Whitey, the ironclad scorpion, and even the Herman python with him. Those guys would be a great help. Without any hesitation, Wang Ting retreated. Time was tight. He did not know how long this ancient building would exist. If it disappeared, he would lose everything. Those centipede star beasts did not chase after Wang Ting. They let him go. After a few hissing sounds, they disappeared into the fog. Wang Ting returned to Ruay Snake City. Elizabeth, Whitey, and the ironclad scorpion were not too far away. When they sensed Wang Ting's return, they immediately returned. After fighting for so long, they also felt tired and needed to rest to recover. Scorpion is exhausted. The ironclad scorpion's long scorpion tail drooped weakly, and its tone had lost much of its vitality. It seemed that it was working hard. Catch. Wang Ting was very satisfied. He threw out a recovery pill and said indifferently. Wow. The ironclad scorpion's eyes suddenly lit up. It immediately opened its mouth and swallowed the pill that wasn't even enough to fill the gap between its teeth. Suddenly, a strong energy fluctuation erupted from its body, causing it to feel refreshed. Kakik. Thank you, Master. The ironclad scorpion laughed out loud and licked its lips. Wang Ting was too lazy to pay attention to this thick-skinned fellow. He saw that Whitey's head was drooping. He took out another recovery pill, placed it in his palm, and handed it over. Whitey first rubbed Wang Ting's hand intimately. Then, it opened its mouth and sucked the pill into its mouth. For such giant beasts, Wang Ting's body was undoubtedly a little small. Therefore, they were very careful with their actions, afraid that they would hurt Wang Ting. In fact, there was no need for that. Wang Ting's body was very strong. Even if they attacked, they might not be able to hurt him. Wang Ting looked at Elizabeth and the black mamba giant python. He casually threw out some pills for them to consume. Rich and overbearing, wholesale of pills, then, he swept his gaze and swept his spiritual power across the fog. He collected all the attribute bubbles dropped by the star beasts that Whitey and the others had killed. Poison Star Force *300, blank attribute *800, Poison Star Force *400, blank attribute *900, Poison Tide Domain *200, Poison Star Force *600. One by one, the attribute bubbles gathered in Wang Ting's body and mind. Some directly turned into Poison Star Force, while others turned into Comprehension. Wang Ting's Poison Star Force suddenly skyrocketed. Although the attribute bubbles didn't have a lot of attribute points, the amount was terrifying. When accumulated, the attribute points were considerable. Hong, in an instant, Wang Ting broke through again. His Poison Star Force broke through from Universe Level 6 to Universe Level 7, this speed was simply indescribable. Wang Ting had only been in the fog for 2 to 3 hours, and he had broken through 2 levels, from Universe Level 5 to Universe Level 7. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even dare to imagine. Poison Star Force, 8007000, Universe Level 7, however, it was just a breakthrough. Wang Ting's luck was rather good. He just happened to have an extra 800 attribute points, which allowed him to break through to Universe Level 7 and enter another level. The Poison Tide Domain's attribute had also increased by quite a bit. However, Wang Ting had just raised it to Universe Level 3, so it still didn't meet the requirements for a breakthrough. Poison Tide Domain, 600-3000, Universe Level 3, after a glance, Wang Ting no longer paid attention to it. His gaze turned to the blank attribute. Blank attribute, 3686000, very good, the blank attribute had indeed increased by tens of thousands of points. The harvest was quite good. Following which, Wang Ting kept Little White and the rest back into the space fragment. He took out the array token and opened a gap to enter the array. A few poison star beasts at the side wanted to take the opportunity to enter, but Wang Ting slapped them away. Storm Palm, a few star beasts instantly exploded into a bloody mist. The gap in the array was quickly repaired. Inside the array, Marlin and the others heard the news and came over. They looked at Wang Ting in shock. He had been in the poison tide for 2 to 3 hours and returned unscathed. This strength was truly shocking. Sir Wang Ting, are you okay? Marlin looked at Wang Ting and couldn't help but ask. Do I look like I'm not okay? Wang Ting asked with a smile. You don't look like it. Marlin saw that Wang Ting was still in the mood to joke with him and knew that he was fine. Where is the queen? Wang Ting looked around and didn't see the Naga queen, so he asked. Her Majesty is resting in the palace, Marlin said. Take me there. I have some matters to discuss with her, Wang Ting said. Okay. Marlin nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He turned around and flew toward the palace. Now, he had placed Wang Ting on the same level as the Naga queen. Naturally, he didn't dare to neglect him. Along the way, the surrounding Naga warriors looked at Wang Ting in awe. After a while, Wang Ting returned to the palace and saw the Naga queen. At this time, she was sitting lazily on the throne like a beautiful snake, full of a different kind of charm. She seemed to have sensed Wang Ting's arrival. She slowly opened her beautiful eyes and a light flashed in her eyes. She slowly got up and moved her snake tail to greet him. She had completely absorbed the medicinal power of the elixir and had almost recovered. She could continue to maintain the operation of the array. However, the energy that Wang Ting had injected was enough to keep the array running for a long time. She wasn't in a hurry now. The poison tide outside would last for 3 to 5 days. She was ready for a protracted battle. Seeing Wang Ting return, she was very serious. This was because she had a very direct understanding of the effects of the elixir. The elixir could allow her, a peak territorial master, to quickly recover her force. It was definitely not something an ordinary elixir could compare with. A person who could casually take out such an elixir was definitely not a simple person. In her opinion, this young man from the human tribe was not only powerful, but he also had an extraordinary status in the human tribe. Most importantly, Wang Ting was kind to them, unlike the other human tribes who looked down on them. This was undoubtedly a great opportunity. How's your recovery? Wang Ting asked. Thanks to your elixir, my force has completely recovered. Only the bloodline power still needs some time, the Naga queen said calmly. Wang Ting nodded. He couldn't do anything about the bloodline power unless he passed it to her. However, he obviously wouldn't do that. It wasn't easy for him to recover the bloodline power himself. You went deep into the poison tide. Did you find something? The Naga queen asked. Yes, I found something interesting. Wang Ting looked at the Naga queen in surprise. He didn't expect her to see through him. He didn't hide anything and told her what he encountered. Ancient building. The queen of the Serpentine tribe was surprised. This was beyond her expectations. She thought there was something terrifying in the poison tide, so she forced him back. She didn't expect there to be an ancient building. Yes, I suspect there's an inheritance in there. Wang Ting touched his chin and asked, do you have any relevant records in your ancient books? The Naga queen was silent for a moment. Her eyes flashed with embarrassment and she said, I need someone to check it out. Wang Ting looked at her strangely. He felt that the Naga queen was a bad student. She didn't know anything. She definitely didn't study hard in the past. However, he didn't expose her. He nodded and told them to tell him after they were done. Wang Ting left the palace and sat cross-legged in the sky above Rue Snake City. He closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the results. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. Before the results came, there was a sudden commotion in the sky above Rue Snake City. Many Naga tribe martial artists gathered there. It seemed that something had happened. Wang Ting opened his eyes and frowned. At this moment, Marlin flew over quickly. He didn't look good. He quickly came to Wang Ting and said hesitantly, "Your Excellency Wang Ting, there are a few people from the Outer Sky tribe outside the array. They want to enter the city. I wonder if you can go over and take a look. Do you know them?" Marlin said this because he was giving face to Wang Ting. If it was any other time, they wouldn't even consider letting the Outer Sky tribe in. No, they wouldn't even consider it. They would just let them fend for themselves outside. Outer Sky tribe. Wang Ting was stunned. He nodded and flew over with Marlin. They were heading towards the city gate. A group of people stood outside the array's light screen. They looked extremely miserable and were trying their best to resist the poison tide. The poison tide didn't just fill the sky. Even the ground was filled with poisonous fog and various poison-type star beasts. Even though they were on the ground, they were still attacked by the poison tide. This group of people was unlucky to encounter the poison tide on the way. They had been running for their lives. Even though they were in the mountains, they couldn't resist the poison tide and were forced out. Finally, they escaped to this place. When they saw the array in Rue Snake City, they were very excited. "Open the array and let us in." The leading martial artist looked arrogant and shouted at the Naga tribe in the city as if he was giving an order. They were basically territorial lord-level martial artists and students of Cosmic Star Academy. They could do whatever they wanted on this planet. In their eyes, Planet Scorpion was just a mission planet. The natives on it were like a group of livestock in a pen. And they were the masters. If it were someone else, even if they were in danger, would they humbly ask for help from their livestock? Obviously not. They would only take it for granted that the other party would help them. That was human nature. The Naga Queen also appeared at this time. She looked at the extraterrestrial humans outside the city and frowned. These extraterrestrial humans were still as arrogant as ever. She shouldn't have trusted other extraterrestrial humans because of Wang Ting. They were not the same. The other Naga tribe martial artists were enraged. They didn't have much tolerance for extraterrestrial humans other than Wang Ting. If these extraterrestrial humans had spoken to them nicely, they would have let it go. However, they were clearly asking for help, but they didn't care about them at all. Anyone who saw this would be unhappy. "How dare you? Open the array. Do you believe that we will destroy it?" Another territorial lord-level martial artist shouted angrily when he saw how ungrateful the Naga tribe was. They were confident in their strength. If the Naga tribe didn't open the array, they could break it by force. The Naga Queen's expression changed slightly. She could see that these people's strength had reached the territorial lord level. If they insisted on breaking the array wouldn't be able to withstand it. The greatest use of the array was its endurance. However, there was a limit to its endurance. If a few territorial lords attacked at the same time, the damage caused would be enough to break a hole in the array in a short time. However, their words and their disdainful attitude made the Naga Queen extremely angry. "Humph!" She snorted coldly. Her expression became extremely cold. There was even a trace of killing intent as she stared at the extraterrestrial humans outside. She couldn't understand. They were all extraterrestrial humans. Why was there such a huge gap between them? If these extraterrestrial humans could treat them as equals, they wouldn't be like this. It wasn't as if the array couldn't be opened. At this time, Wang Ting flew over with Marlin. He happened to hear what the Naga Queen said. He landed beside the Naga Queen and nodded at her. Then, he looked outside the array. When he saw the appearance of the people outside, he couldn't help but be surprised. He knew these people. However, he didn't know them. He had only met them once. With the arrival of Wang Ting, these people obviously recognized Wang Ting. They couldn't help but be stunned. "Wang Ting," the leader said in surprise. This person was Wan Dong, the leader of Mo's team whom Wang Ting had met on the way here. At this moment, Mo was also in the crowd. He looked at Wang Ting, who was behind the array, with a dumbfounded expression. Boom, however, he didn't have time to think. The star beast next to him pounced on him. Swoosh, the sharp claws of the poison star beast scratched his shoulder, leaving a deep cut. Blood splattered out. The blood was originally bright red. However, when it came into contact with the force of the poison star beast, it immediately turned green. Momo's expression changed slightly. Even though he was a poison warrior, he couldn't withstand the various poisons in the poison tide. He immediately lifted the sword in his hand and scraped off the poisoned flesh. Then, he took out an antidote elixir and swallowed it to suppress the spread of the poison. After doing this, his expression became even worse. Along the way, Momo had encountered too many poison star beasts. He had killed all the star force in his body. If it weren't for the elixir, he wouldn't have been able to make it here. His strength was at the bottom of the team. Compared to the territorial masters, he was too weak. If it was under normal circumstances, the others would help him from time to time since they were in the same team. However, at this moment, everyone couldn't even take care of themselves. It was difficult for them to take care of him. Even so, the others had saved him twice along the way. That was why he was able to survive until now. However, compared to the others, he was the weakest. Therefore, he was definitely the most embarrassed. In comparison, Wang Ting was in the array unscathed. At this moment, the two of them formed a sharp contrast. Momo felt ashamed. When the Naga Queen and the others heard the person opposite them call out Wang Ting's name, their expressions changed. Did they know each other? The Naga Queen looked at Wang Ting with a trace of vigilance in her eyes. They had never trusted the outsiders. Only Wang Ting had gained their trust after so many years. However, at this moment, their trust was shaken. Hey, isn't this that guy? Wang Ting acted as if he didn't see the Naga Queen and the others' expressions. He smiled at Wang Dong, who was outside the array. Wang Ting, you and I are both from the Cosmic Star Academy. Let us in. Wang Dong's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. We are all seniors. I should let you in. However, I have no choice. I am also living under someone else's roof. How can I make decisions for others? Wang Ting shook his head with a regretful expression. The Naga race are just aborigines. As long as you say the word, I don't believe they won't open the array. Wang Dong narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Will you open it? Wang Ting turned his head and asked the Naga Queen. The Naga Queen seemed to have understood something and said coldly, Ruwei Snake City does not welcome them. You see, your character is not good. They do not welcome you, Wang Ting said. Wang Ting, do you want to be enemies with us? Wang Dong's expression became extremely ugly as he stared coldly at Wang Ting. Do you want to be enemies with me? Wang Ting put away his smile and looked at them indifferently with a cold expression. How dare you? Wang Ting, who do you think you are? The people behind Wang Dong were a little irritated by the entanglement of the star beasts. When they heard Wang Ting's words, they immediately shouted. Wang Ting did not care and looked at them calmly as if he was looking at a group of clowns. Wang Ting, I admit that you are talented. The title of Star's Ranker sounds intimidating, but don't think that you are so great. A genius who has not grown up is nothing. Today, you did not know how to respect your seniors. I can teach you. Wang Dong stared coldly at Wang Ting and a dangerous light suddenly shot out from his eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Swords were drawn. The people behind Wang Dong also looked coldly at Wang Ting, as if they would attack as soon as he gave the order. The Naga Queen and the others looked solemn and were on guard. However, when they saw that Wang Ting was not on good terms with the other party, they were secretly relieved. As for the Starry Sky Academy and the Star's Ranker, they did not know and did not need to know. They only knew that as long as Wang Ting was not with the other party, he was still their friend. Ha ha ha. Wang Ting suddenly laughed. The Naga Queen and the others were slightly stunned and looked at Wang Ting in shock. They did not know why he suddenly laughed. What was so funny about what he said just now? Wang Dong could hear the mockery in Wang Ting's laughter. He was extremely unhappy and asked coldly, What are you laughing at? Wang Ting glanced at them and said, I'm laughing at your naivety. Do you think that you can flaunt your seniority just because you are a senior? Do you really think that being a senior is an honor? After cultivating for so many years, you are still at the domain master level. Don't you feel ashamed and have the nerve to be so arrogant? A bunch of ignorant people. You even taught me to respect my seniors. Who do you think you are? These words made Wandong's face turn red in an instant. Then, it turned from red to black, and from black to green. In an instant, his face changed 3 times. It was amazing, the people behind him did not look good either. This was the first time they had been mocked to such an extent because of their status as senior students. In the past, their status as senior students had allowed them to be respected by the new students. Therefore, they had developed a mentality that the new students should respect the senior students. Furthermore, their strength was indeed stronger than the new students, so the new students naturally did not dare to provoke them. However, Wang Ting did not take them seriously at all. Even if he was facing a group of domain masters, he would still scold them without hesitation. This kind of courage was not something an ordinary person could possess. Mo was stunned. At this moment, even he could not help but admire Wang Ting. How dare he scold the senior students? Wasn't this fellow too arrogant? Wasn't he afraid that the other party would break in? The strength of a group of domain masters was no joke. This array would probably not be able to stop them. Even though he thought that he was a genius, he could not help but rein in his arrogance and behave himself in front of these senior students. What right did Wang Ting have to be so arrogant? Mo could not understand. On the other side, the Naga Queen and the others looked at Wang Ting strangely. They realized that this fellow's ability to scold others was not much weaker than his strength. His mouth was really mean. Ahem, Wang Ting coughed dryly and said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not very close to them. We can see that." The Naga Queen nodded and said, "That's good. I don't want to be thrown out with them later," Wang Ting said. The Naga Queen did not know whether to laugh or cry. This fellow was really different from the other human tribes. He was also arrogant, but that kind of arrogance was not toward the natives. It was a kind of pride and confidence that came from the bottom of his heart. Even if he was facing someone stronger than him, he would not be afraid. She had never seen such a proud person before. The other human tribes seemed to be proud, but they did not have the same beliefs as him. When they met someone stronger than them, they would bow and bend their knees. That kind of so-called arrogance would only make people despise them. "Wang Ting, you are courting death." Wandong flew into a rage out of humiliation. He shouted at the people behind him, "Break the array." The group of people tried their best to get rid of the star beasts around them. They gathered together and were about to attack the array. "Since you want to fight, I'll play with you." Wang Ting sneered and suddenly rushed out. The array token appeared in his hand, allowing him to rush out of the array without any hindrance. "Ha ha ha, idiot, how dare you run out?" Wandong laughed viciously. He left the people behind and rushed towards Suemo. Originally, he wanted to break the array first. However, when he saw Wang Ting run out by himself, the resentment he had for Wang Ting made him put capturing Wang Ting first. "Earth Dragon Claw." A stern shout came from his mouth. The Earth Origin force in his body swept out and condensed into a huge yellow claw in the air. It looked like it was made of earth and stone. It grabbed at Wang Ting fiercely. A glint flashed across Wang Ting's eyes. He snorted coldly as he attacked. He didn't hold back at all when facing a domain lord. Ancient God Body, activate. True Dragon War Body, activate. The green jade glazed flame swept out and turned into flames. Wang Ting stepped out of the sea of flames and punched out with the flames. 5 Elements Fist. The flames condensed into a fist and smashed out with the terrifying physical strength of 2 powerful constitutions. Boom, the surrounding space was crushed and there was a loud explosion. The momentum made Wandong's expression change slightly. However, the attack had already been launched. It was too late for him to change his move. Bang, Wang Ting's fist, which was formed by green flames, collided with Wandong's khaki-colored sharp claws. There was a loud explosion. Kacha, a crisp sound was heard. The seemingly sturdy and thick yellow claw actually cracked under Wang Ting's fist. In the next moment, the huge khaki-colored claw exploded with a boom. Wang Dong's expression changed once again. The scorching heat and the immense power were all rushing towards him. He took a few steps back before he could stop himself. He stared at Wang Ting in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. The people behind Wang Dong were all shocked. They were obviously shocked by Wang Ting's sudden burst of power. Mo was stunned. He could not believe what he had just seen. What had he just seen? Wang Ting had actually clashed with their captain and gained the upper hand. The reason why Wang Dong was able to take on the role of team leader was naturally because his strength was the strongest amongst them, reaching Domain Lord level 4. Wang Ting, on the other hand, was only at the universe level. He had actually forced Wang Dong to retreat. It was hard to believe. They were all new students. How could the gap between them be so huge? His confidence had taken a hit. Naga Queen had long known that Wang Ting had power that far surpassed the universe level. He had even defeated a true Domain Lord level fighter before. Hence, she was not worried that he would not be able to defeat his opponent. However, the opponent had more people. There were a total of 7 Domain Lord level fighters. The other was a universe level fighter. It seemed like he would be easier to deal with. Hence, she rushed out of the array and stood shoulder to shoulder with Wang Ting. She stared coldly at Wang Dong and the others. Wang Ting glanced at the queen of the Naga race and nodded. Then, without any hesitation, he followed up with another punch towards Wang Dong. Bastard! Wang Dong felt humiliated. He was being suppressed by a universe-level fighter. Furthermore, his opponent was chasing after him. It was a great humiliation. Boom, his eyes flickered with a cold light, filled with hatred. Earth-type astral energy erupted from his body. I don't believe that you, a universe-level fighter, can go against me. Wang Dong snorted. He also threw a punch. His khaki force condensed and formed a fist print. It was solid and heavy. When the fist imprint was formed, the silhouette of a mountain appeared behind it. 7 Mountain Collapsing Fist. Wang Dong roared. The fist print followed his punch. The shadow of the mountain seemed to descend from the void and pressed down on Wang Ting. Wang Ting's eyes focused. He felt a different kind of power from this punch. However, he was not afraid. He used his 5 elemental fist to meet the attack. Boom, the 2 fist prints collided with a roar. It was as though they were frozen in midair. Neither could do anything to the other. At that moment, the shadow of the mountain behind the khaki fist print suddenly released a strong force and pressed down. Boom, Wang Ting's fist print started showing signs of collapsing. Cracks started appearing on it. After some time, it shattered abruptly and turned into countless flames that scattered in the air. Then, the shadow of the mountain continued to press down on Wang Ting. Ha ha ha. When Wang Dong saw this, he immediately burst out laughing. Do you think that you can withstand my mountain shattering with just your fist? Wang Ting's expression changed. This time, he felt the special power more clearly. Collapsing mountain intent? Wang Ting didn't have time to think. When the force came close to him, he threw 3 punches consecutively at the mountain illusion. Boom boom boom, under the explosion of the fist print, the attacks from both sides exploded. The residual force swept in all directions. Wang Ting was pushed back. That mountain-shattering intent wanted to invade his body, but under the superposition of the 2 constitutions, his body had long been strengthened to an inhuman level. Especially the rank 4 true Dragon War body, Pseudo. It was an existence that could block an attack from an area master. The power was finally dissolved. However, Wang Ting seemed to have thought of something as he felt the power. Suddenly, a white light flashed in Wang Ting's mind. Collapsing mountain, star destruction. He suddenly remembered that he had obtained a combat skill in the Federation of Orange. It was called the Star Destruction Axe. It contained the profound meaning of star destruction. The profound meaning of star destruction was very similar to the collapsing mountain intent. However, there was a huge difference between the star destruction profound that he had comprehended and the collapsing mountain intent that Wang Dong was currently displaying. As a domain lord, the collapsing mountain intent that Wang Dong had comprehended wasn't something that an ordinary person could compare to. This collapsing mountain intent is interesting. However, it's not as good as my star crippling profound. Wang Ting's eyes shone brightly, the star-crippling profound that he had comprehended before once again appeared in his mind. It was a pity that he had only comprehended 20% of the star-crippling profound, far from the other party's collapsing mountain intent. If he could raise the star-crippling profound, Wang Ting would definitely be able to rely on this power to crush his opponent. Originally, he had underestimated the star-crippling profound and didn't pay much attention to it. However, after seeing Wang Dong's collapsing mountain intent, he suddenly understood that this power wasn't ordinary. He swept his gaze and picked up the few attribute bubbles that Wang Dong had dropped. If it was any other time, he would wait until the battle ended before picking up the attribute bubbles. However, at this moment, he was very interested in the collapsing mountain intent. He wanted to see if there was any comprehension of the collapsing mountain intent within these attribute bubbles. Earth Element Star Force *3000, Earth Dragon Claw *1207 Mountain Collapsing Fist *1500 Mountain Collapsing Profound *300, 10%, 3000 points of Earth Star Force were directly absorbed into Wang Ting's body, causing his Earth Star Force to rise by a small amount. Earth Star Force, 257-003-0000, Universe Level 3, following which, there were 2 Battle Technique attribute bubbles. One was a Domain Lord level battle technique. Earth Dragon Claw, the power of this earth. Dragon Claw was something that Wang Ting had experienced before, it was still alright. If he faced a fighter of the same level, this battle technique was enough to give him an advantage. The main thing was that it was an Earth Claw type battle technique. Wang Ting didn't have this type of battle technique, but it could make up for it. At this moment, an image appeared in Wang Ting's mind. A sharp claw formed from Earth-attributed astral force abruptly appeared, resembling the claws of a dragon. It was abnormally sharp, yet exuded a heavy aura as it ruthlessly slashed out. Rumble, under this claw, a deep claw mark was left on the ground, its power was extraordinary. Earth Dragon Claw, Domain Lord Level 200-3000, Proficient, the 1200 attribute points allowed Wang Ting to raise this combat skill to the proficient stage. The other battle technique was stronger than the Earth Dragon Claw, it was a Sector Lord Pinnacle battle technique, 7 Mountain Collapsing Fist. Wang Ting was quite envious of this battle skill. When he saw Wang Dong use it earlier, he felt that this battle skill was pretty good. Now, he had directly picked it up. A scene suddenly appeared in Wang Ting's mind, as the fist print condensed, 7 illusory images of mountains appeared in the void. The illusory images of the mountains were extremely mysterious, as if they were real mountains. They had a majestic aura and a sense of majesty. Boom, the fist swept across the sky, and the shadows of the 7 mountains pressed down. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. It was extremely terrifying. This was the true might of the 7 mountains collapsing fist. That kind of attack was something that ordinary martial artists simply could not withstand. 7 mountain phantoms. Wang Ting's eyes shone with a strange light. The fist imprint that Wang Dong had displayed just now only had the shadow of a mountain. It was obviously much weaker. How many mountain phantoms could Wang Dong summon at most? Wang Ting was curious. Wang Dong was a domain lord after all. He couldn't have only grasped 1 mountain phantoms, following which, Wang Ting looked at his stats panel. 7 mountains collapsing fist, Sector Lord 500-5000, proficient. Wang Ting's grasp of the 7 mountains collapsing fist had reached the proficient level. He could now condense 2 mountain phantoms. At this moment, he understood. If he wanted to condense 7 mountain phantoms, he had to at least grasp it to the perfect level. At the same time, he had to incorporate the mountain collapsing intent into it. Only then would he be able to condense true mountain phantoms. Otherwise, it would only have the appearance and form, hence, Wang Ting looked at the last attribute bubble. Mountain collapsing profound meaning, it was indeed the mountain collapsing profound meaning, and it was 100% of the mountain collapsing profound meaning. A huge amount of comprehension immediately entered Wang Ting's mind. His comprehension of the mountain collapsing profound meaning rose rapidly, finally reaching 100%. In an instant, Wang Ting had a flash of understanding. Other mountain stones could be used to polish jade. Mountain collapsing, it was the mountain that was collapsing. Star collapsing, it was the star that was collapsing. back then, Wang Ting's star collapsing profound meaning had been converted from the mountain collapsing profound meaning. Now that he had comprehended it, this 100% mountain collapsing profound meaning could also be converted. One had to know that his comprehension was at the sector lord level. His earth talent was at the saint level. Such talent allowed him to easily convert the mountain collapsing profound meaning. Even if he needed a certain amount of time, he could use the blank attribute to erase the time difference. On the other side, just as Wan Ting was absorbing the attribute bubbles, Wan Dong saw that Wan Ting had actually blocked his mountain collapsing intent. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. He had originally thought that after unleashing the mountain collapsing intent that he was most proud of, it would be enough to crush Wan Ting. However, it was still blocked. This result was something he couldn't accept. Was Wang Ting really a universe-level fighter? This question surfaced in his mind, causing his expression to turn ugly. Roar! The poison-type star beasts and the poison wave charged towards the group again. The weaker star beasts didn't dare to get close. However, the pinnacle Middle Emperor star beasts weren't afraid at all. Get lost. Wan Dong was extremely frustrated. His eyes glinted coldly as he slammed his palm forward, killing a pinnacle Middle Emperor star beast. However, more and more poison-type star beasts were charging towards them. In addition to the poisonous fog surrounding them, they had to constantly defend themselves. They didn't dare to be distracted at all. Wan Dong's face was filled with anxiety. They had fought their way here and were already exhausted. They couldn't delay any longer. Break the formation! The terrible situation around them forced Wan Dong to suppress the anger in his heart. He immediately turned around and shouted at the others. When the others heard him, they immediately wanted to attack. The Naga Queen and the others' expressions changed slightly. You want to break the formation? Have you asked for my permission? Wang Ting sneered and waved his hand. A few huge figures appeared in the sky. It was Little White, Ironclad Scorpion, and the others. A few huge soul pets floated in the sky and looked coldly at Wan Dong and the others. Hong! Hong! Hong, the Snake Queen, as well as the other domain lords including Marin, all released their origin power at this moment. Such a powerful lineup caused Wan Dong and the others' expressions to change drastically. Originally, they thought that their opponents would at most be a few indigenous domain lords and Wan Ting. At most, there would be less than 5 domain lords. With such strength, they wouldn't be able to resist them. The indigenous domain lords couldn't be compared to them. No matter how talented Wan Ting was, he was only at the universe level. Although he had blocked Wan Dong's attack, almost no one believed that Wan Ting could win against Wan Dong. The difference in strength was still there. However, at this moment, the appearance of the powerful soul pets made them feel pressured. Although 2 of the soul pets were Middle Emperors, they emitted a fierce aura. It was obvious that they wouldn't be easy to deal with. From their bodies, Wan Dong and the others felt as if they were facing a starry sky behemoth. Even if there was a difference in strength between them and an adult star beast, they were at least infant star beasts. The other 2 beasts were even more outrageous. One of them was an upper-level Emperor Realm existence, and the last strange spirit pet was actually a peerless Emperor Realm existence. One peerless Emperor-level beast was enough to make them suffer. Not to mention the other soul pets added together. Their battle strength wasn't weak either. At this moment, Wan Dong and the others' expressions were completely stiff. There was a kind of disgusting feeling of being kept up. The atmosphere froze. Wan Dong and the others were all stunned. They didn't know whether to attack or not. It was very awkward. Mo stared at this scene in awe. His heart was pounding furiously. He felt that he had underestimated Wan Ting. Even his spiritual pet was so frightening. This fellow was a monster. It was better not to provoke him in the future. Come. Didn't you want to break the formation? Now continue. Wan Ting was lifted up by Little White. He stood on top of Little White's head and looked down at Wan Dong and the others. Wan Dong and the others, what the hell? How were they supposed to break this formation? The soul pets in front of them were enough for them to fight for half a day. The problem was, they might not be able to defeat them. They were now in the middle of the poison tide. If they went through a big battle, they wouldn't have much force left in their bodies. How were they going to face the poison tide then? Wandong and the others' faces alternated between green and white. They looked at each other and hesitated. "Captain, what should we do?" An area master asked Wandong in a low voice. Wandong wanted to curse. What should we do? How would I know what to do? But seeing everyone looking at him, Wandong knew that there was no time to hesitate. He had to make a decision as soon as possible. So he gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Fight. I don't believe that we, the area masters of Cosmic Star Academy, can't defeat a few natives and soul pets. Okay. Fight them. Let this Wangting know the strength of us seniors." The others were already holding back their anger. At this moment, they all looked at Wangting with murderous intent. "Very good, I admire your courage," Wangting said with a smile. In the next moment, his expression abruptly changed, and an explosive shout came from his mouth. "Fight!" Boom! 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 Whitey, Ironclad Scorpion, Elizabeth, and the Herm Python all rushed toward Wandong and the others. The Queen of the Serpentine Tribe and the area masters of the Serpentine Tribe didn't stay idle either. They might not be as strong as the extraterrestrial tribe, but if they couldn't defeat one of them, couldn't they fight 2 against 1? Now that they had the advantage in numbers, 2 against 1, they should be able to resist. They also had Wangting's help. As long as they were given time, the extraterrestrial tribe would be defeated one by one. In the past, when they faced the extraterrestrial tribe, they were always afraid. But now, they didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Wangting's aura instantly soared. His battle intent was incomparably strong. The two sides instantly collided. Wandong's face was ferocious. He rushed toward Wangting. He wanted to kill this person first. Those spiritual pets were obviously trained by Wangting. As long as he defeated this person, those spiritual pets would naturally be defeated. "Wangting, die!" Wandong roared and his fist print exploded again. 7 Mountain Crushing Fist. In an instant, 2 mountain shadows appeared. 100% of the mountain crushing ultimacy gathered in them and pressed down on Wangting. It was the same fist technique as before. Wandong was obviously very confident in his fist technique. Moreover, he didn't use his full strength just now. Now that he had released 2 mountain shadows, he didn't believe that Wangting could block his fist. When Wangting saw the 2 mountain shadows, he knew that his guess was right. Wandong didn't just control 1 mountain shadow. "Let's see if your mountain-crushing intent or my star-crushing ultimacy is stronger." A strange light flashed in Wangting's eyes. In the next moment, he decided to use the blank attribute to speed up the conversion of the star-crushing ultimacy. Add points. The star-crushing ultimacy was upgraded instantly. Wangting's 20% star-crushing ultimacy was upgraded rapidly and was advancing toward 100%. In just a breath's time, the conversion of the star-crushing ultimacy was completed and reached 100%. Originally, if he wanted to upgrade it from 20% to 100%, he would need 46,000 blank attribute points. However, since it was converted from 100% mountain-crushing ultimacy, Wangting only needed to spend 12,000 blank attribute points to upgrade the star-crushing ultimacy to 100%. Moreover, it was 100% complete. Star-crushing ultimacy 100,001,0000 100%. Subsequently, Wangting's eyes flashed. The corner of his lips curled into a smile. He clenched his fist and assumed the same posture as Wandong. 7 Mountain Crushing Fist. Boom, he threw a punch. Similarly, 2 mountain shadows appeared and 100% of the star-crushing ultimacy gathered in them. "What?" Wandong exclaimed in shock. When he saw the exact same fist technique, he could not believe his eyes. How could Wangting know the 7 mountain crushing fist? However, before he could think further, boom, in the next moment, the 2 horrifying fist prints collided violently. A terrifying roar erupted as if 2 mountains had crashed into each other. In fact, the 2 mountain shadows were also colliding with each other. The momentum was terrifying. Wandong's face turned pale. He did not expect Wangting to perform the 7 mountain crushing fist that he was most proud of. Moreover, he had also condensed 2 mountain shadows. This was a provocation. However, soon, a mocking look appeared in his eyes. This was because he saw Wang Ting's two mountain shadows shaking violently and cracks appearing. Ha ha ha, you haven't grasped the essence of the seven mountain crushing fist at all. You're just showing off in front of an expert. What a joke. Wandong's eyes were filled with mockery as he laughed proudly. Is that so? The smile on Wang Ting's face became even more eerie. Wandong frowned. He did not know why Suemo could still laugh. Moreover, his laughter was so unpleasant, in the next moment, he knew the reason. Boom, the illusory mountain that Wang Ting had created exploded. Dazzling yellow light burst out, and a huge star appeared in the sky. It was much scarier than his illusory mountain. Boom, then, the huge star shadow came crashing down, the huge star and the mountain. It was incomparable. The mountain shadows that Wandong had condensed trembled violently before they exploded. The energy from the huge star gushed out and charged toward Wandong. Puff, Wandong's face changed drastically. He retreated, but it was too late. The huge star hit him and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew out a few hundred meters before he came to a stop. His eyes trembled and his pupils constricted. He looked at Wang Ting in disbelief. He was injured at this moment. In their first fight, he was at a disadvantage. However, he was injured this time. He could not tolerate this. Wang Ting stood in the void. His long black hair swayed without wind. He looked at Wandong from afar and said, "It seems that your seven mountain crushing fist is not up to par." You. Wandong's eyes were about to spit fire. He was about to go crazy after being ridiculed. Most importantly, his seven mountain crushing fist had indeed lost to Wang Ting's seven mountain crushing fist in the previous fight. The seven mountain crushing fist was the combat skill that he was most proud of. However, it had been defeated by someone else. It was an unbearable feeling. No, there's something wrong with your seven mountain crushing fist. Wandong thought of the huge star shadow and stared coldly at Wang Ting. What's wrong with it? You said that there's something wrong with my seven mountain crushing fist because you can't master it. I think there's something wrong with your seven mountain crushing fist. Wang Ting curled his lips. The seven mountain crushing fist condenses the will of the mountain. What you used just now was definitely not the will of the mountain. You were just imitating my seven mountain crushing fist. Wandong's eyes shone with the light of wisdom. He seemed to have regained some confidence. Since it was not the same fist technique, his seven mountain crushing fist had not lost yet. Again. With a shout, Wandong's gaze turned cold. He punched out again and said, "The seven mountains crushing fist has a total of 7 mountain shadows. Now that I can use 4 mountain shadows, I'd like to see how much you can imitate." Imitate? Wang Ting smiled faintly. This guy was too naive. He did not know that other than imitating, there was another word in this world: cheating. I'll add attribute points until you collapse. Since his opponent was going to use 4 mountain shadows, Wang Ting could only pick up attribute points first. He looked around and saw that Wandong had dropped a lot of attribute bubbles when he used 2 mountain shadows. He could pick them up now. 7 mountain crushing fist * 3200 mountain crushing esoteric * 2100. 7 mountain crushing fists attribute increased by 3200 points. Unfortunately, it was still unable to break through the proficient level. Wandong's 4 mountain shadows had to be at least at the proficient level to be able to compete with it. Luckily, there was not much difference. He only needed to add another 1300 points. However, Wang Ting still planned to raise it to the intermediate proficient level. Wang Ting added a blank attribute and 7 mountain crushing fist was instantly raised to the proficient level. 7 mountain crushing fist, Sector Lord 40008000, proficient, rumble. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from the sky. Wandong punched out with a majestic aura. 4 illusory images of mountains appeared behind him, making him look even taller. He had a majestic aura about him. When the shadow of the mountain appeared, the surrounding void showed signs of collapsing. Spatial cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. Facing the 4 mountain shadows, he did not dare to be careless. He punched out as well. The star-crushing esoteric was completely integrated into it. Similarly, 4 mountain shadows appeared behind him and slowly formed. Not enough. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. The four mountain shadows were secondary. What was more powerful was the power within. Not only was it the mountain-crushing esoteric, but it was also the power of the realm. This Wandong was obviously playing tricks on him. He thought that if he hid it well, he would not be able to find out. However, Wandong would never have thought that Wang Ting's talent was so powerful. That weak trace of domain power could not escape his perception at all. Wang Ting's lips curled into a cold smile. At this point, the two of them were naturally serious. Wang Ting directly integrated the rank 6 Earth realm into the four mountain shadows. He had no choice but to do so. His realm power was destined to be different from his opponents. After all, he had not harvested the wool yet. At this moment, he could only use his own realm to replace it. Rumble, with the integration of the realm power, Wang Ting's mountain shadow suddenly had a sense of weight. In fact, the real attack was the huge star hidden behind the mountain shadows. The star's weight was undoubtedly far greater than a mountain's. At this moment, Wandong had completely condensed his attack. A trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. 7 mountain crushing fist. 4 mountain shadows. A furious roar came out of his mouth. His eyes were cold and his aura was awe-inspiring. Rumble, the 4 mountain shadows smashed out with the fist print and suppressed Wang Ting. Wang Ting's eyes were like lightning. He took a step forward and without any hesitation, his fist print swept across the sky. Rumble, the attacks of the two sides collided with a loud bang, causing a loud explosion. Wang Ting's mountain shadows exploded and turned into 4 huge stars. Majestic power surged out like a tidal wave. Humph. Wandong snorted coldly. The same trick is useless against me. Mountain crushing realm, open. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 mountain shadows seemed to be infinitely enlarged. They formed the shape of 4 divisions and revealed a mysterious aura. The area between the 4 mountains instantly turned into a special domain. An extremely mysterious power swept out. The shadows of the 4 great stars were all contained within that special domain. How can 4 ordinary stars escape from my palm? Wandong sneered and stretched out his palm. It was as if his palm had formed a world of its own. The 4 stars could not escape at all. He then clenched his fist. A terrifying power exploded in the special domain. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, the 4 huge stars shook violently. Cracks appeared on the surface of the huge stars. Dazzling light shot out from the huge stars. Wang Ting, you've lost. Wandong sneered. It's too early for you to be happy. Wang Ting's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. In the next moment, as if to comply with his words, the 4 huge stars suddenly exploded with a powerful realm power. As soon as the realm power appeared, it swept across the area and broke through all obstacles. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, a violent roar reverberated, and the 4 illusory mountains suddenly trembled. The power of the domains crashed into them, causing the special domains formed within to show signs of collapsing. 6th Order Realm. Wandong's expression changed slightly. His pupils shrank. One must know that even he had only raised his realm to the 6th order. Wang Ting was only at the universe level, but he had also raised his realm to the 6th order. It was hard to imagine that he was at the same level as him. But even though we're both at the 6th order, my collapsing mountain domain is at the top of most realms. You definitely won't be able to break it with brute force. Wandong's face showed a trace of confidence. He had absolute confidence in his collapsing mountain domain. In the past battles, his collapsing mountain domain had defeated many Cosmic Star Academy powerhouses of the same level. Therefore, his words were not baseless. It seems that the glory of Cosmic Star Academy has made you forget yourself. Wang Ting shook his head and shouted, "Break for me." Rumble, as soon as his voice fell, the 4 huge stars suddenly shone brightly. There seemed to be mysterious patterns appearing on them. A power that far surpassed the realm power spread out. It was the origin power. It was also Wang Ting's insurance for himself. Always leave a trick or 2 up your sleeve. As it turned out, it did come in handy. Wang Ting would never underestimate a realm lord level fighter, even more so in battle. The 4 huge illusory mountains finally couldn't take it anymore. With a boom, they collapsed and turned into countless specks of light. Pucci. Wandong's face was filled with shock, but he didn't have time to think. His realm was broken, and the backlash caused him to suffer a heavy blow. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, the 4 huge stars landed on his body and exploded. Boom, a terrifying origin power fluctuation swept across the area, and the violent explosion turned into an extremely yellow pillar of light that shot into the sky. The endless black mist formed by the poison tide was blown away, and many poison-type star beasts were caught in the crossfire. They didn't even have time to scream before they were enveloped by the pillar of light and disappeared. The people in the distance were attracted by the battle. Their faces were filled with shock. It seemed that their captain had suffered a heavy blow. On the other hand, Wang Ting had the absolute upper hand. They stared at the yellow pillar of light nervously. They were afraid that they would see their captain die in the next moment. The Snake Queen and the others also looked over. Their eyes were filled with shock. Although they knew that Wang Ting was strong, they were still shocked when they saw the scene caused by such a powerful attack. Under the roar of the pillar of light, the surroundings seemed to have fallen into an extremely heavy atmosphere. Time passed under such an atmosphere. The yellow pillar of light finally dissipated, revealing the situation inside. Wandong stood on the ground. His body was covered in wounds. He kept coughing out blood. He looked extremely miserable. How is it possible? Wandong's team members looked at the scene in disbelief. They couldn't accept the result. Their captain had been defeated, and he had lost miserably. A universe-level fighter had defeated their captain. Everyone fell into silence. Their hearts were shaken. Momo stood in the crowd. He was even more shaken. Originally, he thought that he was one step ahead of the others by joining the senior team to complete the mission. He couldn't help but feel proud. But now, it seemed that there was someone who had gone further than him. And that person didn't need to rely on anyone. He could live a better life than him just by relying on his own strength. When they were on the warship leaving Starry Sky Academy, they were even afraid that Wang Ting would want to join them and drag them down. Wandong hurriedly pulled him away. He was afraid that Wang Ting would stick to him. Now that he thought about it, it was ridiculous. Did he need to join the team? Not at all. Even a senior student like Wandong was no match for him. If Wang Ting joined their team, it was hard to say who would drag who down. The current situation completely explained one thing. Wandong was so short-sighted that he couldn't see what kind of strength Wang Ting had. On the contrary, the seniors of the Snow Child squad tried their best to win over Wang Ting from the beginning. They were the ones who really had the foresight. Sigh. Mo sighed faintly in his heart. He seemed to see an insurmountable chasm between himself and Wang Ting. A deep pit appeared where Wandong stood. He stared at Wang Ting with resentment, unable to accept the fact that he had lost to him. Swish, a figure flashed and Wang Ting appeared in front of Wandong. He slammed his palm down and pressed Wandong to the ground, blood flowing from his mouth. I don't like the look in your eyes. Wang Ting said indifferently as he stepped on Wandong's back. King. Tung. Wandong had never been humiliated like this before. He was instantly enraged. He squeezed Wang Ting's name out of the gaps of his teeth and shouted at the top of his lungs. Surrender or die? A long sword appeared in Wang Ting's hand. He gently placed it on Wandong's neck and said indifferently. Wandong felt a chill on his neck. He felt his scalp go numb and his body stiffen. The anger in his heart was extinguished by cold water and could not rise again. Wang Ting, we are from Sky Crane Hall. Have you thought about the consequences of offending us? Wandong swallowed his saliva and wanted to make a final struggle. Sky Crane Hall? I've never heard of it. I'm the president of Star Club. Have you thought about the consequences of offending me? Star Club has 100,000 genius martial artists. Believe it or not, I can flatten Sky Crane Hall with one order, Wang Ting said indifferently. The words that were at the tip of Wandong's tongue were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't bring himself to say them. What do you mean by 100,000 genius martial artists from the Star Association? Do you think I don't know that Star Club is just a newly established force, 100,000 genius martial artists? It's not even a problem if there are 10,000 of them. Besides, they are all new students. How strong can they be? Flattened Skycrane Hall? Are you *king kidding me? Wang Ting, my Skycrane Hall. Wang Ting stepped on Wan Dong's head and pressed his face into the soil. He looked like a dog eating mud. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. I'll ask you one more time. Will you submit or die? Woo woo woo. Wan Dong struggled frantically. His hands were on the ground as he tried to get up. However, under Wang Ting's foot, he could not resist at all. He could not even lift his head. When Wan Dong's team saw this, their facial muscles twitched violently. Their captain is so pitiful, this Wang Ting is probably a devil. A region master expert is actually being stepped on by him. Has he ever considered the feelings of others? A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Let go of that foot. Wang Ting, don't go too far. Let go of our captain, one of the region masters shouted coldly. Are you talking to me? Wang Ting raised his head and looked at the martial warrior who looked like a dog orc in the distance. He asked calmly. Under Wang Ting's gaze, he could not help but take a step back. However, he immediately reacted. His expression was ugly. He was actually frightened by a universe-level warrior. You. If you say another word, I'll kill your captain. You'll be the culprit who killed your captain, Wang Ting said. The dog-man warrior? *CK, you're really a dog. Wang Ting, my Skycrane Hall is not something your star guild can compare to. Another region master with long golden hair and an arrogant expression could not help but shout. Pucci, however, at this moment, Wang Ting did not give them a chance to react. He stabbed his sword into Wan Dong's body and fresh blood spurted out. At the same time, he lifted his foot. Ah! Wan Dong abruptly raised his head and screamed. The golden-haired region master, everyone looked at the golden-haired region master strangely, as though they wanted to know if he had any thoughts of ascending. The golden-haired region master? Continue speaking, Wang Ting said as he pointed his sword at Wan Dong's body. Cao Bo, are you trying to kill me? Wan Dong was trembling with fear. He didn't doubt that Wang Ting would really kill him. He endured the immense pain and shouted loudly. The golden-haired region master, the dog-man warrior, the poison tide was dark, and the poisonous fog was tumbling. It was extremely terrifying. Several figures sped through the poison tide. They exuded powerful auras, causing the surrounding poisonous star beasts to avoid them, not daring to get close. A figure was at the front, surrounded by golden light. Occasionally, the golden light would scatter and turn into specks of golden light. Occasionally, it would turn into the illusion of a magical golden sparrow. It enveloped Wang Ting's body and made him look like a real golden sparrow. The poisonous fog around him was pushed away, unable to get close. Behind him, several people followed closely, looking surprised. Telekinesis. Wan Dong's expression changed slightly. He thought that Wang Ting must have used all his strength to defeat him. However, when he saw Wang Ting use his telekinesis, he knew that he had never seen through this young man. Shock appeared in Cao Bo's eyes as he looked at Wang Ting. He couldn't imagine how strong this young man's talent was. At this moment, a hint of jealousy appeared in his heart. The other party was obviously much younger than them, but he had such powerful strength. His talent must be much higher than theirs. This kind of talent was rare even in the Cosmic Star Academy. The Serpentine Queen was also surprised, but she thought more. This golden light was obviously left behind by the Domain Lord Spirit Reader that Wang Ting had killed. However, it was now in Wang Ting's hands. Moreover, he was controlling it like it was his own arm. It seemed that he had completely grasped how to use this weapon. This was somewhat thought-provoking. Wang Ting had only obtained these weapons for a few days, but he had completely mastered them. At this moment, there was no sense of sluggishness. This kind of talent was simply shocking. The Serpentine Queen was more and more certain that the person in front of her was extraordinary. Jake glanced at Wang Ting. He was also shocked, but he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he looked around and observed the situation. The poisonous fog around them was getting thicker and thicker, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Everyone released their origin power to form a protective shield, but it was constantly being corroded by the poisonous fog. After flying for a while, they could no longer see any weak star beasts. Almost all the star beasts around them were middle-level star beasts. These mid-level emperor rank star beasts were blind and would charge over to attack them from time to time. The group had no choice but to exhaust their origin power to kill them. The entire process was extremely exhausting, therefore, even a domain lord-level expert couldn't stay in such an environment forever. Wang Ting, where are we going? Wan Dong and the others could not help but ask after noticing the situation. We're here. Wang Ting suddenly stopped. He floated in the fog and looked ahead. Wan Dong and the others were stunned. Just as he asked, they arrived. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have asked. It would make them seem impatient. Be careful. Wang Ting looked at everyone and reminded them. The eyes of Wan Dong and the others flashed, and they immediately became vigilant. In this fog, it was very difficult for them to sense their surroundings, and the thicker the fog, the harder it was for them to sense anything. Wang Ting would not remind them for no reason. According to their calculations, they were already close to the Scorpion King's atmosphere. At such a high altitude, the poisonous fog still existed. If there were any star beasts, they would be extremely terrifying. Although these Cosmic Star Academy geniuses were full of arrogance, they were not stupid and quickly realized something. Right at this moment, the fog in front of them suddenly started rolling violently. One after another, huge black shadows appeared, causing them to be extremely alarmed. What is that? Wan Dong asked in shock. The others' faces also became serious. They mobilized their origin power and looked ahead. The black shadows finally emerged. They were huge and ferocious-looking centipede star beasts. Their densely packed legs made one's scalp go numb. There are so many upper-level emperor rank star beasts. Qiao Bo's face turned ugly as he exclaimed. The others' faces were not any better. Although they were mentally prepared and guessed that there would be danger here, they never thought there would be so many upper-level emperor rank star beasts. Hiss, a series of rapid hisses sounded, revealing a fierce intent, as if to intimidate everyone. Human race cultivators, leave. Suddenly, a mental wave was transmitted. Wang Ting wasn't surprised. Upper-level emperor star beasts weren't dumb. Some star beasts were able to speak when they reached the king stage. Some star beasts were special. Even when they reached the emperor stage, they still couldn't speak. However, they could communicate with humans through spiritual waves. The centipede star beast in front of them was obviously one of them. When Wan Dong and the others heard this, their gazes turned solemn. Most of the star beasts in the poisonous fog did not have high intelligence and acted on their own. However, the centipede star beasts in front of them were not low-level star beasts. It seemed more difficult to deal with them. Everyone, let's kill these upper-level emperor centipedes. Wang Ting's eyes revealed a trace of coldness as he ordered indifferently. Are you crazy? This place is so dangerous. Who knows how many upper-level emperor rank star beasts there are? If they come out, I'm afraid none of us will survive, Wan Dong said anxiously. I said, let's do it. Wang Ting looked at him calmly and said indifferently. Wan Dong's face stiffened and his facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. Then, he subconsciously avoided Wang Ting's gaze. He was furious. Bastard, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? However, in front of Wang Ting, there was nothing he could do. As long as the poison in his body was not removed, he would not be able to escape from Wang Ting's clutches. Jikdo's eyes flashed, but he did not say anything. He immediately rushed out and attacked the giant centipede. Boom, a blade radiance erupted from his hand and slashed the giant centipede's hard body. Hiss, the centipede star beast hissed in pain. Its cold eyes flashed with murderous intent. Boom, its giant body suddenly rushed out and attacked Jikdo. The other centipede star beasts were enraged. When they saw their companions being attacked, they hissed and shrieked. Then, all the centipedes charged towards Wang Ting and his companions. A fierce battle broke out in an instant. Wan Dong and the others' faces were gloomy. They were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. However, they had no choice but to attack. Each of them unleashed an origin power attack and charged forward. Boom! 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 An earth-shaking roar immediately reverberated within the fog. The surrounding fog was stirred up and churned violently. Damn bootlicker. Kobo cursed in his heart as he attacked. He hated Jikdo to the core. If that guy had not been busy flattering Wang Ting, they would not have been in such a passive position. Wang Ting and the Serpentine Queen looked at each other and attacked at the same time. A battle sword appeared in the Serpentine Queen's hand. She slashed out and turned into a green sword radiance. It surrounded a centipede star beast and slashed its body. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. When he saw the Serpentine Queen's attack, he suddenly thought of Xianxia. Their combat skills were too similar, however, there seemed to be some differences, which puzzled him. What was the connection between the two of them? Hiss, 3 centipede star beasts charged toward Wang Ting. They hissed and wanted to attack him. Their tough bodies were like weapons. They swung their bodies and charged toward Wang Ting in a triangular formation. It's them. Wang Ting immediately recognized one of the centipede star beasts. There were traces of his previous attack on the centipede star beast. You're courting death. A cold light flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. He sneered. Did they think that they could defeat him with 2 more helpers? What a joke. Ancient God Physique, activate. True Dragon Physique, activate. In an instant, Wang Ting activated 2 physiques at the same time. A mysterious and complicated golden pattern appeared between his eyebrows. Faint golden blood flowed within his body, instantly erupting with an incomparably powerful blood qi. At the same time, a sea of green fire spread and enveloped Wang Ting. In the next moment, Wang Ting stepped out of the sea of fire. His body was covered in green dragon scales and there was a faint dragon's aura. The 3 centipede star beasts froze. They could not suppress the fear in their eyes. Dragon, compared to many star beasts, a dragon's bloodline was extremely noble. Their dragon's aura could make many star beasts fear them. This was the suppression of their bloodline. Boom, Wang Ting did not hesitate. While the 3 centipede star beasts were intimidated, the 5 elemental fist print burst out and charged toward them. At this moment, Wang Ting's physical body was enough to threaten upper-level royal grade star beasts. Bang! 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 The fist print smashed on the huge body of the 3 centipede star beasts. A dull sound echoed in the void. Wang Ting targeted the centipede's vital points and attacked it directly. His fists landed on the centipede's head, causing it to feel dizzy. It couldn't resist at all. Heat seeped into its body and disintegrated it from the inside. Hiss, the 3 centipede star beasts kept hissing. The shells on their bodies were indeed tough. Even with Wang Ting's strength, he couldn't kill them immediately. Wang Ting frowned. He scanned the centipede star beasts' bodies, trying to find a way out. Wang Ting, I found it. This is an ironback 1,000-legged centipede. Their weakness is at their abdomen, near their jaws. However, you have to be careful. The ironback 1,000-legged centipede's jaws secrete venom. It is extremely poisonous and can even kill a domain lord. Don't underestimate it. It hasn't used it yet. It's probably waiting for you to let your guard down. Yuan Gunggun's voice suddenly sounded in Wang Ting's mind. Ironback 1,000-legged centipede. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, its weakness is near its abdomen. A battle blade appeared in his hand. His body flashed and he activated escape light. He turned into a ray of light and appeared under the abdomen of an ironback 1,000-legged centipede. I'll start with you, boom. A golden blade light slashed out towards the abdomen of the ironback 1,000-legged centipede. Domain Lord Battle Technique, Golden Blade Technique. This blade was simple, but it was extremely sharp. The ironback 1,000-legged centipede's body was huge. Although it was agile, it could not compare to Wang Ting's escape light. Furthermore, within a certain range, it would not be able to use it. At this moment, Wang Ting had already attacked. Only then did it react. Hiss, the ironback 1,000-legged centipede let out a panicked hiss. Poochie, in its panic, a dark green light shot out from its jaws like an arrow towards the golden blade light. Chi, the dark green radiance landed on Wang Ting's golden blade radiance, producing a sizzling sound. Wang Ting was slightly shocked. His incomparably sharp golden blade radiance was actually corroded. This ironback 1,000-legged centipede's poison was indeed not to be underestimated. However, he was already prepared. The second slash followed, this time from an even more tricky angle. This second slash was the true killer move, containing the power of a metal attribute domain. Only the power of a domain could kill an upper-level Emperor-level star beast. Boom, the ironback thousand-legged centipede needed some time to secrete its poison. It had just spat out a stream of poison, so the second one would take some time. This time difference was Wang Ting's opportunity. The golden blade radiance instantly slashed near the ironback thousand-legged centipede's mandibles, opening up a long bloody gash on its abdomen. Hiss, the ironback thousand-legged centipede hissed at the sky. Fresh blood flowed out of the wound, and it died on the spot. 2 slashes. Having found its weakness, Wang Ting only used 2 slashes to finish off the ironback thousand-legged centipede. Most importantly, the blade art used to kill this ironback thousand-legged centipede was only at the domain lord level and not at the sector lord level. In the past, Wang Ting would have to use a sector lord level technique to kill an opponent above his realm. Otherwise, the power would not be enough. But now, he only needed 2 slashes to kill the ironback thousand-legged centipede, saving him a lot of origin power. Wan Dong and the others were facing the ironback thousand-legged centipede and were exhausted. The ironback thousand-legged centipede seemed to have only one attack, but its hard shell made them feel helpless. However, at this moment, they realized that Wang Ting only needed 2 slashes to finish off the ironback thousand-legged centipede. Its weakness is near the mandibles. Be careful of the poison, Wang Ting shouted. Wan Dong and the others' eyes flashed. As domain lord level experts, they naturally found a way to deal with it. They all looked for an opportunity to attack the ironback thousand-legged centipede's abdomen. In an instant, everyone had turned into experts at digging out the stomach. Soon, another 4 ironback thousand-legged centipedes were killed. Chaobo seemed to want to vent all the anger in his heart on the ironback thousand-legged centipedes. His attacks were especially ruthless. With a slash of his sword, he almost cut an ironback thousand-legged centipede into 2. Take it easy, don't damage the flesh and blood of the ironback thousand-legged centipede. It'll affect the taste. Wang Ting suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted. Everyone? Taste? What the hell? They were in the middle of killing when he suddenly said that it would affect their taste. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chaobo's face turned even darker. He felt that Wang Ting was targeting him. Continue, don't just stand there. Wang Ting shouted again. Humph. Chaobo snorted lightly, but there was nothing he could do. He could only continue hunting the ironback thousand-feet centipedes. With regards to Wang Ting's words, he did not dare to disobey. In the end, he was a little light in his attack. After all, the shadow of being ganged up on before had not dissipated, and he did not want to experience it again. Well done, I'll give you more food when we get back. Wang Ting nodded with satisfaction and said. Chaobo was speechless. What do you mean by more food? Wait, what is he going to give me? Chaobo looked at the ironback thousand-legged centipedes in front of him, and his face almost turned green. Damn it, this guy is trying to poison me to death. It must be, devil, this devil. The others also had strange expressions. They looked at the ironback thousand-legged centipedes in front of them, especially that green blood. They could not arouse any appetite at all. At one point, they felt that they should cut the ironback thousand-legged centipedes into pieces to prevent Wang Ting from really letting them eat it. Just then, something strange happened. Hiss. 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 The ironback thousand-legged centipedes suddenly let out a series of hisses, and then their huge bodies actually curled up like huge iron wheels. The densely packed legs were distributed all around like sharp blades. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. If the ironback thousand-legged centipedes curled up, how were they going to attack their abdomens? Swish, swish, swish. The ironback thousand-legged centipedes suddenly spun at high speed in the fog, and then rolled, turning into black shadows that shuttled back and forth in the fog. Boom, a strange wave suddenly swept out and filled the surroundings, enveloping Wang Ting and the others. This is the power of a domain. Wang Ting's eyes revealed a trace of a strange light. He did not expect the ironback thousand-legged centipedes to use this kind of method to display the power of a domain. It was really unique and very interesting. Soon, a special domain was completely formed. The ironback thousand-legged centipedes that had turned into iron wheels rolled in the domain and suddenly rushed toward Wang Ting and the others. Everyone could not help but be shocked, and they all attacked. Boom, one attack after another landed on the ironback thousand-legged centipedes that had turned into iron wheels, but in the end, they were all knocked away and collapsed. The ironback thousand-legged centipede was not injured at all, and it continued to rush toward the group. Swish, the ironback thousand-legged centipede's legs, which were spinning at high speed, had an extremely sharp intent, and they tore through the void, emitting ear-piercing sounds. Wandong and the others' expressions changed slightly, and they all raised the weapons in their hands to block. Clang! 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 A series of sparks were drawn from the collision, and the weapons in everyone's hands were instantly knocked away. Some people could not dodge in time and were cut by the ironback thousand-legged centipede's sharp legs, and blood spurted out. Ah! A warrior in Wandong's team screamed. His arm was almost cut off, and blood was flowing out. He was in so much pain that his head was covered in cold sweat. It's poisonous. The man's expression changed greatly. He felt as if he had lost all feeling in his entire arm, and the bright red blood was turning black at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, he soon found that the poison was rushing toward a certain part of his body, and then it was absorbed by the dormant black lotus in his body. This is... The man could not help but be shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. The poison that Wang Ting had planted in him could be absorbed. No, to be more precise, it could be swallowed. The black lotus could actually swallow the poison of the ironback thousand-legged centipede. Wu Qing, are you okay? Wandong frowned and asked loudly. I'm fine. The warrior named Wu Qing glanced at Wang Ting and shook his head. At this time, he was even more afraid of Wang Ting. He was not happy that the ironback thousand-legged centipede's poison had been absorbed. Instead, his heart became heavier. What kind of poison did Wang Ting plant in his body? It was so horrible. Judging from the performance of this poison, even if they invited a peak grandmaster alchemist, they might not be able to detoxify it. He's fine? Wandong looked suspicious. The ironback thousand-legged centipede's poison was definitely not simple. How could Wu Qing be fine? His gaze swept over Wu Qing's arm, and he was suddenly stunned. The blood that had turned black had returned to its bright red color. Was Wu Qing hiding some tricks? Wandong was puzzled, but the current situation did not allow him to think too much. The iron wheel of the ironback thousand-legged centipede attacked again after a round of attacks, and he could only dodge in a hurry. Activate the domain. Wang Ting shouted. Wandong was about to activate the domain, but when he heard Wang Ting's shout, he suddenly did not want to activate it. It was as disgusting as if he had eaten a fly. It was as if he had to listen to Wang Ting's orders. What are you waiting for? Hurry up! Wang Ting shouted again. Why did he capture these people? Of course, it was to use them at this time. Humph! Wandong snorted and activated the mountain-shattering domain, the shadows of the four. Mountains appeared and formed a mountain-shattering force, suppressing a few ironback thousand-legged centipedes that were charging at him. Boom, Wandong's strength was naturally not weak. At this moment, the ironback thousand-legged centipede could not resist and was bounced back. Its curled-up body involuntarily scattered. Now's the time. Wang Ting immediately made his move. In a flash, he appeared under the ironback thousand-legged centipede's abdomen and slashed with his saber, instantly reaping the life of the ironback thousand-legged centipede. Then, he charged at the next ironback thousand-legged centipede and used the same method to kill it. In the blink of an eye, 3 ironback thousand-legged centipedes died under Wang Ting's saber. Well done! Wang Ting praised with a face full of smiles. Wandong's face turned even darker. Why was he not happy at all? He felt like he was being used as a laborer. Continue. Wang Ting urged. Wandong. He was still injured. Was it really okay to exploit the injured like this? He took a deep breath and held back the vulgarities that were about to come out of his mouth. His eyes were fierce as he charged at the ironback thousand-legged centipede. The others could not help but look at Wandong sympathetically. Their captain was so pitiful. And you guys, are you just watching from the side? Wang Ting said. The others' faces turned bitter. They had just sympathized with Wandong, but in the blink of an eye, it was their turn. They had no choice but to unleash their respective domains and clash with the ironback thousand-legged centipedes. Wang Ting naturally took the opportunity to hunt down the ironback thousand-legged centipedes. He walked in the fog as if he was taking a stroll. He was very relaxed and casual, which was a stark contrast to the others. Only the Naga Queen was more relaxed. Her snake-like body swayed gently, making her look extremely seductive. Soon, under Wang Ting's wise leadership, all the ironback thousand-legged centipedes were finally killed. Then, Wang Ting stored the ironback thousand-legged centipedes' carcasses into his spatial ring for storage. Wan Dong and the others were panting. When they saw Wang Ting storing the carcasses of the ironback thousand-legged centipedes, the corners of their mouths twitched. They felt a little disgusted. Was this bastard really planning to feed them the ironback thousand-legged centipedes? Damn it, this demon, they would rather die than eat this kind of thing. Even if Wang Ting threatened them with the poison in their bodies, they would never eat it. Wang Ting did not care about what the others thought. After storing the carcasses of the ironback thousand-legged centipedes, he scanned the surroundings. His spiritual force immediately swept out to pick up the attribute bubbles. He laughed in his heart as his eyes lit up. This time, the rewards should be good. Poison star force * 11,500, blank attribute * 13,000, poison star force * 12,500, blank attribute * 15,000, poison star force * 13,000, blank attribute * 14,800, thousand-legged poison * 1,000 thousand-legged domain * 3000, good heavens! Wang Ting couldn't help but feel elated when he sensed the boundless poison attribute star force in his body. In an instant, Wang Ting's poison star force broke through from the 7th level of the universe level to the 8th level, and it was still rising. Poison star force, 685,008,0000, 8th level of the universe level. In the end, the poison star force slowly came to a stop and stopped at 68,500 points. He was not far from breaking through to the 9th layer. This increase was terrifying. Every major level had 9 minor levels, and these 9 minor levels were harder to increase as one progressed. Wang Ting had actually completed the promotion in an instant. If others knew about this, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. However, thinking about the dozen upper-level Emperor-level star beasts, almost every one of them could provide more than 10,000 points of poison star force. It was not strange that Wang Ting could improve so quickly. Wang Ting suddenly felt that it was wise of him to drag Wan Dong and the others to be his coolie. If he had done it himself, it would not have been so easy. Originally, he was prepared to kill these ironback thousand-legged centipedes himself. Who would have thought that Wan Dong and the others would run into him? It would be a waste. If Wang Ting did not use such a good coolie. Thinking of this, he could not help but look at Wan Dong and the others with a motherly smile. Wan Dong and the others suddenly felt a chill and could not help but shiver. Other than that, Wang Ting had also obtained a large number of blank attributes, causing his blank attribute reserve to soar again. Blank attribute, 3854000. Seeing that his blank attribute was nearing 4 million, Wang Ting was instantly happy. Satisfied, then, Wang Ting looked at the other 2 attribute bubbles. Thousand-legged poison, thousand-legged domain. One was the poison secreted by the ironback thousand-legged centipedes, the other was the domain power used by the ironback thousand-legged centipedes. To Wang Ting, these 2 attribute bubbles were useful, but they were not that useful. After all, he could not roll around like the ironback thousand-legged centipedes. That did not suit his temperament. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Wang Ting's mind as he seemed to have thought of something. The poison-tide domain could imitate all kinds of poisonous star beasts, and it was not impossible for the ironback thousand-legged centipedes to imitate them. Then, the thousand-legged domain could be integrated into the poison-tide domain. Thinking of this, Wang Ting suddenly had an epiphany. He could give it a try when he was free in the future. These were the attribute bubbles dropped by the ironback thousand-legged centipedes. Wan Dong and the others had also dropped many attribute bubbles in the battle just now. At this moment, Wang Ting picked them all up. Earth element star force * 12,500, 7 mountain crushing fist * 1,000 mountain crushing domain * 5,200, fire star force * 11,800, wood element star force * 12,100, metal star force * 13,500. As these attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body, two types of force in his body suddenly broke through. Boom! Boom! Two booming sounds could be heard from the small universe in his body, and two majestic forces were circulating within. One was green, and the other was yellow. Wang Ting's wood star force and earth star force both broke through. Wood star force, 8900400000, universe level 4, earth star force, 1120040000, universe level 4. These two types of force had broken through from universe level 3 to universe level 4, causing the force in Wang Ting's body to become even stronger. Previously, when Wang Ting was fighting with Wan Dong and the others, he had already picked up a wave of attribute bubbles, which was why he could break through so smoothly this time. The other types of force had also increased, but it was not enough to break through, so Wang Ting did not pay attention to it. Other than that, Wang Ting picked up the attribute of 7 Mountain Crushing Fist again. However, it only increased by 1,000 points, and the increase was not much. It seemed like Wan Dong's fleece was almost done. This sheep was about to be crippled. Wang Ting felt that his mastery of 7 Mountain Crushing Fist might even exceed his opponent. 7 Mountain Crushing Fist, Sector Lord level 72008000, proficient, just a bit more and it would reach small success from proficient, but Wang Ting did not bother about it for now. He would think about it when it was useful. There was another attribute bubble, which was Wan Dong's Mountain Crushing Domain. Previously, when Wang Ting was fighting with Wan Dong, he had picked up this Mountain Crushing Domain, and it had already reached level 2. This time, he picked up another 5,200 points, and Wang Ting's Mountain Crushing Domain rose once again. Mountain Crushing Domain, 18004000, level 4. In an instant, Wang Ting's mind flashed with enlightenment, causing his mastery of the Mountain Crushing Domain to reach level 4, directly crossing 2 levels. I can turn it into the Star Crushing Domain, and then merge it into the Meteor Domain. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with light as he thought to himself. His Meteor Domain had merged with various domains, and was already very powerful. If he merged it with the Star Crushing Domain, which was evolved from the Star Crushing esoteric meaning, it would be even more overpowered. Thinking about the power of the Meteor Domain, Wang Ting was a little excited. The more overpowered it was, the more he liked it. Unfortunately, other than Wan Dong who could provide him with some domains, the others could not provide him with any domains. The other members of Wan Dong's team all had very ordinary 5 elements domains, and they were not as good as Wang Ting's, so they could not provide him with any domains. On this point, Wang Ting was helpless. He had risen too quickly. Even his fleece did not grow as fast, so how could he harvest it? After Wang Ting picked up all the attribute bubbles, his strength increased by a huge amount. As the saying goes, people are in high spirits when faced with joyous events. At this moment, he was in high spirits and looked at Wan Dong and the others with a smile. Wan Dong and the others still didn't know what benefits Wang Ting had gained from the battle just now. When they saw Wang Ting smile, they subconsciously thought that he was up to something again and couldn't help but take a step back. For example, Wan Dong and Xiao Bo, who were ordered around by Wang Ting just now, were even more afraid of Wang Ting. They took a few steps back and hid behind the crowd, hoping that Wang Ting wouldn't see them. However, their actions were seen by the other party. They couldn't help but look at each other, their eyes drifting, and their faces showing a trace of awkwardness. The dignified domain lord-level genius of Cosmic Star Academy was actually scared to this extent by a universe-level fighter. How embarrassing. What are you two doing at the back? Do you think I can't see you? Wang Ting's face was full of black lines. He stopped smiling and glared at them. The others were stunned and couldn't help but turn to look at Wan Dong and Xiao Bo with a strange expression. If Wang Ting hadn't said anything, they wouldn't have noticed when these two guys ran behind them. Were they scared? Under everyone's gaze, Wan Dong and Xiao Bo's expressions became even more awkward. Their faces were burning, and they almost wanted to find a hole to hide in. Am I that scary? Wang Ting asked. We just exhausted ourselves and were resting at the back. Wan Dong's eyes flashed as he said seriously. That's right, we just wanted to recover as soon as possible, Xiao Bo said coldly, but his words showed that he was guilty. "Oh. So that's how it is." Wang Ting looked at them meaningfully but didn't expose them. He asked, "How's your recovery?" "It's okay, a little," Wang Dong said. "In that case, you two will lead the way and let the others recover," Wang Ting said. Wang Dong, Chao Bo, seeing their expressions, Jikdo, Wu Qing, and the others wanted to laugh, but in the end, they held back. After all, they were members of the same team, and one of them was even their team leader. They had to give them some face. "Go, buy some time for your teammates to recover," Wang Ting encouraged. The two of them felt extremely sullen, but they had to bear the consequences of their own actions. They could only grit their teeth and fly forward. "It's not that way, it's this way, 300 meters to the left." "Fly straight ahead," Wang Ting commanded from behind. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Anger rose in Wang Dong and Wang Ting's hearts. A sense of irritation filled their hearts. Gritting their teeth, they followed Wang Ting's instructions and flew over. Wang Ting waved his hand and led the others to follow behind. In fact, after dealing with the group of ironback thousand-legged centipedes, there was no longer any danger in the vicinity. The true danger lay within the ancient building. However, Wang Dong and Wang Ting didn't know this. They thought that since Wang Ting wanted them to lead the way, there must be some danger, so they were even more careful. After flying for 300 meters, they stopped for a moment to observe their surroundings before continuing forward. The distance of a few thousand meters took them 5 minutes to fly. Wang Ting wasn't in a hurry. He enjoyed the anxious looks of the two from behind. It was very interesting. Jikdo and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They felt that Wang Ting was too mischievous, toying with two area lords. Not long after, they suddenly discovered a problem. The fog in front of them was slowly dissipating, and the originally dense poisonous fog became extremely thin. Then, it suddenly became clear, an extremely shocking scene appeared in front of them. "This is..." Wang Dong and Chao Bo were flying at the front. When they saw the scene in front of them, their eyes widened in shock. Behind them, Jikdo and the others quickly saw the scene in front of them. They were also extremely shocked, and their hearts trembled. The Serpentine Queen stood beside Wang Ting, and her pupils contracted. Even though she had heard from Wang Ting about what was in the depths of the poison tide, she couldn't help but be inexplicably shocked when she saw the scene in front of her. It was too spectacular. Ancient buildings sat on top of the fog. They were grand and majestic, and there was a sense of vicissitudes. If it wasn't for the poisonous fog below, and if it wasn't for the strange shapes of the buildings, this place would really look like a palace where a true god expert resided. Wang Dong and the others finally understood why Wang Ting wanted to bring them here. It turned out that there was such a place hidden in the depths of the poison tide. For a moment, everyone's eyes lit up. Such a complex of ancient buildings could only mean one thing: inheritance, treasure. They didn't need to think too much to guess that there must be an unimaginable treasure or inheritance in this ancient building. Wang Dong and the others' eyes instantly revealed greed, and their eyes turned red. It was as if they saw a peerless beauty lying naked in front of them, allowing them to do whatever they wanted. "There's danger." At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out, and everyone was so shocked that they almost jumped up. Wang Dong and the others instantly quivered, and they looked around with a serious expression. Force exploded from their bodies, and they were ready to fight. However, it was quiet all around, and there was nothing at all. Not to mention danger, even the poison-type star beasts in the fog below didn't come close at all. Everyone was speechless. Everyone looked at Wang Ting with black lines on their heads, and the resentment in their hearts was about to burst out from their chests. "Don't look at me like that. I'm just reminding you to be careful," Wang Ting said nonchalantly. "Oh right, don't forget about the poison in your bodies. This poison of mine is very strange. If anyone isn't obedient, it will explode on its own. With a boom, your body will be gone. Don't you think that's scary?" "What the f***ck do you mean by scary?" Regardless of whether it would explode on its own like Wang Ting said, the poison in their bodies couldn't be faked. Wang Dong and the others felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on their hearts, and all their greed was instantly extinguished like a flame. At this moment, they finally understood why Wang Ting had poisoned them. It wasn't just to prevent them from betraying him, but also because of the ancient buildings in front of him. Wang Ting had already thought of everything. He had treated them as laborers, and they didn't even realize it. Wang Ting, you're really a dog. Yuan Gungun couldn't help but ridicule him. What do you know? Wang Ting said angrily. These people aren't easy to control. You should be careful, Yuan Gungun reminded him. Of course, I know. Wang Ting nodded to himself. Yuan Gungun knew that Wang Ting had his own ideas, so he didn't say anything else. This guy was more cunning than anyone else, and probably no one could fool him. Alright, let's go up and take a look. Wang Ting put on a smile and said, after all, we're all on the same side. I'll see how you perform later. If there's anything good, maybe I'll share some with you. Of course, everything will be based on contribution. Whoever contributes more will get more benefits. I don't think I need to say more about this. Give a carrot after a stick. Wan Dong and the others knew what Wang Ting was planning, but they still felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe they could really get a lot of benefits. In front of the buildings was a square paved with black stones. Wang Ting led the others to land on it. Be careful. There's danger in this building. Wang Ting glanced around and reminded the others as he walked forward. Wan Dong and the others' eyes flashed. They didn't dare to be careless. They carefully observed their surroundings and followed Wang Ting to the buildings in front. These buildings were like ancient castles. The style was very strange, but it wasn't unusual in the universe. There were thousands of races in the universe, and each race had its own style of building. The buildings in front of them were obviously built by a special race. However, Wang Ting found that these buildings were very similar to the Nagas, but they were more ancient and magnificent. Do any of you know which race this building belongs to? Wang Ting asked casually. He wasn't just asking Wan Dong and the others, he was also asking Yuan Gungun. Wan Dong and the others looked at each other. They couldn't tell which race this building belonged to. It should be the Naga race's building. Yuan Gungun said in Wang Ting's mind. The Naga race. Wang Ting searched the Void Devourer beast's inherited memory and found the relevant description. He said, so, it's the Naga race. Yes, it's the Naga race. They should be the ancestors of the Naga race on the Scorpion King planet. It seems that the Naga race's origin is not simple. Yuan Gungun said in surprise, the Naga race is very rare in the universe now. Something happened in the past that caused the Naga race to decline completely. It's rare to see them now. However, the Naga race's talent is very strong. They also have a long lifespan. This is a natural advantage. For warriors, they are born with a long lifespan. As long as they cultivate step by step, they can surpass many people. Wang Ting nodded. He also saw this description in the Void Devourer beast's inherited memory. However, the reason for the decline of the Naga race was shrouded in fog. He didn't know. At this time, he couldn't help but look at the Naga queen beside him. If she knew that he had such an extraordinary origin, how would she feel? However, looking at the appearance of the Naga race on the Scorpion King planet, it seemed that their bloodline was very weak. The only one who was closer to the Naga race was little Qing'er. According to the description in the inherited memory, the Naga race had many different and powerful bloodlines. The ancient Great Sea Python bloodline was one of them. Little Qing'er was able to awaken this bloodline power. Obviously, there were some signs of atavism. As she became stronger in the future, she should be able to stimulate the hidden bloodline in her body and become a real Naga. There were still some differences between the Naga race and the Naga race on the Scorpion King planet. The nobility could be distinguished from the surface. Little Qing'er's appearance was still very different from the Naga race. Wang Ting was communicating with Yuan Gungun about the Naga tribe in his mind, but the others were still confused. Do you see anything? Wang Ting asked the Naga queen. It seems to be similar to the buildings of my tribe. The Naga queen shook her head and said. Do you know about the Naga tribe? Wang Ting asked through telepathy. The Naga queen was stunned. She frowned and pondered for a moment. Then, she replied through telepathy, I seem to have heard my teacher, who was the previous Naga queen, mention it. Is that so? Wang Ting touched his chin and explained the origin of the Naga tribe through telepathy. So, we are actually the descendants of the Naga tribe? The Naga queen's eyes flashed as she asked quickly. Yes, but the bloodline should be very thin, Wang Ting said. The Naga queen did not speak again. She was silent, and no one knew what she was thinking. This news was a little shocking to her. The extraterrestrial humans had always called them aboriginals, and they had always thought that they were the aboriginals of this small world. She did not expect that they had such a complicated origin. Wang Ting smiled and did not say anything more. He walked to the building and looked at it. Many of the buildings were broken, and only a few were left. He put his hand on one of the walls. Boom, the wall collapsed and turned into dust in an instant, disappearing. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that the wall they were looking at would disappear so easily with just a touch. Can you tell the era of these buildings? Wang Ting asked. Wan Dong and the others shook their heads. They were not archaeologists. How could they know this kind of knowledge? Many of the things left behind by the strong could be eroded by time. It was impossible to tell the era, so it was meaningless to study them. Wang Ting swept out his mind power, and a large piece of the broken wall turned into dust and disappeared. The things in the building were immediately clear. There was nothing. Wan Dong and the others looked at it one by one, but they were disappointed. Wang Ting frowned. That dangerous aura also disappeared after the ruins disappeared. How strange. Let's continue forward. Try not to rashly enter the building, Wang Ting said. The group continued to walk towards the front of the building. Fortunately, there was an open space outside the building that was similar to a square for everyone to walk on. There was no need to go deep into the building. This place was too empty, without the slightest sound. At this moment, only the sound of everyone's footsteps could be heard, echoing as they walked. Everyone had already tried their best to lighten their footsteps, but they still made some noise. This was inconceivable. They were all domain lord level martial artists. Normally, they wouldn't make any noise when they walked, but here, their voices seemed to be amplified. However, some of the sounds were normal. In comparison, it was extremely strange. There's something strange here, Wan Dong couldn't help but say. Everyone glanced at him. His meaning was obvious. Everyone could see it. Wan Dong looked embarrassed. He was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. He shouted coldly, "Who is it? What happened?" The others were shocked as they followed Wan Dong's gaze and looked inside the building. Wan Dong didn't say anything. He stared at one spot and then scanned his surroundings. What's going on? Chaobo couldn't help but ask. A black shadow flashed by just now, Wan Dong said. A black shadow? Chaobo's eyes revealed a trace of suspicion. He said, "That's impossible. If there's a living thing here, how can we not sense it?" The others frowned. Clearly, they didn't sense it either. I didn't see wrongly. It was a black shadow that flashed by. It was very fast, Wan Dong said with a serious expression. When everyone saw his expression, they couldn't help but be stunned. It didn't seem like he was joking. Was there really a black shadow? I saw it too, Wang Ting said at this moment. His spiritual force had been scanning the building, but he didn't sense the existence of the black shadow. Instead, his eyes saw the black shadow flash by. When everyone heard Wang Ting say this, they were even more surprised. Did you see what it was? Wan Dong asked. I didn't see it clearly. Wang Ting shook his head. His heart was very heavy because even though he had activated his Eye of Truth, he still couldn't see where the black shadow was hiding. To be honest, if Wan Dong hadn't seen the same black shadow, he would have thought that he had seen wrongly. Look carefully, Wang Ting said. He pushed his spiritual force across the building, and a large part of it turned into dust and disappeared. Wan Dong and the others immediately focused their eyes, but they still didn't see anything. Let's keep moving forward. Wang Ting shook his head regretfully and walked forward. After a while, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded. I saw it, I saw it. A female martial artist in the group suddenly shouted. She spoke very loudly in the first half of her sentence, but she lowered her voice in the second half as if she was afraid of being overheard. Everyone stopped abruptly and looked at the female martial artist. Dong Lei, you saw it too? Wan Dong looked at the female martial artist with long orange hair. She had a pretty face, but she looked a little nervous at the moment. He hurriedly asked. I saw it, but I didn't see it clearly either, Dong Lei said. The others' expressions changed slightly. A third person had seen it, so it seemed that it really existed. Wang Ting pushed down the building and turned it into dust. As expected, there was nothing. But then, everyone in the group saw the black shadow flashing one after another. First, it was the queen of the Naga tribe, then it was Momo, then it was Wu Qing, Ji Keto, Chao Bo. Everyone saw it, but almost only one person saw it. No one else saw it at the same time. Wang Ting was the only one who saw the black shadows that kept appearing. The only regret was that he still couldn't see the other party's face clearly. Everyone's scalp went numb, and they felt that this place was full of strangeness. If only one or two people saw the black shadow, it wouldn't be a big deal. But so many people saw it, and they couldn't see the other party's face clearly. That was a problem. Could it be a ghost? Dong Lei suddenly said with an unnatural expression. Ghost? Are there such things as ghosts in this world? Wan Dong snorted disdainfully and said, to us martial artists, a ghost is a soul body. Only the strong can leave behind a soul body, and they can't wander outside as they please. Do you think that black shadow could be a soul body? But if it's not a ghost, then what is it? Dong Lei also knew that her thoughts were stupid, but she couldn't help but think about it. She felt scared. It can't be a ghost anyway, Wan Dong said with certainty. Wang Ting ignored their argument and slowly walked forward. He wanted to find something useful. It would be better if there were words. At least he could infer some clues from the words. Wang Ting, what do you think that black shadow is? Yuan Gungun asked in a serious voice. Maybe it's really a ghost, Wang Ting said with a faint smile. Did you see something? Yuan Gungun was a little surprised and asked suspiciously. No, who doesn't know how to make wild guesses? Wang Ting said. Yuan Gungun was speechless. It turned out that this guy was also making wild guesses. He almost believed him. Boom, at that moment, a loud boom came from the distant building complex. A large number of buildings collapsed and turned into dust. What's going on? Everyone was shocked and became alert. Wang Ting frowned too. He increased his speed and dashed forward. Wan Dong and the others' eyes flashed and quickly followed. Boom, another loud boom. The dust from the collapsed buildings was blown away in all directions. Force attacks shot up into the sky. Let's go. A loud shout came from the building, followed by the sound of something breaking through the air. A group of people rushed out of the building. Wang Ting suddenly stopped and narrowed his eyes. There were other people here. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who discovered the secret of this large-scale poison wave. The group of people only heaved a sigh of relief after they rushed out of the building. However, they quickly noticed Wang Ting and his teammates. They were shocked and stopped in their tracks. They stood a few hundred meters away and stared at Wang Ting and his teammates vigilantly. Damba. The Serpentine Queen suddenly spoke, a trace of coldness flashing in her eyes as she stared at the people in front of her. At this moment, a group of Serpentine people appeared in front of them. However, there were also a few human race warriors among the Serpentine people. Judging from their clothes and armor, they were students of the Starry Sky Academy. The Serpentine people also saw Wang Ting and the others and their eyes revealed surprise. However, both sides didn't speak and just looked at each other. Song Zhu, it's actually you. The leader of the opposite side was a tall and muscular Serpentine man. His lower body was an extremely thick dark green snake tail. Compared to the Serpentine Queen's slender body, it was extremely strong and rough. Song Zhu. Song Zhu. Wang Ting couldn't help but call out in his heart. The Serpentine man's face was extremely dignified and his voice was very rough. He frowned at the Serpentine Queen and asked in a questioning tone. Why are you here? What does that have to do with you? The Serpentine Queen sneered. She was not a pushover either. Ha ha ha, you're indeed the Serpentine Queen. You're still so unyielding. What do you think of the matter I mentioned last time? Marry me and join forces with my ostrich city. We'll definitely dominate the entire Scorpion King planet. The Serpentine man named Damba didn't take the Serpentine Queen's cold words seriously. Instead, he laughed loudly. In your dreams. The Serpentine Queen's eyes became even colder as she said coldly. Wang Ting looked at the Serpentine Queen with a strange expression. He didn't expect that the queen of a race would be forced to marry someone. Songzhu seemed to feel Wang Ting's gaze. She suddenly turned her head and glared at him. Ahem. Wang Ting coughed dryly and shrugged his shoulders. Damba's gaze fell on Wang Ting. His face darkened as he asked faintly, Songzhu, who is this friend? Songzhu snorted and didn't even bother to answer this time. Damba was a little embarrassed. He looked at Wang Ting and apparently recognized him. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes as he asked, Friend, are you from outer space? That's right. Wang Ting glanced at the serpent man in front of him with great interest and smiled faintly. I also have a few friends from the outer sky race. Damba stepped forward a few Starry Sky Academy warriors beside him and smiled, Do you know them? Which Starry Sky Academy are you from? A short-haired youth beside Damba stepped forward and asked. There were many students in the 7-star academies, so it was normal that they did not know each other. The 7th Starry Sky Academy. Wang Ting smiled faintly and did not hide anything, directly answering. So it's the students of the 7th Starry Sky Academy. The youth and the warriors behind him suddenly had a trace of contempt in their eyes as they said faintly. The 7th Starry Sky Academy was at the bottom of the 7-star academies, and the students of the other academies did not pay much attention to them. The attitude of these people at this time also explained this problem. Wan Dong and the others did not look good, they obviously felt that they were being looked down upon. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, but he did not care, and asked with a smile, Which Starry Sky Academy are you from? The 3rd Starry Sky Academy. The leading youth said proudly. Wan Dong and the others' faces changed, it was actually the students of the 3rd Starry Sky Academy. Among the 7-star academies, the students from the top 3 academies were undoubtedly the strongest, and the students from them were relatively stronger than the other academies at the bottom. Hearing that the other party was a student of the 3rd Starry Sky Academy, Wan Dong and the others did not care about being looked down upon, and their faces all became dignified. It's an honor to meet you. Wang Ting cupped his fists. Since you have also found this ancient building complex, why don't we explore together? The leading youth nodded and said flatly. I have no objection. Wang Ting smiled. Damba frowned, but in the end did not say anything. He was extremely wary of these outer sky humans, and they took the initiative to cooperate with him, so he agreed. Now was not the time to fall out with them. Suddenly he saw the serpent woman queen opposite him, and his heart moved. He transmitted a few words to her, trying to form an alliance with her. But the serpent woman queen just calmly glanced at him, the corners of her mouth curling into a mocking smile, and did not even reply. Want to cooperate with her, just him? In comparison, she was obviously more willing to believe in Wang Ting, and Wang Ting was obviously stronger. When Wan Dong and the rest saw that Wang Ting had agreed to join them, they did not say anything. They knew that there was no point in arguing. Especially when they saw the smile on the corner of Wang Ting's mouth, for some reason, they suddenly wanted to observe a moment of silence for the students of the 3rd Starry Sky Academy. This guy was definitely trying to trick him. Did you encounter any dark shadows along the way? The young man in the lead asked. Let's each ask a question, Wang Ting said. Sure. The young man in the lead said. I see it. Wang Ting said. What is it? The leading young man asked. It's my turn to ask. Wang Ting smiled and asked, What did you encounter just now? Why are you panicking? Black shadow. The leader frowned and said. Oh? Wang Ting was surprised that the black shadow would attack people. Wan Dong and the rest were also surprised. They did not expect the black shadow to attack people, but judging from the attacks of this group of people, the black shadow's attack was probably not weak. Otherwise, they would not have burst out with such a powerful attack. Now it's your turn to answer my question. The leading young man said. I didn't see it clearly. Wang Ting spread out his hands. The leading young man. Mother asterisk Kerr, you made it sound like you saw it. You made me look forward to it for nothing. Did you see it clearly? Wang Ting asked. No. The leading young man glanced at Wang Ting and chuckled. That black shadow was very strange. It's normal that you didn't see it clearly. Wang Ting also chuckled. By the way, what is your name? I'm Guan Yu, these are my teammates. The leading young man, Guan Yu, introduced himself. I'm Wang Ting, they are also my teammates. Wang Ting pointed at Wan Dong and the rest and said. Teammates? Wan Dong and the rest looked at him expressionlessly. You can barely be considered as his teammates. Wang Ting. Why does this name sound a little familiar? Guan Yu frowned. The expression of one of the people behind him changed. His lips moved slightly as he hurriedly transmitted a few words. It's you, the star's ranker prodigy, Wang Ting. Guan Yu's eyes flickered as he came to a realization. What star's ranker prodigy? It's just an empty title. It's not worth mentioning. I still have to learn from my seniors. Wang Ting said humbly. It's good that you can think this way. In the academy, there are many talented people, and they are all stronger than you. You really should learn more. It's a pity that you refused the recruitment of our third Starry Sky Academy. Otherwise, you would definitely have a better development if you came to our third Starry Sky Academy. Senior is right. Wang Ting nodded repeatedly. So, the people behind you should be your seniors. Guan Yu looked at Wan Dong and the others. After knowing Wang Ting's identity, his attention to Wang Ting had dropped a few notches. He now regarded him as a newcomer who came out to train with his seniors. The people behind him should be the ones in charge. Oh, right, these are our seniors from the 7th Starry Sky Academy. Wang Ting made way for Wan Dong and the others. He pointed to Wan Dong and said, This is the captain of our team, Senior Wan Dong. He is very powerful. He can kill several upper-level Emperor rank star beasts by himself. Wan Dong, one person can kill several upper-level Emperor rank star beasts by himself. Was he talking about him, and why did this guy pull him out? Did he want him to be the one to stand out? Wan Dong glanced at Wang Ting. When he saw the other party give him a meaningful look, he immediately understood. It seemed that he would definitely be the one to stand out. At this time, he only wanted to ask one thing. Wang Ting, are you polite? Guan Yu couldn't help but be surprised when he heard that Wan Dong could kill several upper-level Emperor rank star beasts by himself. He looked at Wan Dong suspiciously. I didn't expect your excellency to have such strength. You flatter me, you flatter me. My strength hasn't reached that level yet. Wan Dong quickly said modestly. Our captain is so modest. Wang Ting praised and said to Wan Dong, Captain, it's very dangerous here. Let's explore this building complex with Senior Guan Yu. I have no objection. Wan Dong glanced at Wang Ting and felt like a puppet. He nodded sullenly. The group discussed for a while and decided to enter the building. Wang Ting and the others only hesitated for a moment before choosing to agree. Although they wouldn't be attacked by the shadow outside, they wouldn't be able to explore the building complex at close range. There were gains and losses. So, the group carefully entered the building complex. Be careful of the shadow. It could appear from anywhere. Guan Yu hesitated for a moment and reminded them. Wan Dong and the others were slightly surprised and became even more cautious. They slowly walked into the depths of the building complex. While guarding against the shadow, they observed their surroundings and looked for useful clues. These buildings are too much of a hindrance. Damba was a little impatient. He pushed away a broken wall and turned it into dust. Try not to destroy these buildings. See if you can find some words. Guan Yu frowned and secretly cursed this aboriginal who didn't know anything. However, he had to remind them. When Damba heard this, he looked a little embarrassed and could only stop. However, he felt that he was a little embarrassed and wanted to save face. He said, We can't search like this. It's a waste of time. I'll ask my subordinates to spread out and search. Ostrich City doesn't have much, but we have a lot of people. Guan Yu's eyes flashed and he nodded. Okay, but you'd better tell your subordinates to be careful. If something is wrong, immediately shout. That way, we can react immediately. Okay. Damba nodded and turned to give some instructions to the martial artists from the Naga tribe. The martial artists from the Naga tribe had obviously seen the shadow and were very afraid. However, as Damba was the king of Ostrich City, they could only obey his orders. The Naga queen frowned. It was undoubtedly very dangerous for the martial artists from the Naga tribe to spread out. If they encountered the shadow, they would die. However, these Naga tribe members were not from the Rue Snake City and she couldn't control them. Even if she said it, Damba would probably tease her. She had no choice but to let them go. Wang Ting watched them walk away. He knew that Guan Yu wanted to use these Naga tribe members as bait. He didn't say anything and just watched coldly from the side. Everyone be careful. Wang Ting transmitted his voice to Wan Dong and the others. The group searched again. Unfortunately, although the building complex was huge, it had existed for too long. Many of them had decayed and there was nothing worth paying attention to. Suddenly, a scream came from afar. Guan Yu and the others reacted almost at the same time and rushed in the direction of the scream. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and he followed them. He was not much slower than Guan Yu. However, Guan Yu was so focused on the shadow that he did not notice Wang Ting's speed. Soon, they arrived at the place where the scream came from. However, it was too late. They saw a Naga tribe martial artist lying on the ground with his eyes wide open and a frightened look on his face. There was no sign of life. He's dead. Guan Yu squatted in front of the Naga tribe martial artist and checked his body. He said with an ugly expression. Although they had encountered the shadow before, no one had died. He did not expect that just as they spread out, they would die. The shadow was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Wang Ting frowned and opened his eyes of truth to check. He found that there was no sign of life in the body of the Naga tribe martial artist. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly exclaimed softly. In the depths of the Naga tribe martial artist's mind, there was a colding chi circling. However, the colding chi was slowly dissipating. Suddenly, Wang Ting was stunned. He saw an attribute bubble emerge from the Naga tribe martial artist's forehead and float above his head. Shadow Power *10, Shadow Force. Wang Ting felt a strange force appearing in his body out of nowhere. His eyes were filled with astonishment. In Wang Ting's body, a strange power circulated once before entering the small universe in his body. It gathered into a small ball and floated in it. As this strange power circulated throughout his body, Wang Ting felt a chill, with a trace of gloominess. However, it was different from the coldness of the power of darkness. It did not have that kind of evil, chaotic, or indescribable feeling. It was purely a kind of gloominess. However, under certain circumstances, this kind of gloominess was also frightening. At this moment, a related insight appeared in Wang Ting's mind. A moment later, a trace of understanding appeared in his eyes. So that's how it is. This is the power of shadows. Wang Ting was overjoyed. The power of shadows, as the name suggested, was an ability related to shadows. By mastering this ability, one could merge with shadows and even manipulate them. Any object, as long as there was light, would inevitably produce shadows. It could be said that shadows were very similar to darkness, but they were a completely new kind of power. The shadow concealment secret technique that Wang Ting had previously mastered was to merge himself with the shadows, which was very similar to the power of shadows. However, that was an application of the power of darkness. It was to use the power of darkness to cover the body in a special way and then merge with the darkness. Now, if Wang Ting completely mastered the power of shadows, he could turn himself into a shadow at any time and merge with it. He could even completely merge with the shadow and move in the form of a shadow. Even if it was a person's shadow, he could merge with it without being discovered. However, the power of darkness could not. At most, the power of darkness could only allow Wang Ting to hide in the darkness. Moreover, he could not move at will. Once he moved under the eyes of others, he would definitely be discovered. In short, there was a certain difference between the two. However, Wang Ting had only mastered a trace of the power of shadows at this time. It would be gone after he used it, and this trace of power was not even enough to cover his entire body. It seems that I have to continue to gain benefits. Wang Ting muttered in his heart, it would be great if I could gain a related talent of shadows. Wang Ting was undoubtedly very happy at this moment, but the others were in an extremely heavy mood. The atmosphere had also become extremely solemn. The queen of the Naga race noticed the unintentional smile at the corner of Wang Ting's lips. She was puzzled. She asked him through voice transmission, what did you see? There should be some clues. Wang Ting nodded and looked around. His gaze lingered on the shadows of the buildings. But it was only for a moment, and he quickly moved away. The Serpentine Queen was extremely surprised. This fellow hadn't even touched the corpse of the Serpentine race's martial artist, yet he could tell. Guan Yu, on the other hand, looked at it for a long time and didn't have any clue. Her heart skipped a beat, but she didn't ask any questions. She just waited for Wang Ting to find the black shadow. Judging from the time they spent together, she believed that Wang Ting would not shoot without thinking. He must have found the location of the black shadow. At this moment, Guan Yu stood up and said, continue searching. I don't believe that we can't lure that shadow out. Did you all hear that? Continue searching. Damba shouted at the surrounding Serpentine race martial artists. The Serpentine race martial artists looked at each other, their faces full of hesitation and fear. How would they dare to continue searching after witnessing the strange death of one of their companions in such a terrifying manner? Those who disobey will be killed. Damba said coldly with a murderous look on his face. The Serpentine race martial artists' faces changed slightly. They could only obey the order and spread out again. Wang Ting didn't stop Damba from doing what he was doing. He just watched quietly from the side. His eyes swept around, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Brother Wandong, I'll go to the east and you go to the west. What do you think? Guan Yu looked at Wandong and said. Wandong glanced at Wang Ting discreetly. Wang Ting asked him to agree. Okay. Wandong nodded immediately. If you find anything, I hope you can share it with each other. Guan Yu said and left without hesitation. Watching Guan Yu and the others leave, Wandong looked at Wang Ting and asked, what should we do next? Chao Bo, Ji Keto, and the others also looked at Wang Ting. Unknowingly, they had already regarded him as their backbone. That black shadow had silently killed a Serpentine race martial artist. Even for them, it was difficult to deal with. Moreover, they didn't have a better idea, so they could only place their hopes on Wang Ting. Just follow me. Wang Ting said indifferently. Everyone looked suspicious, but they didn't ask any questions and followed behind Wang Ting. Wang Ting strolled leisurely through the buildings. The Serpentine race martial artists were searching not far away, while Guan Yu and the others were further away. In fact, both sides didn't trust each other, but since they had bumped into each other, they could only restrain each other. Not long after, another scream came from not far away. Wang Ting's spiritual power had already spread out in all directions. Without any hesitation, he found the source of the scream in an instant. He moved his feet and dashed over, leaving only a lingering shadow behind. Boom, the sound of the air being compressed caused an explosion, startling the surrounding people. So fast. Wandong's expression changed slightly, and a trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Previously, when he fought with Wang Ting, his opponent didn't display such terrifying speed. Now that he thought about it, Wang Ting seemed to have only used a similar technique. The rest was still a mystery. This guy really couldn't be judged as an ordinary genius martial artist. Could this be the extraordinariness of a genius on the stars list? However, at this moment, he didn't have time to think too much. When he heard the scream, he knew that the black shadow must have appeared again. He had no choice but to follow Wang Ting's figure. Found you. Wang Ting's eyes lit up as he reached out to grab the glabella of a Serpentine race martial artist. That Serpentine race martial artist let out a scream. His face was filled with horror, and wisps of gloomy aura emanated from his body. However, just as Wang Ting's hand was about to grab him, the Serpentine race martial artist suddenly looked at Wang Ting with a strange look in his eyes. Then, he threw a punch at Wang Ting. Boom, this punch unleashed all of the force in the stellar Serpentine race martial artist's body. Its power was quite terrifying. If it was an ordinary martial artist, he wouldn't do this at all. Unleashing all of the force in one's body and compressing it into a punch would definitely cause a huge burden on the body. Injuring the enemy by 1,000 would definitely result in a loss of 800. He might even lose his hand completely. As expected, the arm of the serpentine race martial artist that had thrown the punch suddenly exploded. Streaks of blood appeared, and a bloody mist floated around. This injury was obviously extremely painful, but the serpentine race martial artist's expression didn't change at all. He didn't even frown, which was very strange. Interesting. Wang Ting's eyes revealed a trace of cold light. He also threw a punch. The fire star force condensed and turned into a fist that smashed out with a loud bang. Even if the serpentine race martial artist unleashed all of the force in his body and condensed it into a punch, he was still no match for Wang Ting. With a boom, the Serpent Man warrior's body was instantly sent flying. His already bloody arm was twisted into a fried dough twist. Ah! An ear-piercing scream suddenly sounded. While the serpentine race martial artist's body was still in midair, a black shadow suddenly scuttled out of his body and rushed towards the shadow cast by the wall at the side. Trying to escape. Wang Ting's face revealed a trace of coldness. His spiritual force swept out, wanting to trap the black shadow. However, Wang Ting still underestimated the speed of the black shadow. The other party just flashed and disappeared into the shadow. Wang Ting's body shot out like a ray of light. He instantly appeared beside the shadow and smashed down with a punch. Boom, the ground shook, and a huge deep pit appeared. There were spiderweb-like cracks all around. The wall at the side was directly pushed down by the force, turning into dust and dissipating in the air. As the wall collapsed, the surrounding shadows also disappeared, but the black shadow from before had completely disappeared. Wang Ting stood in the same place expressionlessly. He looked around and frowned. Guan Yu and the others heard the sound of something breaking through the air and hurried over. "Did you guys see the black shadow?" Guan Yu's gaze swept across the surroundings, and asked straightforwardly. "It ran away," Wang Ting said lightly. Guan Yu glanced at Wang Ting, then looked at Wan Dong and asked, "Brother Wan Dong, you didn't stop the black shadow?" Wan Dong was stunned. He looked at Wang Ting and immediately reacted. He said, "The black shadow was too fast. We immediately took action, but we still couldn't stop it." Guan Yu nodded and walked to the serpentine race martial artist who was sent flying by Wang Ting's punch. After observing for a while, he said, "He's dead." "Did you kill the serpentine race martial artist?" "He was controlled by the black shadow and suddenly attacked me. He looked like he didn't care about his life. I was passively defending, so I could only kill him with one punch," Wang Ting said calmly. "Killed him with one punch?" Guan Yu was slightly stunned. However, seeing that the serpentine race martial artist was only a stellar-level martial artist, he didn't think much of it. After all, Wang Ting was a universe-level martial artist and a genius of Cosmic Star Academy. Killing a stellar-level native was nothing. Suddenly, his expression changed. "Wait, you said the black shadow can control people?" "It should be, but I don't know where the limit is." After Wang Ting finished speaking, he ignored them and walked to the dead serpentine race martial artist. As expected, he saw an attribute bubble appear. Shadow Energy *10, Wang Ting picked it up directly. He sensed the shadow force in his little universe, which had become much stronger. His eyes flickered slightly as he fell into deep thought. He didn't come out empty-handed from the fight just now. At least he confirmed a lot of information. The black shadow could control people and didn't seem to be afraid of force attacks. Otherwise, the punch just now would have caused some attribute bubbles to appear. This was Wang Ting's special method of confirmation. Of course, it was also possible that Wang Ting didn't hit the opponent at all. There was also the opponent's speed. Fast. Very fast, it could actually exceed the speed of his spiritual force within a certain range. If he wasn't prepared, it would be easy for him to slip away. Finally, the opponent could enter the shadows to hide and even move, otherwise, it wouldn't have disappeared into thin air. "This is a bit tricky," Wang Ting muttered in his heart and touched his chin. "If force attacks don't work, I'm afraid I can only use spiritual force attacks." Do you have any other discoveries? Guan Yu looked at Wang Dong and asked. Wang Dong glanced at Wang Ting. To be honest, everything happened too quickly. He didn't even have time to react and naturally didn't discover anything. Jikido and the others were the same. At this time, other than being more afraid of the Black Shadow, they didn't discover anything substantial. The Serpentine Queen Song Zhu's eyes flashed. Although she had some guesses, she glanced at Wang Ting and didn't say anything. Senior Guan Yu, if you want to know more, you'll have to give me the corresponding information. Wang Ting smiled. We're now cooperating and need to work together to deal with the Black Shadow. I hope you can tell me, Guan Yu frowned and said indifferently. That won't do. It wasn't easy for us to get this information. Our team member was almost injured. How can we tell you so casually? Wang Ting shook his head. Brother Wang Dong, does a newcomer have the final say in your team? Guan Yu looked at Wang Dong and asked. Wang Dong, he really wanted to say that he couldn't control this newcomer, however, Wang Ting didn't allow it. Jikido and the others had strange expressions. This guy actually treated Wang Ting as a newcomer. He was really stupid. What are you waiting for? If you found anything, just say it. Don't hide it, Damba said impatiently. Wang Ting glanced at him indifferently and didn't say anything. Jikdo's eyes flashed. He felt that his opportunity had come. He immediately walked up with a face full of arrogance. He looked at Damba and said, Native, you don't have the right to speak here. Go away. You. Damba was furious. He glared at Jikido fiercely. He hated it when people called him aboriginal. However, this guy with a dog's head and a despicable face actually called him that. He was really going too far. Damba. Guan Yu yelled. Damba took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of these extraterrestrial humans, he would have attacked long ago. Even if Guan Yu stopped him, it would be useless. However, these extraterrestrial humans were too strong. He didn't have the confidence to defeat them. Tisk. Jikido sneered in disdain. The anger that Damba had just suppressed erupted again. However, he didn't attack in the end. He lowered his eyes and didn't look at Jikido's dog face. He's just a dog, he's just a dog. Damba repeated in his heart. At this moment, Wang Dong had already received instructions from Wang Ting. He said, I think little Wang's words make a lot of sense. It wasn't easy for us to obtain information. Naturally, we have to exchange it with each other. Little Wang? Wang Ting's face darkened. He glanced at Wang Dong discreetly. This guy wants to die, he actually dared to call him Little Wang. Looks like he hasn't been beaten enough. Once this matter is settled, I'll definitely teach him a lesson when I get back. Jikido, Wucheng, Momo, and the others looked at Wang Dong in shock. Their captain's guts had grown back. Could it be that he thought he could do it again? That he had regained his confidence? Wang Dong instantly felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he had been stared at by something terrifying. He awkwardly added, Junior Wang Ting is a very outstanding member of our team. I agree with all of his decisions. Everyone, to think that they had thought he could do it again. In the end, this was it. Guan Yu also seemed to feel that something was amiss. He glanced at Wang Ting and secretly guessed. Could it be that they thought highly of this prodigy on the stars ranking? Was that why they were so tolerant of his actions? Seeing Wang Dong's firm attitude, he knew that he couldn't take advantage of him. He had no choice but to say, we encountered more than one black shadow earlier. This is the only information I know. It's your turn now. More than one. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he had already guessed it, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised when it was confirmed. One black shadow was already so troublesome. If many of them attacked at the same time, it wouldn't be that simple. It seemed that the other party wanted to use them to test the black shadows. Wang Ting looked at Guan Yu meaningfully. Why didn't you tell us this earlier? Wang Dong and the others were shocked when they heard the news. They couldn't help but ask. You didn't ask, Guan Yu said calmly. You. Wang Dong and the others couldn't help but be furious. This bastard wanted to use them to test the black shadows. No wonder he was so kind as to seek cooperation. Indeed, he didn't have good intentions. Senior Guan Yu, you're so calculating. Wang Ting chuckled. What did you say? Why don't I understand? I'm sincere. I didn't scheme against you, Guan Yu said calmly. Cut the crap. We've already told you the information. It's your turn, Damba said. Wan Dong and the others were extremely aggrieved. They were clearly being schemed against, but they still had to tell the other party the information. What was this? Information? What information? Didn't we tell you just now? Wang Ting said. You're trying to go back on your word. Guan Yu said coldly. No. Wang Ting looked innocent and said, didn't we tell you just now that the black shadows can control people? Isn't such an important piece of information counted? Guan Yu's eyes twitched. He suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Ha ha ha, that's right. We've already told you. Such an important piece of information is enough to offset the information you just gave us. Wan Dong couldn't help but laugh. The Naga Queen Songzhu couldn't help but smile. She didn't expect Wang Ting to use such a method to retaliate. Although the information was also important, since they had already told the other party, they couldn't take it back. Wang Ting used the information that he had already told them to exchange for information that they didn't know. Naturally, he made a profit. Moreover, the black shadows could control people and there was more than one of them. These two pieces of information were easy to find out. They weren't particularly secret information, so it was just right to exchange them. Senior Guan Yu, do you have any other information to exchange? If not, we can only continue to search, Wang Ting said. Guan Yu's expression changed a few times. He snorted coldly and left with a flick of his sleeve. But this time, they didn't go far and only searched a few hundred meters away. One of them glanced at Wang Ting and the others before sending a sound transmission. Big brother Guan Yu, are we just going to let it go? Let them be proud for a while. Guan Yu replied coldly. Humph, when the time comes, I must let them see the strength of our Third Starry Sky Academy's geniuses. The person snorted. Watch them. Wang Ting glanced at the backs of Guan Yu and the others and ordered lightly. Yes. Jake Du, Wu Qing, and the others nodded solemnly. Unknowingly, they had become quite convinced of Wang Ting. Since they couldn't resist, they might as well lie down. Besides, if they performed well, they might be able to get a lot of benefits. They were already prisoners, so it would be a pleasant surprise if they could get some benefits. Wan Dong and Chao Bo's eyes flickered. They didn't say anything but nodded. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and a majestic spiritual force swept out from his body and quietly spread around. He browsed through all his methods and finally thought of a way to deal with the black shadow. Although he didn't know if it would work, he still had to try. He didn't believe that the method he used couldn't trap a mere black shadow. When it came to spiritual force methods, Wang Ting had plenty of them. The surrounding Serpent Men cultivators saw the strange situation just now, especially the sudden death of the Serpent Man, which made them even more frightened. At this time, they were even more cautious, afraid that they would be the next unlucky one to die. But this time, the black shadow seemed to be frightened by Wang Ting, or perhaps it was brewing something and didn't appear easily. The building complex fell into a strange silence, everyone was very uneasy. The fact that the black shadow didn't appear made them even more uneasy. In this atmosphere, a few more minutes passed. All of a sudden, shrill screams rang out from all directions. This time, it wasn't just one, but 3 or 4 screams sounded at the same time. Everyone's expression changed. They looked around and saw that the 4 Naga warriors had suddenly gone berserk. Their eyes were strange, and a gloomy aura emanated from their bodies. It was exactly the same as the Naga warrior who had died before. 4. Wan Dong and the others were shocked. They didn't expect 4 Serpent Men cultivators to appear at the same time. And this time, the Serpent Men cultivators were all universe level, not star level cultivators. When the star level cultivator exploded, his punch was enough to fight against a universe level. If it was a universe level cultivator now, wouldn't it be able to fight against a domain lord? Everyone was shocked. The black shadow had been holding back for so long. It was going to do something big, no wonder it didn't move, it was waiting for them here. Wandong and the others looked serious. They were shocked as they looked at the 4 serpent men cultivators who suddenly went crazy. Let go of those serpent men. Let us do it. At this time a roar came from afar. Guan Yu and the others had arrived. The 4 domain lord level cultivators attacked at the same time, grabbing at the 4 serpent men cultivators. Wang Ting squinted and waved his hand, telling Wandong and the others to wait and see. Rumble. 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 Rumble, the 4 domain lord level cultivators attacked at the same time. The 4 serpent men martial artists who had gone berserk also erupted with the origin power in their bodies, forming their strongest attack as they rushed forward to meet the attack. Both sides clashed. Although the 4 frenzied Naga clan cultivators were able to unleash an attack at the level of a domain master, they were still far from a true domain master and were instantly killed. Pung! 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 In an instant, the 4 silhouettes exploded with blood mist and flew out. Mere universe level cultivators. Even if they explode, they're only SOSO. Guan Yu laughed coldly. In the next moment, 4 black silhouettes flew out from the 4 serpent men cultivators and scattered in all directions. Catch them! Guan Yu's eyes flashed as he rushed towards one of the black silhouettes and shouted. Humph, I've been waiting for you. A few domain lord level cultivators that were lying in ambush suddenly rushed out and grabbed at the other 3 black silhouettes. They more or less understood some of the black silhouettes. Hence, when the 4 serpent men cultivators were sent flying, they locked onto a few shadow areas where they were sent flying. If the black silhouettes wanted to escape, they could only escape through those shadows. The reality was as expected. At this time, they suddenly attacked. Even though the black silhouettes were fast, they were still caught. The 4 of them wrapped their hands in genetic energy and grabbed the black silhouettes. However, in the next moment, their faces revealed looks of disbelief. The black silhouettes were like worms, slipping out of their hands. What? Guan Yu's expression was ugly. He wasn't willing to lose. He turned and chased after the black silhouettes. The black silhouettes were about to enter the shadows. Bastard! Guan Yu was still a step too slow. Even though the distance was close, he could only watch as the black silhouettes rushed into the shadows. However, at this time, the surrounding space suddenly buzzed. A strange energy suddenly swept out. In an instant, golden light shot out in all directions and filled the entire area. Amidst the golden light, an incomparably complex maze suddenly emerged, covering a large area. The surrounding shadows disappeared. The few black silhouettes that were about to enter the shadows suddenly seemed to be stuck and couldn't escape. This scene was truly shocking. If one looked down from above, they would discover that within this large area of ancient buildings, an extremely huge golden maze had unknowingly been built. This golden maze looked illusory, but it was extremely real. It was filled with a complicated and mysterious feeling. This is mental energy technique. Guan Yu's eyes widened. He looked at the golden maze that suddenly appeared in shock. Mental energy technique, this was definitely a mental energy technique, and it wasn't an ordinary mental energy technique. Even a domain lord level cultivator like him could feel a strong and majestic mental energy from within the golden maze. The person who created this golden maze must have extremely powerful mental energy. Who was it? Was there a powerful spirit reader master here? He instantly thought of this. This technique could only be used by spirit readers. Martial artists couldn't use it at all. Damba and the rest were also shocked. They looked at the golden maze that suddenly appeared. Their eyes trembled. They didn't realize that they had unknowingly fallen deep into the maze. Senior Guan Yu, please make way. At this time, a voice slowly came from afar. Guan Yu turned her head and saw Wang Ting walking over from afar. He was walking at the front, and wisps of spiritual power were emitted from his body. He formed an indescribable connection with the golden maze. Wandong and the rest walked behind him, vaguely surrounding and protecting him in the middle. It's you. A white light suddenly flashed in Guan Yu's mind. He seemed to have understood something. His eyes widened and his face was filled with disbelief. Amidst the ancient buildings, an illusory yet seemingly solid golden maze shrouded the area. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream. Guan Yu stared wide-eyed at Wang Ting, who was walking over from afar. His heart trembled violently. His teammates behind him also looked at Wang Ting in disbelief. A sense of unreality grew wildly in their hearts. Damba opened his mouth. His throat was dry. The Serpentine King of Ostrich City felt like he had been F***ed. He had seen a lot and naturally knew of the existence of a telekinesis master. He had always thought that the kid in front of him was the weakest person in the team. He did not expect him to be a powerful telekinesis master. Judging from the telekinesis fluctuations emanating from the golden maze, even he might not be able to deal with the other party. This kid was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. What a bad guy, to think that he had been full of disdain for this kid just now. He was very impatient with the other party's chatter and even retorted. Now that he thought about it, it was fortunate that he did not continue at that time. Otherwise, Wang Ting walked over. He looked at Guan Yu, who was standing in a daze, and repeated, "Senior Guan Yu, please make way." Guan Yu felt the telekinesis fluctuations around him. His expression was uncertain. He had thought that he was just a new student. Even if he was a star-ranking prodigy, he would not be a match for the senior students. Now, it seemed that he had been too optimistic. The other party's methods were completely beyond his imagination. Regardless of the other party's martial strength, a telekinesis master was enough to make them take him seriously. In the end, he still made way. Wang Ting walked past him confidently and kept getting closer to the black shadow. The black shadow was trapped in the spiritual maze by Wang Ting's telekinesis, which was everywhere. At this time, it was frantically struggling. The other three black shadows were the same. However, the spiritual maze was too big. They were all enveloped in the maze and could not break free. This was Wang Ting's idea. This spiritual maze was an inheritance left behind by Nangong Yu. Wang Ting had never used it before. He had only built it now to deal with the black shadows. It wasn't that easy to construct a mental maze. Such a complex mental maze couldn't be constructed without a strong mental force. It was only because Wang Ting's spiritual force had advanced to the universe level and was much stronger than before that he could construct such a huge and complex spiritual maze. Looks like Senior Nangong Yu's spiritual power is quite strong. No wonder his soul imprint could last for 1,000,000 years. Wang Ting thought to himself. There were some things that one would only know how powerful the other party was after experiencing it for themselves. Of course, Nangong Yu's spiritual force was definitely not as strong as Wang Ting's. Therefore, the mental maze Wang Ting constructed was far superior to the mental maze constructed by Nangong Yu. The two could not be compared. Ah, the black shadow suddenly screamed when it saw Wang Ting getting closer and closer. Its voice had an unimaginable penetrating power. It shook everyone's eardrums and entered their minds, affecting their spirit. Everyone frowned and felt a stabbing pain in their heads. They hurriedly used their spiritual force to resist the voice. Humph! Wang Ting snorted and opened his mouth to let out a roar. Roar! Divine sonar wave, the formless sonar wave reverberated and rushed toward the black shadows. The two formless sonar waves collided. The black shadow's voice was immediately neutralized and could no longer be heard. The pressure on everyone was greatly reduced. Guan Yu and the others looked at Wang Ting in shock. Another spiritual force technique. This guy was indeed a strong spiritual force master. The black shadows struggled wildly and suddenly broke free from Wang Ting's spiritual force restraints and tried to escape. Quickly stop it! Guan Yu and the others' expressions changed as they shouted. Trying to escape? Wang Ting smiled faintly and did not make any moves. However, rays of golden light bloomed in the spiritual labyrinth. The black shadows rushed to the sky and wanted to break out of the spiritual labyrinth completely. However, it seemed to have hit a wall and stuck to it with a bam. Even its face was deformed. Everyone's mouth twitched and felt a little pain in their faces. Although they weren't the ones who were hit, the thought of running into an invisible wall while sprinting at full speed made their faces hurt. The black shadows wobbled and pulled themselves out from the invisible wall. A pop sound was extremely loud. Everyone's expression became even more strange. The black shadows were unusually angry. They turned around and screamed at Wang Ting. It was a little like incompetent rage. Wang Ting used his little finger to pick his ear. He did not care if the black shadows understood him and said calmly, "Scream all you want. You can't get out anyway." The black shadow screamed crazily but did not dare to charge forward. It seemed to be extremely afraid of Wang Ting. "Get down here." Wang Ting stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Invisible spiritual power surged towards him from all directions. It was like countless invisible threads that wrapped around the black shadow. This was the application of telekinesis. When a telekinesis master mastered telekinesis to the point of perfection, they could naturally turn it into countless thin threads. The black shadows felt the danger and rushed left and right, trying to break through the telekinesis threads. However, it was futile and was tied up tightly. Guan Yu was surprised. When the telekinesis threads gathered together, he saw that there was an extremely inconspicuous golden light on the black shadow's body. Ah! The black shadows were unwilling to give up and screamed horribly. A gloomy force suddenly erupted from their body and swept out. At this time, the other 3 black shadows turned into 3 rays of black light and rushed toward the bound black shadows. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. The 3 rays of black light instantly sank into the bound black shadows, causing the gloomy force to erupt even more terrifying. Bang! 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 The sound of the threads breaking could be heard. The black shadow's body expanded and turned into a 4 to 5 meter tall black shadow. This black shadow did not have a face and was completely black. It was like a shadow, which was why Wang Ting and the others could not see its appearance clearly. At this time, as its body expanded, a huge mouth opened above its head. It was filled with saw-like teeth and looked extremely ferocious. "What is this thing?" Guan Yu, Wan Dong, and the others were aghast. They could feel that the sinister energy erupting from the black shadow's body had become extremely terrifying. Even they, who were domain lords, couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. The gloomy power formed a fog around the black shadow, which spread over its body and wrapped around its arms and legs. It can actually do this. Wang Ting's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. His eyes turned and looked at Guan Yu and the others. "Senior Guan Yu, it's your turn." Guan Yu turned to look at Wang Ting with an expressionless face. "Senior, you're so strong, only you can deal with this black shadow." Wang Ting said, "Go, catch it and it'll be yours. Why don't you let your teammates go?" Guan Yu stared at Wang Ting and asked faintly. "Our 7th Cosmic Star Academy strength is not enough," Wang Ting said. Guan Yu suddenly felt like he had shot himself in the foot. The other party was obviously mocking him for looking down on their 7th Cosmic Star Academy. Although he did not say it out loud, anyone could see the expression on his face. Wan Dong and the others looked at the other party's sullen expression and inexplicably felt relieved. At this time, the black shadow had completely erupted. With a roar, it swooped down from above. "Let's attack together." Guan Yu's face changed and he hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, Senior, we really can't beat it." Wang Ting grinned. The scene in front of them suddenly changed and a golden wall quickly rose. This was a mental maze, any changes were within Wang Ting's control. Guan Yu's complexion suddenly changed, becoming extremely ugly. He rushed to the wall that had just risen and punched it fiercely. Boom, the wall formed by the spiritual power was smashed into pieces, but Wang Ting and his teammates had already disappeared. "Bastard, you dare to trick me!" Guan Yu was furious. Roar, the black shadow sped down from the sky. The gloomy power formed black tentacles around its body and swept towards Guan Yu and the others. "Damn it! Damn it, don't let me find you. Otherwise, I'll teach that Wang Ting a lesson." "You're going too far." The domain lords and Guan Yu's team all shouted angrily. They hated Wang Ting so much that their teeth itched. They hurriedly dodged the attacks of the black shadow. They had just escaped with great difficulty and avoided the attacks of several black shadows. They did not expect to return to the same place in the end. Fate was really playing tricks on people. On the other side, Wang Ting and the others stood in the maze and watched Guan Yu and the others fight the black shadows from afar. The walls of the mental maze were blurred by him, allowing him to see the situation in the distance. Wang Ting even used his mental force to create a few tables and chairs. He took out some fruits and had everyone sit down to enjoy the show. Is it good for us to be like this? Wu Qing could not help but ask. What's wrong with it? Didn't they also want to trick us from the start? Wang Ting shook his head. Junior Wang Ting is right. They didn't tell us that there was more than one black shadow at the start because they wanted to trick us. Fortunately, Junior Wang Ting discovered their scheme in time. You're too wise. Ji Keto took the opportunity to flatter. Wan Dong and the others were already used to it and did not bother to say anything. Let them fight for a while. We'll go last. Wang Ting smiled faintly. And if I'm not wrong, there are more than 4 black shadows nearby. You want to use their movements to lure the other black shadows out? Wan Dong asked in realization. Everyone looked at Wang Ting with a strange gaze. This guy is so two-faced, Guan Yu and the others would probably be tricked to death. Don't look at me like that. Senior Wan Dong thought of this himself. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Ting waved his hand and denied it. Everyone looked at him speechlessly. Who would believe you? It's true. I'm a very pure person. It's impossible for me to have so many thoughts. Absolutely not. Wang Ting saw that they did not seem to believe him and hurriedly said. Wan Dong and the others looked at how confident he was and could not help but chuckle. At this moment, Guan Yu's group's battle with the Black Shadow had reached its climax. The Black Shadow was extremely difficult to deal with, especially after fusing with 4 other Black Shadows. It could completely contend with an area lord-level fighter. Its entire body was like a loach that couldn't be caught. Physical attacks didn't seem to have much effect on its body. Wang Ting was not just watching. He was analyzing the various characteristics of the Black Shadows so that he could make a move later. Look! Ji Kuduo suddenly pointed in a direction and shouted in surprise. Everyone immediately looked over. All of a sudden, black shadows emerged from the gaps between the buildings, rushing towards the direction where Guan Yu and the others were fighting. So many black shadows? Why are there so many of them? Wan Dong and the others were shocked. Their expressions became extremely serious. There were at least 20 to 30 black shadows. At this moment, all of them were charging over. It made one's scalp tingle. The main reason was that the black shadows were too terrifying. They did not have faces. It was like seeing a faceless person in the darkness. However, they seemed to be able to see others. It was as if there was a pair of invisible eyes watching them. It was very strange. At first, Wang Tang and the others felt as if someone was spying on them. It was probably these black shadows. If so many black shadows fuse together, the consequences will be unimaginable, the Naga Queen said. You're right. That's why we can't. Let them fuse. Wang Ting stood up. His spiritual force surged, and the spiritual maze around them began to change. Rumble, walls of spiritual power rose up, blocking the black shadows' path. The 20 to 30 black shadows were instantly separated. They hadn't expected such a turn of events, and they immediately attacked in all directions in a frenzy. The profoundness of the spiritual maze was displayed at this moment. If the entire maze could not be completely destroyed, the people trapped inside would not be able to leave. They would only be affected by the maze. Most of the black shadows were blocked by the maze, but 3 to 4 of them still charged towards Guan Yu and the others. This was deliberately done by Wang Ting. The fusion of 4 black shadows was child's play for Guan Yu and the others. It was not enough at all. He had to make it more difficult for them. Under Wang Ting's secret guidance, the 4 black shadows came from afar, increasing the pressure on Guan Yu and the others. Roar! The giant black shadow let out a roar. The 4 black shadows suddenly rushed straight and disappeared into its body. Boom! A roar was heard. Dense and majestic gloomy power swept out. The giant black shadow expanded again. Its original height of 4 to 5 meters instantly increased to 10 meters. Its body was huge, and a sense of oppression arose spontaneously. Roar! The giant black shadow rushed towards Guan Yu and the others. The gloomy power in its body surged out and turned into black tentacles that swept forward. Boom, Guan Yu and the others attacked one after another. Saber light, sword light, and fist prints blasted out, smashing on the giant black shadow and drowning it. However, it seemed to have no effect. Under these attacks, although the giant black shadow was forced back, it quickly rushed up again. More surprisingly, the giant black shadow also threw out a punch. There was a gloomy light condensing on its fist, which then turned into a shadow-like fist print that smashed towards Guan Yu and the others. Boom, their expressions changed slightly. Forces burst out from their bodies to block this attack. In the end, the gloomy fist print actually passed through their forces' attack and ruthlessly blasted on their bodies. How is this possible? Guan Yu and the others were in disbelief. They did not have time to dodge and were directly sent flying by the gloomy fist print. Pfft, they immediately vomited blood. A greenish-black color appeared on their faces, and their bodies could not help but tremble. So cold. There's something wrong with this fist print. Guan Yu's expression was ugly as he said in shock. He felt a gloomy power sweep through his body, causing his forces to have a sense of stagnation. This power was even invading his spirit, as if to freeze his life origin and soul origin. No matter how he circulated his forces, he could not drive it out. This giant black shadow's ability made him feel helpless. Not only him, but the others also felt this extremely troublesome ability, and their expressions were incomparably aghast. Wang Ting. Guan Yu roared angrily at the surroundings. He had long guessed that it was Wang Ting's doing, but he did not have time to pay attention just now. Now that they were injured by the giant black shadow, his anger was completely aroused. What? Wang Ting's voice reverberated in the spiritual maze. It was unknown where it came from, but it even carried an echo. What? 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 The veins on Guan Yu's forehead bulged. He was about to go crazy. What the F***ck, was he calling out to the other party? No, he was calling out to that bastard, but he did not want to hear this answer at all. Senior, what's the matter? Wang Ting's voice rang out again, echoing in all directions. Guan Yu and the others were speechless. They took a deep breath, forced themselves to calm down, and said coldly, Wang Ting, look at what you've done. Senior, what did I do? Wang Ting asked, feigning ignorance. Cut the crap. You know very well whether or not you let that black shadow here. This giant black shadow has fused with 8 other shadows, and it's very strong. If you want all of us to die here? Then let's continue watching the show, Guan Yu said coldly. All right. Senior. Wang Ting said. F***cku. Guan Yu almost choked. His face was ashen, and his chest was heaving up and down. What do you mean by all right? After talking for so long, you gave me an all right, F***ck you're all right. He did not want such an answer. He needed help. On the other side, Wan Dong and the others finally experienced Wang Ting's black-bellied nature. They looked at him strangely. With just a few words, he had angered Guan Yu to the point where his face turned ashen. This skill was not something an ordinary person could possess. If there was a level for black-bellied, Wang Ting would definitely be at the Grandmaster level. Wang Ting did not care about what the others thought. He used his psychic power to scan the area where Guan Yu and the others were fighting. He quietly picked up the attribute bubbles that had fallen. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Shadow Energy *220, Shadow Energy *300, Shadow Talent *100, Shadow Energy *250. I really do have the Shadow Talent. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he was overjoyed. Although he had only picked up 100 points of Shadow Talent, it was enough for him. As long as he had this talent, he would not be afraid of the giant black shadow's shadow energy. As the Shadow Talent merged with his body, Wang Ting had a hint of understanding. He truly understood the strength of the Shadow Talent. Monster. Wang Ting was surprised and happy. This Shadow Talent was really too monstrous. Until now, among all the talents that Wang Ting had obtained, there were not many talents that could compare to it. Perhaps only the extremely special talents of space, time, and engulf the heavens and devour the earth could surpass it. Wang Ting roughly summed it up. First of all, the shadow talent allowed people with this talent to blend into the shadows and move within them. It was similar to teleportation, but it required the use of shadows as a medium. This was also the reason why the black shadows had disappeared into thin air when they had entered the shadows. Other than that, the shadow talent had all sorts of strange abilities. For example, the giant black shadow could block force attacks to a certain extent. At the same time, the attack condensed by the shadow talent could penetrate force attacks and had an unexpected effect. Guan Yu and the others had been tricked by this ability. What was even more terrifying was that if a normal martial artist had the shadow energy invade their body, they would slowly be corroded. Whether it was their force, life source, or soul source, they would all be corroded. It was terrifying. If one could master some combat skills that were used by the shadow energy, they would be able to display even more strange abilities. Wang Ting took a deep breath, suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, and looked at the attribute panel. Shadow Talent, 100100000, Stage 1, Stage 1. Wang Ting muttered in his heart. He was not too surprised. Many special talents had stages. The higher the stage, the stronger it was. Wang Ting's Stage 1, Shadow Talent, was without a doubt the weakest one. However, he did not care. There were still so many black shadows waiting to be harvested. Other than that, he had also obtained quite a bit of the shadow energy attribute, a total of 770 points. Shadow Energy, 790100000, Stage 1, the shadow energy he obtained this time was much more than before. The previous 2 times added up to only 20 points. It was pitifully little. After picking up the attribute bubbles dropped by the black shadows, Wang Ting smiled. He was eager to try. He said to the others, "You guys wait here. I'll be back soon." Wan Dong and the others were stunned. Before they could say anything, they saw Wang Ting vanishing on the spot. He's going to deal with those black shadows. Everyone was shocked. They quickly realized Wang Ting's goal. They originally thought that Wang Ting would just watch the show. They did not expect him to make a move at this time. Moreover, he did it alone without calling them. Won't it be too dangerous for him to go alone? Wu Qing said worriedly. It's best if he's killed by the black shadows. Then, we'll be free, Kobo said coldly. Wan Dong and the others' eyes flickered. Allow me to say this. Even if Junior Wang Ting is killed, the poison in our bodies can't be removed, Jikdo said with a dry cough. Wan Dong and the others looked at him quietly. That was heart-wrenching. They were suddenly worried about Wang Ting. Those black shadows were not easy to deal with, they could tell by looking at Guan Yu and the others. Although Wang Ting was strong, he should not be much stronger than them. Would he be able to handle it? Everyone's eyes fell on Wang Ting. Wang Ting turned into an afterimage and rushed out. Everywhere he passed, the walls formed by psychic energy dissipated on their own. It was as if the owner had returned to his own home. Then, Wang Ting directly rushed toward 3 of the black shadows trapped by the psychic maze. They were attacking the psychic maze crazily. At that moment, they noticed Wang Ting and screamed. Then, they merged and turned into a giant black shadow. But in the next moment, something unexpected happened. In an instant, Wang Ting appeared in front of the black figure. He punched the other party's body. The punch looked ordinary and had no momentum. There was not even an ounce of force. It was as if he was punching cotton. Ordinary. What's the use of such an attack? Wan Dong and the others were puzzled. However, under Wang Ting's punch, the giant black shadow's entire body bent. Then, boom, with a loud bang, the giant black shadow suddenly exploded. 3 black shadows flew out from within. Wan Dong and the others widened their eyes. What was going on? The black shadows could still be attacked after merging? How did he do it? And why did it look so easy? Did Wang Ting add special effects to his punch? This was illogical. Then, Wang Ting flashed again and appeared on top of one of the black shadows. He grabbed its head. Shadow Talent, activate. A whirlpool seemed to appear on Wang Ting's palm. The entire black shadow twisted and shrank. During this process, the black shadow let out a shrill scream. The sound was extremely horrifying. Dong and the others could not help but shudder. The black shadow became smaller and smaller. Finally, it became the size of a ping-pong ball in Wang Ting's hand. He closed his palm and the black shadow disappeared. The other two black shadows let out ear-piercing screams and turned to escape. Wang Ting didn't give them a chance. With a flash of his body, he absorbed the two black shadows in his body. In the distance, Dong and the others fell into an eerie silence. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Dong and the others knew how difficult it was to deal with the black shadow. However, the black shadow seemed to have lost its ability to resist in Wang Ting's hands and was easily dealt with. What's going on? Does he have a way to deal with the black shadow? The most ridiculous thing was that Wang Ting's method seemed to have absorbed the black shadow. Absorbed, everyone thought it was ridiculous. How could the black shadow be absorbed? Isn't he afraid of indigestion after eating it? However, the black shadow had indeed disappeared without a trace. How did Wang Ting do it? Dong and the others were filled with doubts. They wanted nothing more than to drag Wang Ting over and ask him about it. They were too curious. However, Wang Ting did not plan to end it just like that. He charged toward the few black shadows that were isolated in another area. Rumble, the psychic wall suddenly descended. The black shadows were slightly stunned. They turned to look at Wang Ting, who had suddenly appeared. Then, they charged at him and merged together halfway. Did they not know what they were about to face? Boom, a smile appeared at the corner of Wang Ting's lips. He punched out. Dark Burial. Just now, Wang Ting used this move to forcefully stop the merging of the black shadows. He had guessed that only psychic power could deal with the black shadows. Dark Burial could target souls and psychic power. It was indeed effective against the fusion of the black shadows. The fusion of the black shadows was indeed interrupted. Wang Ting activated his shadow talent and absorbed them. One by one, the black shadows disappeared into Wang Ting's palm. Soon, the 20 to 30 black shadows that had appeared were almost all absorbed by Wang Ting. Only Guan Yu and the others had not been dealt with. However, he was not in a hurry. He let Guan Yu and the others play for a while longer. If he did not make a move at the critical moment, they would not experience that kind of despair. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel. Both his shadow talent and shadow power had been upgraded. Shadow talent, 4200100000, Tier 1, Shadow Force, 3700100000, Tier 1, it has improved a lot. Wang Ting felt the changes in his shadow talent and nodded to himself. The stronger his shadow talent was, the easier it would be for him to control his shadow power. At the same time, the more abundant his shadow power, the longer he could use his shadow talent. The two were inextricably linked. Rumble, the psychic wall separated on its own, and Wang Ting walked toward Dong and the others. Dong and the others couldn't help but look at each other. They were extremely curious, but no one asked. As a result, their expressions became extremely strange. They felt conflicted. On one hand, they didn't want anything to happen to Wang Ting because of the poison in their bodies. On the other hand, they didn't want him to be too powerful. If not, they might not be able to cure him. They don't seem to be able to deal with the black shadow, the queen of the Naga tribe said as she looked at Guan Yu and the others. The strength of the Cosmic Star Academy's geniuses was not for show. It would not be easy for the black shadows to kill them. In fact, both sides were in a stalemate. The black shadows could not do anything to Guan Yu and the others, and Guan Yu and the others could not do anything to the black shadows. However, Guan Yu and the others were also suffering. The shadow power had invaded their bodies and they could not expel it. This was not a small hidden danger for them. Even if they did not die, it would affect their life source and soul source. Two kinds of origins being affected was extremely fatal to a martial artist. Not every martial artist was like Wang Ting, who could enhance his life source and soul source through cheating. Hearing Wang Ting's words, the Serpentine Queen did not say anything else. She was not worried about Guan Yu and the others, but the black shadows. The black shadow had fused with 8 other black shadows and was extremely powerful. If they could not defeat it, it would be better to join forces to avoid being defeated one by one. Boom. Boom. Boom, explosions constantly came from the distance. Guan Yu and the others were fighting fiercely with the Black Shadow. The group of people besieged the Black Shadow but could not do anything to it, causing them to feel extremely sullen and depressed. The ordinary serpentine martial artists did not dare to approach, only a few domain lord-level martial artists were besieging it. At this time, the Black Shadow seemed to have become impatient. It let out an ear-piercing roar and suddenly rushed towards Damba. The Ostrich City's king was so frightened that his face changed greatly. He quickly retreated and slashed out with his saber. Get lost. A saber light slashed across the sky, directly towards the Black Shadow. Rumble, but the Black Shadow suddenly burst out with extreme speed and instantly turned into a black light, dodging the saber light and rushing into Damba's body. Damba. Guan Yu and the others' pupils shrank, feeling that something was wrong. After the Black Shadow fused, it could still enter a person's body, and it seemed that the target it could control was even stronger. Damba had domain lord level strength. If he was controlled, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this time, Damba's face suddenly turned green and black. His expression showed that he was struggling. He stretched out his hand towards Guan Yu and the others and said in a hoarse voice, "Save me." Damn it. Guan Yu's face was extremely ugly. He only hesitated for a moment before rushing over, wanting to break the Black Shadow's control. And domain lord level martial artist was obviously not so easy to control. The serpentine martial artist had been controlled in an instant, and Damba was still struggling. In the distance, Wandong and the others were extremely solemn. They did not expect the Black Shadow to choose to control the serpentine domain lord level martial artist. The serpentine queen was gloating. Damba had such a day. He was usually so arrogant, but now he had fallen into the hands of the Black Shadow. The previous serpentine martial artists who had been controlled were still in front of him. Even if Damba did not die, he would be severely injured. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He thought of the demon brain race dark apparition's soul possession technique. It was similar to shadow control. However, shadow control was more violent and directly ended the matter. There was a process to soul possession, and it was controlled by the demon brain race dark apparition's consciousness. It was no different from an ordinary person. It was obvious that something was wrong with this shadow control. However, Wang Ting didn't get the attribute bubble for the shadow control skill, so he didn't know how it worked. Roar, Damba could not hold on in the end. His eyes lost focus, and a strange shadow appeared. He suddenly looked at Guan Yu, who had just charged in front of him, and slashed out with the battle blade in his hand. I'm still one step too late. Guan Yu's expression was even worse. He waved his palm to meet the attack. He used a set of palm techniques that was extremely fierce. His palm print exploded. Boom, both attacks collided, and there was a loud explosion. The force shockwave sent both of them flying. Roar, Damba roared again and charged forward. What are you waiting for? Stop him. Guan Yu shouted. The others reacted and hurriedly launched their attacks at Damba. However, Damba's current fighting style was completely overdrawing his force. It was a huge burden on his body, and the power he unleashed was naturally terrifying. With Damba's strength, it was impossible for him to be a match for Guan Yu and the others. However, they were forced to retreat. Fighting one against many, it was as if he had cheated, it was as if it was not his body, and he had casually created it. Only Damba felt sorry for himself. Unfortunately, he could no longer control himself. So fierce. Wang Ting stared wide-eyed at the exploding Damba. He was shocked. I didn't expect this Damba to be so powerful when he doesn't care about his life. Wandong and the others were speechless. This was truly a fighting style that did not care about his life. After the fight, he would probably lose his life too. And it had nothing to do with the Snake Man domain lord fighters. Everything was controlled by the Black Shadow. They felt like this fellow was being sarcastic. Whatever, I've seen enough. I still need to use them later. I can't play them to death so quickly. Wang Ting shook his head. In a flash, he appeared in the area where Guan Yu and the others were. Rumble, a spirit energy wall slowly descended. Wang Ting squatted on top of the wall. He laughed as he looked at Guan Yu. Seniors, do you need help? Wang Ting. Guan Yu gritted his teeth. He was so angry he wanted to kill someone. The others all stared at Wang Ting. They were a group of domain lord fighters and they had been played around by a universe-level fighter. It would be embarrassing if word got out. You're not replying because you don't need it? Then I'll ask again later. Wang Ting said. Guan Yu and the others, Wan Dong and the others, this fellow was truly infuriating. He didn't need it? He was so angry that he couldn't speak. Now, they had a new understanding of Wang Ting's ability to pretend to be a fool. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, Damba crazily attacked. His entire body was covered in blood. His body couldn't withstand such a high level of strength. It was already riddled with holes. Just looking at it was painful. Guan Yu vented all her anger towards Wang Ting on Damba. In an instant, she threw out more than 10 palm prints. They were densely packed together and were extremely ferocious. There was an invincible aura about them. What a ferocious palm technique. Ji Kaduo couldn't help but exclaim. This seems to be brute force diamond palm. Wan Dong suddenly said. Brute force diamond palm. Wang Ting looked at Guan Yu's palm technique and his eyes flickered. This seems to be an immortal rank earth and metal dual attribute palm technique. Eh. As he spoke, he suddenly let out a soft exclamation. This palm technique is interesting. It actually contains the profound meaning of force. Wang Ting's eyes suddenly lit up. He hadn't picked up the profound meaning of force for a long time. As a result, his profound meaning of force was still at the 60% stage. The profound meaning of force was very difficult to comprehend. Wang Ting had encountered so many genius martial artists, but only a few had comprehended the profound meaning of force. He didn't expect Guan Yu to be one. Wang Ting suddenly felt a pleasant surprise. His eyes lit up as he looked at Guan Yu. This palm technique is quite famous in the Third Starry Sky Academy. Many martial artists of the same realm from other academies have been defeated by this palm technique. Wan Dong glanced at Wang Ting and said. There's such a background. Wang Ting said in astonishment. The 7-star academies will hold a martial arts competition every once in a while. Every academy's genius students will spar with each other. This brute force diamond palm has appeared many times, so it's quite famous. Wan Dong said. Many geniuses from other academies have been defeated by this palm technique. Wu Qing on the side seemed to have thought of an unbearable past and couldn't help but shake his head. Speaking of which, I remember that this palm technique seems to be a famous battle technique of a genius from the Third Starry Sky Academy. Ji Kato said in deep thought. Guang Qing. Wan Dong's expression changed slightly. It's him. Wu Qing, Ji Kato, and the others' expressions also changed. They seemed to have thought of something. Guang Qing, both surnamed Guang. Is he related to Guan Yu? Wang Ting asked curiously. Guang Qing is a genius 1 year older than us. He's already a sector lord and is ranked in the Third Starry Sky Academy's top 100 sector lord ranking. Wan Dong said with a serious expression, and he should be related to Guan Yu. Sector lord top 100, is he very strong? Wang Ting asked curiously. The top 100 sector lord fighters in the entire academy, do you think he's strong? Wan Dong said in annoyance. It's alright, top 100, not top 10. Wang Ting shook his head. Wan Dong was speechless. He didn't know if he should say Wang Ting was ignorant or arrogant. Although he admitted that Wang Ting was an absolute prodigy, he couldn't look down on the academy's top 100. It was the strongest 100 sector lords in the entire academy. It was terrifyingly high. Ji Kato and the others glanced at him. They also felt that Wang Ting's tone was too arrogant. Wang Ting didn't care about their reactions and suddenly shouted. He was actually cheering for Guan Yu from the side. Use more strength. Senior Guan Yu, use more strength. Hit him hard. Everyone, Wan Dong and the others felt that Wang Ting was playing with fire. After knowing that Guan Yu might be related to Guan Qing, he was still provoking him. Was he not afraid of revenge? Sector Lord top 100 fighters, all of them added together weren't his match. Guan Yu felt a surge of anger in his heart. His eyes were about to spit fire as he stared fiercely at Wang Ting. He could tell that Wang Ting wasn't purely cheering for him. He was just making fun of him. That look was really asking for a beating. Wang Ting, you're too mean. Yuan Gungun couldn't stand it anymore and cursed in his mind. Cough cough, it's all right. I'm cheering for him. Why are you looking down on me? Wang Ting coughed dryly. Yuan Gungun rolled his eyes. Guan Yu didn't care about Wang Ting anymore. He focused on dealing with the controlled Damba. His brute force Vajra palm was indeed powerful. With a push of his palm, Damba was sent flying. He was about to follow up with another attack when a black shadow shot out from Damba's body. Coincidentally, the direction Damba was flying towards was coincidentally another domain lord level martial artist. After the black shadow shot out from Damba's body, it instantly charged towards that domain lord fighter. Dodge. Guan Yu's expression changed as he shouted. The domain lord level fighter's expression changed as well. He wanted to dodge, but he underestimated the black shadow's speed. Seeing that the black shadow was about to reach him, he gritted his teeth and slashed out several times with his sword. However, the black shadow nimbly dodged his attacks and slashed into his body. Ah! That domain lord fighter screamed. His face was green and black. His long hair fluttered without wind. He was in a state of madness. Rowing. Guan Yu's expression was gloomy. He didn't think that in a moment of carelessness, the black shadow would take over a second person's body. And this person wasn't a snake man, but a member of their team. What made him feel even more troubled was that in order to deal with the controlled Damba, he had expended too much energy. He couldn't deal with a second domain lord at full power. Rowing was weaker than him, but if he went all out, he couldn't be underestimated. Rowing. Damn it, why is it like this? Captain, what do we do? The others in Guan Yu's team all cried out anxiously. Their eyes were filled with worry as they looked at the domain lord fighter controlled by the black shadow. All of you spread out. Don't let that black shadow get close. Guan Yu shouted with an ugly expression. This black shadow's ability was unfathomable. His team members were similar in strength to Rowing. They could easily become the third or fourth target. When that time came, their team would truly be finished. Captain, let's deal with it together. Everyone said. Don't come over. You're not its match. Guan Yu shouted coldly. He gritted his teeth and looked at Wang Ting. Do you know how to deal with this black shadow? You're finally willing to ask me. Wang Ting squatted on the wall. His eyes suddenly lit up. What do I have to do for you to tell me? Guan Yu took a deep breath. This bastard knew. He quickly asked. That will depend on what price you can pay, Wang Ting giggled and replied. I don't have any information to tell you. Guan Yu's eyes flashed. That's your problem. Wang Ting said. Guan Yu gritted his teeth. But seeing Rao Ying's struggle getting weaker and weaker, he could only say, I can give you the secrets of the buildings in exchange. The secrets of the buildings? Wang Ting looked at him suspiciously and said, Tell me. Let's both transmit. Guan Yu said. Okay. Wang Ting nodded. Then the two of them transmitted their information to each other at the same time. There really is a legacy left behind by that powerhouse in the buildings. It's right there. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a strange light. He looked in the direction of the buildings, but he was still hesitant. But I can't believe everything this guy says. He might be lying to me. Wang Ting. Guan Yu suddenly roared. Wan Dong and the others couldn't help but look at Guan Yu. They were a little confused. The voice was so loud that it gave them a fright. What happened? Why did Guan Yu look like he had been cheated of his feelings? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Wang Ting asked with an innocent look. You asked me what's wrong? What information did you tell me? Guan Yu asked angrily. It's the way to deal with the black shadow. Wang Ting said solemnly, didn't I tell you that as long as you attack its soul, you can shake the black shadow out of your teammate's body? Attacking the soul? That's easy to say. Who can do it? Guan Yu clenched his fists, his eyes spitting fire. There were very few combat skills that could attack the soul. Moreover, not everyone could cultivate them. Only people with strong soul origin and spiritual power could cultivate them successfully. This bastard actually told him to attack the Black Shadow soul. It was as good as not saying anything. I can do it, Wang Ting said with a faint smile. I've already told you the information. You can't blame me if you can't do it. Guan Yu. So you're blaming me? Roar. Rowing was completely controlled. It roared angrily. It seemed to hold a grudge against Guan Yu. It charged at him directly. The origin power in its body burst out, forming an indescribable pressure that shook the space around it. Guan Yu's expression changed instantly. He cursed 10,000 times in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Boom, in an instant, the two of them collided. An intense battle broke out once again. Wan Dong and the others had strange expressions on their faces. They couldn't help but sympathize with Guan Yu. He was really unlucky to have met Wang Ting. Hey, do you need my help or not? Wang Ting asked as he watched the show. Guan Yu was silent for a moment. He had no choice but to compromise. He gritted his teeth and asked, what will it take for you to help me? Do you have origin stones? Just give me a few 100,000 cubes of pure origin stones, and I'll help you, Wang Ting said. You. Guan Yu's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his ears. This bastard was asking for too much. A few 100,000 cubes of pure origin stones? Why didn't he just rob someone? Even grade 8 and grade 9 origin stones were extremely rare, let alone pure origin stones. Even he couldn't gather a few 100,000 cubes in one go. You don't have any? Why are you so poor? When Wang Ting saw Guan Yu's expression, he knew that Guan Yu definitely didn't have any. He couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. I'm poor. Guan Yu seemed to have heard something extremely preposterous. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. No one had ever dared to call him poor. This bastard was the first to do so. However, he suppressed the anger in his heart. He couldn't refute this. The more he refuted, the harder his opponent would beat him. Pure origin stones are too rare. I don't have any, Guan Yu said coldly. Then how much do you have? Wang Ting asked. 30,000 grade 9 origin stones. Guan Yu's eyes flashed as he said. That's not enough. You need at least 500,000 cubes. Wang Ting said. You're asking for too much. Where am I supposed to get 500,000 cubes? Even a mine won't get that much. Guan Yu was so angry that his entire body trembled. Boom, while talking, a moment of carelessness, Rao Ying's fist smashed onto his body, causing him to fly out backward. Poochie! Guan Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and his gaze trembled. This rowing had become too strange under the Black Shadow's control. His strength was completely different from usual. Boom! Rowing seemed to have seen that Guan Yu was exhausted. He walked towards him step by step. Black fog coiled around his body like tentacles. He was enjoying the struggle of his prey before it died. Captain! Guan Yu's teammates saw this scene and couldn't help but become nervous. They couldn't help but shout. Damn it! I was actually forced to this state by an unknown black shadow. Guan Yu stared at the distant Rao Ying, his gaze filled with unwillingness. Senior Guan Yu, seeing that we are friends, I only want 300,000 origin stones. 300,000 origin stones for a life, it's worth it. Wang Ting slowly stood up and said indifferently. Fine. Guan Yu gritted his teeth, 300,000 cubes, I'll give it to you. Give it to me first. Wang Ting said. I only have 130,000 cubes here, I'll give you the rest later. Guan Yu waved his hand, and a spatial ring flew towards Wang Ting as he said coldly. Wang Ting received it and inspected it, then nodded, sure, remember to write me an IOU when the time comes. Roar, the black shadow seemed to have high intelligence, seeing the exchange between the two, it roared furiously and charged forward, instantly appearing above Guan Yu's head. The battle sword in its hand shone with an extremely resplendent light as it slashed at Guan Yu. This scene was too sudden. Guan Yu had no time to react, and Rao Ying's attack was already in front of him. His pupils shrunk as he felt unresigned. Was he going to die here today? Captain! Guan Yu's teammates shouted crazily, wanting to save him, but they were too far away and couldn't make it in time. Humph! A cold snort suddenly resounded. Wang Ting's figure turned into an afterimage on the spot and slowly dissipated. His real body appeared abruptly in front of Guan Yu and punched the air above her head. Five-element fist, dark burial. As the two forces overlapped, endless green jade glaze flames surged out of Wang Ting's body and turned into a fist. However, this fist wasn't just green in color. There were black, shadow-like patterns entwining around it. It looked extremely eerie. At the same time, Rao Ying's sword light slashed down. Boom! The fist mark instantly collided with the sword light, erupting with terrifying origin power fluctuations that swept out in all directions. Wang Ting's origin power shouldn't be able to contend against the full power of an area master, but at this moment, not only was his fist mark condensed with origin power, it was also supported by the strange flames and spiritual power of heaven and earth. Facing Rao Ying's explosive sword, it wasn't the slightest bit weaker. Guan Yu was standing behind Wang Ting at this moment and was almost shocked by the violent origin power fluctuations. He looked at Wang Ting's back in disbelief, his heart trembling. This guy could actually block Rao Ying's explosive attack. What kind of monster was this? The next moment, an even more unbelievable scene appeared. Under Wang Ting's fist mark, Rao Ying's sword light crumbled inch by inch, and then his body was sent flying. A black shadow separated from his body. The black shadow was really forced out. What was this Wang Ting made of? Why did he have so many unexpected methods? He didn't seem like a normal warrior at all. How dare you ruin my business? Wang Ting punched the black shadow out, and with a loud shout, his body turned into an afterimage and disappeared in front of Guan Yu, charging towards the black shadow. Boom! There was a sonic boom in the air, and Wang Ting appeared behind the black shadow. His two hands seemed to contain some kind of magic, directly grabbing onto the black shadow's head, and a terrifying suction force erupted. Swallow the heavens and devour the earth, innate shadow talent. The two abilities were activated at the same time, madly absorbing the shadow power within the black shadow. The black shadow struggled madly, emitting bursts of ear-piercing sounds, and invisible spiritual sound waves rushed out, trying to break free from Wang Ting's grasp. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Its body kept twisting and shrinking under Wang Ting's frenzied devouring, as if there was a strong suction force, causing its body to spin. In the end, the black shadow, which was more than 10 meters tall, was forcefully devoured by Wang Ting, and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Done. Wang Ting clapped his hands and smiled. Gulp. Suddenly, there was the sound of saliva being swallowed all around. Everyone only felt that it was inconceivable. The black shadow that they were helpless against was easily dealt with by Wang Ting. Moreover, such a huge black shadow disappeared in front of their eyes just like that. Where did Wang Ting put it? Everyone was still in shock, not regaining their senses yet. Wang Ting had dealt with it too easily. If it was slightly more difficult, they wouldn't have been so shocked. However, the way he dealt with it so casually, it was hard for them to accept. Especially Guan Yu and the others, they had used all sorts of methods, yet they still weren't able to deal with the huge black shadow, and even had two of them controlled by it. It formed a huge contrast. This caused Guan Yu and the others' expressions to change. They felt ashamed. They were a group of domain lord level fighters, yet they couldn't even compare to a universe level. Wang Ting looked at his stats. Shadow talent, 6100100000, level 1, shadow energy, 5300100000, level 1, very good. Wang Ting was happy within. These two stats had indeed risen. He was now hoping for more black shadows to appear, allowing him to take advantage of them. Retracting his gaze from the stats, Wang Ting's gaze swept past and landed on Guan Yu. Guan Yu immediately felt something was amiss. As expected, "Senior, come, let's sign an IOU first." Wang Ting walked over in large strides, his face full of smiles, his hands pulling out a pen and paper from who knows where. Guan Yu's expression was ugly. He was so aggrieved he wanted to spit out blood, especially when he saw Wang Ting's face. He wanted to punch him. Wang Ting, don't go overboard, our captain has already given you quite a bit. Beside him was a 20-year-old lady, she was also a domain lord warrior in Guan Yu's team, she couldn't help but shout out. What, you want to go back on your words? Wang Ting tilted his head, looking at the domain lord warrior, asking indifferently. You're just taking advantage of the situation. The domain lord lady snorted coldly. You don't have to ask for my help, I didn't force you. Now that I've already dealt with the Black Shadow, you're saying such things, do you think I'm easy to bully? Wang Ting said expressionlessly. You. The domain lord level woman saw Wang Ting's expression and her expression changed. After the series of events just now, she already knew that the guy in front of her, who was only at the universe level, was not someone to be trifled with. He was even more difficult to deal with than the old students. Just his powerful spiritual force alone was enough to make a domain lord level fighter take him seriously. Moreover, he had several domain lord level martial artists behind him. By then, Wan Dong and the others had walked over as well. They stood silently behind Wang Ting. Even though they did not say anything, the atmosphere of oppression they exuded was strong. On the other hand, on Guan Yu's side, after losing 2 domain lords, the team was clearly much weaker. If they really fought, they didn't have much of a chance of winning. Ran Qian. Guan Yu's face sunk as he waved his hand, stopping the domain lord lady from speaking any further. He walked up and took the pen and paper from Wang Ting's hands, writing on it before throwing it to Wang Ting. We're not done with this. What, Senior still wants to owe me a few more origin stones? Wang Ting pretended to be shocked, then nodded happily and said, no problem. No problem. If you have the chance, come find me again. Guan Yu. He took a deep breath and walked away, indicating that he didn't want to pay any attention to this bastard. Ran Qian glared fiercely at Wang Ting. Beauty, if you glare at me like that, others will think that I did something bad to you, Wang Ting laughed. You? Ran Qian wasn't easy to deal with. She laughed coldly. Wang Ting's eyebrows jumped. These 3 words were like you can't do it. He couldn't help but roll his eyes and chuckle, do you want to try? Mao Zhangji doesn't have any, little friend. Ran Qian laughed coldly again. Holy shit. Wang Ting cursed in his heart. Indeed, when a woman was dirty, men had nothing to do with it. Wan Dong and the others had strange expressions on their faces. It was difficult for them to stifle their laughter, but they didn't dare to laugh. Ha ha ha. Yuan Gun, on the other hand, wasn't as afraid. It began to laugh loudly in Wang Ting's mind. It had followed Wang Ting for so long, but this was the first time it had heard someone insult Wang Ting in such a way. Furthermore, it had rendered him speechless. Female pervert. Dong Lei, the female martial artist in Wan Dong's group, harumphed disdainfully. Who are you talking about? Ran Qian glared at her. I'm talking about you. Do you have any sense of shame? His hair hasn't fully grown yet. Do you want to see it? Dong Lei glared back, unwilling to be outdone. So what if I want to see it? I'm happy to see it, Ran Qian laughed coldly. Then look, Dong Lei retorted. Make him take off his pants, Ran Qian said as she pointed at Wang Ting. If you have the ability, make him take it off yourself. Wang Ting. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? For a moment, Wang Ting was dumbfounded. He had no idea what was going on. How did he end up being asked to take off his pants? *CK These 2 old women, Wang Ting was so angry that he wanted to hit them. Wan Dong and the others could not hold it in any longer. They all turned around and tried to suppress their laughter. Wang Ting's face darkened even more. He kicked Jikdo's butt and coldly shouted, enough. If you continue to grumble, I'll strip both of you and hang you up for others to admire. Wan Dong and the rest widened their eyes. This person was so ruthless. However, why did they suddenly feel a sense of anticipation? Pervert. Dong Lei and Ran Qian scolded at the same time. I at yen at %. Wang Ting said. Who was the one who acted like a pervert first? He felt that he had been framed. He felt very wronged. Ran Qian glared fiercely at Wang Ting before turning her head away. Although Wang Ting's words made her very angry, she really didn't dare to provoke Wang Ting again. This fellow might really do it. Dong Lei was a little embarrassed. She originally wanted to help Wang Ting. How did things end up like this? She felt that something wasn't right. Wang Ting's face darkened. He used his spiritual force to scan the surroundings and picked up the attribute bubbles that the few of them dropped. Metal Star Force, 438-005-0000, Universe Level 5, Wood Star Force, 267-004-0000, Universe Level 4, Water Star Force, 365-004-0000, Universe Level 4, Fire Star Force, 2100600000, Universe Level 6, Earth Star Force, 325-004-0000, Universe Level 4. After a round of absorption, the 5 elements were all upgraded. Furthermore, the Fire Star Force was upgraded by a level, breaking through from Universe Level 5 to Universe Level 6. His depression was swept away. Wang Ting was extremely happy. His Fire Star Force was improving very quickly. This feeling of increasing his strength so quickly was intoxicating. Other than the Poison Star Force, Wang Ting's Fire Star Force was improving the fastest. Of the 5 elements, the other elements had also improved by quite a bit. The lowest had reached Universe Level 4. The benefits of a Domain Lord Fighter were just that great. Following that was the improvement of his domain. It was a pity that most of the people's elemental domains were not as good as Wang Ting's. Only Guan Yu's Earth and Metal domains were barely enough. Earth Domain, 26006000, Tier 6, Gold Realm, 31006000, Grade 6, the 2 domains had improved by quite a bit. This allowed Wang Ting's comprehension of the two to increase by a small amount. However, what really made Wang Ting's eyes light up was the brute force Vajrapam's attribute bubble. At this moment, he closed his eyes and a light image appeared in his mind. An incomparably ferocious palm technique was slowly displayed under the light image's demonstration. Suddenly, the light image leapt up high and a golden palm print descended from the sky. Boom, a huge palm print appeared on the ground that was almost embedded into the ground. Looking down from the sky, it was extremely spectacular. What a brute force Vajrapam! Wang Ting opened his eyes and muttered in his heart. This palm technique was really impressive. It was a mixed earth and metal battle technique. Its power was incomparably great. Moreover, it was an immortal rank battle technique. Wang Ting had only grasped a few immortal rank battle techniques. This was definitely a huge gain. Guan Yu had just displayed this palm technique with all her might and had lost a total of 4,500 attribute points. All of it had benefited Wang Ting. Brute Force Vajrapam, Immortal Rank 4500500, Beginner, 500 attribute points, not even at the proficient level. Wang Ting looked at the attribute panel and was a little surprised. It seemed like the difficulty of this palm technique was extremely high. Wang Ting shook his head. His gaze fell on Guan Yu as he pondered on how to get more from her. The attribute points were not enough. Other than the attributes of the palm technique, the profound meaning of force attribute also dropped. Guan Yu's profound meaning of force was undoubtedly much higher than Wang Ting's. Her profound meaning of force had reached 100%. It could be said that Wang Ting had definitely gained a huge advantage. Profound meaning of force, 3100100000, 100%, pieces of enlightenment appeared in Wang Ting's mind, causing his understanding of the profound meaning of force to increase greatly. It went from 60% to 100%, achieving a huge leap. Great! Wang Ting's eyes shone. He could not hide the joy in his heart. Strands of profound meaning energy surrounded his fist. He did not make any unnecessary movements. He only clenched his fist, and the space around him seemed to be unable to withstand it. If Wang Ting were to display the brute force Vajrapam now, its power would not be much weaker than Guan Yu's. The only 2 shortcomings were that his force was not as strong as Guan Yu's, and his proficiency was also slightly lower. However, Wang Ting could make up for these 2 points. If his force was not enough, he could make up for it with his domain. If his proficiency was not enough, he could add points to his attributes. Moreover, he had the ancient god body and the true dragon war body. With these two body types activated, he could even fight against an domain lord. If he were to fight with Guan Yu head-on, he could use the brute force Vajra palm to see who was stronger. Wan Dong and the others were very close. They immediately sensed something and looked at Wan Ting. Their faces were filled with shock. This is a breakthrough? They were suspicious. They felt that Wan Ting had become much stronger in this short period of time. His talent was too monstrous, the few of them could not help but look at each other. They had different expressions as they sighed in their hearts. It was not unreasonable for him to be so strong at the universe level. While they were still in a daze, he had already broken through. How could they compare? There was no comparison. Alright, everyone, let's continue forward. Wang Ting waved his hand and dispersed the mental maze. Everyone looked around and realized that it had returned to normal. They were still in the same ancient building complex. At the same time, there was an unknown danger. They could not help but sigh at the power of a spirit reader master. They were somewhat envious. Even in the universe, spirit reader masters were rare. They did not expect Wang Ting to not only have strong martial arts talent, but also spiritual talent. Wang Ting continued forward. Compared to the others who had not gained anything, he had gained many benefits and was in a good mood. His enthusiasm for exploring the building complex was naturally high. Wan Dong and the others were somewhat depressed. They had been dealt a blow by Wan Ting and felt that it would be difficult for them to escape from Wan Ting's demonic claws. Guang Yu and the others followed behind. This time, they had learned their lesson and did not charge forward. Instead, they stayed far away, afraid that they would be tricked by Wan Ting again. Damba and Rowing did not seem to be dead. However, they were heavily injured and were currently unconscious. They had lost 2 domain lords. In addition, there was still shadow energy in their bodies that they could not get rid of. Their fighting strength was greatly reduced. With such strength, there was no way they could compete with Wang Ting and the others. However, they were not willing to leave just like that. There must be great benefits in the building complex. Who would not want to get it? As long as there was a chance, they would not give up. Although Wang Ting and the others had the upper hand now, it did not mean that they did not make any mistakes. Guan Yu seemed to have thought of something and a cold smile appeared on his face. The information that he had just told Wang Ting was not all true. If Wang Ting believed it, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. When that time came, he would get back at him with interest. The group kept moving forward. Along the way, they did not encounter any more dangers. The black shadow seemed to have disappeared and did not appear again. After walking for about 10 minutes, they had passed through a large area of buildings. Large areas of ancient buildings turned into dust and disappeared from the world. Wang Ting suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at a certain spot in front of him. His pupils constricted. Hiss! Wan Dong and the others saw it too. They immediately took in a cold breath and their expressions changed drastically. Guang Yu and the others were a distance away. However, martial artists had amazing eyesight and could see the situation here. They hesitated for a moment and did not approach. Instead, they watched from afar. A corpse that was nailed to the stone wall. It was a man. He was tall and was at least 7 to 8 meters tall. There was a huge golden horn on his head that gave off an extremely sharp feeling. A martial artist from the Giant Horn clan. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he recognized him. This was a martial artist from the Giant Horn clan who was known for his metal attribute talent. Looking at the patterns on his huge horn, he was at least a sector lord. Yet, he died here. Wan Dong said in a low voice. What was truly frightening was the way this Giant Horn clan warrior died. His internal organs and even his glabella were all pierced through. His body was pierced through with many black metal tubes. It was unknown what kind of material they were made of, but there were traces of dried black blood everywhere. This scene was undoubtedly extremely horrifying. He should have been killed in one hit. Wang Ting said. Wan Dong and the others were stunned. They took a closer look and asked, "Why do you say so?" Look at his wounds. There are no signs of struggle. His sea of consciousness and internal organs should have been pierced at the same time. This kind of control is very scary. Wang Ting said in a serious tone. Everyone reacted and their expressions were extremely solemn. Was it done by a spirit reader? Wan Dong asked hesitantly. Not necessarily. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he shook his head. Look at this wall. It's very strange. The other walls can't withstand the ravages of time and crumble with a touch. Why is this wall perfectly preserved? Dong Lei suddenly said. She was talking about the wall behind the corpse. Under the weight of the corpse, the wall should have turned into dust long ago. However, it still existed. It was really unbelievable. It's a little strange. I'll go take a look. Ji Kuduo volunteered and carefully walked forward. They were still a few hundred meters away from the corpse. Wang Ting had stopped early because he didn't want to get too close to avoid any accidents. At this moment, Ji Kuduo wanted to walk over but was stopped by him. Ji Kuduo looked at Wang Ting suspiciously. Wang Ting didn't explain anything. He turned around and shouted at Guan Yu and the others, Senior Guan Yu, there's a corpse here. Don't you want to come over and take a look? Everyone's expression was strange. They seemed to have smelled a familiar scent. On the other side, Guan Yu looked suspicious and said coldly, there's no need. We've already seen it. This corpse seems to be wearing a spatial ring. Anyone who sees it will get a share. Everyone, come over and take a share. Wang Ting saw that they weren't coming over, so he rolled his eyes and said. Wan Dong and the others were slightly stunned. They suddenly turned around and noticed that the corpse was indeed wearing a spatial ring. Generally speaking, after a martial artist killed their opponent, they would definitely collect the spoils of war. Why would they leave such a conspicuous spatial equipment behind? Hence, Wan Dong and the others didn't even take a look. At this moment, after Wang Ting's reminder, they finally reacted. The spatial ring was still there. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with passion. That was a spatial ring left behind by a sector lord. What could be inside? Guan Yu and the others were originally very resolute. They wouldn't go over no matter what. However, once they heard that there was a spatial ring, their hearts became lively. Why don't we go over and take a look? Guan Yu persuaded himself. Just take a look, he would act according to the situation. If something went wrong, he would retreat. He definitely wouldn't fall for Wang Ting's trap, he wasn't that stupid. Although a sector lord's spatial ring was tempting, he needed to be alive to take it. He looked at the remaining 4 teammates. Seeing that they were all very tempted, the determination in his heart weakened. Captain? Ran Qian asked. Let's go over and take a look. Guang Yu said softly. Okay. Ran Qian and the others' eyes lit up. Why did they come out for the mission? Wasn't it for these things? A spatial equipment left behind by a sector lord was too tempting. Even if they knew that Wang Ting wasn't that kind, they still couldn't resist the temptation. The group quickly came to Wang Ting's side. How do you want to split it? Guan Yu first glanced at the spatial ring on the martial artist's finger. After confirming that there was no problem, he looked at Wang Ting and asked. It belongs to whoever gets it. How about it? Wang Ting said. That wasn't what you said just now. Guan Yu frowned and sneered in his heart. There was indeed something wrong with this guy. Everyone has a chance to fight for it. However, whether or not you can get it depends on your own ability. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Wang Ting said nonchalantly. Wan Dong and the others' eyes flashed. Even though they didn't want Guan Yu and the others to interfere, looking at Wang Ting's expression, it seemed like he had some plan. They couldn't say much. Guan Yu frowned. He felt that Wang Ting was definitely plotting something, but he couldn't see it. He felt helpless. How about it? Do you want to fight? Give me a definite answer. Wang Ting said. We can fight, but we have to fight at the same time. Guan Yu said. Sure. Wang Ting nodded. On our side, I'll fight. Guan Yu glanced at Wan Dong and the others. By now, he could see that these domain lord level fighters were actually following Wang Ting's lead. They were just acting before. Thinking about this, his liver hurt. A group of domain lord level fighters was actually led by a universe level fighter. Who would believe that? Hence, even though he felt that there was something strange about this group, he didn't think too much about it. Since you're going to fight alone, we won't take advantage of you. I'll fight alone on my side as well. Otherwise, people will say that I'm bullying you. Guan Yu said. Alright, I admire Senior for this. You're open and honest. Wang Ting nodded. Guan Yu looked at Wang Ting suspiciously. He had reason to believe that Wang Ting wasn't praising him. The two of them made their preparations. They looked at each other and walked towards the corpse of the giant Horn Clan fighter. The people from both teams stared at the backs of the two people. After walking for about 100 meters, they were within 300 meters of the corpse. Suddenly, Guan Yu's expression changed, and he moved to the left. Xiao, a seemingly invisible attack abruptly passed by his right eye and disappeared into thin air. Guan Yu's pupils shrank, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. If he hadn't dodged in time, his right eye would have been pierced. What was that? Guan Yu was shocked. He felt as though he had walked through the gates of hell. A domain lord-level fighter wasn't weak, but facing such a strange attack, it was the first time he felt so close to death. He didn't see clearly what it was. It was like a very faint shadow attack that blended into the void. It was hard to see with the naked eye. Ran Qian and the others in the distance didn't see it either. They only saw Guan Yu suddenly move to the side with a frightened look. They were all surprised. Was there some danger? Everyone was guessing in their hearts. They scanned their surroundings seriously. Because they didn't see it, they were even more nervous. Senior Guan Yu, what's wrong? Wang Ting's voice came from not far away. Guan Yu looked over and was shocked. Wang Ting was approaching the corpse step by step, as though he hadn't been attacked. But how was that possible? Senior Guan Yu, if you don't hurry up, I'll take this ring. Wang Ting's voice came slowly. Guan Yu's face twitched. This guy was trying to provoke him. Senior Guan Yu, hurry up. Are you afraid? Wang Ting smiled at Guan Yu as he walked. Guan Yu's eyes flashed. He looked at Wang Ting, trying to find a way to avoid the shadow attack. Unfortunately, he found that he couldn't find anything. He could only take a deep breath and continue forward. Xiao, before he took 2 steps, the shadow attack appeared again, shooting at him from an extremely tricky angle. Guan Yu was prepared this time and immediately dodged. However, the second and third shadow attack appeared again, making him tired. He was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. But strangely, Ran Qian, Wan Dong, and the others in the distance couldn't see anything. They looked at Guan Yu moving left and right in confusion. It seemed like he was dancing? What's going on? They looked at each other. The atmosphere was heavy with a trace of strangeness. Guan Yu didn't know that the people outside couldn't see the shadow at all. At this time, he was focused on dealing with the shadows that were constantly rushing toward him. He didn't choose to give up. Wang Ting, a universe-level warrior, didn't retreat. How could he retreat? Moreover, Senior Guan Yu, hurry up. Why are you so slow? Wang Ting's voice came from time to time, making him feel a little dissatisfied. He knew that Wang Ting was provoking him, but he couldn't take it lying down. Of course, the main reason was that he thought he could still handle it, so he didn't plan to give up. Wang Ting saw this scene and laughed in his heart. He deliberately slowed down and dodged from time to time. It didn't seem that easy. The appearance of the shadow attack was the same on his side. There was nothing special about it. But he could handle it. Because the shadow attack was condensed from the power of shadows, it formed a special domain in this small area. And he had the shadow talent, so he could sense the appearance of the shadow attack in advance. So the shadow attack that was fatal to others was just a small test for Wang Ting. And what he had to do was to continuously lead Guan Yu into the depths of this domain. I wonder if there are any attribute bubbles? Wang Ting muttered in his heart as he dodged the shadow attack. I thought you were very capable. Aren't you the same as me? Guan Yu saw that Wang Ting's footsteps were gradually becoming difficult and couldn't help but mock him. But I'm faster than you. You can't catch up with me. Sigh, you can't catch up. Wang Ting laughed. Guan Yu. How could this person be so despicable? Suddenly, Wang Ting's eyes lit up when he saw an attribute bubble appear. He temporarily put Guan Yu away and swept out his spiritual force to pick it up. Shadow Domain *100, Shadow Domain, there really is a related domain attribute. Wang Ting couldn't help but be overjoyed. His idea was right. So he was even less anxious and slowly moved forward, waiting for more attribute bubbles to appear. After a while, 2 more attribute bubbles appeared in the front left. Shadow Domain *200, Shadow Domain *150, not bad. Not bad. Continue. Wang Ting was extremely happy. Who wouldn't like to pick up something for free? Did this guy smile just now? Guan Yu's face was full of suspicion. Whoosh, in a moment of carelessness, 3 shadow attacks shot out from different directions. Guan Yu's expression changed drastically. He immediately leaned to the side and narrowly dodged 2 shadow attacks. Then, he squatted down and dodged the 3rd shadow attack. However, before he could get up, 4 more shadow attacks came from all directions. F***CK. Why are there so many of them suddenly? Guan Yu couldn't help but curse in his heart. The number of shadow attacks actually increased several times in an instant. This was something he didn't expect. Senior, are you sure you can do it? If you can't, just quit. It's not embarrassing. Wang Ting's voice came at the right time. You're the one who can't. Your whole family can't do it. Guan Yu's face turned green. He dodged the shadow attacks and cursed at Wang Ting. Then, he gritted his teeth and rushed forward. 10 meters, however, he had only dashed out 10 meters when the surrounding shadow attacks increased once again. They were densely packed from all directions, almost covering his entire body. Guan Yu's expression completely changed. How could he dodge so many shadow attacks? He didn't even think and wanted to retreat. But it was too late. There were countless shadow attacks coming from behind him. Guan Yu dodged in a sorry state, but his body was still grazed by a few shadow attacks. Blood spurted out. Fortunately, he was still alive, but at this moment, a gust of eerie qi immediately rushed into his body from the wound. The same power as the shadow? Guan Yu's expression changed slightly. He tried to expel it, but it was useless. The gloomy energy that he had suppressed with great difficulty immediately erupted under the influence of this new gloomy energy. A chill swept through his body, and he couldn't help but tremble. There was no time to think. A large number of shadow attacks came from all directions. Guan Yu could only desperately dodge. Senior, can you hold on? Wang Ting's smiling voice came from afar. Guan Yu turned his head and saw Wang Ting's smiling face. He had returned to his previous relaxed posture. It was as if he was a completely different person from the previous difficult situation. A bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. Wang Ting, King tricked me again. Guan Yu knew that Wang Ting did it on purpose. He couldn't help but roar. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He finally regretted. He regretted falling into Wang Ting's trap again. As they got closer to the corpse, more and more shadow attacks appeared. The appearance of these shadow attacks was obviously increasing as they got closer. He should have noticed it earlier, but he was too conceited. He thought that if Wang Ting could handle it, so could he. In the end, he fell into the trap that Wang Ting had set for him. This bastard, Ran Qian and the others saw Guan Yu's shocked and angry expression and the wounds on his body. They finally knew that something had happened. Their captain was tricked by Wang Ting again? But how was this possible? It was clearly right under their noses. How did he trick them? Everyone was puzzled. Wan Dong and the others were also puzzled. They had no idea what was going on in front of them. However, when they saw that Guan Yu was tricked again, their expressions became very strange. To be tricked by the same person twice, no one else could do it. Would Guan Yu be traumatized by Wang Ting? It looked so dangerous. Jikdo's dog face suddenly revealed a look of relief. Fortunately, Wang Ting had stopped him just now. Otherwise, he would be the one facing such a dangerous situation. Wang Ting ignored Guan Yu and walked step by step towards the corpse of the giant Horn Clan warrior. It was as if the surrounding black light did not exist. He did not even bother to dodge it. He activated his innate skill of shadow. The shadow energy in his body surged out and pushed away the surrounding shadow attacks. Those shadow attacks could not hurt him at all. He realized that these shadow attacks were somewhat similar to telekinesis attacks. If he did not focus his mind to observe, it would be difficult to notice. The reason why Guan Yu was helpless was that the shadow attacks were too hidden. In addition to the large number of shadow attacks, he could not deal with them at all. Soon, Wang Ting arrived 5 meters away from the corpse of the giant Horn Clan warrior. He then swept it with his telekinesis and took the spatial ring. He was too far away just now. In addition, there was the domain power enveloping the area. Moreover, the domain interference was stronger within a few meters of the corpse, so he could not use his telekinesis. However, at this moment, he was only 5 meters away from the corpse. With his telekinesis, he could definitely sweep it back. The interspatial ring fell into Wang Ting's hand, and his spiritual force instantly gushed out and entered it. Boom, crack, the spiritual imprint left behind by the sector lord of the giant Horn clan immediately shattered. After all, he had been dead for too long, and the spiritual imprint inside had been corroded by time and was already very weak. With Wang Ting's spiritual force, he could definitely break through. Very quickly, the situation inside the interspatial ring was reflected in Wang Ting's eyes. Weapons, origin stones, and various pills sealed in jade bottles, as well as various spirit herbs and ores, etc. A sector lord's collection was indeed not to be underestimated. Wang Ting glanced at the glabella of the giant Horn clan warrior. What a pity, the sea of consciousness was broken, and the small world in his body had probably collapsed. The items inside were most likely left behind in some unknown space and could not be found anymore. Some sector lords would leave behind their own small worlds before they died, and then seal them in some place, waiting for the fated person to find them. However, if it was a sector lord who died, the small world would usually not be left behind. It would either be cleaned out or self-destructed, leaving nothing behind for the enemy. This sector lord in front of him had his sea of consciousness pierced and died, and his small world shattered and disappeared into space. In the distance, Guan Yu was obstructed by the shadow attack and had no time to care about anything else. Wang Ting turned around and revealed a simple and honest smile. "Senior Guan Yu, I've got the interspatial ring, I'll take my leave first." Pooh. Guan Yu's head was covered in cold sweat, and there were many wounds on his body, all caused by the shadow attack. Waves of shadow energy entered his body and blocked the flow of origin power, making his situation even more difficult. Hearing Wang Ting's words, he directly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. In the end, not only was he tricked, he didn't even get anything. Wasn't this infuriating? Damn. He spat out blood. Wang Ting couldn't help but be shocked. He reflected for a moment. Did he go overboard? Captain. Ran Qian and the others saw this scene from afar and were all shocked. Captain, the spatial ring has already been taken by him. Quickly come back. Ran Qian shouted anxiously. At this moment, Guan Yu was in a dilemma. If he could retreat, he would have done so long ago. Why would he still be struggling here? Was it fun? No, it wasn't fun at all. He was on the verge of tears. What was this shadow attack? Why was it so difficult to deal with? It was all his fault for being so muddle-headed. He had rushed to such a close distance, and the shadow's attacks had suddenly increased. He didn't even have the chance to retreat. When Wan Dong and the others saw Guan Yu's current state, they could not help but sympathize with him. After being cheated to such an extent, he must be doubting his life. It was too tragic. Wang Ting walked back leisurely, forming a stark contrast with Guan Yu. He was not in a hurry at all. There were still attribute bubbles to be picked up. Shadow Realm *450, Shadow Domain *520, Shadow Territory *400, I've dropped quite a lot of attribute points this time. Wang Ting was a little surprised. Could it be because he was close to the corpse? The closer he got, the more attribute points he would gain. Guan Yu thought that Wang Ting was toying with him, deliberately walking so slowly. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. But Wang Ting did not have time to pay attention to him. He continued to pick up the attribute bubbles. After a while, he glanced at his status panel. Shadow Realm, 200-3000, third stage. In just a short while, Wang Ting's Shadow Realm had already reached the third stage. It was a huge improvement. In his mind, the understanding of the Shadow Realm constantly appeared, giving him all sorts of enlightenment. The deeper his understanding, the more Wang Ting was amazed. This Shadow Realm was incredible. The shadow attack in front of him was only the most superficial type of domain. There were still other domains that had not been revealed. The domain here was left behind by a certain expert. It was attached to the black rods. After so many years, it was almost exhausted. Even so, it was still powerful. Even a domain lord-level genius like Guan Yu from Cosmic Star Academy was trapped. Not to mention one, even if 2 or 3 came in, it would most likely be trapped. Of course, if they worked together, they could still break this domain. It would depend on whether they had brains or not. Wang Ting silently felt the changes in the domain. He secretly wondered what kind of expert left behind this Shadow Realm. This shadow power was really strange. He felt that it was very similar to the Dark Apparition's ability, but there seemed to be some differences. Was there a connection between the two, or was this shadow power from a certain race of Dark Apparitions? Was it just a little special? Wang Ting thought that he knew a lot about Dark Apparitions, but in fact, he did not know that much. There were still many secrets that were not known by others. Dark Apparitions were very strange. Even some cosmologists who specialized in Dark Apparitions did not have a comprehensive understanding of them. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Let's take it one step at a time. Anyway, it's all mine. Wang Ting sighed, shook his head, and stopped thinking about it. He continued to pick up the attribute bubbles. Guan Yu could not hold on any longer. The shadow attacks were secondary. If it was just the number of attacks, he could still hold on. However, he could not expel or suppress the shadow power that invaded his body. If this continued, it would only drag him to his death. And now, he could not hold on any longer. His face was very pale, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Leader. Ran Qian and the others had already noticed his situation. They moved and wanted to rush in to help. However, Guan Yu knew how difficult and scary these shadow attacks were. He shouted, "Don't come in. You can't handle these attacks." Unfortunately, it was too late. Ran Qian and the others could not watch him die. They all rushed in. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, shadow attacks immediately sped towards them. Luckily, they were still cautious. When they saw Guan Yu's miserable state, they knew that there must be some invisible danger. Hence, they were very careful from the start. They dodged a few shadow attacks, but they were confused. Although the attacks were very hidden, they should not be able to make Guan Yu so miserable. The few of them looked at each other. They only hesitated for a moment before continuing to rush forward. Soon, they found out the reason. The shadow attacks coming from all directions were increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Good heavens! They delivered themselves to us? Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He had a strange expression on his face. When Wan Dong and the others saw this, they looked at Wang Ting. Wang Ting shook his head calmly at them. If these people came in, they might not be able to help, but they would not be a burden. Wan Dong and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They did not want to go in. The first few hundred meters had already made Guan Yu so miserable that he could not even get out. Anyone who saw this would feel their scalp tingle. At this moment, Guan Yu was angry and a little touched. He had told them not to go in, but they still rushed in. How were they going to get out later? He did not need to think to know that they would probably end up like him later. Don't come over. He still took the time to shout, hoping that his teammates would realize their mistake and turn back. Leader, don't worry. We're here to save you. Ran Qian replied loudly. Wang Ting almost laughed. These people were really stupid and naive. The reason why Ran Qian and the others did not retreat was that they had found a way to cooperate. With a few people working together, it was undoubtedly much easier for Guan Yu to deal with the shadow attacks alone. Therefore, they felt that Guan Yu was in such a miserable state because he had acted alone without any cooperation. At this moment, they worked together and approached Guan Yu's position step by step. Soon, Ran Qian and the others rushed over with extreme speed and confidence. Then, they entered an area where the shadow attacks were extremely concentrated. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, densely packed shadow attacks instantly came from all directions, surrounding Ran Qian and the others. F***ck. In the next moment, Ran Qian cursed. Her expression changed drastically. Why were there so many shadow attacks suddenly? I told you to stop. Guan Yu was in so much pain that he wanted to close his eyes. However, he did not dare to. Once he closed his eyes, he might not be able to open them again. Ran Qian and the others were speechless. Accidents always came so suddenly and caught people off guard. At this moment, they were very embarrassed. They were very confident just now, but now they were in such a predicament that they could not even handle it. Captain, don't worry. With the few of us working together, we can definitely get out. Ran Qian's expression changed. She regained her confidence and shouted. I hope so. Guan Yu looked at her. He felt that she was just comforting him. Ran Qian was right about one thing. With the few of them working together, they were able to last longer than Guan Yu alone. They moved over step by step. As they blocked the shadow attacks, they gathered with Guan Yu. Guan Yu could not hold on any longer. If they did not save him, he might really die here. As Ran Qian and the others arrived, Guan Yu finally heaved a sigh of relief. Captain, you are in the middle. Rest first. One of the domain lord level fighters said. All right. Guan Yu did not argue. It was obviously not the time for that. He immediately took out a healing pill and quickly absorbed it to recover. On the other side, Wang Ting looked at them resisting the shadow attacks. His eyes revealed a trace of shock. They were after all domain lord level fighters. When they worked together, they were very powerful. Should I give them more ingredients? Wang Ting rubbed his chin and thought to himself. He had grasped the shadow domain that was of the same origin as the domain here. He could completely affect the domain here. Thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Doing that would not be too good. He was a good person after all. Senior Guan Yu, can you guys still hold on? Do you need help? Wang Ting shouted towards Guan Yu. Why did that sound so familiar? Ran Qian and the others had ugly expressions. They seemed to have thought of something. Damn it. The same words. Wang Ting had asked them before. Was their captain tricked, this bastard? Wang Ting, do you only know how to use such despicable methods? If you have the ability, let's go out and fight. Ran Qian shouted angrily. What? What did you say? I can't hear you. Wang Ting placed his hand on his ear. He tilted his head and asked loudly. Ran Qian was so angry that her chest almost exploded. Her chest heaved up and down violently as she roared, F***cku. Outside the domain, Wan Dong and the others were speechless. Wang Ting was too sarcastic. He pretended to be deaf and mute, angering people to this extent. This woman is a little fierce. Wang Ting was speechless. Why don't you see how angry she is? Yuan Gun Gun was speechless. Cough cough. I didn't plan to anger her. My target is Guan Yu. Wang Ting coughed dryly and continued shouting, Senior Guan Yu, if you can't hold on, just shout. Since we are friends, I will help you. F***ck. Guan Yu suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Wang Ting. He couldn't take it anymore. This bastard was simply shameless. Don't look at me like that. It's creepy. Wang Ting touched his nose and said embarrassedly, if you don't need my help, then forget it. I won't force you. As he spoke, a wave of domain power quietly spread out from his body and merged with the surrounding domain. The domain here was filled with the same aura, so Guan Yu and the others didn't notice anything wrong. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, suddenly, the number of shadow attacks around them increased. Ran Qian, Guan Yu, and the others immediately noticed the problem. Their expressions changed drastically. What's going on? Why did the attacks increase? Their tacit cooperation was suddenly disrupted, causing them to be flustered. At this time, they were too tired to deal with it and didn't have time to care about Wang Ting. It's really too easy. I need to increase the difficulty. Wang Ting shook his head and muttered in his heart. Wang Ting, did you do something? Yuan Gungun asked suspiciously. No, I'm not that kind of person, Wang Ting said seriously. Yuan Gungun was full of doubts about Wang Ting. Ran Qian and the others suddenly faced more attacks at this time. If it wasn't for Wang Ting's tricks, Yuan Gungun would have written the 3 words Yuan Gungun upside down. However, it couldn't find any evidence. Moreover, it couldn't understand how Wang Ting changed this domain. No matter how talented Wang Ting was, it was impossible for him to comprehend a special domain in such a short time, right? Even Yuan Gungun felt that the domain in front of him was very mysterious and strange. This was not an ordinary elemental domain. It wasn't that easy to comprehend it. Every domain required a cultivator to spend a lot of time to comprehend. The elemental domain was easy to comprehend. After all, it was very common and Wang Ting had already comprehended it. However, the domain in front of them was very special. It had never been seen before. Such a domain was undoubtedly the most difficult to comprehend. It required a lot of time to comprehend it. Therefore, Yuan Gungun couldn't believe that Wang Ting had already comprehended the domain here. It thought that Wang Ting had used some special method to affect the domain power here. For example, the shadow power. Previously, when Wang Ting dealt with the black shadow, it guessed that Wang Ting could absorb the shadow power. However, it didn't expect Wang Ting to have the shadow talent. It thought that Wang Ting had used the devouring ability of the Void Devourer to devour the shadow power. This was very likely. The Void Devourer was too mysterious. Not many people knew how terrifying its devouring ability was. Unfortunately, Wang Ting never admitted it, so it couldn't do anything about it. TSK, what a mysterious thing, Yuan Gungun expressed its disdain. It didn't want to know. Boom, a loud explosion rang out. Ran Qian and the others erupted. They also discovered that a special domain had formed here. Their domain power swept out and resisted it. Not good. These guys aren't stupid. They know to use their domain to destroy this place. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself. Boom boom boom, on Guan Yu's side, the 4 of them unleashed their rank 5 domains at the same time, forcefully attacking the shadow domain. Guan Yu had also recovered a little. She immediately joined in and unleashed her rank 6 domain. The power of 5 domain lords unleashing their domain power was not to be underestimated. Although the shadow domain was very special and was left behind by a powerhouse, it wasn't so easily destroyed. However, it wasn't supported by a martial artist. It was just a remnant. Wang Ting looked back. Indeed, the black tubes stuck in the corpses of the giant Horn clan martial artists were trembling violently. The shadow domain power attached to them was being consumed at an accelerated rate. If there were no external forces, the domain power might last for many years. However, it wouldn't take long for it to completely dissipate. It's about to collapse. Wang Ting muttered to himself. He immediately merged the shadow domain within his body into the surrounding domains. Boom, the shadow domain instantly erupted. At this moment, Wang Ting had taken over the domain and was fighting with Guan Yu and the others. How is this possible? It was clearly about to burst open. Guan Yu and the others were filled with disbelief and shock. Wang Ting's lips curled up. According to the shadow domain he had just comprehended, he controlled the changes within. Immediately, shadows spread out from the domain and crawled towards the shadows behind Guan Yu and the others. In the next moment, their movements suddenly became sluggish. Their bodies stiffened and their limbs seemed to be controlled. They couldn't move. What was going on? Guan Yu and the others' expressions changed. In such a dangerous situation, to suddenly be unable to move was extremely fatal. Xiao xiao xiao, at this moment, countless shadow attacks burst forth, carrying with them the intent to kill. Break for me. Guan Yu's pupils constricted. She couldn't care about anything else. She shouted and completely unleashed her domain. There seemed to be a trace of origin power in that domain. This was her trump card. Because she was extremely afraid of Wang Ting, she wasn't willing to use it until the last moment. But now, she couldn't care so much. Boom, Guan Yu had the earth and metal attributes of a rank 6 domain. The power was quite amazing when she erupted at the same time. She actually broke free from the binding power of the shadows. Huh? Wang Ting was surprised and a little regretful. After all, it was only a rank 3 shadow domain and couldn't bind the other party. With the eruption of Guan Yu's domain, all the shadow attacks were pushed away. The ground was bombarded with cracks. The domain finally couldn't hold on and shattered. Wang Ting shook his head and gave up his original plan. It seemed that this time, he could only cheat half of them, but it was about time. Guan Yu's eruption just now wasn't without a price. It would probably be difficult for her to use it again. As for the others, they were also not in a good state. Some were injured, and the consumption of their domain power was also very serious. After being attacked by the Black Shadow, the team suffered another blow. Phew! Ran Qian and the others felt that their bodies had regained their freedom and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at each other with lingering fear in their hearts. Guan Yu's expression was ugly. He wanted to curse. He was about to explode in anger, but he couldn't blame others. If not for Ran Qian and the others' help, he would have exploded in the end. Facing that kind of binding power, he couldn't think of any better way. But, all of this was thanks to Wang Ting. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Wang Ting with resentment. King. Tung. A voice that sounded like gnashing teeth was squeezed out from the gaps of his teeth. Clap, 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 Wang Ting applauded with a look of surprise. Senior Guan Yu is really amazing. You can even break through such a dangerous domain. You're really a role model for our generation. Ran Qian and the others were furious. They wanted to rush up and fight Wang Ting to the death. Guan Yu didn't say anything this time. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. He stopped Ran Qian and the others and silently turned to leave. He didn't want that spatial ring anymore. Wang Ting had never thought of sharing it with them. This bastard was just trying to cheat them. Wang Ting's eyes flickered as he picked up the attribute bubbles around him. They were basically shadow domain attribute bubbles. There were also some attribute bubbles related to the 5 elements. His 5 elements force increased a little again, but it wasn't enough to break through. In terms of the 5 elements, there wasn't much improvement. Guan Yu and the others' domains couldn't give Wang Ting any more insights. Even Guan Yu's ultimate origin was useless to Wang Ting. The other party's origin was too weak, and he had already reached the 2nd stage. There was no way to compare at all. It was precisely because of this that Wang Ting let them go so easily. Otherwise, he would have to take advantage of them. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel. In the end, Shadow Domain had the most improvement. Shadow Domain 10003000, 3rd stage. After checking the attribute values, Wang Ting looked at the corpse behind him. He suddenly noticed that the black pipes were perfectly preserved during the clash of domains. This thing might be a good material. His eyes flickered as his spiritual force swept out. Suddenly, the black pipe started to tremble. The trembling became more and more intense. Soon, the pipes were slowly pulled out from the giant Horn clan's body as if they were pulled out by an invisible hand. Wan Dong and the others were stunned. What was Wang Ting doing? He didn't even let go of the black pipes in the corpse. It was like plucking feathers from a goose. A thief would never leave empty-handed. At the same time, their eyes flickered as they secretly guessed that there was something special about the black pipes. Otherwise, why would it attract Wang Ting's attention? Chi-chi-chi, a series of sounds rang out as the black pipes were pulled out at almost the same time. Streams of blood burst out from the giant Horn clan's body. Boom! At this moment, the giant Horn clan's martial artist's body no longer had any support and fell to the ground. As for the wall behind him, it instantly turned into dust and disappeared from the world. The power of the domain had disappeared. Without the support of the wall, the power of time had finally taken it away. This? Wan Dong and the others were very surprised. Even Guan Yu, who had walked far away, stopped in her tracks. She looked at Wang Ting with flickering eyes. Under the control of his spiritual force, the black pipes flew over and floated in front of Wang Ting. He looked at them carefully and didn't touch them with his hands. The pipes were stained with old blood and were a little disgusting. It can guide shadow energy. It's quite magical. Wang Ting muttered in his heart. A wisp of shadow energy flowed out from his body and flowed along the black pipes without any obstruction. It confirmed his guess. Yuan Gun, do you know what material this is? He asked. I don't know. It's a very strange material, Yuan Gun said after pondering for a while. I'll study it when we get back. Wang Ting threw the black pipes into his spatial ring. This thing had to be cleaned first. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to touch it. It would be best to let others clean it for him, but he didn't know who would be the one to do it. Seeing Wang Ting walk over, Wan Dong and the others' gazes fell on the spatial ring in his hand. There was a hint of passion in their eyes. A Sector Lord's spatial ring must have many good things in it. Wang Ting smiled and kept it. Wan Dong and the others were depressed. They couldn't even take a second look. This stingy guy. Don't worry. When we get back, we'll split it according to your contributions, Wang Ting said plainly. Split according to our contributions. Everyone's eyes lit up. Wang Ting didn't say anything else. When he turned and walked forward, he glanced at Guan Yu and the others. The group was walking further and further away. It seemed like they didn't intend to follow them anymore. We're giving up just like that? Wang Ting frowned and felt a little regretful. However, he didn't completely let down his guard. Who knew if the other party would come back and attack? Then, the group continued to walk forward. They passed by many ancient buildings. Unfortunately, the corpses from before didn't appear again. This made Wang Ting and the others very disappointed. After a few minutes, Wang Ting gradually discovered a problem. The surrounding buildings didn't turn into dust. Although they were broken, they were preserved. Moreover, he could already see a majestic palace from afar. It was taller than the other buildings and was more majestic. Their destination should be in front of them. Wan Dong and the others obviously noticed this too. They were excited. Even Sector Lord corpses appeared in front of them. There must be more good things behind. Wang Ting increased his speed and ran towards the majestic palace. Not long after, the towering building gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Wan Dong and the others were stunned. Spectacular, it was too spectacular, everyone stared at the palace in a daze. Their eyes were in a daze and they couldn't regain their senses. Even for the genius fighters of Cosmic Star College, they hadn't seen such a spectacular palace more than a few times. More importantly, there was an indescribable sense of vicissitudes on the palace. It was as if they had returned to the ancient era. The impact was huge. Look, there seems to be words here. Dong Lei cried out in surprise. Words. Wan Dong and the others were shocked and quickly looked over. Wang Ting stopped and looked at a stone wall. There were indeed ancient words on it. This is ancient language? Wan Dong and the others weren't ignorant and could recognize it at this moment. Wang Ting glanced at them and wasn't surprised. Cosmic Star College had a lot of ancient knowledge. They even had ancient technology like the ancient warship. Knowing some ancient language was nothing. However, what shocked everyone was that on the wall, there were mottled blood stains that had already turned black. Wang Ting, these words seem to be written by someone's fingers. Yuan Gun suddenly said in a serious tone. Written by fingers. Wang Ting took a closer look and found that it was indeed so. They were all martial artists and sometimes used this method to write. Naturally, they could see some clues. Wan Dong and the others also noticed this abnormality and there was a trace of uneasiness in their eyes. The words written with fingers were stained with blood. It looked a little ominous. They were translating the ancient language but they weren't familiar with it and the translation was very slow. Wang Ting directly searched the memory of the Void Devourer beast and quickly translated the ancient language. However, the translated content terrified him. Die. All of you must die. No one can escape. Wan Dong and the others also translated. Their expressions changed slightly and their voices carried a trace of horror as they read it out loud. These words seemed to be filled with endless resentment, as well as a sense of desolation. When translated, these words struck the hearts of everyone present. What exactly happened here? Why would such words be left behind? A series of doubts appeared in everyone's mind and made them feel even more uneasy. Huh. Suddenly, a sneer came from Wang Ting's mouth. Pretending to be mysterious. Let's go in and take a look. Will there be any unknown danger inside? Wang Dong asked hesitantly. If you're afraid, you don't have to go in, Wang Ting said indifferently. Afraid? Why would I be afraid? Wang Dong immediately straightened his neck. He didn't want to be looked down upon by Wang Ting. It was fine if he was defeated, but if he was looked down upon, he wouldn't even be able to keep his last bit of pride. As a genius of Cosmic Star Academy, he couldn't afford to lose face like this. Since we're already here, we have to go in and take a look. Ji Keto and the others laughed. Wang Ting, I feel like something inside is calling me. The Snake Queen suddenly transmitted her voice with a trace of uncertainty. Calling you? Wang Ting was slightly taken aback and nodded. He didn't say anything and directly walked into the majestic building. Everyone followed closely behind. Along the way, everyone's expression became more and more solemn. There were traces left behind by weapons everywhere. There were blade marks, sword marks, and bloodstains. They were all black and extremely terrifying. It was as though a great battle had taken place here. Many buildings had collapsed, but they didn't completely disappear. The ordinary buildings outside couldn't be compared to them at all. The Snake Queen's expression kept changing. She seemed to have felt a sense of sadness and her mood suddenly became very bad. Wang Ting glanced at her. Could it be because of her bloodline? However, he quickly stopped paying attention to it because he found that there were many weapons around. Some were inserted into the ground, some were slanted into the walls. There were blades, swords, spears, there were all kinds of weapons. And these weapons weren't ordinary. There were star level, universe level, domain lord level, there were different levels. Although he didn't see any sector lord level weapons, even if they were low-level weapons, Wang Ting didn't let them go. He collected them all. His spiritual force swept out, and one by one, the weapons flew toward him and then disappeared. Wang Dong and the others were stunned. This guy was really looting. He didn't let a single one go. Most importantly, before they could react, Wang Ting had already made his move. Was this the difference? No wonder they were so weak. Look at him, this was probably the right way to go treasure hunting. Wang Ting, don't you think it's strange? There are clearly many traces of battle, but there aren't any corpses. Yuan Gungun suddenly said. Wang Ting was shocked. That's right, this was the problem. No wonder he felt it was strange just now. No corpses. How could there be no corpses? There was a sector lord level corpse outside, but there wasn't a single one here. This was strange. Be careful, this place is strange. Wang Ting told everyone about Yuan Gungun's warning. Wang Dong and the others could not help but be taken aback. All of them became vigilant. Indeed, there wasn't a single corpse. There was definitely something strange. There were no corpses in the entire palace, but there were bloodstains everywhere. Everyone started to feel a little nervous. What exactly happened here? Where did all the corpses go? Were they plundered by the enemy? But that couldn't be right. If they plundered the corpses, they wouldn't have left the weapons behind, which would have benefited Wang Ting. Wang Dong and the others couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. What are you looking at me for? Looking for treasures. Wang Ting said in annoyance. Why were these people in a daze? They were Cosmic Star Academy's domain lord level powerhouses, but none of them looked smart. Everyone was speechless. This guy just reminded them to be careful, and now he was urging them to look for treasures. What a money grubber, but it made sense. They came here to look for treasures. Even if it was dangerous, they couldn't forget their business. Thinking of this, they were a little surprised. They suddenly felt that they weren't as good as Wang Ting, a universe-level powerhouse. What the F***ck, what the hell is this? Ever since they were captured by Wang Ting, they had been attacked everywhere, and their confidence was almost destroyed. The group immediately became serious and searched for treasures. Their eyes turned red when they saw Wang Ting plundering the weapons crazily. But they also understood that they were only helping Wang Ting search for treasures. Whether they could get a share in the end would depend on their contributions. Forget it, let's work harder, Wang Dong sighed, feeling a little bitter. It was sad that he had fallen to this point. If the students of Cosmic Star Academy saw him like this, he probably wouldn't have the face to see them. The group didn't disperse too far and searched within sight. The palace complex was huge, with various halls, gardens, and so on. It seemed to be the residence of the Naga clan's royal family. According to the records, the Naga clan was divided into the royal family and the commoners. The royal family's bloodline was noble and had absolute ruling power. And from the overall scale of the ancient building, this should be the central area of the complex, which was where the royal family lived. No wonder it was different from other buildings and didn't decay with time. The materials of these palaces were special and could be preserved for a long time. In the distance, Wandong saw something and could not help but let out a soft cry of surprise. He glanced at Wanting from the corner of his eye. When he saw that Wanting wasn't paying attention to him, he walked over as if nothing had happened. In front of the door of a large hall, there were two statues. The upper body was that of a human, while the lower body was that of a snake. Naga tribe? Wandong could not help but glance at the Naga queen, but he frowned again. Something was wrong, it was a little different. Although they were both from the Naga race, the Naga statue seemed to be larger in size. Moreover, there were some scales on its upper body, making it look more ferocious. Could it be that the serpent men on the Scorpion King planet have regressed? Wandong thought to himself. This wasn't impossible. Some races had experienced the changes of time, and their bloodlines had deteriorated. Some of their characteristics were naturally different from the ancient times. According to his guess, the Naga tribe on the Scorpion King planet might have degenerated, and this ancient building seemed to have been left behind by the ancient Naga tribe. Of course, these thoughts only flashed through Wandong's mind. What really attracted him was not the appearance of the sculpture, but the material it was made of. Snake Soul Frost Stone, it was indeed the Snake Soul Frost Stone. Wandong had seen this material before. It was a strange stone used to forge Sector Lord level weapons. It was of the ice attribute and was very rare. Although he wasn't an ice attribute warrior, such a rare material could definitely be sold for a good price. Greed flashed in his eyes, and he wanted to keep it. Wang Ting had already obtained the storage ring of a Sector Lord level warrior. He might not be able to share much with them. Why not keep some for himself? However, this sculpture was too big. Once he kept it, it would definitely attract attention. Sigh. Wandong sighed. He felt that he was in a difficult situation. He had entered a treasure mountain, but he could only return empty-handed. Pa. At this moment, a hand suddenly slapped him on the back. Wandong shivered in fright. Senior, you found something good. Wang Ting's voice sounded with a hint of surprise. Snake Soul Frost Stone, this is a good material for forging ice attribute weapons. I didn't expect it to be carved into a sculpture. What a waste. Wandong. Alright, he didn't have to think about it anymore. Senior's eyesight is not bad. You actually found something good. It was just placed in front of you. If you didn't look carefully, you might have missed it. Wang Ting praised. As he spoke, he waved his hand and kept the two sculptures. I'll keep this first. I'll share it with you later. Wang Ting patted Wandong's shoulder and said generously. Wandong's mouth twitched. His heart was bleeding. Dong Lei, Ji Kuduo, and the others gathered. They were surprised that Wandong was the first to find a treasure. It seemed that there was indeed something good in this palace. Their eyes flashed and they were excited. Only the queen's eyelids twitched uncontrollably when she saw Wang Ting putting away the two Naga statues. This seemed to be the ancestor of the snake men. It felt weird that it was taken away by Wang Ting, an outsider. Come, let's go in and take a look. There are good things at the door. There must be some inside. Wang Ting walked into the palace. The others followed closely behind and walked into the palace. The main hall was very quiet and spacious. It was pitch black, and there was also a wave of icy cold air that made people feel a little uncomfortable. Wang Ting saw an even bigger sculpture at the front of the palace, facing the door. This sculpture seemed to be enshrined there and there were some offerings below it. There's more. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He walked forward and was about to keep it. Wait. The Snake Queen's face darkened and she couldn't help but say. What's wrong? Wang Ting asked. The Snake Queen took a deep breath. She suddenly realized that she didn't have the right or strength to stop this guy. She said helplessly, let me pay my respects. I think this is my ancestor. There was a hint of resentment in her voice. Wang Ting was stunned and said, then pay your respects. I'll accept it after you're done. The Snake Queen was speechless. The others wanted to laugh. They all knew what the Snake Queen meant. It was impossible that Wang Ting didn't know that this guy was playing dumb. However, if it were them, they wouldn't let go of such a big treasure. The sculpture in front of them was also made of the serpent's soul icy stone. It was worth a lot. The Naga Queen thought to herself that she had already tried her best. Her ancestors would definitely not blame her. She performed an ancient Naga ceremony in front of the statue. Seeing some incense on the table in front of her, she wanted to light one. Wait. It was Wang Ting's turn to speak. The Snake Queen was stunned and looked at Wang Ting in confusion. Wang Ting walked to the Snake Queen and picked up the unlit incense on the table. He put it under his nose and sniffed it. His eyes lit up. It was as bright as two big light bulbs. This incense. Is there a problem? The Snake Queen asked hesitantly. Wan Dong and the others also looked at Wang Ting in confusion. It was just some incense. What kind of treasure could it be? However, looking at Wang Ting's expression, he seemed to be more excited than seeing the sculpture. Was there something special about this incense? This is the concentration incense. Wang Ting laughed in his heart. He was pleasantly surprised. As an alchemist, he was very sensitive to such things. As soon as he entered the hall, he smelled a strange fragrance. However, he didn't remember what it was until he saw the incense. He was sure that it was the concentration incense. The concentration incense had the effect of concentration. For a telekinesis master, this was a good thing. It could help with the cultivation of mind power. Of course, it was also good for martial artists. After all, martial artists needed to increase their mind power. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as a telekinesis master's, mind power was still very important to everyone. The Naga tribe was really rich. They actually used the concentration incense as an offering. You're really lucky. Looks like you're going to reap a lot of rewards this time. Yuan Gun was speechless. Even Yuan Gun hadn't noticed that the inconspicuous incense was actually a good thing. Wang Ting laughed in his heart and immediately put away the concentration incense. He couldn't let such a good thing go to waste. Wan Dong and the others were puzzled. They didn't know what the incense was and their faces were full of suspicion. However, when they saw Wang Ting collecting all the incense sticks that were still burning in the incense burner, they couldn't help but feel even more curious about Wang Ting. Good stuff, this must be good stuff, otherwise, Wang Ting wouldn't be so exaggerated. He wouldn't even let go of the remaining incense in the furnace. Unfortunately, if he didn't say, they wouldn't be able to guess what it was. Then, Wang Ting looked at the other items on the table. Even the incense was good stuff. The other items couldn't be worse. This incense burner is good. Keep it, that offering plate looks like an antique. Keep it, the oil lamps on both sides also look good. Keep it, hey, this table looks good too. Keep it, Wang Ting waved his hand and kept all the items. He didn't even let the table go. Wan Dong and the others were stunned. They had underestimated Wang Ting's shamelessness and thickness of his skin. Was this something an ordinary person could do? Finally, Wang Ting looked at the huge statue of the Naga tribe. He then looked at the Naga tribe queen and asked, "Can we keep it now?" "Keep it." The Naga queen's lips twitched. She turned her head and said helplessly, "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Wang Ting waved his hand and kept the statue. The entire hall suddenly became a little strange. If anyone else were to come here, they would realize that this place was strangely empty. Let's go and take a look at the other places. Wang Ting was eager to try and walked out. The others had no choice but to follow him. They were all in a bad mood. This guy was just too stingy. He was so stingy that they couldn't even eat a speck of dust. However, when the few of them reached the door, Wang Ting suddenly stopped in his tracks. Thud, an extremely soft sound of footsteps could be heard in the hall. This sound of footsteps was obviously different from theirs. It quickly disappeared as if it had never been there. Wang Ting turned around abruptly. His eyes shone with a golden light. He activated his Eye of Truth and scanned the darkness. Wan Dong and the rest heard it as well, and their faces changed. Goosebumps rose in their hearts as they looked around cautiously. Footsteps? Why were there footsteps? It was really strange to hear footsteps in such an environment. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people around, they might have been scared. Wang Ting frowned. He didn't see anything. The footsteps had disappeared. His Eye of Truth had failed to find anything. Did you hear that? He didn't think it was an illusion and asked the others. Yes. Wan Dong and the others nodded. Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. Wang Ting looked around and took a deep look at the darkness. He then turned around and left. When the group came out of the hall, they heaved a sigh of relief. They were so nervous that they were about to break out in sweat. What is that? Dong Lei asked hesitantly. Who knows? Wang Ting shook his head. The sky, why did it suddenly turn dark? The group looked at the sky in shock. There was a sky above the buildings. The sky, which was still bright earlier, was now gradually darkening. The speed of the darkness was very fast. It didn't seem like a normal night. Even Wang Ting couldn't tell what the mechanism of day and night was. Soon, the sky was completely dark. Even a region master martial artist couldn't see his fingers in front of him. It was too dark, the night here seemed to be devoid of light. They couldn't see anything. The group didn't look good. They had just heard the strange footsteps. Now that the sky had turned dark, how could they not be nervous? Suddenly, the footsteps sounded again. This time, it was more frequent and came from afar. Wan Dong and the others felt their scalps tingle. They felt like their skulls were about to explode. They almost screamed out loud. Especially Dong Lei. She had already opened her mouth. Wang Ting quickly pressed a hand on her mouth and blocked her mouth. Damn it. Women were women. Even if they were region masters, their mentality was still lacking. Dong Lei seemed to have realized that she had lost her composure. She twisted her body uncontrollably and glanced at Wang Ting in surprise. Don't make a sound. Wang Ting transmitted a message. Dong Lei nodded. He then let go of his hand. This woman's body was quite soft. Cough cough. Wang Ting didn't think too much. It wasn't the time to think about this. He immediately looked into the darkness. At this moment, he could only see black silhouettes in the hall. It was like a terrifying giant beast crawling in the darkness. Those sounds were coming from somewhere. He couldn't find them. Hide first. Wang Ting brought the group back to the hall. They hid behind the door and looked outside. This hall was beside a main road. The group looked out from the hall. After getting used to the darkness, they could still see some things. Of course, they had to be close. If they were too far away, they wouldn't be able to see clearly. Only Wang Ting had a special eye technique that allowed him to see further. Ta ta ta, the sound of footsteps was getting closer and closer. At the corner of the main road, several black figures appeared and walked over from afar. Wang Ting's pupils contracted as if he had seen a ghost. No, he really felt that he had seen a ghost. Those black figures were wearing broken armor. They were emitting a rotten aura and had no signs of life. They weren't from the Naga tribe. They were humans with legs. Wan Dong and the rest couldn't see. However, when they heard the approaching sounds, they were extremely nervous. Their palms were sweating. Don't make a sound. Wang Ting was also very nervous. He reminded them again. Soon, Wan Dong and the rest saw the black figures walking over. Their expressions changed as they were shocked. Fortunately, Wang Ting reminded them in time. Otherwise, they would have screamed. Dong Lei covered her mouth tightly. Her eyes were trembling. What is this? Wan Dong asked through telepathy. His voice seemed to be trembling. It looks like the corpses of martial artists? Wang Ting said in a low voice. He thought of many things. No wonder they couldn't see any corpses. It turned out that these corpses could move. This was ridiculous. How can the corpses move? Dong Lei asked. Haven't you seen a dark apparition before? Even if they were killed, they would still be controlled, Wang Ting said in annoyance. But we didn't feel the power of darkness? Wan Dong frowned. I'm just giving a random example. Maybe it's something similar. Anyway, there's nothing to be afraid of. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. This silly guy. Why was he being so serious? In fact, he was also a little scared. However, he couldn't show it now. Otherwise, everyone would be scared. How were they going to continue exploring? Could it be the black figure from before? That black figure can control the living. Maybe it can control the dead as well, Jikdo guessed. That makes sense. Wang Ting nodded. He had thought of this before. However, without close contact, he couldn't tell if there were any black figures in these corpses. Ta. The corpses in broken armor walked past the hall where they were hiding and disappeared into the darkness. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Ting's reminder was timely. They had all concealed their auras and weren't discovered. Let's go. We'll avoid those corpses and continue to plunder. No, continue to search for treasures. After that, we'll leave immediately. This place is too creepy, Wang Ting said. Everyone was speechless. In such a situation, Wang Ting still wanted to search for treasures. How bold. Wang Ting waved his hand and quickly passed through the path in front of him. With a whoosh, he rushed to the hall opposite. It's a statue too. Wang Ting blinked his eyes. He didn't think much about it and kept it. There were also various items on the table, including the concentration incense. He definitely wouldn't let it go. Next, it was the third hall. This hall was no longer a statue. Instead, it looked more like a residence. There were some daily necessities inside. Wang Ting didn't like them and let Wan Dong and the rest take their pick. Wan Dong and the rest were speechless. What the **ck were they picking? This hall was obviously a place where women lived. There were many female necessities. Would they need them? On the other hand, Dong Lei and the Naga Queen looked around. Some of the antiques piqued their interest. The Naga Queen stopped in front of a dressing table and picked up a jade bottle. She opened it and sniffed. An extremely pleasant fragrance wafted out. It smells so good. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned and looked over. Even Wang Ting was surprised. He came to the Naga Queen's side and looked at the item in her hand. What perfume is this? It smells so good. I heard that the ancient people used perfume. Is it so fashionable? Wang Ting asked curiously. Wan Dong and the rest looked at him speechlessly. They felt that this guy was ignorant and said, "Don't underestimate the ancient people. They had a lot of things that are much better than now." Alright, I'm ignorant. Wang Ting said indifferently, "Do you know what this perfume is?" Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads. I thought you knew, Wang Ting said disdainfully. Wan Dong and the rest were a little embarrassed and a little dissatisfied. This knowledge was a little unorthodox. Who knew what a perfume was? Wang Ting, this seems to be the Naga clan's famous blood orchid fragrance. Yuan Gungun suddenly said. Blood orchid fragrance. Wang Ting was very surprised and asked, how famous is it? Very famous. Let me put it this way. In the beginning, all the female warriors in the universe were proud to get a bottle of blood orchid fragrance. Those who could use this perfume were almost all people with a certain status. As long as you apply a little on your body, your charm will increase, Yuan Gungun explained. Increase charm? That's magical. Wang Ting was surprised and said, isn't it very precious? He didn't expect that a bottle of perfume casually placed on the dressing table would have such a history. Of course it's very precious. It's said that the material used to make blood orchid fragrance is a strange flower called the heavenly fragrance blood orchid. Only the Naga clan knows how to grow it, and it's very rare and very difficult to grow. Therefore, the quantity of blood orchid fragrance is naturally very small. There are so many female warriors in the universe, it's impossible to snatch it, Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting's eyes lit up as he stared at the jade bottle in the Serpentine Queen's hand. The Serpentine Queen looked at him expressionlessly, then put the cork on the jade bottle and silently put it away. Wang Ting's mouth twitched. He was the one who said that they could choose whatever they wanted. Now, he couldn't take back his words. Damn it, if he had known, he would have chosen first. This blood orchid fragrance was just right to give away. The Naga clan was almost extinct, and this perfume was definitely out of print. It was even more precious. Wang Ting stomped his feet and suddenly thought of something. He immediately opened the cabinet under the dressing table to see if there was any. Unfortunately, there seemed to be no more. There were only some strange women's products inside. Dong Lei saw him like this and couldn't help but ask, Wang Ting, is that perfume very precious? No, it's not precious at all. It's just a little fragrant, Wang Ting said. Really? Dong Lei looked at him suspiciously. Of course, why would I lie to you? I'm a man. Why would I lie to you over a little perfume? Wang Ting said solemnly. Dong Lei was a little convinced. Maybe it was just a little fragrant. Wang Ting hurried to the next palace. This was the residence of the Naga clan's royal family. There should be more than one palace for the female Naga clan, right? No matter what race, the so-called royal family would definitely enjoy more beautiful women. However, just as he walked out of the door, the footsteps came again. Ta. Wang Ting could only return to the palace and wait for them to leave. Do these armored corpses look like they're patrolling? Wan Dong asked. They don't look like they're patrolling. They're already dead, but they're still patrolling. How dedicated, Wang Ting said with admiration. Wan Dong and the others were speechless. What the F***ck are you talking about? They're already dead. How can they be dedicated? They're definitely being controlled. The armored corpses quickly walked away, and Wang Ting rushed to the fourth palace. Dong Lei saw him in such a hurry and suddenly thought of something. She hurried to follow him. This guy must have lied to her just now. Fortunately, the fourth palace was also the residence of a female Naga clan. Wang Ting came to the dressing table and rummaged through it. As expected, he found a bottle of blood orchid perfume and quickly put it away. Dong Lei came late. Seeing that he seemed to have put something away, she looked suspicious. Wang Ting, are you interested in women's things? Impossible. How can a man like me be interested in women's things? Don't accuse me. Wang Ting said seriously. Dong Lei looked at him even more suspiciously. She rummaged through the dressing table, but unfortunately, she didn't find anything. Wang Ting scanned his surroundings. He didn't notice anything worthy of his attention. Thus, he continued walking to the next palace. What surprised him was that the next three palaces were actually the residence of female Nagas. Wang Ting also found 2 bottles of blood orchid perfume. The 3 bottles of blood orchid perfume were now lying in Wang Ting's space ring. Dong Lei didn't find anything. She was depressed. After all, she was a woman. She was also very concerned about the strange perfume, but she didn't find a single bottle. The Naga Queen looked at Wang Ting speechlessly. She didn't need to think to know that this guy had changed his mind and secretly hid the perfume. These palaces were all female residences. It was impossible that they didn't have a single bottle. Wang Ting, did you hide it? Give me a bottle. I only want 1 bottle. Dong Lei looked at Wang Ting with hope in her eyes. No, how could I take that kind of thing? You must have misunderstood. Wang Ting shook his head. He seemed to feel pity for her and said, you can take any of these female products. Anyway, there are plenty of them. I don't mind. Dong Lei took a deep breath and looked at him with hidden bitterness. It wasn't like she couldn't afford these ordinary items. Why would she take them? This guy must have hidden them. Damn it, Wan Dong and the others looked at Wang Ting speechlessly. This guy actually snatched things from a woman. It was too embarrassing. They were ashamed to be associated with him. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from afar. What's going on? Wan Dong and the others were stunned and immediately became alert. Let's go. Wang Ting immediately rushed in the direction of the sound. His speed was very fast, but he didn't make any sound. It was as if he blended into the darkness. No one could see his figure clearly. Wan Dong and the others were shocked. This guy's speed in the darkness seemed to have become faster. If it was someone else in the darkness, their speed would definitely decrease. He, on the other hand, ran even faster. More importantly, it was that sense of concealment. If he wasn't right in front of them, they might not have noticed him. But they didn't think that it was a darkness ability. They only thought that he used some special concealment method to be able to do this. On a certain path in the palace, a group of people bumped into an armored corpse and a battle broke out. There were a total of 5 people. They were all students of Cosmic Star Academy. But they weren't Guan Yu and the others. Boom, the 5 domain lord level fighters exploded with origin power and crazily attacked the armored corpse in front of them. Their faces were filled with fear as if they had seen something unbelievable. 2 of the female fighters were even pale. Terrifying, too terrifying, this place was pitch black and nothing could be seen. In such an environment, to suddenly encounter a group of armored corpses filled with a rotten aura, they almost peed their pants. What the hell is this? One of them shouted in anger. Their attacks landed on the armored corpses but only managed to push them back. Then, the armored corpses charged forward without fear of death. This scene caused the hearts of the domain lord level fighters to go cold. Especially the armor. It could actually block the domain lord level attacks. Their attacks didn't even leave a mark on it. Suddenly, one of the armored corpses pulled out a blade and slashed out. An extremely dark and eerie blade light flashed in the darkness. Pucci, when one of the domain lord level fighters noticed the blade light, it was already too late. His chest was slashed by the blade light and blood spurted out. That domain lord level fighter was both shocked and furious. He retreated continuously. He felt an eerie aura enter his body, causing his origin power to become sluggish. Yuan Bai. The other domain lord level fighters called out worriedly. Careful, the armored corpses' attacks are very eerie. We can't see them. Yuan Bai couldn't care too much and quickly shouted. Right after he said that. Roar, the armored corpses roared and pulled out their weapons and slashed at the domain lord level fighters. Shoo. In the darkness, the blade light flashed. The domain lord level fighters heard the warning. Although they were already on alert, they were still one step too late. Pucci, a female warrior with long yellow hair, dodged from where she stood. However, her arm was cut open and blood flowed out. She groaned in pain and quickly retreated. Another young-looking domain lord level martial artist shouted, the sword in his hand bursting with sword light as he slashed out fiercely. Boom, the 2 attacks collided and the shockwave of origin power blasted the young man away. There were 2 other fighters who were lucky and managed to dodge. They weren't injured. Damn, what kind of attack is this? A petite female warrior in pink armor gasped for breath. She frowned and said, Little White, Sister Wei Na, are you alright? We won't die, but our origin power is sluggish. Don't get hit. Otherwise, the eerie energy will invade your body. The white ape warrior called Yuan Bai said in a serious tone. Yuan Bai is right. This energy is very eerie. My origin power is sluggish. What is this? I've never seen it before. The girl with long yellow hair called Wei Na frowned. Roar, the armored corpse roared. Without giving them any time to think, it charged at them once more. Furthermore, more footsteps came from afar. They couldn't see anything in the darkness, but an invisible pressure appeared in their hearts. Donan, we have to retreat. We can't deal with this thing. The young fighter said anxiously. Find a chance to retreat. The petite female warrior shouted. Boom, in the next moment, the attack came. They hurriedly dodged and retreated in the darkness. They were in a long alley. Just as they were about to retreat, more footsteps came from behind. Damn it. There are armored corpses behind us too. Everyone's expression changed greatly, and their pupils shrank to the extreme. Streaks of black silhouettes dashed over from afar, formless attacks heading straight for the domain lord level fighters. The armored corpse in front also slashed out blade light and turned into a shadow, blocking the path. Donnan and the others released their domains. A yellow light covered them and blocked the shadow blade light. Boom. Boom. Boom, the shadow attack landed on the shield and exploded. The protective shield formed by the domain trembled violently, and cracks appeared in an instant. Boom, in the next moment, the domain light shield couldn't withstand the attack and shattered. Roar, the armored corpses in the distance attacked from the front and back, swinging their sabers at Donnan and the others. F***CK. It's not that easy to kill us. Yuanbai cursed. A huge shield appeared in his hand and he slammed it into the ground. Boom, flames rose and formed a dozen flaming shields, covering everyone from top to bottom. The shield's defense was even infused with the power of a domain. Scorching heat swept out. Boom. Boom. Boom, one attack after another landed on the surface, but they were all blocked. However, the shield shook violently. Yuanbai's face turned red and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He forced himself to hold it back. Little Bai. Donnan shouted with a sword in her hand. They worked together often and had good teamwork. Yuanbai immediately understood and opened a gap in the shields. Donnan slashed out with her sword, and a scorching sword projection shot out in all directions. Boom, a few armored corpses were sent flying and were instantly engulfed in flames. It seems to be working. Donnan panted and said happily. Boom, the attacks continued to land on the shields. The armored corpses didn't seem to be tired. They would keep attacking until they killed the intruders. Hurry up. I can't hold on for long. Yuanbai shouted. The veins on his forehead were bulging. I'll do it. Another domain lord level martial artist with the appearance of a handsome young man stepped forward. He held a combat sword in his hand with blue origin power entwined around it. Domain power was compressed within it. Little Quan Quan, you can do it. Donnan shouted. Shut up. Qin Quan bellowed and slashed out with his sword. Boom, a few armored corpses were slashed apart. One had to admit that these realm masters were not weak. At this moment, these martial artists did not hold back. They all unleashed their strongest attacks, slashing out from the shield phantoms. Soon, a breakthrough appeared in front of them. Great! They were overjoyed. Yuanbai did not waste any time. He activated the shadow of the flaming shield and slammed it forward. Boom, the armored corpses around them were knocked away. They charged forward and were about to break through the encirclement. Roar, however, at this moment, a roar came from the sky. An ear-piercing sound pierced through the air. Yuanbai and the others were shocked. They looked up and saw a black figure descending from the sky. A terrifying attack came crashing down. Boom, Yuanbai could not hold on any longer. The fire shield around him collapsed and dissipated into the power of fire. Under the illumination of the flames, Donnan and the others finally caught sight of the black figure. It was a tall figure with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake. It was also wearing a suit of armor, and it was emanating an eerie, decaying aura. Naga! Donnan exclaimed in shock. Roar! The Naga clan's armored corpse roared. It held a battle blade in its hand and slashed out. Donnan's petite body bore the brunt of the attack. Her eyes reflected the sword and seemed to see an invisible sword light. Am I going to die here? Sister, it seems like I have to go first. It's a pity that I couldn't catch up with you. Her petite face was pale. She didn't seem to be afraid of death, but there was a trace of unwillingness. Clang, clang. At this moment, a clear and loud cry was heard. A dazzling golden light came from afar. It was a huge mystical golden sparrow. It was so dazzling in the dark night sky that people couldn't open their eyes. The mystical golden sparrow was extremely fast. It was still far away when its cry was heard. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to have pierced through the void and appeared in front of everyone. It went straight for the armored Naga. Boom, a terrifying explosion sounded. Under the golden light of the mystical golden sparrow, everyone saw the invisible sword light. The two collided and the force rippled out in all directions. Run! A voice suddenly rang out beside Donnan and the others. When they came back to their senses, they saw a figure suddenly appear beside them. Then, their vision blurred, and they disappeared on the spot. Boom, the mystical golden sparrow was no match for the shadow sword light. It collapsed and turned into rays of golden light that scattered in all directions. However, the golden light seemed to be controlled by some power and disappeared into the darkness. It was as if it had never appeared. In front of the Naga armor, the 5 domain lords had disappeared without a trace. Roar, the armored Naga let out an angry roar and flew into the sky. After circling for a long time, it didn't find anything and finally disappeared into the darkness. In a palace, Donnan and the others poked their heads out and looked at the armored Naga in the distance. They finally heaved a sigh of relief. The 5 of them sat on the ground together. They almost collapsed. That was close. I almost died. Donnan patted the small bun on her chest and said with lingering fear. Her face was full of joy after surviving a calamity. She looked into the darkness. Wei Na, Yuan Bai, and the others were also very excited. They hurriedly looked over, wanting to know who had saved their lives. Friend, thank you for saving us. Bai Yao cupped his fists and said to the darkness. A light chuckle suddenly sounded. Seniors, there's no need to be so polite. We just happened to meet. This voice. Donnan and the others were stunned. They felt that this voice was familiar, but they couldn't recall who it was. They couldn't help but look at each other. Wang Ting. Donnan's eyes turned and a white light flashed in her mind. She seemed to have remembered. Senior, you still remember me? Wang Ting was stunned for a moment before he walked out of the darkness and smiled. It's you. How could it be you? Her words were filled with shock, confusion, and a kind of disbelief. How could it be him? How could the person who saved them be their junior brother? When they were on the Cosmic Star College's battleship, they wanted to recruit Wang Ting into their team so that they could take care of him. But now, Wang Ting had saved them at their most dangerous moment. The contrast between before and after caused the domain lords to be unable to react. Wasn't there something wrong with this? Are you surprised? Wang Ting said with a smile. Yes, that's not right. Aya, junior brother Wang Ting, let me pinch you. Are you real? You really saved us just now. How is that possible? Are you a fake? Donnan got up from the ground and moved in front of Wang Ting. Her petite body jumped up and she wanted to pinch Wang Ting's face to see if it was real. Wang Ting was speechless as he looked at the senior who didn't even reach his chin. Senior, are you being polite? Wang Ting dodged Donnan's attempt to pinch his face. This senior sister sure knows how to be friendly. How could she pinch a man's face so easily? Of course not. You cheapskate. Just pinch it once. Donnan pouted in disappointment. Senior sister, you have to take responsibility for pinching my face, Wang Ting said. I'll take responsibility. Donnan's eyes lit up. I love young and cute boys the most. Wang Ting was speechless. Was she a female pervert? Junior brother Wang Ting, it's really you. Bai Yao exclaimed. Who else do you think it could be? Wang Ting asked. You're right. Bai Yao nodded after a brief pause. Under such a dangerous situation, no one would save them unless they were acquaintances. However, they did not expect to receive a reward for the good deed they had done on their way here. And the reward was beyond their expectations. Donnan, you're lucky to have met junior brother Wang Ting. Otherwise, you might have died here. Another voice came from the darkness. Donnan and the others were stunned. They had been distracted by Wang Ting and did not notice the presence of others. Of course, in order to avoid detection from the armored corpse, Wan Dong and the others had concealed their auras. That was why they were not discovered. When they walked out of the darkness, Donnan and the others immediately saw them. Wan Dong. It's you. Donnan exclaimed. Clearly, they recognized Wan Dong and the others. Why are you with junior brother Wang Ting? Bai Yao asked curiously. Wan Dong and the others were a little embarrassed. They could not say that they had been captured by Wang Ting. That would be embarrassing. Ahem, Wang Ting coughed and said, we're all friends. Let's work together. Danan scanned Wan Ting and Wan Dong's faces and felt that something was off. Wan Dong and the others heaved a sigh of relief. At least Wan Ting had saved them some face. At this moment, they were actually grateful to Wan Ting. She was more curious about Wan Ting's ability. Why was he so powerful, and the golden sparrow that appeared at that time seemed to be spirit reader. Donan's heart stirred, and a thought occurred to her, upon which she became even more astonished. He must be a spirit reader. It seemed that they had underestimated this junior Wan Ting. No wonder he insisted on carrying out the mission alone. Moreover, it was a nightmare mission with an 80% mortality rate. Without a certain level of confidence, who would dare to do so? This junior Wan Ting is really amazing. He's obviously a newcomer, but he's almost the same as us old students. His future was limitless. Danan wasn't the only one who had thought of this. Bai Yao, Wei Na, and the others had also thought of this. For a moment, they valued Wan Ting even more and wanted to befriend him even more. Moreover, Wan Ting was an alchemist at the peak of the Grandmaster level. If he didn't make friends with such a genius, would he become enemies with him? With this thought in mind, Danan and the others were naturally very grateful to Wan Ting. They were very friendly towards him. Seniors, you should hurry up and recover. Those armored corpses might pass by here at any time, Wan Ting said. Okay. Danan and the others nodded. Without hesitation, they quickly sat down cross-legged, took out healing pills, and began to recover. Not only had they used up a lot of their force, but they had also sustained serious injuries. If they didn't recover, they would become a burden. However, as their injuries slowly healed, their complexions didn't improve. They couldn't get rid of the shadow energy in their bodies. It entangled their force and even their physical bodies, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Damn it! What kind of power is this? Why is it so difficult to deal with? Yuan Bai opened his eyes and cursed. The others also opened their eyes. Their expressions were not good. The strangeness of this power was beyond their expectations. Senior, give me your hand. Let me take a look, Wan Ting said to Danan. Okay. Danan was stunned. She didn't know what Wan Ting was going to do. However, considering that he was a Grandmaster alchemist and might have a way to deal with it, she extended her hand. Wan Ting held Danan's small hand. The first thing he felt was a little soft, cough cough. He coughed in his heart and quickly came back to his senses. With a serious expression, he carefully sensed the shadow energy. Don't resist. Wan Ting said. Danan's eyes flashed, and she nodded. Yuan Bai and the others were flabbergasted. Their gazes landed on Wan Ting. Could it be that he had a way to deal with it? Wan Ting activated the talent of shadow. A suction force came from his palm and entered Danan's body. This is... Danan's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Wan Ting in a daze. She could feel that the shadow power was being absorbed. This was unbelievable. How did he do it? Soon, all the shadow energy in Danan's body was sucked away. Danan immediately felt a lot lighter. The cold and gloomy feeling was completely gone. The greenish-black color on her face also disappeared. It's done? Yuan Bai and the others were shocked. They looked at Danan and then at Wan Ting. Wan Dong and the others were also very surprised. However, they were already mentally prepared. After all, they had easily dealt with the shadows before. The situation of Danan and the others was very similar to Guan Yu and the others who were attacked by the shadows. At that moment, they seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that the armored bodies were controlled by something similar to the shadows? Who's next? Wan Ting let go of Danan's hand and looked at Yuan Bai and the others. I'll do it. Yuan Bai stepped forward. He was the most seriously injured. There was a long and narrow cut on his chest. Even his armor had been split open. Wan Ting nodded. He placed his palm on Yuan Bai's chest and sucked the shadow energy out of his body. Wei Na and the others then stepped forward. Wan Ting did the same. Fortunately, their injuries weren't too serious. It didn't take him much effort to help them get rid of the shadow energy. If Guan Yu and the others saw this scene, they would probably vomit blood. They were still being tortured by the shadow energy. Junior Wan Ting, that's something special. Bai Yao exclaimed after feeling the condition of his body. It's just a small trick. Wang Ting smiled faintly. Speaking of which, what is this strange energy? It's like a shadow. Yuan Bai frowned and asked. We met some black shadows on the way. Their attacks are similar to these armored corpses. Also, they are like shadows. Let's call them shadow forces, Wang Ting said ambiguously. Shadows? We came from another direction, but we didn't encounter any, Donnan said thoughtfully. How did you encounter those armored bodies? Wang Ting asked. The sky suddenly darkened. We didn't have time to find a place to hide, so we encountered them on our way here, Bai Yao said with an unlucky face. They were too unlucky. They were only halfway there when they inexplicably encountered those armored corpses. They were so scared that they almost peed their pants. It was indeed terrifying to encounter a group of corpses in the extreme darkness. No one is as lucky as you. Wang Ting found it funny. Judging from their expressions, they were obviously scared out of their wits. Do you know what these armored bodies use to sense things? Donnan asked. Sound, light, and of course, life energy, Wang Ting said. Donnan nodded and said, Did you see the armored body of the Naga clan? It's the scariest one. It's much stronger than the others. The Naga clan. Wan Dong and the others repeated. You don't know? Donnan was surprised. We thought it was the Naga clan. Wan Dong said. The Naga clan is also a Naga clan. However, in ancient times, they were called the Naga clan. They were a very powerful race. Donnan glanced at Wang Ting and explained. Wang Ting and the queen of the Naga race lowered their heads as though they had just found out. That Naga clan was indeed very strong. It might have reached the realm of a sector lord. I could only block it for a while. If I was any slower, I probably wouldn't have been able to save you, Wang Ting said. Most importantly, these armored corpses could only sense life auras. They were a little rigid. Hence, Wang Ting used his spatial abilities to move everyone away and hide. The armored corpses wouldn't be able to find them. Furthermore, these armored bodies seemed to have some restrictions. They couldn't easily enter the palace. Otherwise, Wang Ting and the others wouldn't have been able to hide. If they were real martial artists, it wouldn't have been so easy. Martial artists would definitely search the palace below. They would definitely be discovered. Was that a spatial technique? Donnan suddenly recalled that feeling and was shocked. It's just a small trick, Wang Ting said. Donnan and the others were speechless. This was a small trick. Domain lords could also control spatial techniques, but they were in range of the attack. Space was chaotic. They couldn't use spatial techniques to escape. However, Wang Ting did it. He even brought the 5 of them away. It was unbelievable, they couldn't see through Wang Ting. This Naga armored corpse probably only moves within a certain range. It seems to be protecting something. Wang Ting changed the topic and muttered to himself. Donnan and the others were stunned. They thought about the direction the Naga clan armored body appeared and left. Their eyes flashed. You mean? Donnan was shocked. Do you guys have the guts to come with me? Wang Ting asked with a smile. Donnan and the others hesitated. They had just been tortured by the Naga clan armored body, so they naturally felt conflicted. However, their competitive spirit was soon aroused. If Wang Ting wasn't afraid, they had nothing to be afraid of. Besides, they were almost beaten to death. They weren't prepared and were caught off guard. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so weak. Why wouldn't I? Donnan bared her canine teeth and yelled in a delicate voice. Then let's go. Wang Ting smiled. They discussed for a while and immediately snuck into the darkness. They moved in the direction the Naga clan armored body had disappeared. Of course, they didn't let go of the surrounding palaces either. They still had to plunder whatever they could. Donnan and the others didn't fight for anything. Their lives were saved by Wang Ting. Wang Ting wanted to split the spoils, but they didn't want it. Wang Ting admired them for this. They didn't even blink when they said they didn't want it. Soon, they passed through the alley where the battle had taken place. Wang Ting waved his hand and stopped everyone. What's wrong? Donnan asked cautiously. Nothing. I'm just observing. Wang Ting found an excuse. He had just seen a few attribute bubbles. He didn't have the time to pick them up. Now that he was passing by, he had to pick them up. Shadow energy *300, shadow energy *500, shadow energy *2200, shadow blade *2000, shadow blade. Wang Ting was stunned. Then, a glint appeared in his eyes. This should be the saber technique used by the Naga clan's armored corps from before. In the next moment, an image appeared in his mind. A special light figure appeared. The upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake. It was the Naga clan. The light figure held a blade and slashed. The shadow energy gathered and turned into a shadowy blade. It was so obscure that it was almost illusory. Boom, the blade slashed across the sky. It was so powerful that it seemed to be able to cut through not only force attacks but also mental attacks. Phew. Wang Ting came back to his senses and let out a sigh. Shadow blade. What a strange skill. It can actually hurt mental attacks. His eyes flickered as he felt extremely strange. At the same time, he was pleasantly surprised because he had already grasped this blade technique. Shadow blade, 20003000, beginner. Although it was only beginner, Wang Ting was very happy. He felt that he had earned a lot. He had experienced the skill used by the Naga clan armored body. It was very powerful. If he hadn't used the Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow plume attack from afar, he might have been hurt. Fortunately, he passed by and picked up the attribute bubbles. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot. In addition, the power of this skill was related to the shadow talent and shadow energy. In general, the higher the shadow talent, the stronger the shadow energy, and the stronger the power of the skill. This was a battle skill that relied on one's talent. Wang Ting felt very strange. He couldn't help but sigh. The universe was so big. There were all kinds of strange things. There were even battle skills that relied on one's talent. I've learned something new. In addition, there were 3,000 points of shadow energy in his account. Wang Ting nodded. Not bad, not bad. At this time, he was also gradually convinced that the armored bodies were controlled by the shadows. Otherwise, why would they drop the shadow energy attribute? The unknown was scary. Now that he knew what it was, Wang Ting was not so worried. Moreover, he had a way to deal with the shadows. He was not afraid of them. With the shadow talent, Wang Ting could be said to be the nemesis of the shadows. However, the Naga clan armored body was very strong. It would not be easy to control it. What if there was more than one of them? That was why Wang Ting brought Donnan and the others with him. Sometimes, it was not a good habit to eat alone. It was easy to not get anything. After the palace was searched, Wang Ting, Donnan, and the others passed through the alley without encountering the armored bodies. However, after they passed through, they heard orderly footsteps. The armored bodies appeared. They came from another alley. Wang Ting immediately gestured for everyone to squat down and poke their heads out. Sure enough, they saw a group of armored bodies walking slowly toward them. Wan Dong, Yuan Bai, and the others became nervous. If they ran into them, there would be a fierce battle. At this moment, Wang Ting felt a weight on his back. A petite figure was lying on top of him. Another head poked out from Wang Ting's head. What do we do now? Donnan's voice sounded in Wang Ting's mind. Don't make a sound. Hide your presence. Wang Ting transmitted his voice to everyone. Then, the shadow energy in his body spread out and merged with the surrounding darkness. It was as if a shadow curtain was formed. It was dark in front of them, so they did not feel anything strange. Wan Dong and the others were already used to Wang Ting having the right to speak. They immediately followed his orders and retracted their auras. They hid in a corner. Donnan's eyes turned. She immediately hid behind Wang Ting. Even if they were discovered, this guy would cover for them. Yuan Bai and the others only hesitated for a moment. Seeing that Donnan had already done as she was told, they followed Wan Dong and the others and hid in a corner. Soon, the Armored Corps patrol team walked past them, and the smell of decay permeated the air. Tap, 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 the sound of footsteps echoed in their ears. It felt as if they were sleeping at night and there were footsteps walking back and forth beside their bed. It was quite creepy. However, the armored bodies did not seem to notice them. They walked past them and disappeared into the darkness. Phew. Someone let out a long sigh. Junior Wangting, did you do something? Why didn't they notice us? Donnan asked curiously. No, I didn't do anything, Wangting said. TCH, who are you trying to fool? Donnan pursed her lips. She obviously did not believe him, but she did not ask any further. It was probably Wangting's secret. He did not want to talk about it. Round Ball was elated. Finally, there was someone else who was frustrated by Wangting. It wasn't the only one who was curious. The others were curious too. Everyone felt sad. Wait for me here. A thought flashed across Wangting's mind as he disappeared in front of everyone. Wangting became bolder after discovering that the shadow energy could hide from the armored bodies. It would be great if he could hide from the armored body of the Naga Sirens. However, he did not think it would be possible. The Naga Sirens were different from the ones on patrol. Hey! Before Donnan could say anything, Wangting's figure disappeared. She was surprised. This fellow's concealment skill seemed to be very good. Do you know what he's doing? Donnan turned around and asked Wandong and the others. No. Wandong shook his head. Why do I feel like your presence is so weak? You're useless, Donnan complained. Wandong and the others were speechless. What did she mean by useless? How could she be so insulting? Yuan Bai and the others looked at them strangely. Were these people here to be bystanders? Don't look at us like that. It's not time for us to act yet, Wandong said. On the other hand, Wangting dragged an armored body to a corner and activated his talent of shadow. A suction force burst out from his palm. The armored body struggled violently, and the armor clanged against each other. Damn it! Wangting's expression changed slightly. He had just taken care of the armored body. He did not expect to make such a mistake while absorbing it. Tap, 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 the footsteps in the distance were approaching again. The armored bodies seemed to have heard the noise and were quickly returning. Wangting immediately increased the speed of his absorption. A strong suction force erupted from his hand. Clang, 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 the armor trembled even more violently. It was as if someone was twitching inside. Something's wrong. Wangting's eyes narrowed. He activated his Eye of Truth to observe the situation inside the armored body. Sure enough, he saw something similar to a formation engraved in the armored body. It locked the shadow energy in the body and could not be extracted by brute force. That's not a problem for me, Wangting sneered. The shadow energy immediately penetrated the armored body. Boom, the formation-like existence was instantly destroyed. The suction force burst out, wisps of shadow floated out of the armor and were absorbed by Wangting. At the same time, several attribute bubbles emerged from the armored body. Wangting picked them up. He did not have time to observe. He left the armored body and fled. After the shadow energy was absorbed, the armored body instantly decayed and turned into dust. Wangting still turned back to take a look. His gaze was filled with astonishment, but he didn't stay for long. Before the Armored Corps patrol team arrived, he left the place swiftly. Shadow puppet restriction. As the attribute bubbles entered his mind, Wang Ting had a hint of understanding. So the formation restriction in the armored body is the shadow puppet restriction. It forms a restriction with shadow energy and binds the shadow energy in the body to control it. The reason why the armored bodies can move and fight is because of this shadow puppet restriction. A complicated seal pattern appeared in Wangting's mind. He stopped in his tracks abruptly. Shadow puppet restriction, 300, beginner, I just picked up 300 attribute points. It's just beginner. Wangting's eyes flickered. Those armored bodies are shadow puppets. There must be such a restriction in their bodies. It was time to reap the benefits. Wangting's eyes lit up. This shadow puppet restriction was very strong. According to the description, as long as he obtained a strong corpse and used enough shadow energy to carve a shadow puppet restriction, he would be able to create a powerful shadow puppet. If he could obtain a Sector Lord level corpse and raise his shadow energy to a certain level, Wang Ting would be able to create a Sector Lord level shadow puppet. As for how much strength he could unleash from the corpse, it would depend on how well the corpse was preserved and the level of the shadow puppet restriction. As for creating a restriction, other than having enough shadow energy, it also needed some special materials. The level of these materials was related to the strength of the shadow puppet. Wang Ting thought about the Sector Lord level corpse from the Giant Horn clan. It was originally useless, but now it seemed useful. Although the corpse was heavily damaged, to Wang Ting, it was still an experiment target. Sector Lord level corpses were rare. To obtain a Sector Lord level corpse was even harder. To a martial artist, a powerful shadow fiend was simply the best trump card. If he met a strong fighter and couldn't beat him, he could take out the shadow puppet. Even if he couldn't defeat the opponent, he could at least save his life. If he was lucky, he might even be able to trick the opponent. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He wasn't in a rush to leave, but instead wanted to make a move on the armored corpses. Such a good target, he couldn't miss it. Wang Ting's figure flashed, and he immediately disappeared into the darkness. At this moment, he had activated the hidden shadow secret skill and moved towards the corpses. He realized that using shadow energy to use the technique could confuse the armored corpses. He did that just now and wasn't discovered at all. He even carried an armored corpse back. Very quickly, a group of armored corpses walked over from afar. They didn't notice Wang Ting and regained their calmness. Wang Ting followed behind them. Without making a sound, he abruptly grabbed an armored corpse. Shadow force surged out of his body and sealed the shadow force in the corpse's body, causing it to lose its ability to move temporarily. He then dragged it away. The other armored corpses didn't notice anything and continued forward. As expected, a bunch of dead things. Wang Ting sniggered. He hid in a dark corner and used the same method as before to destroy the shadow puppet restriction inside the armored corpse. Then, he absorbed the shadow force. Attribute bubbles appeared and Wang Ting immediately picked them up. Shadow puppet restriction *250, only 250 this time. Wang Ting shook his head in disdain. It was actually less than the first one. Unforgivable. He had spent a lot of effort to drag this corpse over. With this little attribute value, it wasn't even enough to pay for labor. Although he said that, he didn't stop and continued to charge towards the armored corpses. He still had to take what he needed to take. One by one, the armored corpses were dragged away by Wang Ting. The group of armored corpses was getting shorter and shorter, but they didn't notice it at all. Wang Ting's mastery of Shadow Puppet Seal increased rapidly. It didn't take long for him to cross the threshold and reach proficiency. Shadow Puppet Restriction, 500, 5000, skilled. Wang Ting closed his eyes and sensed it. A familiar feeling rose in his heart. Awesome, this feeling of mastering a skill so quickly is really awesome. A smile appeared at the edge of Wang Ting's lips. He prepared to continue. However, at this moment, roar, an angry roar suddenly came from the front. Wang Ting stopped in his tracks. He looked a little embarrassed. On the other hand, Donnan and the others waited for a long time, but Wang Ting didn't return. Instead, they heard the angry roar of the armored corpses. They couldn't help but look at each other. What happened? Bai Yao asked hesitantly. Did that guy provoke the armored corpses? Donnan asked suspiciously. That's very likely, Wan Dong suddenly said. Dong Lei, Ji Keto, and the others nodded in agreement. There was a hint of certainty on their faces. Based on their understanding of Wang Ting, it was possible for him to do such a thing. Should we go and take a look? Donnan frowned and asked worriedly. Let's not. With our strength, we might not be able to help. Instead, we might drag him down, Wan Dong said. Donnan and the others were speechless. They were being despised. That's not what I meant. It's mainly because Wang Ting is more experienced in dealing with armored corpses. We can't do it, Wan Dong said. That's enough. We understand, Yuan Bai said faintly. He didn't expect that he would be despised for not being strong enough. However, he couldn't refute it. It was the truth. Whoosh, as they spoke, a figure dashed out of the darkness and landed in front of him. Let's go. Let's go. Wang Ting appeared and quickly ordered everyone to run. Wang Ting, what did you do? Donnan couldn't help but ask. I didn't do anything. Wang Ting hurriedly said, stop talking nonsense. Let's run before it's too late. Boom boom boom, a series of explosions came from afar. It sounded like a large number of armored corpses were charging toward them. F***ck. Donnan and the others couldn't help but curse. Without thinking, they immediately started running. Although they couldn't see the situation in the darkness, they could guess the situation ahead. With so many armored corpses charging toward them, it must be terrifying. They couldn't take it, they could only run. As they ran, Donnan looked back and saw a sea of armored corpses charging out of the alleys and chasing after them. Her face turned pale with fright. Wang Ting, you're really something. I really didn't do it. I don't know why they went crazy. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Ting also looked back and felt his scalp go numb. Omega, where did all these armored corpses come from? They weren't discovered just now. How did they all rush toward them? This is so scary. Everyone ran in the darkness with all their might. They didn't dare to stop for even a moment. They ran through the complicated alleys and turned left and right. However, the armored corpses weren't shaken off. They were still chasing after them. What do we do now? Donnan asked while panting. Over there. Let's go. Wang Ting looked around and waved his hand. He then led everyone toward the location where the armored corpses had appeared. If we go there like this, we'll definitely attract the attention of the armored corpses. Donnan's expression changed slightly. I know, but I have to lure it out. Wang Ting's gaze flickered as he replied. A thought suddenly occurred to Donnan, and she exclaimed, did you purposely lure these armored corpses here? Wang Ting's expression was strange. Did this senior misunderstand something? Everyone quickly approached the location where the armored corpses had appeared. It was a huge palace. According to Wang Ting's memory, this palace should be the central area of this place. They had seen this palace before the sky turned dark. It was very majestic. At this time, they could only see a huge silhouette in the darkness. As they got closer, an eerie aura swept out from the palace. Roar. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the palace. Boom. A figure dashed out of the darkness with a thick aura of decay. He charged towards Wang Ting and his team. His aura was fierce and terrifying. It's here. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He pointed forward and said, go. Streaks of golden light flew out of his body like golden meteors and rushed toward the Naga clan's armored corpse. Roar. The armored corpse of the Naga clan roared, pulled out the saber at its waist, and slashed out. The shadow of the blade swept across the sky. At this time, the dark golden light was still halfway there. It quickly gathered into a golden sparrow and crashed into the armored corpses. Boom, the two collided. The golden light was so bright that it lit up the surroundings. Wang Ting and the others also saw the palace in front of them clearly. They found the entrance of the palace. The origin power shockwaves rolled out in all directions, plowing out numerous marks on the ground. The attacks from both sides were incomparably sharp. No matter how sturdy the ground was, it could not withstand the attacks. At this moment, it was damaged beyond recognition. Boom, the phoenix dance and the golden sparrow plume were scattered by the blade. There was a huge difference between Wang Ting's ability and this Naga armored corpse. There was no comparison. Fight. Donnan and the others yelled and attacked. Yuanbai rushed to the front and blocked the shadow of the blade with a fire shield. Boom, Yuanbai was sent flying. His body and the fire shield left a long mark on the ground. At this point, Donnan and the others flanked the corpse from both sides and bombarded it with origin power attacks, preventing it from doing anything else. Wandong and the others also attacked, using their full power to attack the Naga corpses. The combined strength of more than 10 area lords was not to be underestimated. The corpses were knocked back and roared in anger. At this time, Wang Ting's phoenix dance and the golden sparrow plume gathered again and attacked the armored corpses. At the same time, a battle sword appeared in his hand. He activated his shadow talent and the shadow power gathered into a shadow blade. Wang Ting's shadow blade was only a beginner, so he was not very familiar with it. However, with the phoenix dance and the golden sparrow plume, he had enough time. The armored corpses slashed again and the shadow blade collided with the phoenix dance and the golden sparrow plume. Phoenix Dance's golden sparrow plume was no match for it, but Wang Ting's shadow blade had also arrived. He didn't attack from the front either. He dodged the blade glow of the Naga armored corpse and slashed at its head from the side. The armored corpses were already occupied by the others and did not have time to deal with Wang Ting. Therefore, Wang Ting's attack landed on its head. Poochie, the shadow blade left a mark on its head and broke its skin, but that was it. The armored corpses were at least Sector Lord level when they were alive. Wang Ting's shadow talent and shadow power were only level 1, so he could not hurt its body. However, Wang Ting's goal was not to destroy its body. His target was the shadow puppet seal. At this time, his eyes were fixed on the corpse of the Naga clan's armor. He didn't know if his knife had any effect. Danan and the others did not know what Wang Ting was going to do. They were stunned when they saw how weak his attack was. This guy was only a universe-level fighter after all, although he had more tricks up his sleeves than ordinary fighters, he wasn't strong enough to fight against a Sector Lord. Wang Ting, can you do it? Let us do it if you can't, Danan shouted. Wang Ting was speechless. He was being underestimated. Get out of the way, it's dangerous, Danan shouted again when she saw that Han Sen was still standing there and blocking the attack. Wang Ting was speechless. However, before he could say anything, Danan and the others noticed that the armored corpses seemed to have stopped moving. It was no longer attacking. Danan and the others stared at the corpse of the Naga sirens, not knowing what had happened. Who said I couldn't do it? Wang Ting asked. Danan was speechless. Danan was a bit depressed. She had just said that Yi Shiwen couldn't do it, and now she was slapped in the face. Didn't this guy only break a small hole in the head of the Naga clan's armored corpse? Why did the Naga armor corpse stop moving? What was wrong? The others were stunned too. They thought that Wang Ting was only at the universe level and wouldn't be able to do anything to this Sector Lord level Naga armored corpse. It wasn't that they looked down on Wang Ting, but they felt that they had underestimated his strength. But now, their thoughts were turned upside down. Wang Ting's slash seemed to have worked. But how was that possible? It was clearly only a small opening, but it actually caused the Naga clan's armored corpse to lose its ability to move. Wang Ting, how did you do it? Danan couldn't help but ask. I just swung my sword casually. I didn't expect this Naga armored corpse to be so weak, Wang Ting said. Danan. Was this guy trying to show off? That was too much. How could they not know the strength of that Naga clan armor corpse? Even a dozen domain lords couldn't do anything to it. But now, this guy was telling them that he had taken care of it with a casual slash. Yuan Bai and the others were speechless. They didn't know that Wang Ting liked to show off. He looked like a kind person, but he was actually a pretentious prick. Damn it, they had misjudged him. Wang Ting ignored them and walked to the Naga corpse. His eyes glimmered. This Naga corpse was at least at the Sector Lord realm and had a strong physical body. There were no signs of damage. Now that the shadow puppet restriction had disappeared, he just needed to carve a new one and this Naga corpse would be under his control. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and put away the corpse of the Naga clan armor. Yuan Bai and the others were stunned. They didn't know why Yi Shiwen put away the corpse. It was just a corpse. Who knew how long it had been dead? Even if it was Sector Lord level, it wouldn't be of much use. Unless he studied it. The Naga clan was now very rare, but they had some research value. However, Wan Dong and the others were already used to it. Along the way, Wang Ting had collected everything. What was a corpse to him? It was just a small matter. These people are just making a fuss out of nothing. Wan Dong and the others glanced at Yuan Bai and the others with a sense of superiority. Experience crushing. Let's go in and take a look. Wang Ting took the lead and walked towards the main hall in front of him. The Naga corpses had already been subdued by Wang Ting. The ordinary corpses in the distance did not dare to approach the hall, as if they were afraid. Danan and the others were relieved to see this, and they followed Wang Ting into the palace. They were still very careful. This great hall gave off an extremely eerie feeling. Before they even entered, a formless pressure gushed out, instantly drowning them. This kind of pressure didn't have any substance, but it gave people a feeling that they couldn't resist. Boom, everyone involuntarily retreated, and their expressions changed drastically. Humph. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not retreat. He snorted coldly, and a powerful aura suddenly rose from his body. Boundless. Ancient, this was the ancient will. Wang Ting burst out at this time, resisting the pressure that was gushing out of the hall. In Wang Ting's perception, this oppressive feeling was also a type of willpower. It was also ancient, but the difference was that it seemed to have an indestructible and indomitable battle intent. Yes, this was the fighting spirit. Wang Ting had already comprehended the battlefield awareness. The battlefield awareness was a kind of battle awareness, not fighting spirit, but there were certain similarities. Therefore, Wang Ting was not unfamiliar with this so-called fighting spirit. However, why would there be fighting spirit in this hall? Wang Ting was a little curious. He resisted the powerful fighting spirit and walked into the hall step by step. Danan and the others looked at his back in shock. This guy actually resisted the powerful pressure and did not retreat a single step. They looked at each other, released their own aura, and stepped into the hall. However, they found that they were no match for Wang Ting. Their aura was suppressed by Wang Ting's aura. They were very close to Wang Ting, so they could feel the ancient and boundless aura coming from his body. This astounded them. How could Wang Ting's aura be so special? This kind of aura usually only appeared on those extremely powerful old antiques. It was unbelievable that it appeared on a universe-level warrior. Wang Ting did not know what Danan and the others were thinking. At this moment, as he approached the main entrance of the hall, the fighting spirit became stronger and stronger. It directly descended on his head, making him unable to raise his head. Fight! 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 Wang Ting seemed to hear a series of shouts, and an image appeared in his mind. A figure, monstrous fighting spirit, however, it was very blurry, and he could not see his face clearly. What is this? The person who left behind the fighting spirit? Wang Ting's expression changed slightly, and he found it hard to believe. My primordial intent has reached the second stage, and it is enough to intimidate upper-level emperor rank star beasts. I did not expect it to be defeated by this fighting spirit. How terrifying is the person who left behind this fighting spirit? An indescribable shock filled Wang Ting's mind. His eyes flashed as he stared at the main entrance of the hall. It was behind that door. He had a premonition that the person who released the fighting spirit was behind that door. Not enough, my primordial intent is not enough. Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and he silently added a point. The blank attribute immediately decreased, and the primordial intent increased rapidly, rushing to the third stage. Rumble, in an instant, something seemed to crack within Wang Ting's body, and a powerful aura exploded from his body. The primordial intent had reached the third stage, and this aura was comparable to that of a sector lord. Primordial intent, 130,000, third stage, a total of 200,000 blank attribute points disappeared. Fortunately, Wang Ting had sufficient blank attribute points. Otherwise, it would not have been enough. This is? Danan and the others were shocked. Wang Ting's aura could still increase. It was not a small increase, but a huge leap. It was as if he had risen from the domain lord level to the sector lord level. At this moment, Wang Ting stood in front of them, and they felt as if they were facing a sector lord level expert. That aura was too majestic, and even they felt the pressure. They could not help but retreat, unable to follow behind him. Wang Ting did not know that Danan and the others had been forced back by his aura. Although the fighting spirit was still terrifying, it could no longer stop him. Ta! 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 Step by step, his footsteps were firm, and he did not waver at all. That aura could no longer stop his footsteps. In the next instant, he finally stepped into the hall. Behind the door, there was a bright light. It was not bright, but there was a faint light. After Wang Ting entered the door, he saw a person, a Naga race member. He stood in the middle of the hall, holding a black battle sword in his hand. He was wearing battle armor, and his body was covered in wounds. However, his body was extremely straight, and he was looking at the door. There was a domineering aura coming from him. Wang Ting's pupils constricted as if he had seen something unbelievable. Boom! In the next instant, a powerful fighting spirit charged towards Wang Ting. It was many times stronger than before. Wang Ting's face turned pale. His third-stage primordial intent was unable to block it, and the powerful fighting spirit forced him to take 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. Fight, 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 screams exploded in Wang Ting's mind, causing his mind to tremble. He almost couldn't hold on anymore. What a terrifying fighting spirit. Wang Ting's face changed. This was only a corpse, it had been dead for so many years, and it was not a living being. Yet, it still had such fighting spirit, it was unbelievable. What level was this Naga race member at when he was alive? Wang Ting did not dare to imagine. Yuan Gungun was also alarmed and said in Wang Ting's mind, how terrifying, it's at least an emperor rank. Behind him, Danan and the rest followed. Although they were having a hard time, they were all domain lords, so they were able to withstand the fighting spirit. However, the moment they entered the hall, especially when they saw the Naga race member's corpse, the fighting spirit soared, making them unable to withstand it. These people were even worse than Wang Ting, retreating more than 10 steps out of the door. Danan and the rest had ugly expressions. They did not expect that they could not even enter the door. Only Wang Ting could enter, they had felt the powerful fighting spirit just now. Even if they were prepared, they would not be able to enter. When they entered the door, the Naga Queen's bloodline called out to her even more, but she could not enter, let alone use her bloodline power. She was extremely frustrated, and her expression changed. Helpless, she could only stand at the door and wait. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, but he did not care. He could not blame others for not being able to enter. At this moment, he was about to raise his ancient will to resist the fighting spirit. Otherwise, he would not be able to get close to the corpse. However, the attribute bubbles beside the corpse suddenly attracted Wang Ting's attention. Many, very many, his attention was all on the Naga race member's corpse. Only now did he notice that there were so many attribute bubbles around the corpse. Pick them up, Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he immediately used his spiritual force to pick them up. One by one, the attribute bubbles flew towards him. Unyielding Fighting Spirit, Rank 4, *400, Unyielding Fighting Spirit, Rank 4, *300, Unyielding Fighting Spirit, Rank 4, *600, Unyielding Fighting Spirit. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He did not expect to pick up the fighting spirit attribute here. What a surprise, in an instant, an image appeared in his mind. A Naga race member stood in the palace, raising his sword to the sky and roaring, "Fight, no one can make me surrender, fight to the death." The monstrous fighting spirit soared into the sky. It was as if he was fearless even in the face of a powerful enemy. He could only fight. That unyielding and fearless spirit turned into a will at this moment, like the tip of a sword, rushing into the sky. Boom! In the sky, a large hand appeared, covering the sky as if the whole world was in this hand. Then, it fell directly, unstoppable. The Naga race member was fearless. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit. He swung his sword, and an unparalleled sword light swept out with a monstrous fighting spirit. After a loud bang, the Naga race member died, and his vitality dissipated. However, the unyielding fighting spirit circled around his body, not dissipating even after thousands of years. Wang Ting came back to his senses and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. There was a lingering shock in his eyes that could not dissipate. He saw it, he saw the death of the Naga race member, he also saw his unyielding fighting spirit. At this moment, Wang Ting had a deep understanding of this fighting spirit. He knew that it was powerful, but he did not know why it was so powerful. Obviously, Wang Ting had mastered this unyielding fighting spirit, for 500500000, rank 4. What surprised Wang Ting even more was that the unyielding fighting spirit had reached rank 5. In other words, he had comprehended it to rank 4 in an instant. Wang Ting had really picked up a big bargain. The unyielding fighting spirit of this Naga race member was too strong. Even the remnant fighting spirit had reached rank 4. It was even stronger than the ancient will that he had obtained by adding points to a blank attribute. Wang Ting closed his eyes and immersed himself in the huge comprehension. The comprehension from rank 1 to rank 4 was naturally far greater than ordinary. Even if Wang Ting relied on picking up attributes to level up, he still needed to comprehend it well. Suddenly, Wang Ting seemed to have thought of something. He had once obtained a fighting spirit, Thunder Fighting Spirit, with Thunder as the will and Thunder Fighting Spirit. It was like the incarnation of the King of Thunder, extremely powerful. Thunder Fighting Spirit, Unyielding Fighting Spirit. The two fighting spirits were actually not strong or weak. One was the vastness and majesty of thunder, and the other was the unyielding fearlessness of life and death. He was not even afraid of death, so why would he be afraid of thunder? Obviously not. Therefore, these two fighting spirits were not strong or weak. However, Wang Ting thought of something else. If he combined the two fighting spirits, would it be even stronger? I am the incarnation of thunder, and I am not afraid of death. This was the unyielding thunder. At this moment, Wang Ting understood. Thunder seemed to gather in his eyes. At the same time, an unyielding will seemed to have been integrated into the thunder. This thunder was extraordinary. Boom! Wang Ting's enlightenment merged the two types of battle will together. It exploded with a loud bang. Thunder appeared in the void, and the fighting spirit soared to the sky. The fighting spirit of the Naga race was suppressed, and Wang Ting's unyielding thunder fighting spirit gained the upper hand. Outside the door, Donnan and the others were shocked. They could clearly feel that the fighting spirit that was different from the Naga race was stronger, and it exploded from Wang Ting's body. They looked at Wang Ting's back in shock. At this moment, Wang Ting seemed to have transformed into the god of thunder, majestic and unyielding. Sing! 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 Donnan and the others felt a stinging pain in their eyes, and they couldn't look directly at it. This guy. They looked at each other in dismay. Their hearts were already shocked to the extreme. The aura that erupted from Wang Ting was already very strong, and it made them feel like they were facing a sector lord, but it couldn't be. Compared to this, the difference was like heaven and earth. How could there be such a huge change in the blink of an eye? What happened to Wang Ting? They couldn't imagine. Just as Donnan and the others were puzzled, Wang Ting took large strides forward. His fighting spirit was stronger than the fighting spirit left by the Naga race, and this corpse could no longer stop him. Under the observation of his eye of truth, this corpse had completely lost its vitality and was no longer a threat. Wang Ting came to the corpse with a complicated expression. He admired the Naga race's unyielding will, but at the same time, he sympathized with the Naga race's situation. That giant hand was too terrifying. With just one hand, it killed the Naga race's expert without any resistance. Facing such a powerful enemy, anyone would feel powerless. Is that giant hand the owner of the shadow? Wang Ting fell into deep thought. No, if it was the owner of the shadow, why would he leave shadow puppets to guard this place? But the Naga race doesn't seem to have this kind of shadow ability? Many questions appeared in Wang Ting's mind. He couldn't understand. Forget it, it's been so many years, what's the point of thinking about it? Wang Ting shook his head and stopped thinking about it. His gaze landed on the corpse of the Naga race's expert. It was time to reap the rewards. First, the spatial equipment. Where should he wear it? Wang Ting's gaze swept back and forth on the corpse of the Naga race's expert, and finally fixed on his wrist. Got it. He laughed in his heart and took off the spatial bracelet on the corpse's wrist. He was not in a hurry to check it and just put it away. Then, his gaze fell on the armor of the Naga race's expert. It's a pity that this armor is completely broken. Wang Ting shook his head with some regret. It's broken, but the material should be extraordinary. It can be rebuilt, Yuan Gungun said. Yes. Wang Ting nodded. He naturally knew this, so he would not let it go. Wang Ting, look at the sword in his hand. It seems to be the Naga race's treasure, the shadow sword. Yuan Gungun's horrified voice suddenly sounded. What sword? Wang Ting was stunned. He asked in return. The shadow sword. Yuan Gungun seemed to gulp and said. The shadow sword. Wang Ting muttered in his heart. He seemed to hear something wrong with Yuan Gungun's tone. He asked uncertainly, is this sword very awesome? Awesome, it's more than awesome. Legend has it that the Naga race has a demigod weapon, and it's this shadow sword. Yuan Gungun said excitedly. F***K. Wang Ting cursed. He got agitated too. A demigod weapon, it was not a divine weapon, but it was somewhat related to it. A demigod weapon was beyond the immortal level and was half a step into the divine level. There were not many divine weapons in the entire universe, and demigod weapons were also very rare. They were only in the hands of some experts or powerful races. And now, it appeared in front of him like this. Wang Ting could not believe it. He carefully reached out to touch the dark sword in the Naga race's expert's hand, as if he was afraid of breaking it. He stroked the sword with his palm as if he was caressing a peerless beauty. All of a sudden, he sensed a familiar power within the black sword. Shadow, this was the power of shadow. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He could not believe it. Shadow. Shadow. He muttered it twice and suddenly asked, Yuan Gun Gun, does the Naga race have some special talent? At first, Wang Ting thought that the Naga race was the ancestor of the Naga race and should have the bloodline of the ancient Great Sea Serpent. Moreover, the corrosive poison world was dominated by poison, so he thought that the Naga race should have a strong poison attribute. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. Special talent? I'm not sure. There are no detailed records. The Naga race has disappeared for too long, and they have not had any deep contact with the outside world. Many people only know that the Naga race is known for their poison attribute. Yuan Gun Gun said, besides, special talents must be a secret. How can outsiders know so clearly? Maybe they really do have some hidden talents. Wang Ting nodded. This was similar to the records he found in the Void Beast's memory. The Naga race was known for their poison attribute, and he had not heard of any special talents. But that did not mean that there was no such thing. The Naga race seemed to be a little mysterious. Maybe the Naga race really does have a shadow talent, but very few people know about it. Wang Ting thought to himself. What's the matter? Yuan Gun Gun asked suspiciously. Nothing, just some guesses. Wang Ting said. Guesses? What guesses? Yuan Gun Gun asked curiously. Looking at this guy, he seemed to have found something interesting. Was there something that Yuan Gun Gun did not know? Just a random guess. Don't mind it. Wang Ting waved his hand. Yuan Gun Gun said gloomily, can't you finish your sentence? Don't keep me in suspense every time. Who asked you to be so curious? Wang Ting said with a smile. Damn it. Yuan Gun Gun was going crazy. Wang Ting could almost imagine Yuan Gun Gun baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at this moment. He ignored it and looked at the shadow sword again. A demigod weapon was a treasure to Wang Ting. It was enough for him to use until he reached the immortal rank. Moreover, this sword contained the power of shadow. If he guessed correctly, only people with a shadow talent could use it. And he just happened to have a shadow talent. This sword was prepared for him. Big treasure, we are fated. Wang Ting stared at the battle sword with shining eyes. He wanted to take it out of the hands of the Naga race elite. However. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. He could not pull it out. The Naga race elite's hand was too tight. He could not move it at all. Do you have to be like this, big brother? You have been dead for so many years. It's time to let go. Wang Ting was a little depressed. Why was the Naga race elite holding his hand so tight? Why didn't he leave a chance for his descendants? Suddenly, he had an idea. He activated the shadow power in his body. Buzz buzz buzz. The shadow sword seemed to have sensed something and suddenly trembled violently. The Naga race elite's hand automatically loosened. Wang Ting was about to take the sword when he suddenly stopped. The shadow sword flew up on its own. A shadow emerged from the sword and turned into a small shadow snake. It coiled around the sword and flicked its tongue. It stared at Wang Ting below. This is. Wang Ting was stunned. He looked at this scene in surprise. Sword spirit. Wang Ting, this is a sword spirit. I didn't expect this demigod weapon to have a complete sword spirit. Yuan Gun Gun's shocked voice suddenly sounded. Yuan Gun Gun's voice snapped Wang Ting out of his daze. Sword soul, he knew what it was. As a grandmaster blacksmith, it was impossible for him not to know what a sword soul was. However, when he suddenly saw the shadow snake, he was stunned for a moment and did not react. The so-called sword soul was actually a weapon soul. It was a type of weapon soul. A weapon soul was the general term for the soul that was born in all weapons. A sword soul was the soul of a sword. Obviously, the shadow sword in front of him had given birth to a weapon soul. Just as Yuan Gungun said, the weapon soul of this demigod-level weapon was complete, and its spiritual intelligence was not low. This was very rare. Generally, weapons that reached the immortal level could give birth to a soul. An immortal-level weapon that was infused with immortal material could exist with the weapon, and it could also communicate with the owner's mind. The soul within was called an immortal weapon soul. If it entered the ranks of a divine weapon, it would be infused with divinity, and it would be called a divine soul. However, what level had the shadow snake reached? Was it a demigod-level soul, or had it reached the divine level? Wang Ting was a little curious and also a little excited. This shadow sword was indeed extraordinary. It actually gave birth to a weapon soul with high spiritual intelligence. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen a weapon with a weapon soul. Yuan Gungun could not help but appear beside Wang Ting. He curiously sized up the weapon soul in front of him. Don't look so useless. You're embarrassing me, Wang Ting said disdainfully. Come on, you're almost drooling. Yuan Gungun rolled his eyes and said disdainfully. Am I? Wang Ting wiped the corner of his mouth, his face dark. F***ck, I've been fooled by this guy. Yuan Gungun secretly laughed, but soon became serious. He said, try to make it recognize you as its master. A weapon that has given birth to a weapon soul, and its spiritual intelligence is very strong. It can only be subdued by the weapon soul's approval. Wang Ting nodded. He looked at the shadow snake on the shadow sword and thought of a countermeasure. Since Wang Ting knew that the other party needed to master the innate skill of shadows to use the weapon, he was quite confident. What's more, wasn't this little snake summoned by his shadow power? In the next moment, a wisp of shadow power appeared in Wang Ting's hand and extended toward the small shadow snake. Hiss, the little snake's eyes flickered as it flickered its tongue. It seemed to be very tempted. Yuan Gungun's eyes flickered when he saw the shadow power in Wang Ting's hand. Did this guy really master this kind of power? When exactly was it? It was puzzled, but it didn't think too much about it. Wang Ting was different. It seemed that as long as he saw something, there was nothing he couldn't grasp. Come on, little darling, hurry up and eat. Once you're done, come home with me. Wang Ting's voice carried a hint of temptation as he slowly approached the little shadow snake with his shadow power. Yuan Gungun, why did it feel like a strange uncle seducing a little girl? Hiss, the little shadow snake tilted its head and glanced at Wang Ting. Then, its body suddenly bounced. Before Wang Ting could see its movements, more than half of the shadow power had already been devoured. Wang Ting was a little stunned. What a fast speed. This little shadow snake was incredible, moreover, it was very cautious. It only ate half of the shadow snake, leaving the other half near Wang Ting's hand untouched. Then, it just stared at Wang Ting in a daze, as if to say, more. Why do I feel like this guy is tricking me? Wang Ting looked at Yuan Gungun suspiciously. If you don't want to sacrifice the child, you won't be able to trap the snake, Yuan Gungun said. Okay, you're right. It seems like I've been tricked today. Wang Ting was helpless. More shadow power surged out of his body and spread toward the little shadow snake. The little shadow snake didn't reject it and ate it all. After a full half an hour, Wang Ting's shadow power had been completely emptied. At this time, the little shadow snake seemed to have finally eaten its fill. It actually raised its head and opened its mouth, burping. Wang Ting was speechless. This little thing was eating quite happily. Little thing, are you coming home with me or not? I have good food here every day. If you don't come with me, you can only continue to stay here. I'm leaving, Wang Ting continued. He knew that the other party would definitely understand. The light that flashed in the snake's eyes from time to time couldn't be faked. The little shadow snake seemed to understand. A light flashed in its eyes, and without any hesitation, it directly controlled the shadow sword to fly slowly toward Wang Ting. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. This little thing was doing it on purpose. It had already planned to go with him, but before that, it ate its fill first. Otherwise, why would it not hesitate at all? F***ck. I was tricked by this little shadow snake. Wang Ting was a little depressed, but there was still a hint of joy in his eyes. However, he didn't show it and didn't act rashly. The shadow sword slowly flew in front of Wang Ting. Wang Ting smiled in his heart and reached out to grab the sword hilt. Suddenly, the shadow sword turned into a stream of light and rushed directly into his body. The shadow sword was so fast that Wang Ting couldn't react in time. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately sensed the situation in his body. The shadow sword floated in the small universe within his body. It had actually settled down in his body by itself. The little snake coiled around the shadow sword, glanced at Wang Ting, and then disappeared into the shadow sword. It was quite casual and didn't treat itself as an outsider at all. Wang Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems that it has decided to go with you. Yuan Gungun was also very happy and smiled. I'm afraid it found a free place for itself to live, and it even provides food and drinks. Wang Ting was speechless. Ha ha ha. Yuan Gungun was slightly stunned, and then he couldn't help but laugh. If you don't want to, you can let it out. It's okay, I can afford to raise it. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows and said proudly, I'm the only one who can afford to raise this treasure. Show off. Roundy rolled his eyes and said, you're taking advantage of me and yet you're still showing off. But there's one thing I have to remind you. This shadow sword hasn't really recognized a master yet. It's just lodging in your body, Yuan Gungun said with a serious face. I know. I'm a grandmaster blacksmith after all. How can I not know what it means to recognize a master? Wang Ting said, this demigod-level weapon is quite difficult to deal with. I've been feeding it for a long time, but all I did was kidnap it. Otherwise, it's a demigod-level weapon. It's good enough that you managed to kidnap it. You should be happy, Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting smiled and didn't say anything more. In any case, he had gotten the benefits, and the shadow sword couldn't run away. It hadn't recognized a master yet, but that was because it hadn't tasted the sweetness yet. In the future, when it tasted enough sweetness, if it still wanted to run away, Wang Ting would eat it upside down. Wang Ting was very confident, and then he looked at the Naga warrior's corpse in front of him. He couldn't help but touch his chin, and his eyes lit up. This corpse was also good stuff. If he could make it into a shadow puppet, it would be very powerful. Although he didn't have enough materials now, and he might not be able to make this corpse into a shadow puppet, he would definitely have a chance in the future. Yuan Gungun's face was a little strange. This guy stared at the corpse for a long time, and his eyes were burning with passion. Could it be that he had some kind of special fetish? Wang Ting didn't know what Yuan Gungun was thinking. Otherwise, he would have smashed him with his hammer. You're the one with a special fetish. At this time, he waved his hand and put away the Naga warrior's corpse, and the unyielding battle intent in the surroundings immediately dissipated. Donnan and the others outside the door felt something, and they heaved a sigh of relief and immediately walked in. Their eyes flashed when they saw that the corpse in the hall had disappeared. They immediately knew that Wang Ting must have put it away. However, they didn't say anything. If Wang Ting hadn't put away the corpse, they wouldn't have been able to enter. Clearly, this wasn't their opportunity, it was Wang Ting's opportunity. Sometimes, opportunities were just that simple. If you couldn't do it, but someone else did, then it belonged to them. Although Wan Dong, Chao Bo, and the others were a little envious, they had been poisoned by Wang Ting, and naturally, they had no right to say anything. As soon as the Naga Queen entered the hall, her gaze swept around, and the call from her bloodline became even stronger. Did you find anything? Wang Ting asked. From the beginning, he knew that the Naga Queen had some kind of reaction to this place. Looking at her now, it was obvious that there was something in this hall that he hadn't discovered yet. The feeling is very strong. It seems to be underground. The Naga Queen looked at her feet and hesitated. Donnan and the others were slightly stunned. They were a little confused by the two's words, but they quickly came to their senses. There was something else here. Wang Ting activated his eyes of truth and looked at the ground. Suddenly, a ball of dense blood-red light reflected in his eyes. F***ck. Wang Ting cursed in his heart and hurriedly closed his eyes. The blood-red light was too dazzling, and it almost blinded him. You're right. It's really underground. When Wang Ting opened his eyes again, his eyes were slightly red. That was because he had been stimulated just now. The Naga Queen was very surprised. She only had a feeling, but Wang Ting was so sure. How did he do it? Wang Ting looked around. Since it was underground, there must be an entrance. Where could the entrance be? He calmed down, and his mind power flowed in his eyes. The coolness spread out, and he activated his eyes of truth again. He slowly looked around and finally fixed his eyes on the throne in front of him. In front of the main hall, facing the door, a huge throne sat quietly. It was covered with dust and was not conspicuous in the dark. If Wang Ting hadn't activated his eye of truth, he might not have realized that there was a sovereign stage here. He walked forward and observed for a moment. This throne was very similar to the thrones of the Naga tribe. There were various snake patterns on it, and the armrests on both sides of the throne were like two coiled snakes. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He twisted the armrest slightly and then stepped back suddenly. Crack, a strange sound was heard. The Naga Queen and the others looked at Wang Ting in surprise. How did he find the mechanism? Not long after, the throne moved forward, revealing a dark hole, causing everyone's eyes to widen. That worked. If it were not for Wang Ting, they would not have found the hole. It was hidden too well. Who would have thought that there would be a hole under the throne that represented the supreme authority of the Naga tribe? Let's go down and have a look, Wang Ting said with a smile. Will it be dangerous? Donnan asked. Just be careful. As Wang Ting spoke, he had already walked down the cave. Donnan and the others were speechless. He said to be careful, but he was swaggering as if he was not worried at all. They looked at each other and immediately followed. Wang Ting's previous performance had made them believe in him. Since he felt that there was no danger down there, there was an 80% chance that he was right. There was a stone staircase at the bottom of the hole. They walked down the stone staircase for a long time before finally reaching the bottom. A blood-red light suddenly shone in front of them. What a strong smell of blood! Yuan Bai and the others were surprised. What was in front of them? Why was it emitting such a strong smell of blood? The queen of the Naga tribe, who was originally dignified and cold, became excited at this moment. She quickly walked forward as if something was attracting her. Wang Ting looked calm. He had already guessed something, so he was not in a hurry. The few of them turned a corner, and in the dark underground space, a pool of blood suddenly appeared before their eyes. Donnan and the others were shocked. They did not expect there to be such a place in the underground space. I can feel it. My bloodline is boiling. The Naga Queen's eyes shone brightly as she muttered to herself. This must be the place where the Naga tribe's bloodline is passed down. Wang Ting guessed. Even the ancient cold-wave python bloodline in his body felt a slight throb at this moment. Thirst, his bloodline power was thirsting to absorb the bloodline power in the blood pool. Wang Ting fully activated the ancient cold serpent bloodline. The feeling was so strong that he could not wait to jump into the blood pool. This blood pool seems to be able to enhance one's physical strength. Yuan Bai walked to the side of the blood pool and put his hand into it. He said in surprise, when I put my hand in it, it feels hot and stinging. Enhance one's physical strength? Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully and said with a smile, it seems to be useful to everyone. It is said that the Naga tribe's physical strength is very strong. They can gather the blood essence of various star beasts and absorb it in a special way. Could it be this blood pool? Yuan Gun, who had disappeared when they entered the hall, suddenly said in Wang Ting's mind. A place to absorb the blood essence of star beasts to enhance one's physical strength? That's possible. Wang Ting nodded to himself. But this blood pool may not be as simple as enhancing one's physical strength. Both he and the Naga Queen felt the throbbing of their bloodlines. Although his, ancient cold-wave giant python bloodline, was only obtained by picking up attribute bubbles and was not originally his, since he had already obtained it, it was now his. Therefore, both of them felt the throbbing at the same time, which meant that there might be something in the blood pool that could stimulate one's bloodline power. To him and the Serpentine Queen, this was the real treasure. Wang Ting glanced at the Naga Queen and saw that she could not wait any longer. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Everyone has a share. Don't stand on ceremony. This blood pool is very big. It should be enough for us to absorb." When they were dealing with the Naga armor corpse, they had all contributed. Naturally, they should have a share. Moreover, he had taken most of the benefits. It would not be right if he did not share some with others. Even with Wang Ting's thick skin, he felt a little embarrassed. "Okay, then we won't stand on ceremony." Donnan and the others nodded happily. It was a good harvest to be able to enhance their physical strength. They could feel that the power in the blood pool would be of great help to them. Junior brother Wang Ting is really straightforward. Yuan Bai, will definitely make friends with you." Yuan Bai laughed heartily. "You're welcome." Wang Ting also smiled, feeling a little guilty. These people were really easy to please. This made him feel even more embarrassed. Wan Dong and the others' eyes lit up. Wang Ting did not stop them from entering the blood pool. It seemed that this was their chance. After that, they did not say anything else. They put away their armor, leaving only their ordinary clothes on. Then, they stepped into the blood pool, ready to absorb the power of the blood essence. They did not feel anything earlier, but when they entered the blood pool, they suddenly felt a burning pain from their skin, deep into their muscles and bones, and spread all over their bodies. Their expressions changed slightly. "Yuan Bai, is this what you meant by a little burning pain?" Bai Yao screamed. "Yes, it was just a little," Yuan Bai said, grimacing. F***ck. Qin Quan snorted and cursed. He said, "It seems that the deeper we go, the hotter it gets, and the more intense the pain is." Everyone instinctively used their force to resist the power of the blood essence. "Don't use your force," Wang Ting said lightly. Donnan and the others were stunned for a moment, but they immediately understood. This was the effect of the blood essence. The more they resisted it, the less effective it would be. It was not easy to enhance one's physical strength. There must be a price to pay. Obviously, the burning pain was the price. Everyone looked at Wang Ting's back in surprise. Did he already know? Moreover, from the looks of it, he didn't seem to be affected in the slightest. His footsteps didn't stop as he continued walking toward the depths of the blood pool. Wang Ting was walking in front of them. Was his physical body stronger than theirs? Donnan and the others found it hard to believe. They gritted their teeth and followed him. On the other hand, the Naga queen followed Wang Ting into the blood pool. She could feel that the deeper they went, the greater the benefits. It all depended on whether she could withstand it. As they went deeper, they realized that there was a faint layer of blood mist above the blood pool. The mist blocked their vision, and they could not see Wang Ting's figure clearly. "This guy." Donnan and the others were shocked. This blood pool can not only stimulate the bloodline of the primordial great python, but it can also strengthen my ancient god body and true dragon combat body. But, it's still not enough. Wang Ting activated his bloodline power while activating his two body constitutions at the same time. He absorbed the power of the blood essence in the blood pool crazily. With him as the center, a whirlpool formed in the blood pool. The blood essence in the blood pool was stirred up. But to him, that burning and stinging sensation was like scratching an itch. It wasn't enough at all. The blood pool was huge, and he could not see the end of it. In the distance, the Naga queen had stopped. She had walked for about 900 meters and could not go any further. She had reached her limit. Donnan and the others were about the same. Those with stronger bodies could walk about 800 meters, while those with weaker bodies could only walk about 600 to 700 meters. After all, they were all domain lords. No matter how weak their bodies were, they could not be that weak. There was also Momo, who was the weakest. With a universe-level body, he could only walk about 300 meters, far behind the rest. Was he that far behind Wang Ting? Momo gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up. In ancient times, there was a standard for the blood pool. Every 300 meters was a standard. Obviously, Momo was the first standard, Donnan and the others were between the second and third, and the Naga queen was the third. Wang Ting walked the furthest. Donnan and the others sat down cross-legged and looked at Wang Ting. His figure was even more blurry. How far did he walk? Originally, they thought that no matter how strong Wang Ting's body was, it would not be that far behind them. However, from the looks of it, Wang Ting's physical body had reached an inhuman level. The few of them took a deep breath and didn't think too much about it. If they did, it would be a blow to them. They closed their eyes and began to absorb the power of the blood essence in the blood pool. At this point, Wang Ting had walked about 1,600 meters. He did not know how far he was from the center of the blood pool, but the pool was deep enough to drown him. Wang Ting closed his eyes and slowly sank into the pool. He let himself be completely submerged and used his body to feel the essence blood energy and the throbbing of his bloodline. He spread out his spiritual force. There should be attribute bubbles in this place. As expected, there were many blood-red attribute bubbles floating at the bottom of the blood pool. He picked them up with his spiritual force. Blood essence *100, essence blood energy *120, essence blood energy *150, ancient deep sea python bloodline *100, blood essence *200. One by one, the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body. Some turned into essence blood energy and flowed through his limbs and bones before finally merging into his body. Some turned into bloodline energy and merged into Wang Ting's bloodline. For a moment, Wang Ting felt that his ancient deep-sea python bloodline and his physical body were improving rapidly. The essence blood energy absorbed from the attribute bubbles was extremely pure and could be absorbed directly. Compared to Wang Ting absorbing the essence blood energy himself, it was much faster. If Wang Ting absorbed the essence blood energy himself, he would have to convert it, purify it, and then merge it into his body. In fact, it was very fast. Wang Ting had activated the Devour the Heavens and Earth ability. His absorption and refining speed was not comparable to ordinary martial artists. No matter what, there were only benefits and no disadvantages for Wang Ting if he absorbed two different types of energy simultaneously. At the same time, Wang Ting absorbed the ancient deep-sea python bloodline in the blood pool. This meant that the blood pool could stimulate the bloodline power of the Naga clan. Also, the ancient cold-wave giant python bloodline was extremely pure. Wang Ting's ancient cold-wave giant python bloodline had already reached the 4th stage, so the difficulty of upgrading it was much higher than the Naga queen's. However, the power of this bloodline could still upgrade his ancient cold-wave giant python bloodline directly. This meant that the power of the bloodline in the blood pool could increase the power of any bloodline. This was the foundation of the Naga clan. No wonder they hid it so well. With the existence of this blood pool, the Naga clan could continuously create a large number of bloodline martial artists. It was just that there seemed to be too little. There was only one ancient deep-sea python bloodline attribute bubble among several attribute bubbles. Wang Ting looked ahead. Under the control of his spiritual force, he continued to wander into the depths of the blood pool. Inside the blood pool. Time passed slowly. 3 days later, Momo woke up. His body had reached its limit and could no longer be improved. If he continued to forcefully raise his strength, his body might very well explode. He had no choice but to stand up and walk out of the blood pool. He looked into the depths of the blood pool and saw a few figures sitting cross-legged. Wisps of blood essence were flowing toward them. Momo's eyes flashed as he looked further away. There was another person there. A person he could not see at all. That person had walked even further away. He could not even see his back. It was sad, they were of the same generation, but the gap was so big. 7 days later, more people woke up, including Dong Lei, Ji Keto, Wei Na, Wu Qing, and the others. They walked out of the blood pool regretfully. After all, their bodies were not their forte. This level of absorption was already their limit. However, they were quite happy when they sensed the condition of their bodies. Their physical strength had increased by at least 30%. Both their defense and strength had increased. Among martial artists of the same level, they were definitely stronger. On the 8th day, Chao Bo, Wan Dong, and Qin Quan woke up. They walked out of the blood pool and looked at Dong Lei and the others. Dong Lei, Wu Qing, Ji Keto, how's your harvest? Wan Dong asked. Leader, we're doing well. Our physical strength has increased by 30%. How about you? Dong Lei asked. 30%? Not bad. I've improved by 4 levels. Wandong said. Chaobo did not speak, but he looked like he was about the same as Wandong. Qin Quan was not in the same team as them, so he did not talk much. He walked to the side with Wei Na and started talking. How long do you think Donan, Yuan Bai, and Bai Yao can last? Qin Quan looked into the blood pool and asked. It should be soon. They didn't cultivate any physical skills, so they can't stay for too long, Wei Na said. That's right. Yuan Bai's body is naturally stronger. Donan and Bai Yao must have eaten too many good things. Their bodies are stronger than ours, Qin Quan said. I'm a little surprised that Donan could last so long, Wei Na said with a smile. Don't underestimate her. Her sister is Xianxia, Qin Quan said. Yes, Xianxia. Wei Na's eyes flashed, and she seemed to sigh with emotion. She said, Tongan's brilliance has been overshadowed by her sister's fame. Her talent is not bad. She's been chasing after her sister. Although I think it's very difficult, I hope she can succeed, Qin Quan said. Wei Na didn't say anything and just shook her head. Catching up to Xianxia was easier said than done. On the 9th day, a figure walked out, and as expected, it was surprisingly Bai Yao. However, they were surprised that Donan had not come out yet. On the 10th day, Yuan Bai woke up and walked out of the blood pool. His majestic body seemed to have become taller and more muscular. His white hair was extremely smooth and shiny, as if he had undergone a hair treatment. You actually came out first? Wei Na and the others were extremely surprised. Is Donan still not out yet? Yuan Bai looked around and knew why Wei Na and the others were so surprised. He didn't see Donan, which meant that she hadn't come out yet. Looks like we've underestimated Dawn Grace, Qin Quan said. Wow, Donan lasted longer than me. I won't dare show off in front of her in the future. Yuan Bai scratched his head and said gloomily. Ha ha ha. Wei Na and the others couldn't help but laugh. They were really surprised. Donan's performance had exceeded everyone's expectations. Although Donan wasn't weak in their team, they hadn't really competed with each other, so they didn't know who was stronger. But now, Donan's physical strength shocked them. This girl didn't show off, but she was so strong. In the distance, Wandong and the others didn't look too good. They had completely lost to Yuan Bai and the others. Was the Snow Child team really that strong? By the way, Junior Wang Ting hasn't come out yet? Yuan Bai looked around and asked. He's still inside. Wei Na and Qin Quan's expressions were complicated. Wang Ting was the one who had truly shocked them. A universe-level fighter was actually able to last longer than domain lords like them. Since when was a universe-level warrior's physical body so strong? They shook their heads and looked into the depths of the blood pool. They couldn't help but guess how long Wang Ting could last. 2 days passed while they waited. Donan walked out of the blood pool with a hint of joy on her face. She smiled when she saw everyone. You're all out. You actually persisted for 12 days. Wei Na exclaimed in surprise as she wrapped her arms around her neck and locked her in a chokehold. Sister Wei Na, let me go. I'm suffocating. Donan struggled and stuck out her tongue. She lowered her head and pretended to be dead. You clever brat. Wei Na nodded her head and let go of her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Hee hee. Donan didn't mind. She smiled and hugged Wei Na's arm. She looked at everyone and was stunned. Wang Ting hasn't come out yet? No. Everyone shook their heads. They weren't surprised at all. Almost everyone who came out and didn't see Wang Ting would ask the same question. The main reason was that Wang Ting was a huge surprise among them. He was only a universe-level warrior, yet he had overshadowed a group of domain lords. Mo was jealous. They were both universe-level warriors, but why was he being remembered by a group of domain lords while he was being forgotten in a corner? It didn't make sense. He felt that meeting Wang Ting was a mistake. He had been beaten so badly that he almost lost his motivation. That guy is really something. Donan was shocked as she looked into the depths of the blood pool. Speaking of which, that Naga lady didn't come out either. Wei Na suddenly said. That's right. Donan reacted and nodded. However, she's still a pinnacle domain lord, and she's from the Naga race. She must be related to the Naga race. Didn't she discover the blood pool with Wangting? Maybe the blood pool has some special meaning to her. Wei Na pondered. Naga race, the Naga race in the corrosive poison world might have some Naga bloodline power, Bai Yao said. Do you think that Naga lady will revert to her ancestry? Donnan asked. Revert to her ancestry? I don't think it's that easy. Wei Na said. It's hard to say. If it's that easy, the Naga race would have reverted to their ancestry a long time ago. Cosmic Star College would be happy to accept them. Bai Yao said. It will depend on her luck. She's lucky to meet junior brother Wangting and bring her here. If not, these Naga wouldn't have been able to enter the blood pool, Tongyan smiled and replied. As they were talking, a roar came from the blood pool. Everyone was shocked and looked into the depths of the blood pool. Amidst the blood mist, a terrifying phantom of a giant python suddenly rose and circled above the blood pool. It raised its head and hissed. That's... Donnan and the others were shocked. She can't really revert to her ancestry, right? Yuan Bai gulped. No one answered him. Everyone was staring into the depths of the blood pool. An enchanting figure rose from the blood pool. She was shrouded by the python's projection. Her aura was imposing and inviolable. She had a veil draped over her body. The lower half of her body was that of a snake. She swayed gently in the air, but she exuded a different kind of allure. She was imposing and enchanting. The two different auras were perfectly combined. It was intoxicating. So beautiful, Bai Yao, Yuan Bai, and the others were stunned. Gulp. A gulping sound came from the crowd, but no one knew who it was. It's over. It's over. Donnan suddenly covered her eyes. What's wrong? Wei Na came to her senses and looked at her. She's too beautiful. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist falling in love with her, Donnan said. Everyone was speechless. Please pay attention to your gender, okay? That's not something you can fall in love with. It's fine if you have a sister complex, but what's with falling in love with other women? Are you going to fall in love with someone else? Wan Dong and the others looked at Donnan strangely. This girl is too much. Isn't it a waste of resources for her to fall in love with other women? However, they glanced at the Naga queen. Even if Donnan didn't like her, they probably wouldn't stand a chance. The Naga queen was brought here by Wangting. The two of them seemed to have a good relationship. So that's why, they suddenly understood, Wangting was indeed an impure person. They wouldn't believe that he didn't have feelings for such an enchanting Naga queen. Moreover, this Naga queen was no ordinary woman. She was the queen of her tribe. F***ck, the more they thought about it, the more excited they became. The Naga queen, was there anything more satisfying than making a queen fall in love with him? If Wangting knew what they were thinking, he would definitely spit on their faces. Slander. This was slander. He wasn't that kind of person. The projection of the giant python lingered in the air for a while before slowly dissipating. The Naga queen landed on the ground, and her lower body swayed gently. She tapped her foot on the blood pool and appeared on the shore. Big sister, have you awakened your bloodline power? Donnan immediately leaned over and asked. Everyone. Could it be that this fellow was really up to no good? The Naga queen faltered slightly. She hadn't spoken to these outsiders before, so she couldn't help but feel a little strange that someone was taking the initiative to talk to her. However, considering that these people seemed to be Wangting's friends, she nodded and replied, yes. Then is it atavism? Big sister, what's the relationship between your tribe and the Naga race? Donnan continued to ask. It should be atavism. The Naga race. According to Wangting, we should have some of the Naga race's bloodline. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to use this blood pool to awaken our bloodline power. The Naga queen pondered for a moment before replying. So it really is atavism. Big sister, you are one of the few Naga race members left in this world. You have the right to leave this world with us. Donnan was pleasantly surprised. Leave this world? The Naga queen was stunned. This was the goal she had been pursuing all this time, and it was right in front of her, Just because she had awakened the Naga race's bloodline, when she had awakened her bloodline power, she had been pleasantly surprised. However, she had never thought that she would be able to leave this world with her bloodline power. She had always wanted to strengthen herself. When she was strong enough, she would be able to defeat the outsiders and leave this world. However, it seemed that she didn't need to do that now. She was feeling a little conflicted. At the same time, she was also in disbelief. She needed to ask Wang Ting. Among these people, the only one she could trust was Wang Ting. I know you may find it hard to believe, but it's true. Why don't you ask Wang Ting yourself when he wakes up? Danan giggled. The Naga Queen glanced at her. She knew that her thoughts had been seen through, but she didn't mind it and just nodded. Wan Dong and the others looked at the Naga Queen with a complicated expression. After awakening the Naga race's bloodline, the Naga Queen's talent would probably become very powerful. They had seen the python's shadow just now. That kind of pressure was definitely not an ordinary bloodline. With such a powerful talent, the Cosmic Star Academy would be happy to accept her. They had looked down on the Naga race aborigines, but now, their status might change drastically. It was really unacceptable. It was like a commoner suddenly becoming a nobleman. That feeling was really, ket up. Of course, as geniuses of the Cosmic Star Academy, they were not necessarily afraid of the Naga Queen. They didn't believe that a native's background could compare to theirs. Actually, we know about your situation. If you want to leave, even if you haven't awakened your bloodline, it won't be difficult. Danan thought for a moment and said, if you ask Wang Ting, it'll be easier. I'm sure the Academy will give him face. Academy? The Naga Queen's eyes lit up. It's a long story. Danan chuckled as she pulled the Serpentine Queen aside and began to chat with her. Wei Na and the others were speechless. This girl was hopeless. Time passed slowly. 3 days, 5 days, 7 days. Wang Ting still didn't show any signs of coming out. Everyone was shocked at first, then in disbelief, and finally, in worry. Wang Ting had been in there for too long. Could he have died? Fortunately, they could still sense Wang Ting's life force. Otherwise, they would have gone down to rescue him. On the 30th day, everyone was completely numb. Among them, Danan and the Naga Queen had lasted the longest. 12 days, this was already very shocking. However, Wang Ting had stayed in there for a whole 30 days, and he didn't look like he was going to stop anytime soon. They didn't know how to describe their feelings. What was Wang Ting's body made of? Wei Na looked at the depths of the blood pool and said helplessly, it's time for us to leave. Wang Ting had stayed in there for too long, and Danan and the others had their own missions. They couldn't wait any longer, so they had to leave first. Yes, this guy is insane. Danan nodded and sighed. Let's go. The group took a deep look at the depths of the blood pool before flying out of the cave. They returned the throne to its original position and left the ancient buildings of the Naga tribe. Wan Dong and the others also left. Although they had been poisoned by Wang Ting, they had missions to complete. Moreover, Wang Ting didn't forbid them from leaving, so it shouldn't be a problem for them. The Naga Queen returned to Ruei Snake City. The poison wave had ended. With the energy left behind by Wang Ting, Ruei Snake City had made it through without being swallowed by the poison wave. It was a blessing in disguise. Following the end of the poison wave, planet Scorpion seemed to have returned to its original state. However, in a strange space, an ancient building complex still existed quietly. Among them, there was a person who had yet to awaken. It had been half a year since Wang Ting left Cosmic Sky College. Even when Wang Ting left Cosmic Sky College, he probably didn't expect that he would spend half a year on Scorpion King Planet. Snowchild's team left Corrosive Poison World 2 months ago and returned to Cosmic Sky College. Everyone was pressed for time, they couldn't just wait for Wang Ting. Wan Dong's team also left and returned to Cosmic Sky College, hoping to find a way to detoxify Wang Ting before he woke up. Guan Yu and the others also returned to Cosmic Sky College. After being tricked by Wang Ting a few times, they couldn't control the shadow energy in their bodies anymore. They couldn't stay on Scorpion King Planet any longer, so they all ran back to Cosmic Sky College to find someone to get rid of the shadow energy. Unfortunately, no one could get rid of it, they could only suppress it forcefully. Unless they went to find an immortal, but they couldn't afford that price. As these warriors left, Scorpion King Planet was no longer peaceful. Ruwei Snake City. On a huge square, many Snakeman warriors gathered. They were all above the universe level. They were ready to go, and they were all filled with killing intent. In front of these universe-level Snakemen were a few Domain Lord-level warriors. Marin was among them. They looked at the Snakeman warriors in front of them, their eyes filled with excitement and gratification. These were the warriors of Ruwei Snake City. Compared to the past, these warriors were several times stronger. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. And this was all brought about by the Serpentine Queen. They all looked at the sky in front of them. There was an enchanting and majestic figure standing in the air. The queen of the Snakeman race, that was their king. Marin and the others couldn't help but look at her with passion and worship. Since a few months ago, the queen of the Snakeman race returned from the ancient buildings of the Naga race, everything changed. In a short period of time, the queen's power increased greatly. She then led the warriors of Ruwei Snake City on an expedition. On Scorpion King Planet, the cities of the Snakeman race were conquered and became subsidiaries of Ruwei Snake City. Ruwei Snake City used to be one of the 3 strongest tribes of the Snakeman race in this forest. Now, the other 2 tribes had completely become subsidiaries of Ruwei Snake City. Ruwei Snake City became the center of the forest. The city kept expanding to become a huge city that was several times bigger than before. The original Ruwei Snake City had become an existence similar to the inner city. To martial artists, building a city did not require too much time. Some powerful Earth attribute martial artists only needed a few days to uproot a city from the ground. After annexing the 2 tribes, the territory of the Ruwei Snake City's Naga tribe began to expand. Gradually, they occupied half of the Scorpion King Planet. Now, there were only a few Naga tribe cities left. Those cities knew that they were no match for the Ruwei Snake City, so they chose to join forces against the Ruwei Snake City. No one was willing to be shrewd. They were still making their last stand. None of the Serpentine Queens had ever achieved such a feat before. But now, they were about to succeed. Marin and the others believed that the remaining cities were just putting up a desperate struggle and were not a match for their queen. Today, those cities would become history. They would become Ruwei Snake City's vassals. The Ruwei Snake City's Naga clan would eventually become the ruler of the entire Scorpion King Planet. My people. In the sky, the Serpentine Queen spoke. Her voice reverberated. All of the Naga tribe members looked up at the Serpentine Queen with fanatical worship. No one made a sound. After today's battle, our Ruwei Snake City will become the ruler of the Scorpion King Planet. We have to unite and strengthen ourselves. We have to make those extraterrestrial humans not dare to underestimate us. My people, are you willing to fight with me? The Serpentine Queen's voice was not loud. It was even calm, but it had a tinge of majesty. Fight. Marin's eyes were filled with excitement as he roared. Fight. The other territorial lord-level martial artists roared. Fight. 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 The Naga tribe martial artists pounded their chests and roared in unison. It shook the heavens and the earth. Their aura was imposing. The Serpentine Queen looked down at the Naga tribe martial artists with a determined gaze. Her original intention had never changed. She wanted the Naga tribe on this land to no longer be oppressed by the extraterrestrial humans. Unification was the first step, and it was a necessary step. Only by uniting all of the Naga tribe would they be able to intimidate the extraterrestrial humans. She did not want to leave alone. She wanted to bring all of the Naga tribe out of this world and explore the vast universe. Beside the Serpentine Queen, there was a young Naga tribe girl. Compared to the Serpentine Queen, her temperament was still slightly immature. However, one could still see her peerless elegance. At this moment, she was looking at her teacher with admiration. She was extremely excited. Teacher is still so powerful. Previously, her teacher was suppressed by the extraterrestrial humans. Even a pinnacle territorial lord was overshadowed by the extraterrestrial humans. But now, she seemed to see a dazzling radiance on her teacher. This radiance was not inferior to the extraterrestrial humans. In fact, it was even more dazzling. Outside the Rue Snake City, there were many Naga tribe martial artists gathered. They came from other tribes and were currently residing in the Rue Snake City. They were originally from other tribes, but they had submitted to the Rue Snake City Queen's powerful strength. However, the Serpentine Queen's words had shaken them. Was she unifying all of the Naga tribe to resist the extraterrestrial humans? Against the extraterrestrial humans, the Naga tribe on the Scorpion King planet had long suffered humiliation. They could not tolerate it. No one was willing to be inferior to others. They wanted to resist, but they did not have the strength previously. Now that the Rue Snake City Queen had said she wanted to lead them to resist the extraterrestrial humans, they were excited. Could it really work? Could they really resist the extraterrestrial humans? Thinking of the Rue Snake City Queen's strength, they had a glimmer of hope. Fight, fight, fight! The Naga tribe martial artists from other tribes immediately roared and merged with the roars from the inner city. The Serpentine Queen looked at the outer city with a glint in her eyes. Let's go! With a shout, all of the Naga tribe martial artists soared into the sky and headed towards the north of the Scorpion King planet. In the north of the Scorpion King planet, there was a city called the Shell Snake City. It was an extremely huge and ancient city. In the entire Scorpion King planet, this city was one of the best. In comparison, the Rue Snake City of the past was much weaker. But now, the Rue Snake City had the opportunity to challenge this city and they had the advantage. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Shell Snake City was tense. Many Naga tribe martial artists stood on the city wall and looked at the distant sky as if they were facing a great enemy. Damba, when do you think Xianxia will come? We have waited for 3 days. If she doesn't come, do I have to wait with her like this? Above the city gate, a burly man from the Naga tribe with a dignified face and pitch-black armor spoke. Behind him, a pale Naga tribe man stood quietly with a haze in his eyes. This man was Damba, who had met Wang Ting and the others in the ancient buildings of the Naga tribe. After being controlled by the Black Shadow, he was lucky to have survived. However, the injuries in his body had not healed, especially the shadow power. Even Guan Yu and the others could not get rid of it, let alone him. Under such circumstances, the Serpentine Queen had erupted and started to conquer everywhere. Naturally, he was no match for her and could only seek refuge in the Shell Snake City. The king of the Shell Snake City was a distant relative of his. A long time ago, they were from the same branch. However, Damba's branch had split and established the Ostrich City. However, the relationship between the two parties had not been severed. Now that they were facing a common enemy, the king of the Shell Snake City naturally would not refuse his surrender. Brother, she will definitely come in a few days. I am very familiar with that woman. Now that she has unified half of the Scorpion King planet, she will definitely take over the Shell Snake City next, Damba said. Is she really that strong? The king of the Shell Snake City, whose name was Dan Rong, asked with a frown. Very strong. I don't know what benefits that B*TCH received to suddenly become so strong, Damba said with a hint of jealousy in his eyes. You don't know why she is so strong? Dan Rong asked faintly. I don't know, brother. If I knew, I would definitely tell you. Why would I hide it from you? Damba's eyes flickered as he said quickly. I don't think you would dare to lie to me. Dan Rong said. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from the horizon. Several figures were flying toward them. They are here. Damba's expression changed. A hint of panic flashed in his eyes as he said, Brother, they are here. Why are you panicking? Dan Rong's heart shook when he saw the densely packed black dots rushing over from afar. However, he did not reveal the slightest bit of panic. Instead, a fighting spirit rose from his body. Let me see just how powerful the Queen of Ruishi City is. Boom. Boom. Boom, the black dots came from afar at an extremely fast speed. Following a series of rumbling sounds, they finally appeared in the sky a few thousand meters above the Shell Snake City. Shell Snake City, surrender or fight? A faint voice came from the sky and echoed in the sky above the Shell Snake City. Surrender. How arrogant. Dan Rong sneered and soared into the sky. He looked at the person in front of him and said, You are the queen of the Rue Snake City. That's right. It is me. Xianxia, the queen of the serpentine race, said faintly. Very good, you are indeed strong. Dan Rong looked at the queen of the serpentine race in the distance and nodded. He said, let's fight. Let the domain masters fight. Let the others go. They are all serpentine race. It will be a loss if they die. There is no need. If we lose, the Shell Snake City will be under your command. Fight. The queen of the serpentine race did not say much. She only spat out a single word. Her attitude was clear. Ha ha ha, good. Fight. Dan Rong looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. He roared, all domain masters, follow me to battle. Fight. Fight. The domain masters of both sides roared and rushed out. They instantly engaged in battle. Terrifying origin power shockwaves reverberated in the sky. In the distance, groups of Cosmic Star College martial artists appeared. On this planet, besides Wang Ting, Donnan, and the others, there were also many Cosmic Star College martial artists doing missions. The Queen of the Serpentine race's conquest over the past few months had caused a huge commotion. Naturally, it had attracted the attention of many Cosmic Star College students. On top of a mountain, a small group of martial artists stood on top of the mountain and watched the battle in the distance. The Queen of the Rue Snake City seems to be very strong. A martial artist crossed his arms and said with a smile. He was clad in battle armor, but his arms were exposed. He was not wearing any clothes. There were 2 python tattoos on his arms. They were pitch black and looked particularly ferocious. How can she unify the Scorpion King planet without some strength? Another martial artist with a battle sword on his back said lightly. If she wins this battle, she can unify the Scorpion King planet. The martial artist with the python tattoo on his arm said. She's very naive. She wants to unify the Scorpion King planet to resist us outsiders. She doesn't know that the Scorpion King planet is nothing. The third martial artist laughed. It's all right. Let her do what she wants. After she's done, we'll make our move. The bloodline of the Queen of the Rue Snake City is interesting. It should be useful to me. The martial artist with the python tattoo on his arm said casually. Boss, it seems that your Python King Mystic Poison technique is going to improve again. A martial artist laughed. Let's hope so. The martial artist with the python tattoo on his arm said lightly. At the same time, in the extreme north of the Scorpion King planet, there was a dangerous place filled with various poisonous creatures. Very few people could enter this place. Even a territorial Lord martial artist would have a slim chance of survival if they entered this place. Very few people knew that the end of the poisonous tide was here. The ancient buildings of the Naga clan above the poisonous tide were also in the extreme north. However, they were located in a spatial crevice, so no one had discovered them. At this moment, countless poisonous beasts were hibernating in the forbidden area. Middle-level and upper-level poisonous beasts were everywhere. Bloody battles were happening all the time. This was how the poisonous beasts survived. They killed and devoured each other to strengthen themselves and become the king of the poisonous beasts. At this moment, at the edge of the forbidden area, the space suddenly fluctuated and a spatial crevice appeared. Roar, roar, the poisonous star beasts in the surroundings sensed something and were alarmed. They roared toward the crevice. At this moment, a figure stepped out of the crevice. There was no movement or sound. However, when the poisonous star beasts in the surroundings saw the figure, they all lowered their heads and let out low whimpers as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. This figure was Wang Ting, who had just woken up from the blood pool. Huh? At this moment, Wang Ting scanned his surroundings. He was surprised. Where is this? It seems to be the extreme north of the Scorpion King planet. There is also a forbidden area here. You are now in the forbidden area, a voice said in his mind. I can't believe we are in the extreme north. The poisonous tide really knows how to run. Wang Ting was speechless. Otherwise, the ancient buildings of the Naga clan would not have been discovered until now, Yuan Gungun said. That's right. I wonder if they have left, Wang Ting said. They probably left a long time ago. Who asked you to stay in there for so long? No one is waiting for you, Yuan Gungun said. I didn't know it would take so long. I just kept sucking and sucking. Wang Ting shook his head. Fortunately, the harvest is still okay. Let's go. It's time to leave this planet. As he spoke, he took a step forward and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the horizon. Before I leave, I have to make a trip to Ruishi City. I wonder if they have prepared the poison element spiritual herbs and poison element star beasts I asked them to prepare for me. Wang Ting thought to himself as he flew in the sky. That's my mission. Boom boom boom, in the sky above Shell Snake City, the fierce battle was still going on. The terrifying force was enough to destroy everything. Two bright balls of light kept colliding with each other. Boom, in the next moment, another ball of light flew out and turned into Danrong's figure. He was panting as he looked ahead in horror. The figure of the Queen of Rui Snake City also appeared. Her snake body swayed gently and was extremely enchanting. Her face was extremely calm as she looked at Danrong indifferently. It's time to end this. A voice came from her mouth. Boom, an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted from her body. A huge phantom appeared behind her and hovered in the air. An endless ancient and boundless will swept out. This is... Danrong's eyes widened as he looked at the giant python phantom in front of him in disbelief. The battle sword in the hand of the Queen of Rui Snake City bloomed with a bright light. It turned into a sword light and swept out. The ancient giant python phantom above her head seemed to have merged with the sword light. It roared at the sky and swooped down toward Danrong. Damn it! Danrong's pupils contracted as he roared. The force in his body exploded. He held the battle sword in his hand and a terrifying sword light rushed into the sky to meet the giant python phantom. Boom, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The sword light wreaked havoc in the sky, forming a forbidden zone within a radius of 10,000 meters. The next moment, with a bang, the saber light finally collapsed under the terrifying python's shadow, turning into countless saber light fragments that scattered in all directions. Pfft! Danrong spat out a mouthful of blood as if he was struck by lightning. In the distance, the other territorial lords were extremely shocked as they looked over. Submit or die. The Queen of Rui Snake City stood in the air as her voice came. Danrong's face was filled with unwillingness. In the end, it turned into a sigh as his body bent down slightly. The surrounding sky fell into silence. After a moment of silence, the Serpentmen martial artists in Rui Snake City suddenly burst into cheers. They won, they won. The Rui Snake City finally unified the Scorpion King planet. It was a moment worth celebrating. It was enough to be recorded in the history of the Scorpion King planet. The Queen of Rui Snake City smirked. She finally did it. She was now the true queen of the Serpentmen tribe. Clap clap clap, at this moment, there was a round of applause. The Queen of Rui Snake City frowned slightly as she looked into the distance. A few figures stepped in the air and arrived. One of them was a youth with python tattoos on both his arms. He was sizing her up with interest. That gaze made her very uncomfortable. Outer Sky Tribe. The Queen of Rui Snake City squinted her long and narrow eyes as she looked at the youth. That's right. I am the Outer Sky human tribe that you mentioned. The youth with python tattoos on both his arms said, let me introduce myself. I am Lu Meng. What's the matter? The Queen of Rui Snake City asked indifferently. I would like you to give me your bloodline power. Lu Meng had a smile on his face but his words sent chills down one's spine. Presumptuous. Marin and the other territorial lords roared furiously. The Outer Sky Tribe was disrespectful to the Queen. It was despicable. Moreover, they were here for the Queen's bloodline power. It was unforgivable. Kiki. Lu Meng smiled but didn't speak. However, boom, behind him, a territorial lord suddenly attacked. He thrust out his spear, which turned into countless spear radiances that swept towards Marin. Marin's expression changed drastically. He roared and exploded his force as he attacked. Boom, their attacks collided, and a loud boom erupted. Marin's attack instantly collapsed. The spear radiances swept over again, causing his pupils to contract violently. Humph. The queen of Rue Snake City snorted coldly and swept her battle sword. Boom, the spear radiances were instantly blocked. Not bad. However, it's not enough to stop us. Lu Meng smiled. The queen of Rue Snake City's eyes flickered coldly. She didn't expect someone to come and capture her right after she unified the Scorpion King planet. Could it be that they really couldn't escape this world? At this moment, she seemed to finally understand why the previous king of the Naga race couldn't unify the Scorpion King planet. Once they were unified, as the only king, they would become the target of everyone. They wouldn't be able to escape the hunt of the Outer Sky human tribe. In their eyes, their bloodline was something that they could take as much as they wanted. They didn't have any room to grow. The queen of Rue Snake City suddenly felt a sense of sadness as her entire body was swept by a chill. How about it? Have you thought it through? If you don't agree, then we can only take action. I'm afraid your people won't be able to bear it. Lu Meng smiled faintly. Your Majesty. Marin and the others' expressions changed drastically. In the distance, some people from the Cosmic Star College were watching and discussing in low voices. That seems to be Lu Meng from the second Cosmic Star College. I heard that his cultivation technique requires him to collect all kinds of mutated python bloodlines. Could it be that the Naga bloodline counts? The Naga Queen's bloodline is very special. No wonder Lu Meng has his eyes on her. What a pity. It wasn't easy to unify this planet, but they encountered such a disaster. The difference is too big. This Lu Meng is too lawless. What does he think the Naga race is? Haha, most people treat these natives as livestock. They don't see them as humans. Some people were just watching the show and were extremely indifferent. Some people couldn't help but sympathize with the Naga race. In fact, the queen of Rue Snake City was unlucky to have met a martial artist like Lu Meng who needed the mutated python bloodline to cultivate. Otherwise, she would have been able to hold on for a while and not be targeted right after unifying. At this moment, the queen of Rue Snake City's gaze swept across the surrounding Naga martial artists and a trace of sorrow appeared in her eyes. Boom, suddenly, a strong wave of energy erupted from her body and swept across the world. Not good. She's going to self-destruct. A martial artist behind Lu Meng shouted. Lu Meng didn't expect the queen of Rue Snake City to be so unyielding. She would rather self-destruct than let him get any benefits. Humph. He snorted coldly and a cold light flashed in his eyes. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. If I don't let you die, you won't die. In an instant, he appeared in front of the queen of Rue Snake City and grabbed her neck. Force gushed out violently, trying to seal the force in her body so that she couldn't self-destruct. The queen of Rue Snake City retreated rapidly and frantically mobilized the force in her body. You can't escape. Lu Meng shouted. His force transformed into a giant python and swept toward the queen of Rue Snake City. The force python was extremely fast and pounced toward the queen of Rue Snake City. In the next moment, it appeared in front of her. The queen of Rue Snake City's pupils contracted and her face was filled with unwillingness. At this moment, a palm suddenly reached out from beside the queen of Rue Snake City and slapped out. Boom, a violent explosion rang out, and the space seemed to be crushed by this palm, causing it to explode. The force python couldn't withstand it and exploded, turning into force shockwaves that swept across the sky. Who is it? Lu Meng's expression changed slightly. He retreated rapidly and shouted. The queen of Rue Snake City was slightly stunned. Her shoulder seemed to have been patted by someone and the force in her body was suppressed. Since you're already here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. A chuckle suddenly came from the void. In the next moment, Lu Meng's pupils flashed. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed at him. Get lost. Lu Meng's reaction was extremely fast. He roared angrily and threw a punch forward. The force condensed into shadows of giant pythons and wrapped around his fist. Boom, the other party also threw a punch. There was no force used. It was just an ordinary punch. The sound of an explosion came from the space again. Both of their fists collided. The fist that was wrapped by the giant pythons couldn't withstand it and instantly collapsed. Lu Meng's pupils contracted and he immediately retreated. However, it was too late. The other party's fist had already arrived. Boom. Boom. Boom, 3 punches landed on Lu Meng's body in an instant. Kacha, kacha, an incomparably clear shattering sound rang out as Lu Meng let out a blood-curdling scream. The confident smile on his face had long since disappeared without a trace. His complexion was deathly pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. His entire face was contorted. Boom, the figure flashed and appeared above Lu Meng again. He stomped his foot and a terrifying power erupted. Lu Meng's body was bent like a prawn. He spat out blood and was sent flying toward the ground like a cannonball. Bang, in the next moment, a deep pit appeared on the ground. Lu Meng was smashed into the soil. This series of exchanges only happened in the short span of a few breaths. Before everyone could react, Lu Meng was already buried in the ground and at peace. The martial artists in Lu Meng's team came back to their senses at this moment. They were shocked and dumbfounded. Ruwei Snake City's queen was also a little stunned. However, she quickly recognized the figure and her eyes couldn't help but flash. It's him, he came out of seclusion. However, the difference in strength was too big. It was a little exaggerated. His strength was also very strong before, but it didn't seem to be exaggerated to this extent. Big brother Wang Ting. Little Qing'er cried out in joy from afar. When she saw her teacher self-destruct, her heart had already sunk to the bottom. She didn't expect Wang Ting to suddenly appear and save her teacher. Twice now, the last time in Ruwei Snake City, Wang Ting also appeared like this and saved them. Now, Wang Ting appeared again in a moment of danger and saved her teacher. At the same time, he saved all of them. Otherwise, if her teacher really self-destructed, the Serpent Man in Ruwei Snake City wouldn't have a good ending. At this moment, her gratitude towards Wang Ting couldn't be expressed with words. What are you all doing? Making such a big scene? Wang Ting turned around and asked speechlessly. He rushed over and happened to see the Ruwei Snake City's queen preparing to self-destruct. Without thinking, he attacked. However, this fellow seemed to be a little weak. After a few punches, he couldn't get up. The Ruwei Snake City's queen was a little stunned. This fellow still didn't know what was going on? Lu Meng's team in the distance was a little stunned. Attacking without knowing who was this fellow? They felt that their team leader was beaten up unjustly. You, who are you? Lu Meng's team's domain lord level fighter swallowed his saliva and asked with an ugly expression. Me? Wang Ting pointed at himself and said, who I am isn't important. What's important is who are you? We are students of the Second Cosmic Sky Academy. You should also be a student of the Cosmic Sky Academy. Why are you interfering in our matters? Another Lu Meng's team's domain lord level fighter asked. You guys beat up my friend. Shouldn't I interfere? Wang Ting asked back. Lu Meng's team was speechless. A Cosmic Sky Academy student actually deigned to be friends with a Serpent Man native. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. Cough cough. A coughing sound came from below. Lu Meng flew out of the deep pit shakily. Team leader. Lu Meng's team quickly rushed up. Oh, you're not dead yet. I knew it. It's just a few punches. How can I kill you? Wang Ting chuckled. Lu Meng. He made it sound like he was weak. He had just suppressed the injuries in his body, but at this moment he almost exploded again. A mouthful of blood rushed up from his throat, but he forced it down. His heart was extremely unsettled as he stared at the person in front of him. Who the hell is this person? He looks like he only has universe-level strength, but why is he so strong? Those punches just now seemed to be purely physical strength, but he didn't have the slightest ability to fight back. It was simply too terrifying. Where did this monster come from? Who the hell are you? Lu Meng took a deep breath and asked with a dignified expression. Seventh Cosmic Sky Academy, Wang Ting. Wang Ting said indifferently. Wang Ting? Many people around were stunned when they heard this name. They couldn't remember for a moment. Wang Ting. It's him. However, there were also people who immediately remembered and exclaimed in surprise. Lu Meng was one of them. But he couldn't believe that the person in front of him was the rookie student who just entered the Cosmic Sky Academy. Impossible. Not to mention him, even the others did not dare to believe it. A universe-level fighter, a new student, beat a domain lord-level fighter, and an old student to the point where he couldn't even fight back with a few punches. Don't joke around, this joke wasn't funny at all. You're making it sound like I'm fake. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. No one would believe him even if he spoke the truth. He couldn't be bothered with these people and said directly, "Are you going to scram or fight with me? We have so many people, we might not be afraid of you." Lu Meng said with an ugly expression. He could see that Wang Ting was still universe level. They were domain lord level fighters, they might not be afraid of him. Maybe this guy's body was just stronger. The reason why he couldn't even fight back was because Wang Ting suddenly appeared and he couldn't react in time. Then let's fight. Wang Ting was eager to try. He could use these people to test how strong his body was. Come, don't be afraid. Lu Meng and the others' faces twitched. This bastard looked like he couldn't wait for them to fight. Big brother Wang Ting, don't let them go. These bad people almost killed teacher. They want to steal teacher's bloodline power. Little Qinger shouted. You heard it. My friend wants me to kill you. Wang Ting looked at Lu Meng and the others and squinted his eyes. They want to steal the bloodline power. Vicious. Go. Lu Meng's expression was dark. He knew it was useless to say more. He shouted for everyone to attack. Lu Meng's team had a total of 5 people. They were all domain lord level 5 or 6. They weren't weak and were much stronger than the domain lord level fighters of the Snake Man race. Lu Meng was domain lord level 6, but he wasn't any weaker than the Rue Snake City Queen who had awakened her bloodline power. Of course, that was now. If the Rue Snake City Queen was given more time to grow, Lu Meng and the others might not be her match. The Rue Snake City Queen only lacked a foundation. Rumble. 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 At this moment, Lu Meng and the others burst forth and charged towards Wang Ting. Their expressions were vicious. They knew they couldn't be kind today and could only kill Wang Ting. The 7-star academies had cooperation and competition. The main reason was that there were too many people in the Cosmic Star Academy. They came from all over the place and couldn't be united forever. When outside, they wouldn't kill if they could. However, when there was no way to reconcile, they still had to kill. Wang Ting's expression was calm. Facing 5 domain lord level 5 or 6 existences, he was extremely calm. There was even a trace of confidence in his eyes. The reason for this was because his fleshly body strength was too strong. In a few months, the blood pool had been sucked dry by him. If he wasn't strong, he would be letting down the Naga race. At this moment, Wang Ting shouted in his heart. He activated both the true dragon war body and ancient god body. Rumble, flame swept out and enveloped Wang Ting. Layers of flame dragon scales piled up on his body. At the same time, a golden imprint appeared on his forehead. Ka, Wang Ting twisted his neck and let out a crisp sound. He grinned at Lu Meng and the others, revealing his white teeth. Come, let me see how many punches you can take. At this moment, Wang Ting was extremely arrogant. There was an indescribable arrogance. This is? The expressions of Lu Meng and the others changed drastically. Just now, Wang Ting was already very powerful. Now that he had unleashed his full power, they felt as though they were facing a terrifying flaming beast. The heat and terrifying aura made it hard for them to breathe. However, Wang Ting didn't give them any time to react. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Rumble, space warped. Wang Ting's explosive speed actually tore through space. He teleported from the spot and appeared in front of one of Lu Meng's group. Then, he punched out. A punch smashed down. This punch was filled with flames. It was as though an earth-shattering flame came crashing down from the sky. That domain lord level fighter's face was filled with shock. His pupils constricted to the extreme. Alec, use your full strength. Lu Meng couldn't save him in time. He could only roar out. Alec regained his senses and roared. His body's origin force erupted. His domain force also soared into the sky. He wielded a battle axe and slashed out. Die. A terrifying axe radiance condensed with a rank 7 domain force slashed towards Wang Ting. Wang Ting punched out once again. 2 punches, rumble, in the next moment, the axe radiance shattered and the domain force exploded. Wang Ting punched out a third time, smashing into Alex's heart. With a loud boom, Alex spat out a mouthful of blood. There were pieces of his heart mixed within. His heart was destroyed by a single punch. He couldn't be more dead. The others were stunned. 3 punches had killed a domain lord level 5 martial artist who was using all his strength. This world was too crazy. Kill. The remaining 4 members of Lu Meng's team all had bloodshot eyes as they charged forward. 1 domain lord level fighter's blade radiance swept across the sky, his rank 7 metal domain erupting. The sharp golden blade radiance slashed towards Wang Ting. Another domain lord level fighter wielded a battle sword, his rank 7 water domain erupting. The sky was filled with the sound of crashing waves. He slashed his sword at Wang Ting from the left. When the sword glow appeared, waves surged into the sky. Wang Ting was drowned by the sea. Another person wielded a spear. The spear radiance burst out like a cold glint. Within it, there was a rank 6 ice domain that froze everything. Wang Ting punched out 3 times consecutively, hitting the golden blade radiance. Dang! 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 The sound of metal clashing reverberated in the air. The golden blade radiance actually started to crack. On the other hand, Wang Ting's fist only had a few scratches, not even his bones were injured. The domain lord level fighter's expression changed. Bang! In the next moment, the blade radiance crumbled. Wang Ting's figure flashed and appeared in front of the opponent, punching out. Bang! The domain lord level fighter's head exploded. He died on the spot. At this time, the wave-like sword radiance had reached him. The spear radiance had also arrived, both of them enveloping Wang Ting at the same time. Such a killing move, even some of the stronger domain lord level fighters might not be able to block it. Humph! Wang Ting snorted coldly, his eyes flashing coldly as he roared in his heart, congeal. The power of time exploded, causing the attack to freeze for a moment. Wang Ting punched out once again. The sea was pierced through by Wang Ting's punches. The sword radiance was instantly shattered, and the spear radiance was also shattered. The so-called ice seal was quickly melted by Wang Ting's heaven and earth flame. How is this possible? The 2 of them exclaimed. Without thinking, they immediately retreated. Their eyes trembled. This person was too strong, terrifyingly strong. They no longer had any thoughts of fighting. They only wanted to leave this place. Die! Wang Ting roared and appeared behind them. Both of his fists punched out and landed on their backs. Pooh! The 2 of them spat out a mouthful of blood. They looked down in disbelief. There was a large hole in their chests. Their gazes instantly dimmed. Ah! Lu Meng was about to go crazy. 4 of his teammates had died under Wang Ting's fists in just a few breaths of time. This person was simply a demon. He knew there was no point in running. He could only fight to the death. Kill! Lu Meng shouted. The python tattoos on his arms seemed to have come alive. Suddenly, they turned into 2 black pythons in the sky. They bared their fangs, and poisonous aura spread in the air. They pounced towards Wang Ting. This person was a poison-attributed martial artist. You have the nerve to take out such a small amount of poison. Wang Ting shook his head. A demonic black lotus appeared on his glabella. He wasn't afraid at all. He stepped forward and stretched out his hands. Flames congregated into 2 huge hands, and he grabbed the heads of the 2 giant pythons. Then, he clenched his fists. Poochie! The 2 black pythons exploded and turned into black fog that filled the sky. Lu Meng's eyes widened. The Python King's mystic poison technique that he was so proud of was broken so easily in front of this person. At this moment, he could hardly believe his eyes. Have a safe journey. Wang Ting appeared in front of Lu Meng in a flash and pointed at his head. No. Lu Meng's pupils contracted. His expression was extremely horrified as he roared. Poochie! A black light flashed past Wang Ting's finger. It seemed to have congregated into a black lotus the size of a finger. It instantly rushed towards Lu Meng's glabella. Lu Meng's body froze. His face twisted and the next moment, his eyes dimmed. Being able to die under my extreme hell demonic lotus is the greatest respect to a poison-attributed martial artist like you, Wang Ting said calmly. Boom, as his voice fell, Lu Meng's body exploded, turning into wisps of black smoke and disappearing on the spot. Silence, there was dead silence between heaven and earth, everyone stared blankly at this scene. Their mouths were slightly open but they couldn't make a sound. The 5 domain lords were all dead, not a single one survived. What kind of terrifying battle record was this? In the sky. The battle had ended. Willow Python's team was completely annihilated. None of them survived. Wang Ting could have spared these people. But he still killed them, mainly because these people weren't easy to deal with. If he was slightly weaker, they might have finished him off. Since the other party was determined to kill him, he naturally wouldn't hold back. Sometimes, being a fighter was just that simple. It didn't mean that being in the same camp meant there wouldn't be killing each other. It would be too naive to think that way. The spectating Cosmic Sky students finally regained their senses and went into an uproar. Willow Python's team is actually dead. So terrifying. That Wang Ting is too terrifying. Is he really a new student? It can't be fake, right? Killing 5 domain lord level fighters as a universe level fighter. This guy is probably invincible within the same level. Yeah, this kind of battle record, not many people can achieve it. Could this be a prodigy on the stars list? It said that those prodigies who were on the stars list also had such battle records. Invincible within the same level, they could even kill opponents of a higher level. Truly terrifying. This Wang Ting is probably going to create a huge wave in Cosmic Sky College. Many people exclaimed in disbelief. In the distance, the Rue Snake City Queen was also stunned. Although this guy was able to defeat domain lord level fighters in the past, he wasn't as strong as he was now. Blowing them up with just a few punches, he must be using cheats. Personally witnessing Wang Ting's battle, she had a feeling. That was, relaxed, yes, relaxed. It was as though Wang Ting was able to easily kill domain lord level fighters. It wasn't difficult at all. It was completely different from before. Qing'er's eyes revealed a trace of worship. So strong. Big brother Wang Ting is even stronger than teacher. Marin and the rest couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This Wang Ting seemed to have gotten stronger. Luckily, he wasn't an enemy. Otherwise, their snakeman race would be doomed. Dan Rong's face twitched as he screamed in his heart. Where did this monster come from? He's a friend of the Rue Snake City Queen. Was the Rue Snake City's queen so awesome that she could make friends with a human from beyond the heavens, and such a powerful one at that? She glanced at the Rue Snake City's queen's graceful and enchanting figure, then looked at herself. She was slightly stunned, as if she suddenly understood something. She only hated that she wasn't born a girl. Damba, who was standing atop the walls of Snake Shell City, had originally wanted to sneak away. However, when he saw what was happening, his feet stiffened and he could no longer move. Wang Ting didn't look at him, but he felt that if he tried to escape, he would be targeted immediately. He couldn't afford to offend this fiend. In the sky, Wang Ting scanned his surroundings. He picked up the attribute bubbles that were scattered around him. Attribute bubbles surged forth one after another, turning into origin power, domain comprehension, spirit, comprehension, cultivation arts, combat techniques, and so on, fusing into Wang Ting's body or mind. Suddenly, Wang Ting's entire body shook as several of his origin power attributes broke through at the same time. Metal Star Energy, 135-006-0000, Universe Level 6, Water Star Energy, 146-005-0000, Universe Level 5, Earth Star Energy, 150-005-0000, Universe Level 5, Ice Star Energy, 110-003-0000, Universe Level 3, Poison Star Energy, 7600900000, Universe Level 9, all 5 of his origin power attributes rose at the same time, and they all broke through. This undoubtedly raised Wang Ting's overall strength by a large margin. Among them, the Poison Star Energy had the biggest increase, reaching Universe Level 9. Even though it wasn't the pinnacle, it was already far ahead of the other origin powers, that Lu Meng wasn't weak, and the amount of poison star energy he provided was sufficient. In this aspect, Wang Ting was very satisfied. The ice star energy was weaker. It was originally at universe level 1, so it was easier to level up. Hence, it rose to universe level 3. The other 3 origin powers only rose by 1 level. Of course, it was also very fast. After one battle, it rose by 1 level. With this kind of speed, what else could he want? Next was the increase in comprehension and spirit. Spirit, 6860-020-0000, universe level, comprehension, 2050003000000, sector lord level. These 2 attributes were very important to Wang Ting. Enlightenment was related to the scriptures he was going to deduce in the future. If he could improve it, he would improve it. Next, he was going to deduce the domain lord level scriptures. A sector lord's enlightenment might not be enough. After all, the technique he was going to derive wasn't normal. Spirit was related to Wang Ting's spirit energy level. The stronger the spirit, the more spirit energy Wang Ting could control. Now that his fleshly body had risen to a terrifying level, his origin power and spirit energy naturally had to catch up. All 3 couldn't be lacking. Origin power, spirit energy, fleshly body, they were like the wooden planks of a wooden barrel. None of them could be short. If they were short, it meant that a fighter's bottom line was too low. However, not all fighters could achieve balance. To most, specialization was the right path. Some specialize in origin power, some in fleshly body, some in spirit energy. Everyone's choice was different. And Wang Ting wanted all of them. Where others were strong, he was strong. Where others weren't strong, he was strong too. This was the path of his martial arts. Next was domain energy. Lu Meng and the other 4's domains weren't weak. Other than the ice-type fighter who had a level 6 domain, the others all had level 7 domains. Wang Ting's mind was suddenly filled with all sorts of comprehension. His frost domain was originally level 5 of the reality realm. Now, his normal domain comprehension had risen to level 6. His reality realm comprehension was still level 5, but it wasn't bad. A normal level 6 domain wasn't something a universe level could comprehend. And this was the frost domain, which was much stronger than normal domains. Frost domain, 1250600, level 6, 1005000, level 5 reality realm. Other than that, the metal, earth and water domains all rose to level 7. The 3 domain lord level fighter's comprehension wasn't weak. It was Wang Ting's gain. His 3 domains were originally level 6, but now they had risen by an entire level. One had to know that the further a domain went, the harder it was to comprehend. Especially the last 3 levels, which belonged to the late stages of the domain. Some domain lord level fighters couldn't even comprehend it completely, much less a universe level fighter. Gold domain, 2300700, level 7, earth domain, 16007000, level 7, water domain, 13007000, level 7, Wang Ting took a deep breath. Seeing that all 3 domains had reached level 7, he couldn't help but smile. This was a huge gain. With the improvement of his earth and water domains, his meteor domain and underworld domain could also be improved. Wang Ting smiled and looked at the last domain, poison domain, 1500700, level 7. Lu Meng's poison domain wasn't weak either. Reaching level 7, it allowed Wang Ting's poison domain to rise from level 5 to level 7, a full 2 levels. The poison domain wasn't that easy to raise. It wasn't easy to meet a poison-type fighter. Truly a child of fortune. Wang Ting sighed and shook his head. I should have stayed and continued to take advantage of him, but I couldn't control myself. At this time, another attribute bubble entered Wang Ting's mind, turning into comprehension. A human-shaped silhouette appeared, sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Meridians appeared within the human silhouette, all sorts of acupuncture points glowing. Then, outside the human silhouette, many pythons appeared, coiling around it. It was a strange sight. Python King Mystic Poison Technique. A poison skill. Wang Ting's eyes shone brightly. He was pleasantly surprised. Poison techniques weren't common, and according to the description, this Python King Mystic Poison technique was a Sector Lord level technique. It was quite rare. Python King Mystic Poison Technique, 15005000, Proficient. Lu Meng dropped a lot of attribute points, allowing Wang Ting's mastery of the Python King Mystic Poison Technique to reach the proficient level, saving him a lot of effort. He closed his eyes, and the poison-type origin power in his body circulated according to the Python King Mystic Poison Technique's route, feeling the intricacies within. It needs to fuse with the mutated Python bloodline to unleash its power. No wonder he wanted to steal the bloodline of the Serpent Men Queen. Wang Ting shook his head. It was all because of the technique. However, this guy didn't want to steal the star beasts, but instead came for the Serpent Men race. This wasn't good. Other than that, there were some talent attribute bubbles. A few Domain Lord level fighters had Saint level talents, but Wang Ting already had God level talents for poison, ice, and water. He didn't need them. Saint level metal element talent, 21800500000, Saint level earth talent, 18500500000. In an instant, Wang Ting felt that his two talents had improved by quite a bit. He was even more sensitive to the metal and earth origin power. It was a pity that this was a small world, and the origin power wasn't complete. Otherwise, Wang Ting would definitely have a better understanding of the metal and earth origin power. Not only did he have an origin power talent, but Wang Ting also obtained a few weapon-type Saint-level talents. Saint-level sword talent, 13500500000, Saint-level saber technique talent, 4500500000, sacred battle axe talent, 3800500000, Saint-level spear talent, 1600500000. Of the four weapon-type talents, the sword and spear talents were originally Saint level. Now that they had improved by quite a bit, Wang Ting was even more familiar with these two weapons and had a deeper understanding. Wang Ting's sword and spear skills weren't weak now, and he had grasped quite a few sword and spear battle skills. At this moment, he couldn't help but have a kind of understanding. It was as if he understood some parts that he didn't understand before. In an instant, Wang Ting's mastery and understanding of the various sword and spear battle skills had increased by quite a bit. The axe and blade talents were originally Emperor level, but now that they were Saint level, the changes were even greater. Wang Ting felt that he had understood everything in an instant. Blade skill, battle axe, all sorts of feelings appeared in his mind. They became extremely clear. Bright blade glints and axe glints appeared in his eyes, giving him a sharp feeling. Fortunately, he closed his eyes in time. Otherwise, if someone faced him, they would probably suffer a certain spiritual impact. At this point, all the attribute bubbles had fused into Wang Ting's body and became his things. Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. He was in a good mood. He had just come out of the blood pool and had improved greatly. It was impossible not to be happy. Those 5 domain lords were really nice people. Were they rushing over to give him gifts? He looked at the Rue Snake City Queen in the distance and flew over. He said, "What are you doing? Fighting? I want to unify the Scorpion King. Planet." The Rue Snake City Queen said indifferently. Damn. Wang Ting's eyes widened. This woman's ambition wasn't small. Big brother Wang Ting, teacher has successfully unified the planet. Little Qing'er flew over and said with a smile. It's already over. I still wanted to play with you. Wang Ting said regretfully. The Rue Snake City Queen. Little Qing'er. Donrong, who was in the distance, was sweating. What kind of person was this? Did he think that fighting was child's play? Fortunately, this fiend came late, otherwise, if he joined, they wouldn't have a chance. Donrong even doubted if he could block a punch from him. It was too terrifying. He could die. Big brother Wang Ting, you seem to have become stronger. Little Qing'er broke the awkward atmosphere and said with admiration. It's all right. It's all right. It's just a small breakthrough. Those people couldn't take it. It's over after a few punches. Wang Ting said humbly. However, the crowd didn't feel that he was being humble at all. they all felt that he was acting cool. It was over after a few punches, although it was true, it was really a blow. Those people were already beaten to death, yet they were still being belittled. It was really tragic. The Rue Snake City Queen couldn't be bothered with him. She flew to the side and ordered the others to take over the Shell Snake City. Donrong didn't have any more unwillingness. No, it should be said that he didn't dare, he was afraid of being beaten to death by Wang Ting. Wang Ting didn't care about these trivial matters. He just needed to get what he needed. The Rue Snake City Queen didn't disappoint him. She had already prepared everything. When Wang Ting was in deep slumber, she had already ordered people to search for all kinds of poison-type spiritual herbs. She even sent people to hunt down the poison-type star beasts that Wang Ting had told them about. After unifying all the major cities of the Serpent Men race, the manpower of the Rue Snake City naturally increased. It wasn't difficult to do these things. In the Rue Snake City, Song Zhu, Little Qing Wang Ting, and the others all returned to the city to make the final preparations for the ascension. Song Zhu was about to become the ruler of the entire Scorpion King planet. On this day, all the Serpent Men experts gathered. They came from all the major cities to witness the ascension of the Rue Snake City Queen. At this moment, many of them had complicated expressions as they waited quietly. It had been a long time since anyone could unify all the Serpent Men on the Scorpion King planet. Now that the Rue Snake City Queen had appeared, it was really surprising. In the square of the Rue Snake City, there was a surge of people. Everyone rushed to the streets and decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was a festive scene. As the people of the Rue Snake City, the original Serpent Men were even more proud and excited. Their queen would become the queen of the entire Scorpion King planet. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, the sound of drums reverberated throughout the entire Rue Snake City. Everyone quieted down and looked at the high platform in front of them. There were segments of stone stairs that extended all the way to the high platform. On the high platform, there was a strange throne that looked like a giant python that was entrenched. It exuded majesty and solemnity. That throne was an imitation of the Naga clan's throne that the Naga clan's queen had ordered people to make. From now on, it would represent the supreme authority of the entire Scorpion King planet. At this moment, an enchanting figure appeared at the bottom of the stone stairs. Her back was facing the crowd. She was wearing a purple robe that was noble and gorgeous. On her head was a snake-shaped crown that represented royalty. In her hand was the supreme scepter of the Serpent Men race. The scepter was forged from the scepters of the Serpent Men race. There were 9 serpent heads on it, and the eyes of each serpent head were embedded with a gem. These gems were the gems on the scepters of the other 9 strongest Serpent Men tribes. When some of the experts saw the scepter, their eyes could not help but twitch. However, when their eyes swept across the figure on the top of a palace in the distance, they sighed in their hearts. On the top of the palace, there were 2 figures standing there. One of them was a black-haired young man with his hands behind his back. Facing the coronation ceremony, there was no excitement in his eyes. There was only calmness in his eyes. Beside him was a little girl from the Serpent Men race. In comparison, she was extremely excited as she looked at the queen in the distance. Is there a need to be so excited? Wang Ting chuckled. Brother Wang Ting, you don't understand. It wasn't easy for the Serpent Men race to unify. It wasn't easy for our teacher to come this far, Little Qing said. Maybe. Wang Ting nodded. He looked at the sky and said, we'll be leaving soon. In the future, you'll find that the outside world is much bigger than here. After experiencing it, you won't feel anything special about today's ceremony. Little Qing bit her lips and her eyes flickered. She was actually very nervous, but she did not say anything at this time. At this time, the queen of the Serpent Men race in the distance was slowly walking up the stone steps to the high platform. Everyone's eyes followed her until she came to the front of the throne. She turned around and looked down with her slanted eyes and said slowly, today, the Serpent Men race of the Scorpion King Star will be unified. All of you will be my people. We will work together and not be bullied by the outsiders. As the queen's voice spread, many people's eyes flickered. Not being bullied by the outsiders? Was it really possible? It was too difficult, even with the help of that person, it would be very difficult. However, they could not help but admire the Queen of the Serpent Men race because she had done what they did not dare to do. There were some things that had to be tried. Perhaps this would be a good start. At least there was a glimmer of hope, wasn't there? I know many of you don't believe me, but I want to tell you that after ascending the throne today, I will leave and go to the outside world. The Queen of the Serpent Men race suddenly threw out a bomb, which shocked everyone and made them turn pale with fright. What? The Queen of the Serpent Men race was leaving this world? Was it because of that outsider? It was not that no one had left before, but they were captured and taken out as slaves. However, since the Queen of the Serpent Men race had said it, it meant that she was not going to be a slave, but would leave with another identity. An identity that was open and aboveboard. At this moment, everyone could not stay calm. Who did not want to leave this world? Who wanted to stay here and be treated like livestock? They also wanted to leave. Your Majesty, can we leave? In the end, someone still asked this question. I will become an expert and return to lead you out of this small world. The voice of the Queen of the Serpent Men race was heard again. It was plain and majestic, as if she was saying something very simple. Even Wang Ting felt that she was a bit pretentious. Could it be that she learned it from him? Wang Ting was a little suspicious. That was not right. It had nothing to do with him. He had never been a pretentious person. It must be a natural skill of the queen. After all, she was a queen. She was born to be a pretentious person. The rest of the Serpent Men race were silent. Although they had expected this to be the case, they could not help but feel disappointed after hearing the result. During the time that I'm away, do your part well. If anyone causes trouble, don't blame me for being rude when I return. The Queen of the Serpent Men race looked around and said calmly. Wang Ting could not help but smile. The Queen of the Serpent Men race was a little interesting. She actually wanted to use this method to make these people obedient. However, it was quite useful. As long as someone wanted to leave this world, they would not act rashly. Moreover, from now on, even if someone wanted to cause trouble, the others would not allow it. Leaving this world was what they wanted the most. They could let go of all other grudges. The so-called ascension ceremony ended just like that. However, the Queen of the Serpent Men race's words were completely spread out and entered the ears of every Serpent Men race. Many people were excited. They had more recognition and respect for the Queen of the Serpent Men race. They even supported her more. 3 days later. Everything was ready. In the main hall of the Rue Snake City, Wang Ting met the Queen of the Serpent Men race and little Xianxia again. At this time, the Queen of the Serpent Men race had changed into ordinary clothes. She was dressed in a green robe. There was a slight change in her appearance. She looked very simple and elegant, completely different from her usual enchanting and majestic appearance. Xianxia. Wang Ting's eyes widened in disbelief. He had been guessing the relationship between the Queen of the Serpent Men race and Xianxia. However, the two of them looked a little different. Hence, he dismissed the doubts in his heart. However, at this time, the Queen of the Serpent Men race appeared in Xianxia's appearance again. No matter how stupid Wang Ting was, it was impossible for him to not realize that the two of them were the same person. He. Little Xianxia covered her mouth and giggled. Brother Wang Ting, are you surprised? You. What's going on? Wang Ting looked at the Queen of the Serpent Men race, his face full of suspicion. I am Xianxia. Xianxia is me. The Queen of the Serpent Men race's lips curved into an imperceptible curve. However, she quickly restrained herself and said lightly. But the two of you look different. Wang Ting frowned and said. This is the talent of our Serpent Men race. As the Queen of the Serpent Men race spoke, her face changed slightly. It became more enchanting and majestic, no longer as elegant as before. That works? Wang Ting was stunned. No wonder he couldn't see through it. It was not a disguise at all. It was just some subtle changes in the muscles. In fact, it was still the same face without any external covering. The eye of truth could see through the surface and directly see through the essence. However, it was just a face. How could he see through it? He really didn't expect that there would be a time when the eye of truth, which had always been successful, would not work. The Queen of the Serpent Men race's eyes flashed with a smile. Her face once again returned to its elegant appearance. It was less enchanting and not so eye-catching. However, it was still very abrupt. It was too difficult for such a peerless woman not to attract attention. Little Qing, can you do it too? Wang Ting looked curiously at little Qing, who was still giggling. Yes. As little Qing spoke, there were subtle changes in her face. It was slightly different from before. There was also a slight change in her temperament. How magical! Wang Ting exclaimed. The universe was vast and full of strange things. He didn't expect the Serpentman race to have such a strange ability. This ability was actually a bit like his transformation talent. It could change the muscles and bones, causing a certain change in his appearance. Generally, it was difficult to see through it. Actually, it's not too bad. We can't change too much. This is already the limit, the Queen of the Serpentman race said. Wang Ting nodded. It seemed that his advanced transformation camouflage talent was still a little stronger. After all, it was a talent that specialized in transformation and camouflage. Then what should I call you? Wang Ting asked. Let's call you Xianxia. I've always liked this name, the Queen of the Serpentman race said. Xianxia, this name sounds better than Xianxia. Xianxia sounds old-fashioned. Wang Ting nodded. The Queen of the Serpentman race was speechless. Although she liked the name Xianxia, she didn't like people saying that Xianxia was old-fashioned. Moreover, how was it old-fashioned? Xianxia was a very nice name. Well, since everything is ready, let's go. Wang Ting didn't know what the other party was thinking. Xianxia and little Qing looked at each other, took a deep breath, and nodded solemnly. Then, let's go. Wang Ting rose into the air and appeared in the outside world. With a wave of his hand, a huge spaceship appeared. Devil Killer, now that Wang Ting had a lot of confidence, he wasn't afraid that the Sector Lord spaceship would attract the attention of others. Whoever dared to come, he would show them that his fist wasn't to be trifled with. Xianxia and little Qing looked at the huge and ferocious black spaceship with a trace of surprise and shock in their eyes. They had seen a lot of spaceships from the human race, but this was the first time they had seen such a huge and special spaceship. Moreover, from the aura that this spaceship exuded, it was definitely not an ordinary spaceship. Many Serpentman race were attracted by the spaceship that suddenly appeared above their heads. They all looked up at the sky. Many Serpentman race elites were shocked. They knew that it was time for the Queen of the Serpentman race to leave. Everyone was looking at this moment with complicated expressions. Let's go. Wang Ting didn't care about them and flew into the spaceship. Xianxia and little Qing looked deeply at the Rue Snake City below with a trace of reluctance in their eyes. Finally, they turned and rushed towards the huge and ferocious spaceship. In the next moment, the spaceship became a black ray of light and rushed into the sky, disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. Many people looked at this scene and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. In the control hall of the spaceship, Xianxia and little Qing looked around curiously. They felt like they were country bumpkins entering a city. Even if they were beautiful, they couldn't hide the strong aura of country bumpkins from their bodies. Sit, don't be shy. Wang Ting greeted. Yuan Gungun appeared and smiled at the two. Wow, so round. Little Qing looked at Yuan Gungun and her eyes widened. She exclaimed in curiosity. Yuan Gungun was speechless. Little girl, don't you know how to talk? Who's round? I'm coordinating, understand? Isn't coordination just round? Little Qing seemed to find Yuan Gungun amusing. She didn't have stage fright and giggled. Go away, I can't be bothered to talk to a little girl like you. You're so fierce. Yuan Gungun crossed his two round arms in front of his chest and said disdainfully. Hee hee. Little Qing found it even more amusing. She looked at Yuan Gungun and giggled. It's called Yuan Gungun. It's an intelligent life form. If you have any problems in the future, you can look for it directly. Wang Ting said. Okay. Little Qing nodded. She tilted her head and asked, Big brother Wang Ting, what's an intelligent life form? Ask it and it will explain it to you. Wang Ting smiled. Yuan Gungun rolled his eyes. This guy was throwing a troublemaker at him. Okay, Yuan Gungun, you take over the spaceship. Let me know when we arrive. Wang Ting said. Okay. Yuan Gungun suddenly became excited. Oh my god, we can finally leave this remote place. I didn't expect us to stay here for so long. It's only been half a year. You can see if half a year is enough for someone else. Wang Ting said. That's right. To be able to suck the blood pool dry in half a year, other than a pervert like you, no one else can do it. Yuan Gungun nodded. You sucked the blood pool dry? Song Yu seemed to have heard something incredible. She was stunned. Ahaha, I accidentally sucked it all dry. Wang Ting was a little embarrassed. He laughed dryly. This Snake Queen was, after all, the successor of the Naga clan. It didn't seem right to suck dry the inheritance of the other party. Song Yu was a little speechless. This guy was too perverted. He sucked such a big blood pool dry. She wanted to use the blood pool to create more Naga warriors in the future, but it was impossible now. Don't worry, the blood pool can still be used as long as it is replenished with the blood essence of various star beasts, Wang Ting said. Really? Song Yu's eyes lit up. Of course, I won't lie to you. Wang Ting nodded. That's good. Song Yu was relieved. Let's take a break. When we arrive, Yuan Gungun will call us. Wang Ting said. Song Yu and little Qing'er nodded. They were about to leave this world, and their hearts were not calm. How could they be in the mood to rest? Wang Ting didn't care about them and let them get used to it slowly. Along the way, there were times when they were shocked. The Mokil spacecraft flew through the starry sky of the corrosive poison world. Half an hour later, they arrived at the edge of the corrosive poison world. Yuan Gungun woke Wang Ting up. Wang Ting flew out of the spacecraft, flashed the token, and activated it. The token immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed into the void in the starry sky. Not long after, a blue vortex appeared. It was only a small dot at first, but it quickly grew bigger and bigger, turning into a huge passage. Song Yu and little Qing'er stood beside Wang Ting. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but feel agitated. Was this the exit? The exit to leave this world appeared so easily in front of them. Everything seemed so unreal. The two couldn't help but be a little dazed. Let's go. Wang Ting smiled, put away the Mokil spacecraft, and rushed toward the blue vortex. Song Yu and little Qing'er came back to their senses and hurriedly followed, afraid that the vortex would disappear if they were too slow. In an instant, the three of them entered the vortex, and after a spin, they appeared in a large hall. Before Song Yu and little Qing'er could stand firm, a voice came. At the same time, a powerful aura came crashing down from the hall and fell on Song Yu and little Qing'er. A copious amount of pressure descended, falling on Song Yu and little Qing'er, causing them to turn pale and unable to move at all. Their eyes instantly revealed a trace of horror. What a strong pressure, there's a powerhouse here. Song Yu's heart was extremely uneasy. They had just left their world and there was already an unimaginable powerhouse guarding it. No wonder that since ancient times, no one had been able to leave their world with their own strength. Boom, at this moment, another imposing aura rose, ancient and boundless, blocking some of the pressure for Song Yu and little Qing'er. Wang Ting was also not feeling well at this time. Although his ancient will was not weak, it seemed extremely small compared to the imposing aura descending from the hall. His confidence, which had swelled because of his soaring strength, was immediately extinguished by a basin of cold water. Damn it, he didn't expect the existence in this hall to be so strong. When he entered the corrosive poison world from this hall, he didn't feel anything at all. Wang Ting subconsciously opened the Eye of Truth, and looked around the hall, looking for the existence that was emitting the imposing aura. When his gaze swept over a corner, the figure of an old man came into his sight, but other than that, he saw nothing else. This old man looked ordinary, without the slightest special feature. He sat there cross-legged, with a lethargic aura permeating his body, as if he was about to die. But Wang Ting did not dare to underestimate the other party at this moment. Even his Eye of Truth could not see anything. This old man was definitely a super powerhouse whose strength far exceeded his own. Huh. At this time, the old man let out a soft cry, and an old and hoarse voice slowly came out. Little guy, what's your name? Wang Ting. Wang Ting said. Wang Ting, I seem to have heard this name somewhere. The old man thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Oh, I remember, you're this generation's person on the stars list." "That's me," Wang Ting said honestly. "Did you bring these two Nagas out?" The old man did not say anything more and asked. "Yes." Wang Ting nodded and explained, "They've awakened the Naga bloodline, and their talent is good, so I want to bring them back to Cosmic Star Academy." "Oh." The old man was a little surprised, and at this moment, he slowly opened his eyes and looked over. "Naga. Two little girls, release your bloodline for me to see." The old man's voice came out at this moment, even if Songyu and little Qing'er did not understand what he meant. It's just that they don't trust outsiders, they couldn't help but glance at Wang Ting. Wang Ting of them. Only then did the two of them release the power of their bloodline, and the shadow of an ancient great sea serpent emerged from each of them. It really is the bloodline of the Naga clan. However, this little girl's bloodline power is stronger. The other little girl's bloodline power seems to have been activated through the acquisition. The old man's eyes flickered as he nodded. "Elder, you have good eyesight," Wang Ting smiled and replied. "Since you've awakened the Naga bloodline, your talent is indeed good, and you're qualified to enter my Cosmic Star Academy," the old man said. Wang Ting's face was slightly happy. It seems that this matter is 80% successful. "Okay, you can go." The old man closed his eyes again and ignored the three, as if giving them a glance was already giving them a lot of face. Wang Ting bowed to the old man, then left the hall with Songyu and little Qing'er. They went outside and walked out of the valley. Songyu and little Qing'er were relieved, they knew that they passed the first test smoothly. There were many Cosmic Star Academy students coming and going in the valley, and at this moment, when they saw Wang Ting's group, they couldn't help but be surprised. Especially Songyu and little Qing'er, many people were stunned. Those who can do missions here are naturally frequent visitors of the corrosive poison world, and are no strangers to the Naga race. They had seen many beautiful women of the Naga tribe. However, it was the first time he had seen such bewitching and extraordinary snake people women with extraordinary temperaments. Looking at Songyu and little Qing'er, they couldn't take their eyes off them. "Let's go." Wang Ting shook his head helplessly. Although he had expected this, he really didn't expect these people's reactions to be so bad. One by one, they didn't have enough self-control. Can't they be like him? Calm down. Moreover, Songyu and little Qing'er had changed their appearances, and were not as stunning as before. Unexpectedly, it still caused a lot of commotion. It seems that the appearance and temperament of the two women are really too good, even if they have changed a little, it can't hide their brilliance. He didn't want to show off here, so he took Songyu and little Qing'er and prepared to leave. At this time, a young man came over with a few people and said with a smile, "Junior brother, which Cosmic Star Academy are you from?" "What's the matter?" Wang Ting didn't answer and frowned. "I'm Xianxia from the 4th Cosmic Star Academy. I just want to ask, are you selling these two Naga women?" The young man saw Wang Ting's impatient expression, but didn't get angry and asked with a smile. "They are not my private property, it's not up to me to sell or not, you can get out of the way," Wang Ting said indifferently, too lazy to pay attention to this kind of boring person. "Junior brother must be joking, it's just two Naga people, since you brought them out, naturally they are your private property. Give me some face, how about giving them to me?" Xianxia slightly exuded a trace of aura, spreading toward Wang Ting, and said with a smile. He had already seen that the young man in front of him was just a universe level, presumably a new student of some academy. Daring to come here to do a task, his courage is not small. He probably also has some strength, after all, to be able to come back alive from that place, his strength should not be weak, so it's inevitable that he is overconfident. As a senior, he has the obligation to teach this junior how to survive in Cosmic Star Academy. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the young man in front of him, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of ridicule, and suddenly laughed. Xianxia frowned, this kid's smile made him very unhappy. He had seen this kind of smile on some people, but those people were much stronger than him, it's normal for them to look down on him, but what does this kid have? Scram. At this moment, Wang Ting coldly spat out a word. "You." Xianxia's face darkened, and he was about to explode, but just as he said a word, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the opposite side. Boom, Dingjia's face changed slightly, and his whole body, together with the people behind him, was forced back a few meters. Wang Ting's current aura is not comparable to that of ordinary people, although he was like a little chick when facing the old man in the hall, but facing these people, it is different. His body has become extremely strong, and just the fierce aura emitted from his body is not something that ordinary people can resist. With this little strength, you want to bully a newcomer. Wang Ting walked towards Dingjia step by step. The aura on his body was like a wave, pressing down on him layer by layer. Dingjia's forehead was full of cold sweat, and his eyes revealed a look of horror, as if he was being stared at by a giant beast. His body could not move at all. "Senior, times have changed, go back and cultivate for a few years, then come out to bully people again." Wang Ting passed by Dingjia, patted him on the shoulder, and left with Songyu and little Qing'er. A drop of cold sweat slid down Dingjia's forehead and dripped into his eyes. Only then did he come back to his senses, blinking his eyes with lingering fear. Where did this evildoer come from? What a terrifying aura! Is he really at the universe level? A series of questions emerged in his mind, and he recalled Wang Ting's face, wondering when such a monster appeared in Cosmic Star Academy. At this time, a person behind him pulled on his clothes. "Let's go, we've lost face this time." Dingjia suddenly reacted, looking around. Everyone was looking at him with schadenfreude. His face suddenly turned green and red, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. "Let's go." Dingjia immediately left with his people, too ashamed to stay any longer. And behind him came waves of discussion. "That youth just now, why did I find him familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before? Now that you mention it, I think I've seen him before, he looked familiar. He's only at the universe level, but he actually scared a domain lord level fighter, looks like he's not weak. I wonder who he is. When did such a monster appear among the new students?" Dingjia was even more ashamed, his face was hot, and his eyes flashed with anger. He decided to go back and investigate that guy's background. On the other side, Wang Ting brought Songyu and little Qing'er to the docking port of the Academy's battleship. "Big brother Wang Ting, what did that person just say? He seemed to be coming for us." On the way, little Qing'er couldn't help but ask. "He wants to buy you guys." Wang Ting smiled. "Want to buy us?" Little Qing'er's face showed anger, clenching her fists. "Damn it, another person who looks down on us." Sung Yu's eyes also flashed with anger. When those people were watching just now, she felt that their gazes were very annoying, and sure enough, those people still treated them like livestock. "Don't take it to heart, when you enter Cosmic Star Academy, your identity will change." Wang Ting comforted, "And there are all kinds of races in Cosmic Star Academy. When you blend in, naturally no one will look down on you. Of course, the most important thing is still your own strength. As long as you're strong enough, no one can bully you. Like that person just now, he's only a domain lord level, and a relatively weak one at that. I only used a little bit of my aura to scare him into not daring to speak. If you're strong enough, you can beat him until he doesn't dare to look down on you. Some people are just asking for a beating." When Song Yu and little Qing'er heard Wang Ting's words, they couldn't help but want to laugh. But soon, a thoughtful look appeared in their eyes, and they nodded. Along the way, Yuan Gun also explained to them what a huge and terrifying existence Cosmic Star Academy is. Such a place is very inclusive, and they may really be able to blend in and no longer be treated like livestock. In fact, when they first heard of the existence of Cosmic Star Academy, they couldn't imagine that the world they were in was just a mission site for the Academy. It was really ironic. The universe outside was too big, so big that they couldn't imagine it. There were countless experts, and in the hall just now, there was an existence that they couldn't imagine. Facing such an existence, Song Yu couldn't even raise the thought of resisting. At that time, she almost thought she was going to die. At that moment, she realized how ridiculous her previous idea was. Resist the outer sky race? She didn't know what the outer sky race represented. How could one person resist so many experts? It was already good enough that she could bring the snake people race out of that small world. You don't have to think too much. In this universe, the strong preys on the weak. It's not just your world. It's the same in other places too. The so-called resistance is just a form of resistance in our hearts. As long as you become strong enough, you will be able to transcend the restraints. Your resistance will then have meaning, Wang Ting glanced at her and said calmly. Song Yu's eyes flashed, and she nodded. My hometown used to be much weaker than your Scorpion King planet, and there wasn't even a planetary state martial artist, but now, we still walked into the universe. Wang Ting smiled. Your hometown doesn't even have a planetary state martial artist? Song Yu was in disbelief. A place that could give birth to such a monster didn't even have a planetary state martial artist? Was this a joke? Yes, there wasn't even a planetary state there, and we almost became slaves of the universe's experts. Wang Ting said indifferently as if he was talking about something very ordinary. What about now? Song Yu couldn't help but ask softly. Wang Ting said it very calmly, but she was deeply touched and couldn't help but think of the Scorpion King planet. How similar, so this guy was the same as them, he also had such a past and experience, no wonder he never looked down on them. I brought them out, Wang Ting said calmly. Song Yu was shocked. He brought an entire planet out by himself? What an admirable guy. However, thinking of his monstrous talent, perhaps only a prodigy like him could lead his people out of despair. What about her? Could she do it? Little Qinger also looked at Wang Ting with deep admiration in her eyes. Big brother Wang Ting was indeed amazing. As they spoke, they arrived at the port where the battleships were docked. A few ancient battleships were docked there. Wang Ting brought the two onto the battleship. Big brother Wang Ting, what is this? Why is it a little different from a spaceship? It looks very ancient. Little Qinger looked around, full of curiosity. This is an ancient battleship, the standard of the Cosmic Star Academy. It's good stuff. Wang Ting explained with a smile. Ancient battleship, is it very ancient? Little Qinger asked. Yes, very ancient, even older than your Scorpion King planet. Wang Ting said. Amazing. Little Qinger exclaimed. After everyone was gathered, the battleship slowly took off, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared from the Devilwood planet, flying towards the planet with the space teleportation formation. At the same time, in the 7th Cosmic Star Academy. At the Academy's arena, a group of people surrounded the edge of the arena, and the atmosphere was quite solemn. These people were wearing the Academy's uniform and had a strange-looking badge on their chests. The badge had the deep starry sky as the background, dotted with countless stars. Other than that, there was no other pattern, and it looked simple and grand. Star Guild, this was the Star Guild's symbol. Wang Ting had left for half a year, and the Star Guild was gradually on the right track under the management of Xianxia and the others. However, there were also greater challenges. As the Star Guild's members increased, it was inevitable that there would be conflicts with other Academy forces. In addition, with Wang Ting's departure, the Star Guild had lost its backbone, and many people naturally had their eyes on this fat piece of meat. The best way for the major forces to resolve conflicts was through arena battles. Yu Qichao had originally set a rule for the Star Guild to try not to cause trouble, and first improve their strength, lay low, and wait for Wang Ting's return. However, others would not let them go and would always find trouble. Once a member of the Star Guild appeared in a cultivation place, they would immediately be blocked. If you don't accept the challenge, fine, then I'll block you and make you unable to cultivate in peace. This method was very shameless, but it was very effective. It did not violate the Academy's rules, and the Academy would not care about it. What was the Academy's arena for? It was for the students to resolve conflicts. If words could not solve a problem, then use fists to solve it. The Starry Sky Academy nurtured martial artists, not a group of scholarly scholars. In the end, martial arts were respected. In the face of the major force's shameless actions, some members of the Star Guild could not take it anymore and accepted the challenges. Unfortunately, the Star Guild's members were mostly new students and had not yet matured, so naturally, they lost more than they won in the various matches. The more this was the case, the angrier the Star Guild members were, and more people joined the arena battles, all of them fighting with anger. As a result, more members of the Star Guild were defeated, causing the entire Star Guild to fall into a state of depression. Once their morale was destroyed, many people lost their will to fight. The Star Guild was a newly established force. Although Wang Ting had made a name for himself, the attacks in the past half a year had more or less destroyed his reputation. At this time, some of the new students who had joined the old forces had grown rapidly, far surpassing the Star Guild members. This caused the Star Guild members to suffer an even greater blow. They had joined the Star Guild in the first place for the sake of huddling together for warmth and becoming stronger faster. In the end, things had turned out contrary to their wishes. All of this made many people want to withdraw. Rather than being bullied in a new force, it was better to join an old force. Perhaps they would have a better development. People were realistic, and not everyone could persevere too. The end. Of course, those who had joined the Star Guild in the beginning were the most resolute. They had seen Wang Ting's methods and knew that as long as Wang Ting returned, everything would turn for the better. So they were waiting for Wang Ting to return. However, Yu Qiqiao, as the vice president, could not do nothing in the face of such a situation. The other forces were pressuring her step by step. If she did not step forward, the remaining people of the Star Guild would probably completely disperse. Therefore, when the Blue Flame Guild issued a challenge a few days ago, Yu Qiqiao agreed. There was no doubt that the Blue Flame Guild was the happiest among the many forces that had attacked the Star Guild. They already had a grudge with Wang Ting. Previously, when they had instigated the Fengyun Guild to annex the Star Guild, they had failed. Both sides had already formed quite a bit of enmity. With Wang Ting's departure, they began to attack the Star Guild without any scruples. The Blue Flame Guild had already shed all pretense of cordiality and bared their ferocious fangs. They had no intention of letting the Star Guild go. What they wanted to do was to make the Star Guild completely disappear from the 7th Cosmic Sky Academy. At this moment, a spaceship belonging to the Blue Flame Guild was quietly floating in the sky. The Blue Flame Guild's president, Feng Qingyan, and vice president, Yuan Banlian, were gathered here. They looked down with indifferent and mocking gazes. After offending the Blue Flame Guild, they still wanted to continue existing. This had never happened in so many years. The Star Assembly will end today. Feng Qingyan sighed as if he was extremely regretful. Hee, I thought that the Star Guild would be amazing. In the end, we only needed to support a few newcomers to easily deal with them. One of the Blue Flame Guild's upper echelon laughed. In the end, it's just a new force. What kind of foundation can they have? Another Blue Flame Guild's upper echelon said disdainfully. I'm just a little regretful. Compared to the previous forces, this force is still very good. Feng Qingyan said. Yuan Banlian glanced at him and was speechless. Their president was still so hypocritical. President, it's just the Star Guild. Why bother? There will be such a force in every session. If we miss this session, then so be it. Our Blue Flame Guild won't lose anything. One of the Blue Flame Guild's upper echelon said. Yes. Yes. If President feels that it's a pity, we can recruit the talented geniuses of the Star Guild. After the Star Guild disbands, I'm sure these people will see the reality and be willing to join us. Another person smiled confidently. Yes. Feng Qingyan nodded and said, all right. You guys handle this matter. I want these people to join our Blue Flame Guild before Wang Ting returns. No problem. Leave it to us. The Blue Flame Guild's upper echelon said. President, the Flying Cloud Guild and the Wizard Pagoda Guild are here. Will they take action? Yuan Banlian asked worriedly. Don't worry. They won't dare. Wang Ting is already worthless. Feng Qingyan said faintly. On the other side, the Wizard Pagoda Guild and the Flying Cloud Guild had also arrived. Their spaceship stopped in midair, preparing to watch the Star Guild's survival battle. On the Flying Cloud Guild spaceship, Ji Feiyun was talking to the Wizard Pagoda Guild's leader, Wu Ming. The two of them turned on the screen and looked at each other helplessly. I didn't expect Feng Qingyan to go this far. Ji Feiyun shook his head. Humph, that fellow is a despicable person. He's two-faced and two-faced. Wang Ting offended him last time. He won't let the Star Society off. Wu Ming sat on the sofa of the spaceship and swirled the wine glass in his hand as he spoke calmly. That's right. Feng Qingyan isn't a good guy. Ji Feiyun rubbed his forehead and said, but this is putting us in a difficult position. Last time, the two of us expressed our stance in front of Wang Ting. If we don't do something this time, I'm afraid our relationship with him will end here. I can see that guy. He's a person who can't tolerate sand in his eyes. If we miss this chance, we can't be friends anymore. He's really carefree. He left such a big mess for his subordinates and went out to do missions. His heart is really big. When I first established the Wizard Pagoda Guild, I didn't even dare to leave. Wu Ming sighed. Ha ha ha. He's really carefree. Ji Feiyun couldn't help but laugh. Then, he became serious and said, "Do you think Wood will take action?" "Definitely not." Wu Ming rolled his eyes. He seemed to think that Ji Feiyun was asking the obvious. "Oh? Why do you say that?" Ji Feiyun's eyes flickered as he asked. "You're still playing tricks in front of me." Now, many people know that Wang Ting received the appointment notice from the Academy's Arbitration Council before he left. In the end, he just left. He didn't even go to the Arbitration Council, let alone accept the appointment. This is equivalent to slapping our judge in the face. Does Wood dare to come out? He definitely doesn't dare. Wu Pagoda shook his head and sighed. Wang Ting is really too stubborn and too arrogant. He's even more arrogant than us. It's a kind of arrogance that comes from his bones. He doesn't even take the 7 judges seriously. Yeah. He's too arrogant. Ji Feiyun also sighed. Can you do something like that? Wu Pagoda asked with a smile. Ji Feiyun thought for a moment. Wu Pagoda's eyes flickered, but he didn't rush him. This kind of decision wasn't something that anyone could casually make like Wang Ting. After a moment, Ji Feiyun shook his head and said, "I can't do it, and I don't dare to do it." "That's right. I don't dare to do it either." Wu Pagoda smiled. Only people like him who have confidence and arrogance can do something like this. We can't do it. You've said so much. It seems like you want to help him, Ji Feiyun suddenly said. Yes, I want to take a gamble. I bet that he can do it. Wu Pagoda stopped smiling. His eyes flickered as he nodded. Do you dare? Do I dare? Ji Feiyun smiled. His smile was a little sharp. If you dare, why wouldn't I? Other than the people from the 3 major forces, some other people had also come. Donan's team also piloted a spaceship and hovered in the air. They sat in the spaceship's main control room and activated the panoramic simulation to show the situation below. I didn't expect Junior Wang Ting to have formed the Star Society. He really knows how to have fun, Donan said curiously. Outstanding people will shine no matter where they are. Wei Na smiled and said, a prodigy like Wang Ting will probably have many people willing to follow him. I suddenly feel like we've been living like dogs. I used to think that we were good at causing trouble, but compared to Junior Wang Ting, we're nothing, Bai Yao said speechlessly. That's true. We don't seem to be as exciting as Wang Ting, Donan said while stroking her chin. That's enough. You guys will play me to death sooner or later, Qin Quan said with a frown. Ha ha ha. Yuan Bai couldn't help but laugh. He then said, I wonder how he's doing on planet Scorpion. Has he finished absorbing the blood? Speaking of which, he went too deep into the blood pool and spent so much time. I wonder how he's doing in the end, Donan said curiously. Maybe his strength will improve a little. These people will probably be shocked, Yuan Bai said. But we still have to see if the Star Union can survive this crisis. I know that Feng Qingyan is not a kind person, Wei Na said. At worst, we'll just intervene when the time comes. Protecting the Star Union won't be a problem. Junior Wang Ting has helped us a lot. We have to help him once, Donan said indifferently. Others might be afraid of Feng Qingyan, but I'm not. That's true. We have to help. Bai Yao and the others nodded. He must be very proud now. When the time comes, we'll see what Feng Qingyan's expression will be. Donan suddenly laughed. She seemed to find this very interesting. Right, why don't we join the Star Union? It sounds fun. Join the Star Union? Bai Yao, Wei Na, and the others were stunned. After all, the Star Union was just a new student faction. They had never thought of joining the Star Union. After all, they all had powerful backers. It didn't matter whether they joined a faction or not. Usually, when a few of them gathered together, they represented a strong faction. However, Donan's sudden suggestion made them ponder for a moment. The Star Union was a faction formed by Wang Ting. Since they had high hopes for Wang Ting, joining the Star Union seemed like a good decision. Then, let's play? Bai Yao looked at the others with uncertainty. I don't have any objections. Yuan Bai scratched his head. Me too. Qin Quan said simply. Then we'll join. Wei Na smiled. It's a deal. Donan's eyes lit up. She felt that things were getting more and more interesting. Wan Dong and the members of Mo Mo's group were watching the battle between the Star Union and the Blue Flame Union. Their eyes flickered. No one knew what they were thinking. The poison in their bodies had been tested, but it couldn't be removed. This made them very nervous. After all, they were members of the Sky Crane Hall. If the Sky Crane Hall found out that they had agreed to join the Star Union with Wang Ting, they would be skinned alive. What was even funnier was that the Star Union was in imminent danger. They hoped that the Star Union would be destroyed by Feng Qingyan's Blue Flame Union. That way, they wouldn't have to join the Star Union. In the arena, Yu Qiqiao was facing a martial artist. Yu Qiqiao was expressionless. She looked at the woman opposite her with a heavy heart. Her opponent was a newcomer nurtured by the Blue Flame Union. Her name was Wen Ningfu. She had seen her fight before. She was very strong and had defeated many geniuses who had joined the Star Union. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been forced to fight. Wen Ningfu had a beautiful appearance, and there was a strand of arrogance on her pretty face. She gazed at Yu Qiqiao and said, "You're the vice president of the Star Association." She had actually seen Yu Qiqiao before. She was just asking the obvious. She felt that Yu Qiqiao wasn't her opponent. At this moment, she pointed out Yu Qiqiao's identity. She wanted to defeat her and trample on Yu Qiqiao to expand her reputation. The Star Union was very famous recently. As Wang Ting's spokesperson, Yu Qiqiao had entered the eyes of many. If she defeated Yu Qiqiao, she would definitely shine among the new students. That's right. Yu Qiqiao's eyes were calm as she said indifferently. Admit defeat. You're not my opponent. Wen Ningfu saw Yu Qiqiao's attitude and couldn't help but frown. She then raised her snow-white slender neck and said proudly. Since you're already in the arena, don't say such childish words. Make your move. Yu Qiqiao sneered and said, You want to step on me? Be careful not to break your foot. You. Wen Ningfu was furious when she heard this. Yu Qiqiao was already at the end of her rope, but she was still so stubborn. Wen Ningfu wanted to tear her apart. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. She snorted and rushed toward Yu Qiqiao. Yu Qiqiao's eyes narrowed. She held her battle sword and her figure flashed, colliding with her opponent. Boom, a fierce battle broke out in the arena. Below, Wade, Barrett, Yu Yunxian, and the others were watching the battle in the arena with some worry. Wen Ningfu's reputation had risen recently. Her ranking on the newcomers' ranking wasn't low. She had already squeezed into the top 30. Yu Qiqiao was only in the top 50 because of the Star Union's trivial matters. There was still a certain gap between the two. Of course, Yu Qiqiao rarely challenged the newcomers' ranking. It had been 2 months since the last time she challenged the newcomers' ranking. Her true strength was hard to say. Boom. Boom. Boom, in the arena, the roars continued to reverberate. The two women seemed to be fighting with fire. They were getting more and more intense, each of them erupting with their own domain power. Yu Qiqiao's weapon was a battle sword. Wen Ningfu's weapon was also a battle sword. The two of them released sword light. Every move was aimed at each other's vital points. The audience below couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for them. So ruthless. Wade swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but mutter. Barrett was also speechless. He always felt that Yu Qiqiao was a very easy to get along with woman. She rarely got angry. But now it seemed that it wasn't that she didn't get angry. It was just that it wasn't the time to get angry. Moreover, when she got angry, it was scary. Yu Yunxian's face was hazy. His eyes flashed slightly as he looked at the battle in the arena. No one knew what he was thinking. Soon, he closed his eyes as if he was no longer paying attention to the battle. He closed his eyes to rest. On the other side, a few warriors from the Blue Flame Association were secretly observing them. They would also attack next. Their opponents were Barrett, Yu Yunxian, and the others. Boom, on the stage, a figure was shaken back. It was Wen Ningfu. She gasped for breath and suddenly felt a warm sensation on her cheeks, accompanied by a stinging pain. Her expression changed slightly. She reached out and wiped her face, and a dazzling bright red color came into view. Bitch, how dare you hurt my face? Wen Ningfu was furious and stared fiercely at Yu Qiqiao opposite her. Sorry, I couldn't control myself. Yu Qiqiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said with a flat face. You're courting death. Wen Ningfu's expression was extremely ugly. The origin power in her body completely erupted, and a strange fluctuation was emitted from her body. A powerful sword intent pervaded the stage. She completely integrated her domain into her swordsmanship and stimulated sword lights. Her wood domain was extraordinary. For a time, the stage was full of emerald green sword lights, filling the sky with an endless feeling. It was like a tree growing endlessly. The sword lights were full of vitality, but there was also a hidden murderous intent. This was the manifestation of the wood domain. It could be seen that Wen Ningfu's mastery of the wood domain was quite strong. Yu Qiqiao's eyes showed a trace of seriousness. Although this woman's mouth was foul, her strength wasn't weak. She didn't neglect the slightest. The long sword in her hand shook, and a strange fluctuation spread out. Water Moon Domain, Yu Qiqiao's strange domain was displayed on the stage at this moment. The power of the domain spread out, and when Ningfu's expression changed slightly. She seemed to see a sea with a bright moon rising in the sea. What domain is this? She could feel that this was a water domain, but this water domain was different from ordinary domains. There seemed to be something special in it. This wasn't just a water domain, but a hybrid domain. Humph, so what if your domain is a hybrid domain? My domain has reached the peak of the fourth order, and your domain is only at the early fourth order. You should have just comprehended it not long ago. Wen Ningfu coldly snorted. Her eyes flickered as if she had seen something. She didn't give Yu Qiqiao any more time. Her domain erupted, and all the sword lights in the sky formed an emerald green torrent of sword lights, falling towards Yu Qiqiao. Yu Qiqiao stood under the torrent, raised his head, and swung the sword in his hand. Boom, in the next moment, there seemed to be a strange burst of sword light on the battle sword. At this moment, she seemed to have turned into a bright moon, rising from the sea. The flower in the mirror, the moon in the water, that bright moon was in between reality and illusion. Countless illusions appeared. When Ningfu saw a scene where her torrent of sword light drowned Yu Qiqiao. She won, boom, but at this moment, a rumbling sound was heard. Crack, something seemed to shatter in front of Wen Ningfu's eyes, and all the illusions disappeared. A bright moon appeared in her eyes, and a sword light came from the moon. What? Wen Ningfu's face was aghast and filled with disbelief. She wanted to withdraw and dodge, but it was too late. The sword light slashed directly on her body. Her armor blocked the sword light, but the terrifying origin power bombardment still shook her back, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The fine sword light cut through Wen Ningfu's cheeks, leaving a sword mark on her face. Wen Ningfu almost collapsed. She felt the stinging pain on her face and knew that she must be disfigured. The other party must have done it on purpose. In fact, for a cultivator, this kind of injury could be quickly healed by taking some pills. But her ugly appearance at this moment must have been seen by many people, and this was what she couldn't bear. Wen Ningfu wanted to scream, but her voice was soon stuck in her throat. At this moment, a cold light flashed, and Yu Qiqiao's sword was on her neck. You can try screaming? Yu Qiqiao said indifferently. Wen Ningfu's eyes widened, and her face was pale. She was full of unwillingness, but when she saw Yu Qiqiao's calm face, she couldn't say anything else. The surroundings were silent, and then there was an uproar. So strong. Wen Ningfu was actually defeated. This Star Club's vice president is something. That sword strike just now wasn't ordinary. It seemed to have a mental ability. Not simple. This Star Club really has some talents. Blue Flame Club made a fool of themselves this time. They took the initiative to issue a challenge, but they were defeated in the first battle. Below the stage, Wade and the other Star Club members immediately cheered. Sister Xiaoyu is awesome. Sister Xiaoyu is awesome. Wade took the lead and held, leading a group of people below to shout slogans. Their voices shook the sky. Sister Xiaoyu is awesome. Sister Xiaoyu is awesome. Sister Xiaoyu is awesome. Sister Xiaoyu is awesome. Yu Qiqiao's head was filled with black lines. She turned around and glared at Wade. What is this damn fatty shouting for? I'm not wanting. I don't need these empty words. Yu Yunxian's eyes flickered. That sword strike is interesting. This genius from the Qian Empire has walked on his own path of sword Dao. In the distance, a young man in black armor, who looked unapproachable, revealed a trace of surprise on his face. He looked at Yu Qiqiao on the stage, and his fingers twitched. He had an impulse to draw his sword. On the Blue Flame Club spaceship, Feng Qingyan's face sank. The situation was different from what he imagined. The Star Club's vice president actually has such strength? He looked at the other upper echelons of the Blue Flame Club. The upper echelons of the Blue Flame Club were immediately embarrassed. They didn't expect that Yu Qiqiao was only in the top 50 of the newcomer rankings, while Wen Ningfu was in the top 30. Yet, they couldn't beat her. Several people cursed Wen Ningfu in their hearts. President, don't be too anxious. This is only the first match. Yu Qiqiao is the vice president of the Star Club. Perhaps Wang Ting spent a lot of effort on her and helped her improve her strength. Wan Banlian said. I hope the next match won't disappoint me. Feng Qingyan nodded and said indifferently. It won't. It won't. President, don't worry. The other members of the Star Club don't have any battle records. We are confident that we can win the next match. The upper echelons of the Blue Flame Club said. Ji Feiyun, Wu Ta, and the others were very surprised. They didn't expect the vice president of the Star Club to have such strength. Moreover, she won the first match. They originally only valued Wang Ting's potential, but now it seemed that the Star Club didn't only have Wang Ting. There were other geniuses who weren't weak. In the past, Wang Ting's light was too bright and overshadowed everyone. Now that he wasn't here, Yu Qiqiao and the others bloomed their own light. Things were getting more and more interesting. On the other side of the spaceship, Donnan and the others were also surprised when they saw Yu Qiqiao's battle. This little sister is very talented. Donnan's eyes lit up when she saw Yu Qiqiao. After leaving the Scorpion King, the Serpentine Queen that she had just hooked up with was gone. Now that she had nothing to do, she seemed to have found a fun little sister. To be able to become the vice president of the Star Club, she must be very talented. Junior Wang Ting has good taste, Wei Na said. The Blue Flame Club has been slapped in the face. They probably didn't expect the Star Club to have such a genius, Bai Yao said. I'm suddenly looking forward to it. I wonder if the Star Club has any other geniuses? Donnan asked curiously. It's hard to say. The others don't seem to have any outstanding battle records. Wei Na shook her head. On the combat ring, the outcome had been decided. Yu Qiqiao put away her sword and didn't spare Wen Ningfu another glance before she turned around and walked off the combat ring. Wen Ningfu's face was filled with unwillingness. She glared hatefully at Yu Qiqiao's back before turning to leave. She didn't have the face to stay any longer. She didn't even know how to explain things to the Blue Flame Association. The Blue Flame Club didn't spend a lot of effort to cultivate her to be a stepping stone for the Star Club. Unfortunately, it was too late. She would probably be scolded when she returned. Thinking of this, she was very nervous. How would the president punish her when Ningfu didn't leave in the end? She took out her spaceship and entered it to watch the battle from the sky. The battle wasn't over yet. The others still had to go on stage. Can Qi Lianfeng and the others win? It's best if another one loses. At least I won't be the only one. When Ningfu thought maliciously, it'll be even better if it's Jia Dang. He doesn't like me anyway. If he loses, let's see if he still dares to look down on me. Then, two more people went on stage. When Ningfu's expression was strange. It's Jia Dang's turn so soon. One of them was a handsome young man. He looked very young with a hooked nose and deep eyes. He looked around disdainfully as if he didn't like anyone. The other person was a fat man. He looked very timid and cowardly. It was Wade from the Star Club. Many people were surprised. They didn't expect the Star Club to send such a fat man. They felt that something was wrong. That cowardly look, was he really going up to fight with someone? Many people were speechless. They didn't know what the Star Club was up to. Jia Deng was even more disgusted. He frowned at Wade and said coldly, "Did the Star Club send you here to be a joke?" "No, no, I'm here to fight you. I hope you can go easy on me later." Wade shook his head. There seemed to be a trace of panic on his face. He quickly said, "I'm not strong enough. Big brother, you must go easy on me." Jia Deng was speechless. What kind of person was this? Was there no one else in the Star Club? They sent such a weirdo. The spectators didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was the Star Club serious about sending this fat man? When Ning Fu covered her face. Why didn't she meet such an opponent? This was simply sending food to Jia Deng. Cut the crap. Let's start. Jia Deng said coldly. He didn't want to waste time with Wade. He had decided to end the battle quickly. This kind of opponent couldn't arouse his desire to fight at all. "Big brother, I'm ready," Wade said as he took out a battle axe and got into a fighting posture in a panic. Everyone was speechless when they saw this. There was nothing to see in this battle. A saber appeared in Jia Deng's hand. His face was cold as he slashed at Wade. Boom, a dazzling golden saber light soared into the sky, shocking many people. So strong. Everyone looked at the saber light in horror and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Obviously, Jia Deng didn't hold back. He used an extremely powerful attack as soon as he attacked. He wanted to finish off his opponent with one blow. However, in the next moment, an unexpected situation occurred. The fat man in the arena was like a loach. He dodged Jia Deng's saber light by a hair's breadth and appeared in a corner of the arena. His expression was like a panicked rabbit. This scene made it seem as if he was lucky enough to avoid the fatal blow this time. However, many people's eyes flickered slightly, and their faces were a little suspicious. Why does this fat man feel like there's something about him? Jia Deng frowned. He didn't expect his opponent to be able to dodge his attack. He narrowed his eyes and approached Wade step by step. He raised the saber in his hand again, and the saber light flashed. Boom, at this time, he slashed 3 times in a row and sealed off all the areas around Wade, making it impossible for him to escape. Many spectators couldn't help but shake their heads. This was the end of the fat man. If he could dodge this attack, they would eat *T upside down. At this moment, Wade moved. His feet flashed, and his fat body swayed a few times like a willow leaf. He actually slid through the gaps between the 3 saber lights and dodged the fatal blow again. Jia Deng's saber light seal was not an absolute seal. There were still gaps between each saber light, but these gaps were not something that ordinary people could find and pass through. Without absolute flexibility and sufficient speed, it was impossible to do so. However, at this moment, a fat man did it. His fat body squeezed through the gaps between the 3 saber lights. It was unbelievable. Many people widened their eyes and looked embarrassed. They were shocked and ashamed. Wade's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Many people's faces became serious. At this time, they were finally sure that this fat man was definitely not simple. Jia Deng's eyes narrowed, and his face became completely gloomy. He felt that this fat man was teasing him. He clearly had the strength to dodge his attack, but he was pretending. It was extremely hateful. "Big brother, be gentle, be gentle. I can't take it." Wade's figure flashed and hid on the other side of the ring. He looked at Jia Deng from afar with a panicked expression. "How long are you going to pretend?" Jia Deng looked at him coldly and said in disgust. "Big brother, what are you talking about?" "I don't understand," Wade said innocently. "Show me your strength, or I'll let you know what regret is." Jia Deng didn't want to argue with Wade. He said indifferently, and the light of origin power began to gather on the saber in his hand. There were even strands of domain power that merged into it. Boom! In an instant, Jia Deng shot out like an arrow. The blade in his hand flashed with golden light as he slashed at Wade repeatedly. Wade raised the battle axe in his hand and blocked in a panic. He seemed to be a little flustered. Clang! 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 The attacks of the two collided constantly, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Wade was constantly forced to retreat. His body swayed, and his forehead was full of cold sweat as if he couldn't hold on any longer. Jia Deng frowned. Was this the extent of this fatty's strength? Big brother, have mercy, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Wade kept screaming, and the battle axe in his hand was almost knocked out of his hand. When the crowd saw this, they became suspicious again. Was this the fatty's strength other than his agility? But soon, their expressions became strange. Although the fatty kept screaming, he blocked his opponent's attack every time and continued to fight tenaciously. Jia Deng, on the other hand, became gloomier and gloomier under such circumstances. He found that no matter how he attacked, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. This fatty's strength was a little strange. He didn't look strong, but he couldn't defeat him. It was like punching cotton, and it made him so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Do you only know how to block? Jia Deng shouted coldly. Big brother, I can't take it anymore, I really can't take it anymore, please have mercy. Wade continued to scream. Those who didn't know would think that he was beaten up badly, but in fact, he wasn't injured at all. His screams were full of energy, and it made people want to cover his mouth. Enough. Jia Deng's eyes were a little red. He roared, and his domain power erupted from his body. At this time, he no longer held back, and even his domain completely erupted, instantly enveloping Wade. Go to hell. In an instant, the blade light within the domain flashed, and countless blade light left knife marks on Wade's body, causing him to bleed profusely. Wade's expression changed slightly, but he didn't dodge. His eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness as he roared. Similarly, a powerful domain power erupted from his body. Rank 4 domain, Wade's domain had also reached rank 4, and at this moment, he erupted without holding back in his opponent's domain. He had been waiting for this moment, to blast open his opponent's domain from the inside. This was his only chance. Jia Deng's expression changed slightly. He seemed to have seen through Wade's intention, and a trace of anger appeared in his eyes. You're too naive. Go to hell. However, he was extremely confident in his domain. He suddenly shouted coldly, and the battle sword in his hand slashed down with domain power. Boom, this slash was without holding back. The rank 4 metal domain was compressed within the blade light, and it was extremely terrifying. Wade raised his battle axe high, but he didn't rush to attack. His expression was fierce as he watched the blade light approach him, and then he slashed out with the battle axe in his hand. Boom, almost at the same time, the blade light landed on his body, and the battle axe in his hand slashed out for the final time, flames swept out, and the phantom of a giant beast appeared. The flames gathered and turned into an axe light that rushed towards Jia Deng, roars erupted in unison. Jia Deng's expression changed completely, and his pupils shrank to the extreme. He didn't expect this fatty to be so ruthless. He actually wanted to kill him at the risk of serious injury and even death. This was a method of fighting where both sides would suffer great losses. Injuring the enemy 800 at the cost of losing 1,000 at the cost of losing 1,000, his eyes were filled with fear, and his body retreated rapidly. However, he still couldn't dodge and was instantly slashed by the axe light. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and he was sent flying. The armor on his body shattered, leaving behind a long axe mark, and blood spurted out. The domain dissipated, and both of them fell to the ground at the same time. Their bodies were dripping with blood. Whoosh, there was an uproar below the arena. No one expected such an outcome. Both of them had fallen. Could it be that there was no winner? Everyone was in disbelief. Everyone could feel that Jia Deng's strength was obviously stronger, but in the end, this was the outcome. At this moment, one of the people in the arena suddenly moved and slowly got up. Wade, he actually struggled to get up again, and stood shakily in the arena. His face and body were covered in blood. However, he stood up, and Jia Dang, who was opposite him, couldn't get up again. At this moment, the originally cowardly fatty revealed a kind of ruthlessness and decisiveness. No one dared to underestimate him anymore. The Star Club won, the Star Club won again. The members of the Star Club below immediately cheered, and they were very excited. They should have been in a disadvantageous position, but they actually won 2 rounds in a row. Even the members of the Star Club didn't expect this. This result was too unexpected. When Ning Fu's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth. She even suspected that her mouth was blessed. She just said that it would be best if Jia Deng lost like her, and in the end, he really lost. What was so good about her mouth? No. No. She couldn't let the president know what she said before, or she would be finished. On the Blue Flame Club spaceship, Feng Qingyan's face was gloomy. He glanced at the Blue Flame Club's upper echelons, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. Was this what you meant by having the confidence to win the next round? Feng Qingyan really wanted to beat someone up. These people had promised him that they would win the next round, and in the end, it was the same in the second round. They lost, and they lost so miserably. This had completely disrupted his plan. He wanted to completely crush them, and he wanted to trample the Star Club under his feet. He wanted to let Wang Ting know that the Star Club formed by him wasn't even qualified to carry his shoes in front of him. But now, they had lost the first 2 rounds. Even if they won the next round, it wouldn't look good. President. A Blue Flame Club's upper echelon looked at Feng Qingyan carefully. Speak. Feng Qingyan suppressed the anger in his heart and said lightly. We still have a chance. Qi Lianfeng and the rest are all Skyprides who entered the top 20 of the newcomer list. We put them in the last round to give the Star Club a surprise. The happier they are now, the uglier they will be later. The Blue Flame Club's upper echelon said. Are you sure? Feng Qingyan asked. Yes. I'm very sure that Qi Lianfeng and the rest will definitely win. The Blue Flame Club's upper echelon said. Feng Qingyan didn't believe it, and looked at Ruan Banlian. Qi Lianfeng and the rest are indeed talented. No one in the Star Club is their match. Ruan Banlian frowned, pondered for a moment, and nodded. If that's the case, I'll wait and see. Feng Qingyan said calmly. We won't let the president down. The Blue Flame Club's upper echelon wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and quickly said. In the arena, the 3rd round was about to begin. Below the arena, Yu Qichao looked at Yu Yunxian, who was not far away, and said softly, I'll lead this round to you. Qi Lianfeng, who is ranked 15th on the newcomer list, should be the strongest. Yu Yunxian nodded and didn't say anything. His figure flashed and appeared in the arena. Sister Xiaoyu, is he going to be okay? Wade whispered. He could not be blamed for asking this. Although Yu Yunxian was the emperor of the Great Qian Empire and had performed extremely well in the Battle of Geniuses, he had been cultivating in seclusion during this period of time. He had not fought much at all, so no one knew just how powerful he had become. In Wade's eyes, this prince seemed to be depressed after losing to Wang Ting. He didn't seem to be as dazzling as he used to be. Hurry up and treat your wounds. What problems can he have? That Qi Lianfeng is no match for him. Yu Qichao turned around and looked at the miserable-looking fatty. Seeing that he was seriously injured, but still paying attention to these things, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He's that strong? Wade was surprised. You'll find out later. Yu Qichao said. Then I'll go treat my wounds after watching this round. Wade said. Are your wounds okay? Yu Qichao asked with a strange expression. I'm not dead yet. Wade said as he pressed on his wounds. Another puddle of blood flowed out. Yu Qichao. Hee, I'm fine. I'm fine. Wade laughed dryly. While they were talking, the 2 sides stood in the arena. The one from Green Flame Association was Qi Lianfeng, ranked 15th on the newcomer list. Although he didn't seem to be in the top 10, in fact, in the 6 months that Wang Ting had left, many geniuses had risen. Now, the top 10 was occupied by some unfamiliar names, and Wang Ting had long been squeezed out of the top 10. Those who could enter the top 30 were definitely the cream of the crop. They couldn't be underestimated. Qi Lianfeng looked at Yu Yunxian. Yu Yunxian's face was hazy, but he had an otherworldly temperament. He looked like a pretentious person, which made Qi Lianfeng frown and feel very unhappy. To put it simply, why was this guy so handsome? I don't fight with nameless people. What's your name? Qi Lianfeng snorted and said. Yu Yunxian didn't say anything. He slowly pulled out the long sword on his back, and an overbearing sword essence spread out. Qi Lianfeng's expression changed immediately. In the distance, the young man in black armor opened his eyes slightly and looked at Yu Yunxian. That sword essence, his heart trembled, and he instantly put his hand on his sword. If it was said that Yu Qiqiao made him have the impulse to draw his sword, then the sword intent that erupted from Yu Yunxian at this moment made him wish for nothing more than to charge up the arena and replace Qi Lianfeng in battle. Unfortunately, the situation didn't allow it. The young man in black armor stared at Yu Yunxian with burning eyes and didn't look away. Those who didn't know him would think that he had some special fetish. Draw your sword. In the arena, Yu Yunxian said in an extremely calm voice. Qi Lianfeng's expression became completely serious. Without any nonsense, he slowly pulled out his sword and looked at Yu Yunxian cautiously. He was extremely uneasy. Where did this peerless swordsman come from? Why didn't anyone tell him that the Star Association had such an existence? I'll only use one move. Yu Yunxian said again. The sword essence on the sword in his hand became more intense and filled the air above the arena. Rays of golden sword light suddenly appeared and swept around, as if they were going to cut the space apart. Only one move. Qi Lianfeng seemed to be insulted, and his expression became extremely ugly. What did he mean, finish him off with one move? How arrogant. I'd like to see how you're going to finish me off with one move. Qi Lianfeng snorted coldly. Cold light flashed in his eyes, and the sword in his hand also burst out with dazzling sword light. He was also a metal elemental warrior. At this moment, the sword light was extremely dazzling and sharp. It swept in all directions and was extremely terrifying. The protective shield on the arena was constantly shaking under the cutting of the golden sword light, as if it would collapse at any time. The expressions of the spectators changed drastically. They couldn't help but take a few steps back, fearing that the terrifying sword light would suddenly burst out. Can you block this move of mine? Qi Lianfeng roared and chose to make the first move. Since Yu Yunxian said that he would only use one move and wanted to finish him off with one move, he would only use one move to finish Yu Yunxian off. He would let everyone see how strong Qi Lianfeng's sword was. Boom, the sword light burst out, and the power of the realm merged into it. This was the rank 5 sword realm. With one move, countless rays of golden sword light burst out, and a terrifying golden sword light that was 100 feet long slashed out. Facing such a terrifying move, Yu Yunxian's eyes were still extremely calm, but there was sword light flashing in the depths of his eyes. In the next moment, he attacked with his sword, the sword slashed out. It was simple, but extremely domineering. His entire body seemed to merge into the sword, and he turned into a domineering and majestic sword. The sword was him, and he was the sword. This was the unity of man and sword. Boom, it seemed that there was only one sword left in the world. Qi Lianfeng's sword was completely overshadowed by Yu Yunxian's sword. In an instant, Qi Lianfeng's sword collapsed. How is this possible? Qi Lianfeng's face was filled with shock, and his pupils contracted to the extreme. He couldn't help but let out an angry roar. Boom, however, his voice was instantly drowned out. Yu Yunxian's sword went straight for the root of the problem, and it instantly fell on his body. Boom, on the arena, the roar reverberated. The remaining power of Yu Yunxian's sword didn't dissipate for a long time. Everyone below the arena was shocked. There was only one thought in their mind. The power of one sword was so terrifying, no one expected the Star Union to have such a peerless genius other than Wang Ting. On the Green Flame Association spaceship, Feng Qingyan couldn't stay calm anymore. He stood up abruptly with a gloomy face. Wan Banlian's eyes were filled with disbelief. Her initial confidence was now gone. Yu Yunxian's strength was beyond her expectations. Such strength was enough to squeeze into the top 10 on the newcomer list. It wasn't easy to enter the top 10 on the newcomer list. Talent was indispensable. Even if they roped in a group of genius warriors, they wouldn't be able to push them into the top 10 in a short time. A mere star union had gathered 2 geniuses with the potential to enter the top 10. How could she not be shocked? The other upper echelons of Feng Qingyan also looked terrible. Losing 3 rounds in a row made their previous promise a joke. There were supposed to be 5 rounds, 3 out of 5 rounds. In the end, the Star Union won 3 rounds in a row and didn't give them a chance. Qi Lianfeng was the strongest among the newcomers sent by the Green Flame Association. They wanted to use him to turn the tables, but now that even Qi Lianfeng was defeated, the tables were turned. There was no need to compete in the next 2 rounds. Even if they won, it was useless. They had already lost. In fact, when Yu Yunxian attacked, they knew they had already lost. If Qi Lianfeng couldn't block it, the other 2 were even worse. The upper echelons of the Green Flame Association were embarrassed. They had really embarrassed themselves today. On the arena, the sword light finally dissipated, revealing the situation inside. Qi Lianfeng fell on the arena. There was a deep sword wound on his chest that exposed his bones. The armor on his body was already shattered. It wasn't just the area around the sword wound. Almost the entire upper half of the armor was shattered. The power of Yu Yunxian's sword was unimaginably powerful. Even if Wang Ting returned and saw this sword, he would be very surprised. Yu Yunxian had successfully entered the universe level. His comprehension of the domain and the unity of man and sword had also improved tremendously. The talent of the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty was truly incomparable to that of ordinary geniuses. Qi Lianfeng hadn't fainted. He crawled up from the ground and coughed up blood. He looked at Yu Yunxian in shock. He had lost, he was utterly defeated, his opponent's sword was extremely terrifying. His sword was broken, and he had no power to resist. At this moment, the aftershock of that sword strike still lingered in his mind. It was unforgettable. Yu Yunxian slowly sheathed his sword. He did not look at his opponent as he turned around and walked down the arena. Qi Lianfeng's face was even paler, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. The other party's disdainful attitude made him feel as if he had been greatly insulted. The clown was actually me. Originally, he had looked down on the cultivators from the Star Union, but he had never expected that he would be the one being looked down upon. Most importantly, he had lost. This was an irrefutable fact. Everything was based on facts. Since he had lost, he had to admit it. It was useless to say anything. The spectators below finally regained their senses. The members of the Star Guild cheered loudly as well. They had won all 3 battles, and this was something that no one had expected. Moreover, winning these 3 battles had great significance. It meant that the Star Union had defeated the Blue Flame Union. Wasn't the Blue Flame Union an old force? Wasn't it amazing? In the end, they still lost to the Star Union. The dejected atmosphere was swept away, and the depression in everyone's hearts instantly dissipated. Ha ha ha. Wade ignored his injuries and laughed loudly. He shouted at the members of the Blue Flame Union on the other side of the arena, "Blue Flame Union, you can't do it." Yu Qiqiao heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. She could not help but smile. After Wang Ting left, he left the Star Union to her to manage. At least she did not destroy the Star Union. Big brother you're amazing. Wade looked at Yu Yunxian, who had walked down from the arena, and could not help but give him a thumbs up. I'm just average. Yu Yunxian said calmly. Wade was speechless. He felt like he had been pretentious. This prince of the Qian Empire usually did not speak much. Who would have thought that he would be so pretentious when he opened his mouth? Speaking of which, it seemed that the members of the Star Union were well versed in this. Looks like I won't have a chance to make a move. Borat was helpless. You can go to the newcomer ranking. Yu Qiqiao laughed. I wonder when our president will be back. If he doesn't come back soon, the newcomer ranking will be closed. Yeah, I heard that the academy is about to start the apprenticeship ceremony. The newcomer ranking is an important criterion, Wade said. That guy ran away for half a year. How infuriating, Yu Qiqiao said in annoyance. As they spoke, the Blue Flame Union spaceship in the sky slowly descended. Suddenly, one figure after another walked out of the spaceship. Yu Qiqiao and the others could not help but stop talking. They looked at the sky and frowned slightly. "It's Feng Qingyan," Wade whispered. When the members of the Star Union saw Feng Qingyan appear, they all glared at him. If it were not for him, the Star Union would not have been suppressed so badly during this period. It even delayed the cultivation of many people. Now that the newcomer ranking was about to close, and their cultivation was delayed, it was very likely that it would affect the apprenticeship ceremony. Cutting off one's future was like killing one's parents. This hatred was not small. "Don't worry, let's see what they want to do." Yu Qichao comforted everyone. At this moment, she had an ominous premonition. Feng Qingyan was not a kind person. The Blue Flame Union lost terribly in the previous match. Now that he personally appeared, he could not be here to celebrate their victory, right? Facing an old force like the Blue Flame Union, she still felt the pressure. In the previous arena battle, there was still room for maneuver. After all, it was a battle between newcomers. But if Feng Qingyan and the higher-ups of the Blue Flame Union were to take action, there was nothing they could do. After all, the gap was too big. Asterisk clap clap clap, asterisk at this moment, a round of applause came from the sky. Feng Qingyan looked down at the members of the Star Union. He gently clapped his hands and said, "The Star Union has really impressed me. I originally thought that only Wan Ting would be able to stand on the stage. I didn't expect that all of you were also extremely talented geniuses. What does President Feng want to say?" Yu Qichao stood out, looked at Feng Qingyan, and lightly asked. "The truth is, it's nothing. I am a person who loves talents. It's just that it's a pity for all of your talents." Feng Qingyan shook his head, revealed a look of regret, and slowly said, "With all of your talents, why would you want to be under Wan Ting? Why don't you join my Blue Flame Union? I will give all of you more resources. You will be able to quickly grow stronger than you are now." "So you finally revealed your true intentions?" Yu Qichao mockingly looked at Feng Qingyan and said, "You used these despicable methods just to swallow the Star Union, right? Now that you've lost, you come out to play the good guy. Do you think we're stupid? You can't say it like that. I just want all of you to see the reality. That Wan Ting can't give you anything. He disappeared for half a year, and all the benefits he gave you before have been consumed. It's not even comparable to the resources we give to the ordinary members. In the end, he's just painting a pie in the sky for all of you. Why are you so stubborn?" Feng Qingyan wasn't angry, and lightly said. "In addition, our Blue Flame Union's door is not only open to you, but also to the other geniuses of the Star Union. All of your talents are very good, so don't waste your time in the Star Union. Come to my Blue Flame Union. The newcomer ranking is about to end. If you don't make a decision now, you will regret it in the future." Yu Qichao's expression slightly changed. This Feng Qingyan was truly ruthless. He couldn't beat them in the competition, so he directly took drastic measures and began to rope them in. Moreover, he did it in public. This showed that he didn't take the Star Union seriously at all. They might be able to resist Feng Qingyan's temptation, but the others might not be able to. Qi Lianfeng, Wen Ningfu, and Jia Dang's strength had been seen by the others. Under the Blue Flame Union's nurturing, they had indeed become stronger quickly. Yu Qichao suddenly understood that this competition wasn't just about defeating the Star Union. Of course, it would be best if they won, but more importantly, they wanted to show off their strength. Although they lost, they had to admit that Qi Lianfeng and the others' strength was undeniable. Everyone could see it. Not everyone could enter the top 30 of the newcomer ranking. For many geniuses, it was enough to become stronger. They didn't dare to dream of entering the top 10. As long as our president returns, everyone's strength will naturally catch up to the others. Yu Qichao's mind turned rapidly, and she quickly said, "Our president is a peak grandmaster alchemist. This won't be a problem for him." When the Star Union members heard Yu Qichao's words, they couldn't help but calm down. That's right, the president was a peak grandmaster alchemist. They had already enjoyed some benefits before. With the president's means, increasing their strength wouldn't be a problem. Not to mention that the Star Union had just been established. If they stayed, they would be senior figures. They couldn't be compared to those who joined later. This was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. How could they give it up so easily? They were almost led astray by Feng Qingyan. Many people were firm in their thoughts, but there were also some people whose eyes flickered. They felt that joining the Blue Flame Union wasn't a bad choice. An established force had its benefits. At least in the Blue Flame Union, others wouldn't dare to make things difficult for them. But in the Star Union, they would always be pushed aside by many forces. It was like this before. Although the Star Union had won the competition and the other party might stop for a while, what about in the future? No one was willing to waste their precious time on this fearless competition. In the Cosmic Star College, time was too precious. Everyone was racing against time to cultivate. Because once they slacked off or wasted too much time, others might take the opportunity to surpass them. One step behind, one step behind. Martial artists must fight. Not only did they fight for resources, but they also fought for time. A peak Grandmaster Alchemist is indeed amazing. But Wang Ting is just one person. Can he take care of all of them? Feng Qingyan laughed disdainfully. Our Blue Flame Union has several Grandmaster Alchemists, not to mention Grandmaster Alchemists. Whatever pills they want, we can provide them internally. It's even cheaper than the Academy's treasure pavilion. If that's the case, why do you have to spend so much effort to rope in our president? Yu Qiqiao sneered, and don't forget, our president's alchemy efficiency isn't something ordinary alchemists can compare to. The pills he refines alone are comparable to those refined by several Grandmaster alchemists. Moreover, the effects are better. Even Pil Saint Tao Yuan, Grandmaster Pu Yongyan, and the others have acknowledged this. Can your alchemists compare? As for the price, the members of our Star Union know that it's definitely cheaper than yours. Feng Qingyan's eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at Yu Qiqiao indifferently and said, I didn't expect you, the Star Union's vice president, to be so sharp-tongued. Thank you for the compliment. Yu Qiqiao said. After staying with Wang Ting for so long, she didn't learn anything else, but she did learn a lot of offensive methods. Feng Qingyan choked. Wade couldn't help but give Yu Qiqiao a thumbs up. Earlier, he felt that Yu Yunxian was amazing, but now, he felt that Sister Xiaoya was also very strong. In the entire Star Union, other than Wang Ting, he only admired Yu Yunxian and Sister Xiaoya. Yu Yunxian and Bo Lei Te also looked at Yu Qiqiao with astonishment in their eyes, praising her in their hearts. You're the Star Union's vice president after all, can't you even understand language? Wan Banlian stood out and said indifferently. That depends on whether it's human or beast language. I really can't understand beast language. You. Qiqiao laughed. Are you insulting me? Wan Banlian's expression was cold as she stared at Yu Qiqiao. Whether I'm insulting you or not, can't you understand? Do you admit that you're speaking beast language? If not, please don't take it personally. Yu Qiqiao said. You're asking for death. Wan Banlian's eyes flashed with anger as she snorted coldly. Her body flashed in the sky and suddenly appeared before Yu Qiqiao and slapped her. Yu Qiqiao's expression changed slightly. She didn't expect this crazy woman to attack just like that. She didn't even have time to react as she watched the slap fly towards her. The difference in strength between the two was huge. Yu Qiqiao was only at the universe level while the opponent was at the domain lord level. She had no way of dodging that slap. Slap. The next moment, a crisp sound reverberated in the surroundings. Yu Qiqiao took the slap head-on. Her face immediately swelled red and a clear palm print appeared on her face. Vice President. Sister Xiaoyu. Wade, Borat, and the others' expressions changed instantly. Everything happened too quickly. They didn't have time to help at all. By the time they reacted, Wan Banlian had already succeeded. At this moment, everyone from Star Guild was furious. They were all agitated as they glared fiercely at Wan Banlian. Wade struggled to get up. His face was distorted and his eyes were almost spitting fire. Borat stood up and stared coldly at Wan Banlian. Yu Yunxian's hand was also on his battle sword. Even if it was a domain lord level fighter, he wouldn't have the slightest bit of fear. The other party had gone too far. At this moment, everyone from Star Guild had the same attitude. However, when Wan Banlian saw this scene, she wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she revealed a contemptuous sneer and said, "You can try." In an instant, everyone from Star Guild was completely enraged. Contempt, this was blatant disdain, this was going too far. It's better if you don't do anything. This is a matter between women. Feng Qingyan looked at everyone from Star Guild and chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, the upper echelons of Blue Flame Association stood up. Their auras spread out and enveloped everyone from Star Guild. Boom, the faces of everyone from Star Guild suddenly turned pale. The auras of Blue Flame Association's upper echelons were extraordinary. They were pressured to the point that they couldn't breathe. Although Borat, Yu Yunxian, and the others weren't as serious, they didn't feel good either. Facing this aura, they could only bitterly hold on. Wan Banlian sneered and looked at Yu Qiqiao. She said, "This is to teach you how to respect your senior sister. In the future, you'd better think before you speak. Don't think that just because you're the vice president of Star Guild, no one can control you." Yu Qiqiao touched her swollen face. The taste of blood filled her mouth. Blood flowed to her lips, causing her lips to look extremely scarlet. However, she smiled and said, "Senior sister is so mighty." Wan Banlian frowned. This little girl can still smile. However, that's all you've got. A domain lord slapping a universe level's face. Is it that nice? Yu Qiqiao smiled indifferently. Look around. Everyone is looking at you with disgust and disdain. Wan Banlian glanced around. Her face completely darkened. She was completely enraged. She raised her hand and was about to slap Yu Qiqiao again. Yu Qiqiao didn't dodge. She looked at her fearlessly. Impudent. However, at this moment, a shout suddenly resounded from the sky. Wan Banlian's hand stopped in midair. She couldn't help but look up. A few silhouettes suddenly flew down from a ship. Their auras were aggressive, causing her expression to change. Boom. The silhouettes with powerful auras landed beside Yu Qiqiao. They stared coldly at Wan Banlian. Try moving again. A petite girl said coldly. Donan. Wan Banlian looked at the people who suddenly appeared before her. Her gaze was filled with fear. Yu Qiqiao looked at the people beside her in shock. Where did these seniors come from? She didn't seem to know them. Wan Banlian, you've got guts. Hitting a junior, aren't you ashamed? Donan said. It's none of your business. Wan Banlian said coldly. She insulted me first. I'm just teaching her a lesson. Everyone saw what happened just now. Do you really think we don't know what happened? Donan sneered. Wan Banlian's eyes flashed coldly. She originally wanted to use her power to suppress others. Now that Donan and the others suddenly intervened, her power naturally collapsed. Snowchild Squad, right? At this time, Feng Qingyan also landed from the sky. He patted Wan Banlian's shoulder and told her to stand behind him. He then looked at Donan and the others. President Feng still remembers us. We're really flattered. Donan laughed. You guys are quite famous. Feng Qingyan said. We don't know if we're famous or not, but we do know that your Qingyan Association is quite famous. You guys are getting more and more brazen. Bai Yao sneered. You must be joking. Our Qingyan Association has always been low-key. How can we be brazen? Feng Qingyan squinted his eyes and glanced at them. However, even though we're low-key, if you guys think you can interfere with our business, I, Feng Qingyan, am not someone to be trifled with. President Feng, are you going to attack us too? Donan was not afraid and looked at Feng Qingyan calmly. Even Tanya wouldn't talk to me like this. Feng Qingyan glanced at Donan and said. In his view, Donan and the others only had a strong background. He was not afraid of their strength. He was only afraid of the people behind them. So what? You can try to touch me. Donan said. Looks like you guys are going to interfere. Feng Qingyan's eyes flashed coldly. Feng Qingyan, enough is enough. You guys are going too far. Before Donan could say anything, another voice came from the sky. Ji Feiyun. Wu Pagoda. Feng Qingyan raised his head and looked over. Finally, there was a slight change in his expression. If he was only a little afraid when facing Danan and the others, his heart skipped a beat when he saw Ji Feiyun and Wu Pagoda. "You guys are going to interfere too?" he asked coldly. "Before junior brother Wang Ting left, we promised him that we would take care of the Star Society. Naturally, we can't watch you humiliate the people of the Star Society." Ji Feiyun landed and said calmly. "Feng Qingyan, that's enough. You guys wanted to fight on the stage, so the Star Society agreed to fight with you. In the end, you guys lost. Who else can you blame? Now that you're attacking us, are you a sore loser? Don't you feel that you're being too shameless?" Wu Pagoda sneered with disdain. "We admit that we lost the competition. It's just that the vice president of the Star Society didn't respect Ruan Banlian and provoked her into attacking us. It has nothing to do with anything else." Feng Qingyan said expressionlessly. "Haha, you're still as shameless as ever," Wu Pagoda said. "I advise the two of you not to interfere in our affairs. My Qingyan Association is not someone that can be easily bullied. Is it because I have not made a move for too long that you think I, Feng Qingyan, am easy to talk to?" Feng Qingyan looked at the two and said lightly. Ji Feiyun and Wu Pagoda's eyes flickered. They didn't expect Feng Qingyan to be so unyielding. It seemed like his patience had reached its limit. The two hesitated. Although they were willing to help the Star Society, it was only because both sides were restraining each other. If they were to fight with Feng Qingyan, they would need to consider it carefully. At their level, they wouldn't easily make a move. Once they made a move, it would definitely involve a lot of people and expose their trump cards. If they couldn't hold back and got injured, it would definitely attract the attention of other forces. They weren't the only forces in the Cosmic Star College. Other forces were also waiting for them to make a move to encroach on their territory and forces. "The two of you should step aside. You should know about Wang Ting's matter. It's not worth it," Feng Qingyan said with a faint smile. He knew that the two of them had a lot of concerns and wouldn't really make a move against him for a mere Star Society. "Feng Qingyan, the matter over there hasn't been a conclusion yet. Aren't you afraid that there will be repercussions?" Ji Feiyun transmitted his voice. "There won't be repercussions. Wang Ting won't be able to make any waves," Feng Qingyan said with certainty. "I don't think so. Even if he offended a few adjudicators, he's still a peak alchemy grandmaster. This is something that can't be changed. If he becomes a pill saint one day, haha." Wu Pagoda sneered. He didn't finish his words, but the meaning was clear. Ji Feiyun also thought so. A pill saint wasn't someone that could be easily suppressed. Wang Ting's identity was too special. It wasn't something that ordinary martial artists could compare to. Under such circumstances, Wang Ting's identity as an alchemist was more useful than his martial strength. That will have to wait until he matures. By then, I'm afraid I'll be in immortal rank. Why would I be afraid of him?" Feng Qingyan said faintly. He naturally had his own considerations. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have made a move against Wang Ting. Immortal rank, it was difficult for ordinary martial artists to advance. However, Feng Qingyan was already a peak sector lord with outstanding talent. He had great confidence that he could advance. Once he advanced, he wouldn't be an ordinary immortal rank. By then, he wouldn't even be afraid of a pill saint. Originally, there wasn't a need to do this. However, both sides were already in a deadlock. With his character, he naturally wanted to kill Wang Ting in the cradle. He didn't want to watch him grow. Ji Feiyun and Wu Pagoda's expression changed. With such confidence, could it be that Feng Qingyan had already touched the threshold of the immortal rank? Danan and the others also heard Feng Qingyan's words. Their expression turned solemn. If Feng Qingyan was about to advance to the immortal rank, they couldn't afford to ignore him. Even if they had their own background, they couldn't afford to offend an immortal rank expert. For a moment, both sides were in a deadlock. Yu Qiqiao and the others became more worried. Feng Qingyan was really going to kill them all. Even the seniors, Ji Feiyun and Wu Pagoda Alliance's alliance master, Wu Pagoda, were afraid and hesitated. They wouldn't say anything about it. Feng Qingyan was here to help because of Wang Ting. If he helped, it would be a favor. If he didn't, it would be his duty. The current situation had obviously exceeded their expectations. Feng Qingyan was too strong. They definitely wouldn't fight to the death with him. Feng Qingyan's face revealed a faint smile. Everything was under his control. Whoosh! At this moment, a ferocious black spaceship suddenly came from afar and slowly stopped above the arena. Sector Lord grade spaceship. Feng Qingyan and the others' eyes flashed. A Sector Lord grade spaceship wasn't something an ordinary fighter could afford. Even Feng Qingyan and the others usually used Sector Lord grade spaceships. The Sector Lord grade spaceship in front of them had a strange appearance. It emitted a chilling aura. It wasn't simple at all. Hence, they couldn't help but guess which strong fighter had come. Feng Qingyan stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the spaceship expressionlessly. This Wang Ting wasn't simple at all. He could actually attract so many people to help him. The cabin door opened and a figure flew out and landed. Yo, so many people. It's so lively. A voice came. Wang Ting. Boss. President. Yu Qiqiao, Barrett, Wade and the others saw the figure and were overjoyed. They immediately called out. Wang Ting. Feng Qingyan squinted his eyes. You came back at the right time. However, there's no point in coming back. He can't cause any trouble. Ji Feiyun and Wu Ta couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It was good that this guy was back. They could also retreat now. They really didn't want to face Feng Qingyan head-on. Wang Ting landed beside Yu Qiqiao and the others. When he came back, he heard about the battle between Star Guild and Green Flame Guild and hurried over. Fortunately, he wasn't too late, at least from the current situation. The situation wasn't out of control yet. Junior Wang Ting. Donan called out. Thank you seniors for your help. Wang Ting saw Donan and the others and understood what was going on. He immediately cupped his fists and thanked them. You're welcome. It's nothing. Donan waved her hand and transmitted her voice, be careful. Feng Qingyan isn't easy to deal with. He seems to be advancing to immortal rank. We don't dare to offend him too much. Wang Ting nodded, but his heart was heavy. Feng Qingyan was advancing to immortal rank, that son of AB*TCH. If he was about to advance, why didn't he just go back and cultivate? Why did he have to find trouble with a new organization? Did he have nothing better to do? After cursing in his heart, Wang Ting turned around and looked at Yu Qiqiao and the others. The next moment, his gaze was fixed on Yu Qiqiao's face. Who hit her? Wang Ting's face darkened as he asked. One. Shouldn't hit someone in the face, let alone a woman's face. That was too much. Although he often did that, he couldn't accept it when it happened to his own people. Yu Qiqiao didn't say anything. Feng Qingyan wasn't someone to be trifled with. She didn't want Wang Ting to do something irrational because of this. Boss, that woman hit her. Wade didn't think too much and pointed at Ruan Banlian. So what if I hit her? Ruan Banlian didn't intend to deny it. She took a step forward and looked at Wang Ting without showing any weakness and sneered. She wasn't afraid of Wang Ting. Although Wang Ting's talent was indeed strong, his strength hadn't matured yet. She had nothing to fear. You hit her? Wang Ting looked at her expressionlessly. His eyes were extremely calm. Very well. As long as you admit it. As soon as she said that, there was a sudden explosion in the air. Boom! Wang Ting's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. His powerful physical body exploded with extreme speed. Coupled with flash, he appeared in front of Ruan Banlian almost instantly. He sneered at the other party. You're courting death. Ruan Banlian's pupils suddenly shrank. She didn't expect Wang Ting to be so fast. However, she wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she sneered and slapped out. Wang Ting punched out and directly hit her palm. Boom! Their fists and palms collided. The aftermath of the origin power swept out in all directions. Kacha! A shattering sound was heard. Ruan Banlian's arm was twisted and she screamed. Her body flew out uncontrollably. This scene shocked countless people. Ruan Banlian was in Domain Lord. Her arm was broken by Wang Ting's punch. It was unbelievable. At this moment, Wang Ting's figure flashed again and caught up with Ruan Banlian. Wang Ting, you dare! Feng Qingyan shouted with an ugly expression. He didn't plan to make a move. However, Wang Ting's strength was beyond his expectations. He had no choice but to make a move. He grabbed out and his origin power turned into a claw that grabbed at Wang Ting. However, he was still a step too late. Wang Ting didn't dodge. Instead, he slapped Yuan Banlian's face and sent her flying. Pa! In the next moment, a crisp sound suddenly sounded in the air and echoed for a long time. Pa! Yuan Banlian's face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was even more terrifying than Xianxia's face. She spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with 2 broken teeth. To a fighter, as they train, they can strengthen their entire body. The stronger they are, the more exaggerated the strengthening of each part of the body. For example, the teeth of a domain lord fighter can even crush extremely hard metal materials. It was even more useful than ordinary weapons. But now, Yuan Banlian's teeth were actually knocked out by Wang Ting's slap, and 2 of them were broken at once. The power of Wang Ting's slap was imaginable. Boom! Yuan Banlian's body slammed into the stage behind her, spitting out blood again. At this time, Feng Qingyan's attack also arrived. Wang Ting did not dare to be careless, he turned around and punched out. Earth-attributed star force gushed out from his body, turning into a yellow fist print. At the same time, the rank 7 Earth domain was also quietly integrated into it. The fist print fiercely slammed into Feng Qingyan's claw print. An extremely compressed dark yellow domain exploded within the fist print. Rumble! A rumble reverberated, Feng Qingyan's claw print collapsed, and Wang Ting's fist print was also crushed. The attacks from both sides exploded, turning into origin force shockwaves that spread out in all directions. Everyone was dumbfounded. The series of attacks made them unable to regain their senses. The vice president of Qingyan Association, Yuan Banlian, was beaten. Wang Ting blocked Feng Qingyan's attack. This series of events happened too quickly. It was too much to take in, giving people a sense of unreality. Wasn't Wang Ting a universe-level fighter? How could he be so strong? At this time, Yuan Banlian was also stunned. Who am I? Where am I? Why was I beaten? And he was slapped by a universe-level warrior. My face hurts. Her head was buzzing. Her thoughts were no longer emotional, but the humiliation rushed straight to her head, causing her to lose her mind. Wang Ting, I'll kill you. An angry roar came out of her mouth. She was somewhat inarticulate. At this moment, Wang Ting took a step in the void and disappeared again, appearing in front of Yuan Banlian. You. Yuan Banlian didn't expect Wang Ting to attack again. Her pupils suddenly shrank and her face turned pale. Wang Ting suddenly reached out, grabbed her neck, and lifted her up. Wang Ting! Feng Qingyan roared. Wang Ting squeezed Yuan Banlian's neck, turned to Feng Qingyan and said without any fluctuation in his eyes, "Try it again." Feng Qingyan's movements became stiff. He didn't expect Wang Ting to be so decisive and ruthless, directly suppressing Yuan Banlian. At this time, his eyes coldly stared at Wang Ting, his heart was in turmoil. Wang Ting's strength had increased by a lot, to be able to easily defeat a domain lord-level fighter. Although it was a sneak attack, Yuan Banlian's strength wasn't weak. At this time, she was beaten by Wang Ting to the point where she couldn't even fight back. This wasn't something an ordinary universe-level fighter could do. What did he go through in this half a year? Xianxia's face was full of shock. To be honest, she only regained her senses now. She didn't expect Wang Ting to do this for her. Yuan Banlian slapped her, and Wang Ting returned the slap, and it was even more ruthless. He even grabbed her neck and used her life to threaten Feng Qingyan. Ruthless, but it was very satisfying. Yuan Banlian slapped her. It was impossible for her to not be angry, it was impossible for her to not have hatred. However, Star Union couldn't afford to offend her now, so she endured it. There would be a chance to get back at her in the future. But she didn't expect Wang Ting to make a move the moment he returned. More importantly, his strength seemed to have increased to the point where even a domain lord-level fighter couldn't stop him. At this moment, she felt a little more confident. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a strange light. This guy became stronger again, furthermore, he had become much stronger. That kind of power shocked him. Donnan and the others looked at each other in disbelief. How did this guy improve so much? He couldn't have sucked the Naga clan's blood pool dry, right? They originally guessed that Wan Ting's strength would increase by a lot, but they didn't expect it to be so much. This was too terrifying. They were all domain lord level fighters, but they felt that they might not be able to block Wan Ting's punch. Ji Feiyun and Wu Ta couldn't help but look at each other. Their eyes flashed with shock, and their hearts trembled. Wan Ting's strength was too strong, so strong that it didn't seem like a universe-level fighter. In a single exchange, he actually defeated a domain lord-level fighter. In half a year, this guy had improved so much. What kind of monstrous talent was this? In the distance, the young man in black armor couldn't help but tighten his grip on the long sword in his hand. The muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch a few times. Wan Dong and the others' faces stiffened. They felt as if they had eaten a pile of dog shit. Why did this guy become so much stronger? They couldn't accept it. Feng Qingyan took a deep breath in his heart and stared at Wang Ting as he said, "Let her go." "President Feng, is this how you bully my Star Guild when I'm not around?" Wang Ting ignored his words and glanced at the people from Star Guild before looking at Feng Qingyan and said indifferently, "The Star Guild is too weak. Weakness is the original sin." Feng Qingyan said expressionlessly. "Well said." Wang Ting nodded in agreement and sneered, "Unfortunately, my Star Guild isn't as weak as you think. You wanted to step on my Star Guild, but now you're bleeding. How does it feel?" The upper echelons of the Blue Flame Guild had an ugly expression as they stared at Wang Ting with cold eyes. Wang Ting wasn't afraid of these gazes as he looked at Feng Qingyan and asked, "Now, do you want to leave on your own or do you want me to kill her?" "You dare to kill someone in the school?" Feng Qingyan asked. "Sorry, I'm in the arena now. This woman came up, which means she agreed to fight with me," Wang Ting said. Many people were speechless. "Wan Banlian was beaten up by you, right? Is this forcing the arena?" Feng Qingyan's eyebrows twitched. He still underestimated Wang Ting's shamelessness. He could only hold back his anger and said, "She didn't agree to fight with you. Did you?" Wang Ting looked at Wan Banlian. Half of Wan Banlian's face was swollen as she glared at Wang Ting. Her eyes were filled with resentment. She was the vice president of the Blue Flame Guild, yet she was held hostage by a universe-level fighter. This was the greatest shame of her life. "Did you?" Wang Ting clenched his fist and asked again. Wan Banlian's face suddenly turned red as she couldn't breathe. Her mouth was wide open like a fish that was thrown ashore. Many people saw this scene and couldn't help but be speechless. This Wang Ting was really ruthless. Wan Banlian was a beauty, yet he treated her like this. Normal people wouldn't be able to do it. Wan Banlian was also tough and didn't say anything. "Pa," Wang Ting slapped the other side of her face and asked, "Did you agree?" Everyone was stunned. What the hell, heartless? Wan Banlian's eyes, which were originally a little slack, regained focus as she glared at Wang Ting without saying a word. "Pa," Wang Ting slapped her again and continued to ask, "Did you agree?" Wan Banlian's face was already swollen beyond recognition, but she still clenched her teeth and didn't say anything. Pa. Wang Ting didn't ask any more questions and continued to slap her. One slap here, one slap there. He was so happy that he even vowed, "Don't worry, I will make sure that both sides of your face are balanced." Wan Banlian was about to go crazy. What kind of words was this? Devil. This bastard was simply a devil. At this moment, both sides of her face were numb from the slaps. She felt a trace of regret in her heart. If she knew earlier, she would have agreed. She would rather die than suffer such humiliation. Yu Qiqiao's mouth was wide open as she was stunned. She touched her face that was slapped by Wan Banlian and felt that it didn't hurt as much. Compared to Wan Banlian's experience, her experience paled in comparison. "Enough." Feng Qingyan's expression kept changing as he finally shouted in a gloomy voice. "President Feng, did you agree?" Wang Ting stopped and asked. Feng Qingyan was extremely aggrieved. Why the hell would he agree to that? "You don't agree? Then I'll continue," Wang Ting said as he acted like he was going to continue slapping. "Today's matter ends here. Let go of Wan Banlian and we will leave immediately." Feng Qingyan's expression was gloomy as he no longer hesitated and said. "President Feng, why didn't you say so earlier?" Wang Ting's face revealed a trace of a smile as he casually threw Wan Banlian to Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan immediately made his move and sent out a gentle force to catch Wan Banlian. Seeing Wan Banlian's face up close, his facial muscles couldn't help but twitch. Too miserable, Wan Banlian violently coughed twice as she greedily breathed. Finally, she gradually recovered, but the pain on her face constantly reminded her. She didn't need to think to know that her current face was unbearable. In an instant, Wan Banlian soared into the sky and rushed towards the spaceship in the sky. She didn't even turn around to look at Wang Ting. If there's any hatred, we'll talk about it later. She didn't want her current appearance to be seen by more people. I usually don't hit women, but you're definitely not an ordinary woman. Wang Ting looked at Wan Banlian's back and shouted. Wan Banlian's body slightly tilted as if she almost lost her balance. However, she didn't turn around in the end and instantly rushed into the spaceship and disappeared from everyone's sight. Many people looked at Wang Ting strangely. To be able to cause Wan Banlian to this extent, this Wang Ting wasn't an ordinary person. He was a ruthless person. Even if you can protect Star Union this time, can you protect them next time? The newcomer ranking is about to close. How many people from Star Union can rise? It's too late. Feng Qingyan slowly said as he looked at Wang Ting. President Feng, don't worry. Our Star Union will definitely surprise you. When the time comes, remember to open your eyes and watch. Wang Ting lightly said. Okay, I'll wait and see. Feng Qingyan expressionlessly nodded and didn't say anything in the end. He turned around and left with his people. Let's go. Everyone from Blue Flame Association was extremely aggrieved. They were clearly strong enough, but they were still humiliated by a mere Star Union. Wang Ting looked at the backs of Blue Flame Association and the others as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Finally, he calmed down and walked down from the arena. Alliance Master Ji, Alliance Master Wu, thank you for your help this time. Wang Ting cupped his fist towards Ji Feiyun and Wu Ta and thanked them gratefully. You must be joking. We didn't help at all. The two smiled bitterly. Feng Qingyan's words had indeed made them extremely wary. On the contrary, it was Wang Ting himself who was ruthless enough to confront Feng Qingyan head-on under such circumstances, and even beat up the vice president until his face was swollen. One had to admit that Wang Ting was really stubborn. Others definitely wouldn't have done such a thing. No, the two of you have already given me, Wang Ting, a lot of face by blocking for my Star Union. If there's anything in the future, as long as it's within my ability, I will not refuse. Wang Ting said. Ji Feiyun and Wu Ta were a little surprised. It was no wonder that Wang Ting could gather a group of people and establish Star Union. He was quite generous in doing things. You have to be careful of Feng Qingyan. He won't let this matter go. Not only did he fail twice, but he also lost face. I'm afraid the next time will be the higher-ups of Green Flame Association. Ji Feiyun said. Wang Ting nodded. He had also thought of this point. Green Flame Association had sent newcomers to deal with Star Union twice and failed. Feng Qingyan wouldn't be stupid enough to send newcomers again. It would be meaningless. Therefore, the next time, it would definitely be the senior students. However, if it was just a domain lord, he wouldn't be afraid. If it was a sector lord, he still had to consider it. He still didn't have the strength to fight a sector lord alone. Especially the sector lords in Cosmic Star College. They were all geniuses, different from ordinary sector lords outside. I wonder when Feng Qingyan will advance to immortal rank. Or is he just trying to scare us? Wu Ta said. It should be true. At his level, there's no point in lying to us. Ji Feiyun said. Seems like we have to work harder. Otherwise, if he really rides on our heads, our future days won't be easy. Wu Ta shook his head. Immortal rank, it's easier said than done. Ji Feiyun shook his head and sighed, with our foundation, advancing to immortal rank is even harder. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so many years. That's true. Wu Ta shook his head and suddenly said, Feng Qingyan is about the same as us. Could it be that he had some fortuitous encounter recently? Fortuitous encounter? Maybe. Ji Feiyun didn't say anything else and said, "Seems like I have to go out for a walk. It's hard to advance to immortal rank in Cosmic Star College. Junior Wangtang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." As he spoke, he cupped his fists towards Wangtang and prepared to leave. "I'm leaving too," Wu Ta also said. Wangtang cupped his fists towards the two and watched them leave. Foundation? Wangtang recalled the conversation between the two and pondered. Seems like these two seniors were provoked by Feng Qingyan. Yu Qiqiao walked up and said, "There's competition everywhere in Cosmic Star College. Maybe that's the meaning of its existence." Wangting smiled and looked at her. "Is your face okay?" "It's fine. Compared to Wan Banlian, mine is considered good." Yu Qiqiao chuckled and said casually, "Wangting, you were really ruthless just now. That Wan Banlian is a beauty. How could you be so ruthless?" Donnan came up and ridiculed. "I was just respecting her. That Wan Banlian is the vice president of Blue Flame Association. She's not an ordinary woman," Wangting said in a serious tone. Donnan was speechless. This guy even found an excuse for hitting a woman. He's really cunning. "By the way, you seem to have gotten a lot stronger this time. It seems like you got a lot of benefits." Donnan looked at Wangting and said with interest, "It's okay. I just stayed a little longer than you guys." Wangting said indifferently, "A little longer?" Yuan Bai and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. "Big brother, how is that considered a little longer?" They thought Wangting had drowned in the blood pool after not coming out for a few months. "You didn't suck the blood pool dry, did you?" Donnan asked suspiciously. "No, how is that possible? How can I suck it dry alone?" Wangting denied without blinking. "Really?" Donnan stared at Wangting's eyes. "Absolutely," Wangting said. "That's good. That blood pool is a good place. I'll go there next time," Donnan said. Wangting was speechless. Should he remind them to bring some astral beast blood essence the next time they go? Forget it, they'll figure it out themselves next time. "Wangting, how strong is your physical body now?" Yuan Bai couldn't help but ask curiously. "It's a secret." Wangting smiled. "All right." Yuan Bai shrugged and didn't ask any further. He chuckled and said, "The newbie ranking is closing soon. You won't be able to hide it. I'll wait and see." "Come on," Wan Banlian couldn't even take a punch from Junior Wangting. "Do you think anyone on the newbie ranking can force him to use his full strength?" Bai Yao said. Yuan Bai was speechless. He suddenly realized that Wangting was a little too strong. He was so strong that even the newbie ranking might not be able to test his full strength. Wangting shook his head. "Why are these people so eager to test my strength? They even discussed it in front of me. Do they have to treat me like an outsider? By the way, we want to join the Star Society," Donnan suddenly said. "You want to join the Star Society?" Wangting was stunned. He looked at Donnan and the others in surprise. Yu Qiqiao and the others were also stunned. These seniors seemed to have a certain background. Why would they take the initiative to join the Star Society? What the hell, since when did the Star Society become so popular? They even attracted the senior students. "That's right. We want to join the Star Union. Are you going to accept us?" Donnan nodded with a grin. "Why?" Wangting asked with a frown. "What do you mean why?" "We think it's fun, so we'll join," Donnan said nonchalantly. "Or do you look down on our combat strength?" "That's not the case. You seniors are quite strong. I think you can take 5 of my punches," Wangting said as he stroked his chin. Donnan and the others were speechless. "What do you mean we can take 5 of your punches? Thank you so much for your approval." Donnan and the others did not know if they had been overestimated or underestimated. They were all domain lord level martial warriors, but in Wangting's eyes, they could only block 5 of his punches. They wanted to cry when they heard that. "Seniors, if you want to join the Star Society, you have to follow the rules." Wangting ignored their thoughts and continued, "You can have fun, but you can't break the rules." "Of course, we're not idiots." Donnan rolled her eyes. Wang Ting looked at Yu Qiqiao. Yu Qiqiao thought for a moment and nodded. All right, welcome, seniors. Wang Ting stretched out his hand and smiled as he replied. Hee hee, you'll be our president from now on. You have to look after us. Donnan chuckled. She did not put on the airs of a senior at all. President, we'll follow you from now on, Yuan Bai Yao, and the others said with a smile. Sure. Sure. Wang Ting wasn't afraid. They were just a few zone lords. He could still protect them. The Star Club members behind him couldn't help but reveal a trace of joy on their faces. With the addition of a few domain lord-level seniors, the Star Club's strength had increased again. More importantly, these seniors seemed to have extraordinary backgrounds. They even dared to talk back to the president of the Blue Flame Society. This was equivalent to giving many people in Star Guild a shot of confidence. As expected, as long as the president returned, all problems would be solved. Many people looked at Wang Ting with admiration in their eyes. As soon as the president returned, he slapped the vice president of the Blue Flame Society in the face and helped them vent their anger. The Blue Flame Society had suffered a loss, but there was nothing they could do about it. They could only retreat. Now, they had even attracted a few seniors to join them. All of this was something the vice president and the others could not do. Of course, the vice president and the others were very powerful. If it were not for him, they would not have been able to defeat the Blue Flame Society. These thoughts flashed through the minds of the Star Society members, sweeping away their gloomy mood. They were now filled with motivation. All right, let's go back first. We'll talk about some things when we get back. Wang Ting looked around and said. Yes, let's go back first. Yu Qiqiao nodded. Wang Ting led the way and flew towards the Masha ship in the sky. Yu Qiqiao and the others quickly followed. Donnan and the others kept their ships and entered the Masha ship. They were very curious about Wang Ting's ship and wanted to go up and take a look. After entering the ship, they looked around curiously and their eyes were filled with shock. This ship is not simple. Donnan touched here and there and exclaimed, even among the Sector Lord ships, this ship is definitely the best of the best. Where did Wang Ting get this? Why don't you go and ask? Bai Yao said. Wang Ting, where did you get this ship? Donnan immediately caught up to Wang Ting and asked. This is the Ant-Man ship. I got it by accident. Wang Ting said. Ant-Man ship? Donnan was dazed and frowned for a moment before asking, are you talking about the Ant-Man race that likes to kill? Yes. Wang Ting nodded. No wonder I felt an extremely ferocious aura from this ship. Donnan realized. It's actually that race's ship. President, you're really lucky. Bai Yao exclaimed. I was just lucky, Wang Ting smiled and replied. If this ship flies in the universe, it might cause some unnecessary trouble. Wei Na said. It's fine. Since I've taken it out, I'm not afraid of people snatching it. Wang Ting said calmly. Looks like you've grown quite a bit this time. Donnan said meaningfully. As they spoke, they arrived at the control hall of the ship. Two figures came up to greet them. Sangju? Little Qing. Donnan was surprised and happy to see them. While Wang Ting was in deep sleep, she had gotten familiar with Song Yu and Little Qing on Scorpion King Planet. When she saw them here, she was surprised and happy. Donnan. Song Yu nodded. It really is you too. But why do you look like? Donnan was confused when she saw the two of them. If it wasn't for their special aura and the fact that they were from the Naga race, she might not have recognized them at first glance. Just some small changes. Song Yu said, also, I'm called Song Yu now. You can call me that. Song Yu. Donnan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. She smiled and said, that's a good name. Wang Ting, who are they? Yu Qiqiao looked at the two Naga women curiously. Her expression was a little strange. This guy went out for a trip and brought back two beautiful women from the Naga tribe. One was mature, and the other was inexperienced. What was he trying to do? She couldn't help but think about it. Keep your dirty thoughts to yourself. They're the natives of planet Scorpion. Wang Ting glared at her when he saw her expression. Then, he explained everything to her briefly. Oh. Xianxia stretched out her voice and nodded. So that's how it is. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Don't taint my nobility with your dirty thoughts, Wang Ting said. Xianxia was speechless. This guy just won't stop. Give him some water, and he'll start flirting. She didn't care about Wang Ting. She pushed him aside and went straight for her. She sympathized with Songyu, Qing'er, and the others. She also admired them. She felt that she should get to know them better. Wang Ting didn't need to introduce them. The women quickly got along well. They talked and laughed, completely ignoring Wang Ting. Wang Ting was a little speechless. Suddenly, someone poked Wang Ting's waist. Damn, fatty, how did you end up like this? Wang Ting was shocked when he saw Wade covered in blood. Boss, did you just see my miserable state? My blood was shed for the sake of our star union, Wade grumbled. Ahem. Wang Ting coughed guiltily. He hurriedly took out a healing dan and said in a serious tone, how is that possible? I saw you in the crowd at first glance. Come, eat this dan first. I promise that you will recover immediately. Wade didn't hesitate. He took the pill and stuffed it into his mouth. A warm current flowed from his abdomen to his limbs and bones. The wounds on his body healed at an extremely fast speed. They formed scabs and fell off. He felt so comfortable that he almost moaned. Boss, your pills are really good stuff. Wade sighed with emotion. That's for sure. Wang Ting patted his shoulder and asked, tell me, how did you end up like this? It's a long story. Wade took a deep breath and prepared to talk about his heroic deeds. Then let's make it short, Wang Ting interrupted him. Wade choked, and said gloomily, in the previous arena battle, I was the second to go up. In order to win the match, I used my body to take a blow from the opponent, and then gave him a blow with my axe. Hee, that kid was directly chopped by me to the point that he couldn't get up. Damn, you're really fierce. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. He had a whole new level of respect for this fatty. In the past, Wade was very cowardly. He didn't expect that in order to win the match, he would use his own body to take an attack from his opponent. He was really going all out. He also felt a little emotional. Everyone was doing their best for the Star Union. As the president, compared to them, he was really a little irresponsible. I can't embarrass you, boss, Wade laughed. He was very happy to receive Wang Ting's approval. Wang Ting patted him on the shoulder again and asked, you took an attack from your opponent, but your body was still able to withstand it. It seems that you also practice body tempering? Yes, I practice a body tempering cultivation method. Wade didn't hide it and nodded. Take this and use it for your cultivation. Wang Ting thought for a moment, then took out a few scarlet crystals from his interspatial ring and tossed them to Wade. What are these? Wade looked at the scarlet crystals in his hand and asked curiously. Good stuff. It can strengthen the physical body. Take it and absorb it, Wang Ting said. This was a crystallized blood essence he found at the bottom of the blood pool after absorbing it. It had the same effect as the blood pool. Although it was no longer useful to him, with his personality, since he saw it, he naturally wouldn't let it go and brought it back. It can strengthen the physical body. Wade's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, thank you, boss. The conversation between the two wasn't hidden from the others. Many members of the Star Society saw it, and they were envious. Wade actually received a reward from the president. Moreover, the scarlet crystals could strengthen the physical body. It was good stuff, and they also wanted it. President. Xianxia said, but hesitated. I know what you want to say. Don't worry, I will refine some Grandmaster-grade pills for cultivation. Anyone who contributes to the Star Society will receive a corresponding reward. Wang Ting waved his hand and looked at everyone with a smile. The eyes of the members of the Star Society immediately lit up. Those who should leave had already left. Those who stayed now were definitely those who contributed to the Star Society. Their weight and perseverance were about to be reaped. Everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Long live the president! Someone shouted, and then the others followed suit. For a moment, the entire spaceship was filled with cheers. Yu Qiqiao smiled when she saw this. Since these people were able to persevere, she naturally didn't want them to gain nothing. Now that Wang Ting had considered this, she was relieved. She believed that with Wang Ting's help, the Star Society's strength would definitely increase greatly. She was very confident in Wang Ting. If it were anyone else, she might not be so confident, but if it was Wang Ting, anything was possible. Inside Wang Ting's manor, the others had already left, leaving only Wang Ting, Yu Qiqiao, Wade, Yu Yunxian, and Borit. Of course, Donan's team was also there. There were also Xianxia and Qing'er. Wang Ting sat on the sofa as he listened to Yu Qiqiao talk about what had happened to the Star Union during this period of time. He came back in a hurry. Although he knew some things, he didn't know everything. As Yu Qiqiao talked, Wang Ting's eyes gradually turned cold. He said coldly, "The Blue Flame Association is getting more and more shameless. Feng Qingyan's character is really unflattering." Donan shook her head. Yu Qiqiao was silent. During this period of time, they had been ostracized and suppressed. It was impossible for them to not have the slightest bit of anger towards Feng Qingyan. On the contrary, their anger was not small. Wang Ting didn't say anything harsh. Instead, he asked, "How many points has the Star Union earned?" "A total of 550,000 points, Yu Qiqiao said with a smile on her face. 550,000. That's quite a lot. Wang Ting said. "The elixirs you gave me were all sold out. In addition, we also sold a lot of other things, like my full moon pearl. It's quite popular." Yu Qiqiao said helplessly, "It's a pity that my cultivation is too low and the efficiency isn't high. Plus, I have to cultivate and don't have much time to refine, so the number is very limited." "It's not bad. Take it slow. You can't eat everything in one go," Wang Ting comforted her and said, "Transfer the points to me. I'll go buy some materials." "Okay." Yu Qiqiao didn't think too much about it. She operated her intelligent wristwatch a few times and transferred all 550,000 points to Wang Ting. She thought that 550,000 points should be enough to refine quite a few Grandmaster-level pills. Wang Ting glanced at the transfer notification on his intelligent wristwatch and remained calm. He basically had all the ingredients, but he couldn't give them away for free. Moreover, he was the one who refined the pills. 550,000. What a profitable business. You alchemists sure know how to make money. Donan couldn't help but click her tongue when she heard their conversation. Wei Na, Bai Yao, and the others were also shocked and envious. Alchemists really made too much money. It was a pity that alchemists required a high level of talent. Moreover, the early stages of cultivation required a lot of investment, which would delay their martial arts cultivation. Otherwise, they would really want to go and learn. This junior brother Wang Ting was so young, but not only was his martial arts cultivation terrifying, even his alchemy realm had reached the peak of the Grandmaster level. How did he cultivate? It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. Wang Ting shook his head and said, "It's all right. 550,000 isn't too much. I earned it through hard work. I heard that you only refined pills for a few days. It didn't take much time at all." Donan glanced at him and said. She was very clear about Wang Ting's alchemy. Wang Ting's alchemy at the alchemy volcano had caused quite a commotion. Many people knew about it. If they wanted to find out more about it, they only needed to spend some points to find out. In 3 days, Wang Ting had successfully refined more than 10 furnaces of Grandmaster-level pills. What kind of efficiency was that? He was practically an alchemy machine. No, that wasn't right. Machines didn't have this kind of ability. Even the alchemists of the machinery tribe couldn't achieve this kind of efficiency. There were alchemists in the machinery tribe as well. Compared to ordinary alchemists, they had a huge advantage and were extremely efficient. At this moment, they wanted to tear open Wang Ting's skull and see what was inside. Why was he so devilish? Really? Wang Ting pretended to be dumb and said, "My memory isn't good, I can't remember." Tisk. Donan rolled her eyes and curled her lips. Wang Ting looked at Song Yu and little Qing'er and said, "Come with me, I'll take you to the academy to register." He came back in a hurry and didn't have time to register them. You want them to join our 7th Starry Sky Academy? Donnan asked. Yes, the guardian elder of the corrosive poison world said that there's no problem. Wang Ting nodded. The guardian elder of the corrosive poison world. Donnan was slightly surprised and nodded. Since the guardian elder said so himself, there should be no problem. Let's go. Wang Ting walked out of the manor. Song Yu and little Qing quickly followed. We'll go with you. Donnan and the others also followed. After that, Wang Ting and the others took a spaceship and went directly to the Academy's administration office. The administration office was actually a large hall, located deep in the 7th Starry Sky Academy's mainland. Students rarely came here, usually there were only a few mentors guarding this place. Of course, there would be a change of mentors every once in a while, so it wasn't fixed. Some of the Academy's special matters were handled here. The Starry Sky Academy's recruitment of students was done by experts from all over the world, through the genius competition, or through some special methods. Only a few special geniuses would enter the Starry Sky Academy through the back door. Song Yu and little Qing were the same at the moment. Wang Ting and the others landed from the spaceship, looked around, and headed to a large hall with a plaque with the words Deacon Hall. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw a woman sitting cross-legged on a cushion with her head lowered. It seems that she is a student of the Starry Sky Academy. The surroundings were quiet, and there was no one else around. Even and regular snoring sounds echoed. Wang Ting, Donnan, and the others looked at each other. This situation was a bit out of their expectations. Is this place really the Deacon Hall? You go. Donnan pouted in the direction of the woman and transmitted her voice. Wang Ting was helpless. He walked over and gently pushed the woman, whispering, Senior. Senior. The woman on the cushion tilted and was about to fall to the ground. Wang Ting was speechless. What kind of person is this? She is a martial artist, why is she sleeping so soundly? He quickly reached out and was about to support her, but he didn't dare to let her fall to the ground. But at this moment, he raised his eyebrows and stopped. When the woman was about to touch the ground, her body suddenly stopped strangely, as if the space around her was frozen. Donnan and the others also looked over in surprise. The woman slowly opened her eyes. She looked confused, as if she hadn't completely woken up yet. Her eyes rolled twice and finally fell on Wang Ting. Ah! With a cry of surprise, the woman quickly sat up straight and looked at Wang Ting seriously. Junior, what's the matter? Wang Ting looked at the woman's fake serious face. If it wasn't for the saliva at the corner of her mouth, he would have been fooled. So he pointed at his lips. The woman was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly reacted. She reached out her hand, and it was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. Ahem, Junior, what's the matter? This time, her voice was softer than before, and there was a trace of guilt. Donnan and the others, Senior, I brought these two friends to go through the admission procedures. Wang Ting smiled and pointed at Song Yu and Qing behind him. Admission procedures? The woman was slightly taken aback. She subconsciously looked at Song Yu and Qing, and a trace of astonishment appeared on her face. The Naga race. Song Yu and Qing looked at her with apprehension. The woman slowly frowned and said, Junior, now isn't the time for the academy to recruit geniuses. It won't be easy for them to enter the academy. I know, but they're geniuses. Wang Ting said. Geniuses. The woman smiled faintly. She was already indifferent to the word genius. Everyone in the academy was a genius. Seeing that Renbaqian had reminded her, she patiently asked, how much of a genius are they? Are there any criteria in the academy? Wang Ting didn't answer her question, but asked instead. The woman smiled faintly and pointed at herself. Senior, what do you mean? Wang Ting asked hesitantly. I'm the criteria. The woman pointed at herself and smiled. Senior Yu Yinan. At this moment, Donnan, who was behind him, suddenly exclaimed. She took a step forward and stood in front of Wang Ting. She widened her eyes and looked at the woman in front of her. Are you Senior Yu Yinan? Eh? You know me? Yu Yinan looked at Donnan in surprise. I've heard about you from my sister. My sister is. Donnan giggled. Wait, your sister? Let me guess. Yu Yanan suddenly stretched out her hand and blocked Donan's face. She rubbed her chin and sized her up. You look familiar. Let me think, let me think. Suddenly, she clenched her fist and hammered her palm. I remember now. Your sister is Butian, right? She has the same lowly face. It must be her. Yu Yanan looked at Donan with a serious expression. Donan, Wei Na and the others, Wang Ting, what Butian, she has the same lowly face. Why don't you say she has the same 2 eyes and nose? Suddenly, Wang Ting realized that this senior sister seemed a little silly. Donan, this senior sister is? Wang Ting couldn't help but ask. Yu Yanan, top 10 in the sector lord rank. She rarely shows herself in front of others. However, she is quite famous. Donan replied. Top 10 in the sector lord rank. Wang Ting was slightly shocked. The sector lord rank wasn't a ranking that he could touch right now. The geniuses on it were definitely terrifying sector lord experts. They were existences that couldn't be defeated by those of a higher realm. Let alone the top 10, Wang Ting's mind was thunderstruck. He couldn't react in time. This dumb-looking senior sister was actually in the top 10 of sector lord level top 100 list. She didn't look like it. Donan ignored Wang Ting's shock and looked at Yu Yanan speechlessly. Senior sister, my sister isn't Butian. Not Butian? Yu Yanan was stunned and said, that's not right. I guessed wrong. Wait, let me think about it. Donan rubbed her forehead. She felt a headache coming on. Wang Ting also regained his senses. He looked at her and wanted to say, Senior sister, why are you so stubborn? I know. I'm right this time. Yu Yanan suddenly said loudly. Donan looked at her with a trace of hope in her eyes. Your sister must be Su Xiangling, right? It must be her. Yu Yanan said confidently. Wang Ting's expression was strange. Wei Na, Bai Yao, and the others also looked at her strangely. Why? Donan asked. She really wanted to know what was going on this time. It couldn't be another lowly-faced girl, right? She's the same as you. She's short and has some baby fat on her face. Yu Yanan said. What's the difference between her and a lowly face? Donan was going crazy. Something like that. Yu Yanan looked at her guiltily and said, is it not the same? No. Donan did not give her another chance and quickly said, my sister is Tanya. Tanya. Yu Yanan was a little regretful. However, he looked at Donan strangely and said, that's not right. You two don't look alike. Tanya doesn't have a lowly face. Donan was speechless. She felt like she had received a huge blow and said dejectedly, my sister looked like me when she was young. It's just that she grew up, but I didn't. My condolences. Yu Yanan looked at Donan and said sympathetically. Donan. What condolences? Donan suddenly had the urge to beat someone up. Those 2 words were more lethal than anything else. She and her sister were sisters from the same father and mother. However, one of them was ranked on the goddess ranking, while the other only had a lowly face. The difference between them was truly depressing. Therefore, not having a face was already a pain in her heart. Now that this senior sister in front of her exposed her wound, she felt extremely dejected. Just like what her sister said, this senior sister Yu Yanan was really silly at times. Wang Ting felt that it was a little funny. Donan was always smiling. This was the first time she was so dejected. Alright, let's get back to the topic. Yu Yanan suddenly said in a serious tone, since you know who I am, you should know that it's not that easy to pass this test, right? Senior sister, aren't you bullying us? Wang Ting frowned. I'll suppress my strength. If you can make me use half of my strength, you'll pass. Yu Yanan said, of course, the combat skills and martial arts that I'll use will only be those that I've mastered at that time, and not those that I've mastered now. Suppress your strength and you only need to use half of your strength? Wang Ting's face was filled with suspicion. Isn't the senior sister a little too confident? Wang Ting, she's very strong. Back then, she used her universe-level strength to kill many domain lords. After she reached the domain lord level, she also killed sector lords. Donnan immediately transmitted her voice to him. Interesting. Wang Ting looked at Songyu and Qing'er and passed on Donnan's words to them. Songyu and Qing'er's expression instantly turned serious as they looked at the lady in front of them in shock. So, have you thought it through? Yu Yanan said indifferently. We accept. Songyu stood out and looked at Yu Yanan. Good, you're brave. It's rare to see two people from the Naga race. I'd like to see if your talents are really good. Yu Yanan nodded. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. It's rare to see two people from the Naga race? Could it be that this senior sister has seen other people from the Naga race in other places? Follow me. Yu Yanan stood up and walked towards the back of the palace. Wang Ting and the rest immediately followed. After passing through a long corridor, Yu Yanan stopped in front of a door. The intelligent wristwatch in her hand swept past the door and the door slowly opened. Come in. Her body flashed and she entered the room. Her voice could be heard. Wang Ting and the rest looked at each other and walked in. The scene inside shocked them slightly. Wang Ting looked around in shock. It was actually a white space, similar to the battle space of the newbie ranking. Obviously, this room used some sort of spatial technique. The space inside was extremely huge and definitely wasn't what it looked like from the outside. Yu Yanan stood not far in front of them and looked at them. After they finished looking around, she said, Who's going first? I'll go first. Songyu stood out and said. Since you're at the peak of the Domain Master rank, I'll suppress my strength to the peak of the Domain Master rank and fight with you. As long as you can force me to use half of my strength. Forget it. Peak of the Domain Master rank. I seemed to be a little overpowered back then. If you can force me to use 30% of my strength, you pass. Yu Yanan said. Songyu was speechless. She clearly felt that she was being underestimated and felt extremely depressed. Are these Cosmic Star Academy martial artists really that strong? She was unconvinced. Although the Cosmic Star Academy martial artists that appeared on the Scorpion King were strong, they weren't this strong. This senior sister is quite pretentious. Wang Ting transmitted his voice to Donnan. She's a little pretentious, but she's really strong. You'll know later. Donnan smiled bitterly. I'll wait and see. Wang Ting nodded. Let's begin. Yu Yanan extended her hand and made an inviting gesture to Songyu, don't hold back. Otherwise, you might not have a chance. Songyu's expression was serious. She naturally knew that her opponent was strong. Since her opponent asked her not to hold back, she would go all out. Boom, in the next moment, a huge ancient sea python shadow rose from her back. The ancient aura spread out and crushed towards Yu Yanan. This is the power of bloodline. Yu Yanan's eyes were filled with astonishment. Facing the pressure, his expression didn't change at all. Interesting. A battle sword appeared in Songyu's hand. Sword light gathered and streaks of sword intent gushed out. This sword light had the fluctuation of poison attributed star force. At the same time, it also had the fluctuation of ice and water attributed star force. Songyu was originally a poison attributed martial artist. However, she had awakened the ice and water attributes. This was the ability that the ancient sea python's bloodline gave her. As the three types of star force gathered, the sword light became denser. At the same time, three types of domain force gathered, causing the sword light to become even more terrifying. Yu Yanan's eyes were filled with astonishment. Wang Ting's face was also filled with astonishment. Three types of domain force. It seemed like Songyu hadn't been idle for the past 6 months. Her strength had improved tremendously. Boom, in the next moment, Songyu made her move. She slashed out with her sword. The dark green sword light was blazing as it swept out. Along with a crashing sound, it was like waves after waves. At the same time, a wave of chilling intent swept out. Clearly, Songyu had already begun the initial stage of domain fusion. Facing this sword attack, Yu Yanan's expression was extremely calm. He didn't use any weapon. Instead, he punched towards the sky. Boom, a loud explosion reverberated. A fist imprint appeared and collided with Songyu's sword light. In an instant, the sword light collapsed. A terrifying force swept out from the opposite side. Song Yu's expression changed slightly. Her body was sent flying, and the ancient sea python's shadow behind her dissipated. She wasn't injured. However, she was sent flying for a few hundred meters before she managed to stabilize herself. The result was clear: facing that punch, even if Song Yu unleashed her full strength, she still wasn't Yu Yanan's opponent. Danan and the others were shocked. Although they knew that Yu Yanan was strong, they didn't expect him to be this strong. Was this the strength of a peak domain lord? How terrifying! Danan and the others looked at each other. They couldn't calm down for a long time. Even if they were confident in their own talents, they couldn't bring themselves to compare with Yu Yanan after witnessing his strength. There was no way to compare. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. With his opponent's strength, would he be able to defeat him? He then shook his head. He couldn't tell much from his opponent's punch. As for how strong she was, he would only know after fighting with her. Song Yu's face was a little pale. She could feel the strength of the woman in front of her. They were both peak domain lords, but she was too weak. Was this the prodigy of the Cosmic Star Academy? At this moment, she finally felt the strength of the Cosmic Star Academy. If any random student was so terrifying, what about the others? It was unimaginable. Was that your strongest attack just now? Yu Yanan's voice slowly sounded. Song Yu's eyes revealed a trace of unwillingness. However, she still sighed and nodded. Little Qing'er was extremely nervous. Could teacher pass the opponent's test? If even teacher couldn't pass, she probably wouldn't stand a chance either. Although she was born with the power of her bloodline, she lacked battle experience and couldn't unleash the power of her bloodline. Danan and the rest also looked over and frowned. She only received one punch. No, it couldn't be considered as receiving it. It seemed like the difference was too big. Wang Ting's face was calm. If it really didn't work out, he would look for Sikong's second. That teacher still owed him a favor. He had connections behind him, so there was no need to panic. So. Yu Yanan frowned and said, "You barely made me use 30% of my strength. You pass." Wang Ting glanced at this senior sister. He was a little surprised. He could tell that this senior wasn't very satisfied with Song Yu's strength. However, she still let Song Yu pass in the end. It seemed like she wasn't such a pedantic person. Song Yu's eyes lit up. She heaved a sigh of relief and her heart was filled with joy. She passed. If it was said that she wasn't that enthusiastic about becoming a student of the Cosmic Star Academy and only wanted to find a place to increase her strength. But now, it was completely different. After witnessing the strength of this girl, she had a direct understanding of the Cosmic Star Academy's foundation. Only by staying here could she become as powerful as the woman in front of her. As for this little girl, there's no need to compete. I can feel that they have the same bloodline. Their talents meet the recruitment criteria of the Cosmic Star Academy. With proper nurturing, she'll be an expert in the future. Yu Yanan looked at little Qing'er and said. Hearing this, little Qing'er was surprised. There's no need to fight, that's great. She didn't want to fight with this ridiculously powerful elder sister. Wang Ting and the rest were slightly stunned. This senior was so strict before, but now, she's so easy to talk to. She's a classic example of raising high and lowering low. Tough mouth but soft heart. Then, thank you, senior. Wang Ting cupped his fist at Yu Yanan and smiled. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. You, fight with me. Yu Yanan looked at Wang Ting and suddenly grinned. Wang Ting's mouth twitched. What does this have to do with me? Why did she suddenly want to fight with me? What should I do if I'm targeted by this violent senior? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. At this moment, Wang Ting didn't know why he was standing opposite of Yu Yanan. Yu Yanan was rubbing her palms with an excited expression. He was speechless. He didn't seem to be doing anything by the side, right? Why did this senior sister have her eyes on him? Danan and the rest wanted to laugh when they saw Wang Ting's depressed expression. However, after laughing, they were shocked. They didn't expect Yu Yanan to take the initiative to challenge Wang Ting. They had only heard of Yu Yanan's strength before. However, they had just witnessed it for themselves. She defeated Song Yu with one punch. Could Wang Ting defeat her? Definitely not. After all, Wang Ting was only at the universe level. Everyone was looking forward to it. Wang Ting was very talented. If he could defeat Yu Yanan at the same level, it would be heaven-defying. I'll suppress my power to the universe level to fight you. Yu Yanan looked at Wang Ting with a trace of battle intent in her eyes. Oh right, what level are you at now? She asked again. Universe level 5. Wang Ting said casually. He was still holding back. His poison star force had actually reached level 9. His fire and gold star force had also reached level 6. However, he didn't mention it. Half a year to reach universe level 5, that was already considered very fast. As expected, Donnan and the rest were shocked when they heard that Wang Ting had reached level 5. However, they weren't too surprised. After all, Wang Ting's body was even more terrifying. He could even fight against a domain lord. If Yu Yanan suppressed her power to the universe level, there would be a huge surprise waiting for her. Then I'll suppress my power to level 5. Yu Yanan said. Senior sister, why don't you raise your power to the pinnacle of the universe level? Wang Ting said with uncertainty. Pinnacle of the universe level. Yu Yanan raised her eyebrows and was surprised. Seems like you're very confident in yourself. It's fine. Bring it on. If it doesn't work, I'll naturally raise my power to the pinnacle of the universe level. That works too. Wang Ting nodded and didn't say anything else. This senior sister was still very strong. Although he was very confident in himself, it was better not to speak too confidently when he didn't know her exact strength. Wang Ting couldn't use the Eye of Truth to see his battle prowess. He could only see his general realm. The battle strength of the geniuses of Starry Sky Academy could not be measured purely by realm. The atmosphere between the two sides suddenly became tense, and the surrounding sounds disappeared. Donnan and the rest also retracted their smiles as they looked at Wang Ting and Yu Yanan with bated breath. Yu Yanan's gaze sharpened. This junior brother in front of her gave her a very different feeling. His physical strength was like a dormant ferocious beast. It was extremely terrifying. If it was a fighter of the same level, they might not feel anything, but she was a sector lord pinnacle existence, she could faintly feel something different. That was why she was so excited to see him and wanted to spar with him. It had been a long time since she last saw such a monstrous genius. In her batch, if she had to name someone who gave her the same feeling, it would probably be those few people. Senior sister, be careful. Wang Ting yelled and suddenly made his move, charging towards Yu Yanan. What fast speed? Yu Yanan's eyes narrowed. She didn't dodge and only leaned her body slightly to the side. Boom, Wang Ting's fist brought along a violent gale as it passed by her eyes. Origin power rumbled. Yu Yanan's gaze was fixed on Wang Ting's fist. The gale pierced her eyes, but she didn't blink. She extended her hand and grabbed out. Her palm was like an iron hoop, grabbing onto Wang Ting's wrist. But at this moment, her expression slightly changed. A powerful force came from Wang Ting's wrist. At the same time, a scorching sensation spread over. Truthfully speaking, if it wasn't for her strong physical body, this temperature would have injured her. Although she said she was suppressing her strength, her physical body was still at the pinnacle of Sector Lord level. And it wasn't something a Sector Lord pinnacle could compare to. This was something that could not be changed. Even so, she still felt a burning sensation, as if her skin was about to burn. She focused her gaze and saw wisps of green flames emanating from Wang Ting's body, converging into something that looked like scales on his arm. Wang Ting's body seemed to have a ball of fire that was about to erupt. She didn't have time to think and immediately retreated. Boom, in the next moment, violent green flame swept out from Wang Ting's body. This is a heavenly flame. Yu Yanan's eyes were filled with shock. Junior brother Wang Ting's strength had exceeded her expectations. She didn't even have a chance to make a move in the first round. Donnan and the others were also shocked. This Wang Ting was a little too awesome, even senior sister Yu Yanan was at a slight disadvantage when fighting against him. At this moment, Wang Ting slowly stepped out from the flames. He looked at Yu Yanan and said, Senior sister, it's better if you use your pinnacle universe level strength. Alright. Yu Yanan's expression was solemn. She didn't reject him anymore. The energy on her body rose once again, finally reaching the pinnacle universe level. Boom, this time, before Wang Ting attacked, she took the initiative to attack. She instantly charged towards Wang Ting and punched out. Wang Ting smiled. He wasn't afraid at all and went up to her. Boom. Boom. Boom, the two of them clashed with their fists. One had to admit that Yu Yanan's strength was terrifying. Even if she had suppressed her strength to the pinnacle universe level, it was still far beyond an ordinary universe-level fighter. It was no wonder she was rumored to be able to kill a domain lord-level fighter. However, the more they fought, the more shocked she was. Wang Ting's strength was much stronger than hers. Furthermore, she could feel that Wang Ting wasn't using his full strength. Was this fella really a universe-level fighter? Yu Yanan couldn't help but have this thought. She couldn't calm down. Senior sister, why are you in a daze? Wang Ting's voice suddenly resounded. The air exploded as a fist imprint burst out from his fist. 5 elements fist, the power of flames gathered into a fist imprint, emitting a scorching heat. Yu Yanan's strength had exceeded his expectations. Her strength was already equivalent to 3/5 of his strength. Almost 3/5 of his strength, no more than that. Yu Yanan didn't know what Wang Ting was thinking. If she knew how Wang Ting evaluated her strength, she wouldn't know what kind of expression she would have. At this moment, facing Wang Ting's fist imprint, her expression changed slightly. The battle technique she used when she was at the pinnacle universe level flashed across her mind. Her eyes flashed as she punched out. Mountain Gen fist, boom, an earthy yellow fist imprint condensed and violently clashed with Wang Ting's flaming fist imprint. An intense force ripple swept across the vast white space, causing the two fist imprints to crumble. Following which, a silhouette was sent flying. It was Yu Yanan, Danan and the rest were shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. Yu Yanan was actually sent flying. Wang Ting was that strong, she was in existence in the top 10 of the sector lord ranking. Even when she was at the universe level, she was still an extremely strong existence. Wang Ting actually had the upper hand. Furthermore, Yu Yanan wasn't using the same level of strength. Instead, she was using the pinnacle universe level strength that was even stronger than Wang Ting's. This was simply unimaginable. Songyu and Qing'er were also shocked. Especially Songyu. She had exchanged blows with Yu Yanan before and knew how strong she was. And now, Wang Ting actually had the upper hand. She suddenly realized that she had always underestimated Wang Ting. He was always surprising her. Whether it was his talent or status, he seemed to be extraordinary in Cosmic Star College. Again. At this moment, Wang Ting roared. He charged forward and landed from midair. His fist imprints were sent flying towards Yu Yanan. It wasn't easy to meet an opponent who was on par with him. Now, his interest was piqued. He wanted to see how strong the top 10 of the sector lord ranking was. Boom. Boom. Boom, the 5 elemental fist imprints exploded. The flame domain condensed within and emitted terrifying ripples. This brat. Yu Yanan was shocked. The battle intent in her eyes burned even brighter. She smirked and welcomed the attack with her fist. The two of them soared into the sky. Their domain powers exploded and collided in midair. Every punch caused the space to distort. It was as though there were invisible ripples spreading out. Such a powerful attack, if it was in the universe, would be enough to destroy a planet. However, in this space, everything was restricted. It only caused the space to distort. Senior, why don't you use your domain lord level strength? Otherwise, it won't be enough. Wang Ting roared. Yu Yanan was speechless. She was being looked down upon. Boom, in the next moment, she no longer held back. An extremely powerful ripple exploded from her body. This is... Wang Ting looked at Yu Yanan in shock. This feeling was similar to his. Did she activate some kind of talent? Junior Wang Ting, you'll be at a disadvantage if you look down on me. Yu Yanan's voice could be heard. Boom, in the blink of an eye, she had already disappeared from where she stood, leaving behind only an afterimage that slowly dissipated. Her speed has increased. Wang Ting's pupils shrank. Her speed was many times faster than before. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of her figure. He didn't expect this senior to have some kind of physical talent. However, it wasn't strange. Her speed and strength weren't something an ordinary warrior could possess. Wang Ting's eyes shone brightly. He immediately activated the ancient god body. Previously, he only activated the true dragon war body and didn't use his full strength. However, the strength that Yu Yanan displayed now was enough for him to use his full strength. Swoosh, Wang Ting's heart suddenly started beating violently. The pale golden blood in his body flowed like mercury. A terrifying energy spread through his limbs and bones. A complicated and mysterious golden pattern appeared between his eyebrows. In the next moment, Wang Ting's figure disappeared from his original spot. A terrifying energy exploded. Boom, the two of them collided once again. In the sky, they were like two gigantic balls of light that collided, separated, and collided again. Danan and the rest retreated far away. They were dumbfounded as they watched the two of them fight. Songyu and Qing'er couldn't help but swallow their saliva. So terrifying, these two must be monsters in human skin. After fighting for a long time, Wang Ting's frown deepened. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to defeat this senior with just his physical strength. If that's the case, 5 elements fist, he no longer hesitated. The 5 types of star force in his body exploded and turned into 5 different colored fist prints. His domain force was infused into them. Red, yellow, green, blue, gold. 5 different fist prints fused together and turned into a 5-elemental mountain that crashed towards Yu Yanan. Boom, Yu Yanan's eyes were finally filled with astonishment. 5 types of force, 5 domains. Furthermore, every type of force and domain was relatively balanced. There wasn't much difference between them. Most importantly, she could sense that these 5 domains were extremely powerful. They were at least at the 6th level. How did this guy cultivate? He was able to comprehend all 5 types of force domains to the 6th level at the universe level. Even those monstrous geniuses couldn't do it back then, right? At this moment, she didn't hold back anymore. She couldn't hold back anymore. She unleashed all the star force in her body. She wasn't a single elemental fighter. Instead, she possessed 3 types of force. She unleashed all of them and turned them into fist prints. Boom. Boom. Boom, both of their attacks collided. The fist prints collided with each other. Shockwaves rolled back as a terrifying energy swept out. Ka-ka-ka, a series of crisp cracking sounds could be heard. Suddenly, Yu Yanan's fist imprint collapsed, and a terrifying origin power rushed towards her, causing her to fly backwards. The 5 elemental fist prints were like a hot knife through butter as it blasted towards Yu Yanan. Yu Yanan smiled bitterly as a terrifying energy burst out from her body. She reached out her hand and crushed the 5 elemental fist prints with a boom. At this moment, the space in front of her fluctuated. Wang Ting appeared out of nowhere and punched out. Boom, Yu Yanan was stunned. She immediately felt a sharp pain in front of her eyes. Her left eye turned black as her head was smashed backwards. Her face turned black as she reached out her hand to grab Wang Ting. Spatial imprisonment. This brat was too daring. He actually dared to hit her. Senior sister, you broke the rules. Wang Ting yelled as the power of space exploded. He broke through the other party's imprisonment and disappeared from the spot. Yu Yanan grabbed nothing but air. She looked at her hands with even more shock in her eyes. She raised her head and saw Wang Ting's figure slowly appearing from afar. He was looking at her cautiously. Touching her left eye, Yu Yanan took out a mirror and looked at it. She had a panda eye. She grimaced as she looked at Wang Ting from afar. Her gaze turned dangerous. At this moment, the surroundings fell into silence. Danan and the rest were dumbfounded. Did they see wrongly? Wang Ting actually hit senior sister Yu Yanan. My brother is too powerful. Brat, you've got guts. Yu Yanan kept the mirror and looked at Wang Ting. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't expect senior sister to stop fighting all of a sudden. Wang Ting laughed dryly. I've already used strength beyond the pinnacle universe level. What's the point of fighting? Yu Yanan felt a headache as her face was filled with suspicion. This brat must have done it on purpose. He must have done it on purpose. However, she was truly shocked. That was a spatial technique, right? This brat even had spatial techniques. It seemed like his physical body wasn't his full strength. This brat had hidden it well. Thinking back to Wang Ting's domain energy, she was even more speechless. Actually, she had cheated just now. The domain energy she used wasn't comprehended at the pinnacle universe level. Instead, it was comprehended after entering the domain lord level. Hence, compared to this junior brother before her, she was still far inferior. It's really not like that. I didn't react in time. Senior sister, you're at the pinnacle sector lord level. How could I have expected to hit you? Wang Ting cried out. Yu Yanan retracted her thoughts. Her face darkened. She was at the pinnacle sector lord level, yet she was still beaten up by this brat, a universe-level fighter. Furthermore, there were so many people watching. She swept her gaze across. Donnan and the rest immediately lowered their heads, as though they didn't see anything. None of them dared to look at her in the eyes. It was too fake, however, she couldn't do anything about it. After all, she was the one who used strength that exceeded the pinnacle universe level. Now, she couldn't say anything. Everyone looked at Yu Yanan's depressed expression and couldn't help but want to laugh. However, they didn't dare to laugh out loud. If they did, senior sister would definitely beat them up. Cough cough. Wang Ting coughed dryly and said guiltily, Senior sister, if there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now. Humph, why are you leaving? Aren't you going to do the admission procedures? Yu Yanan snorted and said unhappily. Yes. 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 Of course, we'll do it. Wang Ting immediately looked at Song Yu and Qing Er and said, You two quickly follow senior sister to do the procedures. You come along too. Yu Yanan said. She landed on the ground with dark circles under her eyes and walked out. Wang Ting let out a sigh of relief. It seemed like this matter was over. That was close. If this senior sister didn't care about anything else and wanted to beat him up, he wouldn't be her match and could only run away. Donnan and the others all gave Wang Ting a thumbs up. Their faces were filled with admiration. Wang Ting, from today onwards, I won't help anyone but you. Donnan said. Wang Ting rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered with her. Hurry up. Yu Yanan's unhappy voice came from outside the door. Coming. Coming. Wang Ting and the others hurriedly followed him. Of course, before leaving, Wang Ting didn't forget to pick up the surrounding attribute bubbles. Universe level spirit * 6500, sector lord comprehension * 25500, earth element star force * 7200, water star force * 8000, metal star force * 7800, earth domain, tier 7, * 1300, water domain, tier 7, * 1500, gold domain, level 7, * 1200, saint level physical body talent * 18500, wow. Wang Ting was shocked. There were quite a few attribute bubbles. She was indeed a genius on the sector lord top 100 list. She only used her pinnacle universe level strength and she actually dropped so many attribute bubbles. Firstly, there were quite a few spirit and comprehension attributes. This raised Wang Ting's spirit and comprehension attributes by a large amount. Spirit, 75100/200000, universe level, comprehension, 230500/300000, sector lord level. This senior sister's spirit and comprehension attributes aren't weak. Wang Ting looked at the changes in the attribute panel and couldn't help but mutter to himself. It wasn't surprising. She was after all a pinnacle sector lord. Even if she only revealed a bit of spirit and comprehension attributes, it would still be a huge gain to him. Wang Ting didn't think too much and continued looking. 3 types of force. Yu Yanan had exploded with 3 types of force at the last moment and dropped quite a few attribute values. Wang Ting's final punch, if Yu Yanan had only used 1 type of force, he wouldn't have been able to block it. Hence, there was always a cause and effect. If Wang Ting hadn't used the 5 elements, he wouldn't have forced out Yu Yanan's 3 types of force. It wasn't easy to get the wool, he had to put in all his effort. Wang Ting couldn't help but sigh. After which, he looked at his attribute panel and was quite satisfied with his gains this time. Earth Element Star Force, 22200/50,000, Universe Level 5, Water Element Star Force, 22600/50,000, Universe Level 5, Metal Element Star Force, 21300/60,000, Universe Level 6, following which were the 3 types of domain energies. They're actually all level 7. This senior sister is only a pinnacle universe level, yet she's comprehended 3 level 7 domain energies. Impressive. Wang Ting couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't cheated, he might not have been able to comprehend level 7 domain energies when he was a pinnacle universe level. However, Yu Yanan had relied on herself to comprehend 3 level 7 domains. This was a true genius. Actually, what he didn't know was that Yu Yanan had cheated. When she was a pinnacle universe level, she only comprehended level 6 domain energies. Metal domain, 3500/7000, level 7, Earth domain, 2900/7000, level 7, Water domain, 2800/7000, level 7, Wang Ting looked at the last attribute bubble. This attribute bubble directly entered Wang Ting's body and transformed into a mysterious energy that engulfed his entire body, causing some miraculous changes to his body. Saint-level physical body talent. Wang Ting was extremely astonished. Previously, he had guessed that Yu Yanan had some sort of physical body talent. However, he didn't expect it to be this type of talent. He had obtained this saint-level physical body talent from Gallop previously. Gallop had obtained this talent when he was training his body in the Lightning Valley. The reason why Wang Ting was able to absorb such a large amount of essence blood energy from the blood pool, other than the fact that he had cultivated various powerful body training techniques, was because of this saint-level physical body talent. Generally speaking, the higher one's physical body talent was, the greater one's ability to withstand various types of energy that could strengthen one's body. Therefore, Wang Ting was quite fond of this saint-level physical body talent. At this moment, Yu Yanan had dropped a total of 18,500 points of saint-level physical body talent. To Wang Ting, this was enough to raise his saint-level physical body talent by a huge margin. Saint-level physical body talent, 19850/50,000, senior sister Yu Yanan's talent must have been developed more deeply than Gallop's. This time, it's my lucky day. When will I have the chance to spar with her again? Wang Ting thought to himself as he felt the changes in his physical body talent. Wang Ting took stock of his loot as he followed the others out. Not long later, they returned to the Deacon Hall. Yu Yanan was standing at the entrance of the hall as if she was waiting for something. Senior sister? Wang Ting asked curiously. Wait for me, Yu Yanan said faintly. Oh. Wang Ting felt helpless. It seemed like the other party wasn't in the mood to talk to him. In order to not get beaten up, he decided to wait quietly by the side. Sangyu and Qing'er felt like laughing. They didn't expect this fella to be such a coward. After waiting for a while, the space in front of them fluctuated. Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared in front of the hall. This person's figure was blurry, and they couldn't see her face clearly. They could only tell from her appearance that she was a woman. Wang Ting couldn't help but be shocked. If the other party didn't appear in front of them, he wouldn't even be able to sense her existence. He couldn't help but activate his eyes of truth to take a look. His eyes were instantly filled with a dazzling light. He quickly closed his eyes. That figure looked at Wang Ting with a strange expression. She smiled and said, "Little fella, you shouldn't casually check an unfamiliar expert. Senior, please forgive me." Wang Ting opened his eyes, looked at the other party, and said embarrassedly. Yu Yanan looked at Wang Ting with a strange expression. Then, she rejoiced in his misfortune. Serves him right. It's fine. That figure shook her head and said faintly. Teacher. At this moment, Yu Yanan bowed respectfully. Teacher? Wang Ting was shocked. This person was actually Yu Yanan's teacher. To be able to become the teacher of a pinnacle sector lord expert, what kind of strength would this person have? Wang Ting didn't dare to think about it. Furthermore, when he checked just now, it wasn't as if he didn't see anything. The person in front of him didn't seem to be the real body, but only a projection. The force within a projection was already so strong that he couldn't look at it directly. What about the real body? It was truly terrifying. Donnan and the others stood at the side obediently. Their eyes were also filled with shock. The person in front of them was actually Yu Yanan's teacher. They were so lucky to have met such a big shot today. It was rare to see such a big shot. They didn't expect to see one alive today. Are they the two geniuses from the Naga race that you mentioned? That figure nodded and looked at Songyu and Qing'er. Yes. They were brought here by Junior Wangting. I've tested them. Their talent and strength aren't bad. That's why I dared to trouble you to take a look. Yu Yanan said. It's rare to meet two geniuses from the Naga race. That figure sized up Songyu and Qing'er and said gently, come forward. Songyu and Qing'er only looked at Wangting. Wangting naturally nodded his head. When facing such an expert, he would naturally listen to whatever the other party said. In any case, if the other party had any evil intentions, they wouldn't be able to resist. They could only lie down obediently. Of course, he wouldn't go that far. After all, he was a teacher of the Cosmic Star Academy. How could he be a bad person? That figure had a pair of deep eyes. When he saw this scene, he didn't show any impatience. When Songyu and Qing'er saw Wangting nodding his head, they immediately walked over. Relax. That figure extended his hand and placed it on Songyu and Qing'er's wrists. After sensing for a while, he nodded his head and said, very good talent. Senior, can they enter our academy? Wangting licked his lips and asked. Where did you find them? The figure asked with a smile. Corrosive Poison World, Scorpion King Planet. Wangting answered. So it's there. That figure nodded his head and looked at Songyu and Qing'er. He suddenly said, I have some inheritance of the Naga race. Are you willing to take me as your teacher? Wangting couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment. The other party wanted to take them as his disciples. Initially, he thought that it was already good enough for Songyu and Qing'er to enter the academy. He didn't expect them to be so lucky to be taken in as their disciples by an expert. Yu Yanan's teacher, how could he be a simple person? He must be a big shot. Why didn't he give him such a good thing? On the other side, Donnan and the others were also dumbfounded. Yu Yanan's teacher actually wanted to take Songyu and Qing'er as his disciples. My mother, he's going to reach the heavens in a single bound. End of chapter 1478. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.